Chapter 1. When misfortune befalls a person, even drinking cold water may cause their teeth to ache. Struck by a vehicle. Transported through time. Upon landing, immediately apprehended. Why? Uncertain. Luke felt as though he were bound to a frigid, iron chair. A hood enveloped his head, shrouding his vision in darkness. The coarse fabric of the hood clung to his cheeks, sticky and greasy, while a stench of putrid blood invaded his nostrils incessantly. The crack of a whip echoed in his ears, accompanied by the wretched cries of someone nearby. "Speak! Where's the item?" A gruff voice demanded loudly. The person being beaten pleaded desperately. "I truly do not know what you're referring to. Please stop striking me. I am but a petty thief. All my money is hidden in the bird's nest atop the statue on the eastern side of Boda Square. Let me go, and I shall reveal everything." The coarse-voiced man seemed to consult another. He genuinely seems unaware. A gunshot rang out. The pleading thief fell silent. The gruff voice continued. "Now we have but one suspect remaining. If he too is innocent, we shall all face punishment." At that moment, a woman's voice responded, "No, we shall not be punished. He will disclose the location of the item. Are you certain he is the thief? Why continue interrogating others?" The woman replied, "They simply lack insight. If they confess and claim the item was thrown into the Lime River, whether it can be retrieved is no longer our concern. Of course, it may have been discarded in a place far more elusive. As long as they confess, at least they won't perish here. If they refuse, we can go out and apprehend more." Luke understood that her words were directed at him. They could not find the true thief, so they sought a scapegoat to appease their superiors. Confess? What will be the consequence of confession? Luke heard the man's footsteps approaching, a hand seizing the hood. At that moment, he recalled several key phrases from the recent exchange. Boda Square, statue, bird's nest. Lime River, intelligence bureau. In a single-player open-world game he had played, named Epoch, there existed a square called Botu in the coastal district of the Angertide City, where a bird's nest atop a statue on the eastern side yielded a pouch of gold coins upon inspection. 15 gold coins were a considerable windfall for novice players. The Lime River indeed traversed the entirety of Angertide City. The Intelligence Bureau was a royal intelligence agency directly under the Golden Shield Empire. Their influence was vast, possessing independent investigative, law enforcement, and execution powers, instilling fear throughout the empire. The coastal district of Angertide City housed a branch of the Intelligence Bureau. A joke circulated within the game regarding this branch. One day, a noblewoman lost her pet rabbit and enlisted the help of the Intelligence Bureau in the coastal district of Angertide City. The next day, the Bureau delivered a bear, battered and bruised, lying on the ground and wailing, "I am a rabbit. I am a rabbit. I truly am a rabbit." This exemplified the Bureau's modus operandi in the coastal district. While the joke was indeed humorous, from the bear's perspective, it was far less so. Luke was now acutely aware. Even if he confessed, after signing his statement, he would meet with an abrupt demise. Death without witnesses, a common tactic employed by the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. Now, he had no choice but to gamble. The hood was being pulled upward. Luke exclaimed, "Pisco, remove your oil-scented mechanical hand from my head." The hood, now resting at his chin, halted. The gruff-voiced man asked in astonishment, "How do you know my name?" Indeed, this was the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. "Pisco, not only do I know your name, but I also know you have a pet named Miley, whom you cuddle with every night." Pisco was even more astonished. "How do you know about Miley? I thought I had hidden her well." The woman burst into laughter. "Pisco, you actually have one, and you named her Miley. You have truly given me a new perspective on you." At this moment, Luke spoke. Shelley, born in the Empire's Extraordinary Species Research Institute, a third-generation hybrid of human and Medusa, with a Medusa's eye as a right. At 18, she joined the Royal 469th Infantry Regiment. At 25, she was transferred to the Royal 10th Steam Fortress as the captain of the 398th Rapid Assault Team, participating in the Battle of Fiu Hills. At 36, she was promoted to the 3rd officer of the 10th Steam Fortress, during which she took part in the Barn Battle, personally leading a team to capture 3 enemy steam fortresses. Later, due to severe injuries, the newly appointed first commander of the 10th Steam Fortress was sentenced to 45 years in prison. However, in the second year of her sentence, she assumed the alias Black Mamba and joined the Intelligence Bureau, continuing to serve in the Coastal District's branch to this day. Once Luke finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. Silence. This indicated that his words had made an impact. Now he would wait. To test patience. After a while, Pisco suddenly remarked, "Boss, you're 46 now. How is it you still appear to be in your 20s? Shut up." The woman's demeanor shifted to one of irritation as she turned to Luke, demanding, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about me?" Luke asserted, "Shelley, remove my hood. I do not trust Pisco's mechanical hands. If I lose even a single hair, your sentence will not merely be 45 years. After another pause, the hood enveloping Luke's head was lifted. In the dimly lit room, a glaring incandescent light hung above, the intensity of which took Luke a moment to adjust to before he could discern his surroundings. An enclosed interrogation room. 7 individuals were bound to chairs, 6 of whom lay lifeless. All had suffered gunshot wounds to the head, blood and brain matter pooled around them. Beside him stood a burly, elderly Caucasian man, his bare torso covered in bulging muscles reminiscent of tires, yet his arms were entirely mechanical. Before him, a striking young red-haired woman approached, pulling up a chair to sit down. Her right eye was concealed by a black eye patch, and she twirled a revolver in her hand. The barrel was elongated, adorned with intricate golden engravings, while a green glow emanated from the grip center. With a snap, she rested her right foot atop Luke's chair, positioning it between his legs. A blade sprang forth from the heel of her shoe. "Gentlemen in peculiar attire, shall we discuss your true identity?" Luke still wore the garments from before his time travel, and the world of Epoch was one where steam, magic, machinery, alchemy, and extraordinary powers coexisted, with fashion reminiscent of a modern European, anime-style game. The woman before him was Shelley, codenamed Black Mamba, renowned for her 100% case resolution rate in the coastal district of Angertide City, highly esteemed among players. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the coastal district had become the most chaotic area of Angertide City, not only due to its status as a haven for the city's lower-class residents, but also owing to Shelley's distinctive investigative techniques. Shelley's attire bore a striking resemblance to that in the game. A black crop top, paired with a brown leather jacket that failed to button due to certain ample proportions. Form-fitting leather shorts, her left leg adorned with a black leg band, which secured a holster at its side. Looking down, the blade connected to her boot glimmered menacingly, reflecting light and piercing Luke's gaze. Luke inquired of Shelley, "What is today's date?" "April 24th, 2647, in the era calendar." The very day the Epic game commenced, it seemed certain strategies might be applicable. "I am your newly appointed detective from the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. Are you mocking me?" Shelley extended her leg slightly forward. "Boy, even lies must possess a semblance of truth. What you claim is something even Pisco would not believe." Yet to Luke's surprise, Pisco interjected, "Boss, our detective was killed in the line of duty last month. The headquarters said they would assign us another. He knows so much about you and me, he might truly be our detective." "Silence, Pisco." Shelley reprimanded her inept teammate. "I am aware that the headquarters would send us a new detective, but it certainly would not be a weakling like you. I wager he wouldn't survive 3 days in the coastal district." Shelley then turned to Luke, asking, "This is your final chance. Speak. Who are you truly?" "I am indeed your new detective." Shelley's expression darkened, the blade of her shoe pressing ever closer. "My patience is rather limited, and there is simply no letter of appointment regarding you." Luke fixed his gaze on Shelley and asserted, "I certainly possess a letter of appointment. It is merely that you do not know how to interpret it. Release me." Luke's retort instilled a sense of uncertainty in Shelley. "Where is the letter of appointment? I shall retrieve it. First, will you not release me? Surely you do not fear that such a frail man as I would attempt to escape from here?" After contemplating for a moment, Shelley withdrew her leg and gestured to Pisco. Pisco immediately untied the ropes and handcuffs binding Luke. Luke flexed his wrists and stated, "Hand over my belongings." Upon receiving a nod from Shelley, Pisco exited the room to return with an evidence bag, which he presented to Luke. Luke opened the evidence bag. Inside were keys, a mobile phone, and several cards. He extracted the phone. Shelley inquired warily, "What is this?" "It appears to be some sort of magical artifact. I attempted to unlock it, but it requires a specific password. This is an experimental alchemical device recently developed by the Imperial Research Alchemy Bureau. No one but myself can unlock it, and you would not comprehend it even if I explained." Luke unlocked the phone using his fingerprint and began searching through the video collection. "Here, take a look for yourself." Shelley and Pisco leaned in to observe the phone screen. Upon seeing a woman appear on the display, Shelley sprang up from her seat in surprise, standing at attention in perfect military posture. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Grand Princess." The Grand Princess Agatha of the Golden Shield Empire is a legendary figure, embodying beauty, valor, and wisdom. She is known for her ruthless decisiveness, strong will, and regal demeanor. Her exceptional abilities have granted Grand Princess Agatha multiple roles, one of which is overseeing the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, making her the direct superior of Shelley. Thus, upon the Grand Princess' appearance on the screen, Shelley dared not exhibit any negligence. She stood respectfully, awaiting the Grand Princess' address. Though Pisco had never encountered the Grand Princess, witnessing Shelley's reaction compelled him to stand at attention as well. "Greetings, Your Highness, the Grand Princess." However, what astonished both Shelley and Pisco was the Grand Princess Agatha's tender gaze as she spoke. "Are you departing tomorrow? That place must be exceedingly perilous. Though I worry for you, I have faith in your abilities. There is nothing in this world that you cannot accomplish. I shall miss you. I will think of you every day. Tonight, might you reconsider your departure? I wish to gaze upon you, for I know not when we shall meet again." Luke retrieved the phone from their view and remarked to the two stunned individuals, "What transpires next is beyond your comprehension." The game Epoch masterfully captures the interests of the XP faction, embedding lavishly produced interactive CG animations within its narrative, enticing players to delve deeper into the storyline. Moreover, as affection levels rise, boundaries are continuously pushed to the edge. As a content creator for Epoch, Luke's phone is filled with a vast array of CG and strategies for video production. Not only do I possess CG depicting evenings spent with your Grand Princess, but I also have those featuring your queen. Observing the expressions on Shelley and Pisco's faces, Luke realized he had effectively dazzled these two prodigies from the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. Their mouths agape, they seemed momentarily speechless, their minds undoubtedly buzzing with disbelief. At that moment, a prompt emerged in Luke's consciousness. "Would you like to charge the phone?" Luke glanced at the phone, which displayed a battery level of 57. It was indeed time to charge it. But how should he proceed? Luke could only attempt to respond within his consciousness. Charge. Instantaneously, the phone vanished from Luke's grasp, and its operating interface materialized in his mind. The icon indicated that it was charging. The phone's disappearance finally roused Shelley from her dazed state. That was truly the Grand Princess. Luke reclined with his legs crossed. "Shelley, you have met the Grand Princess before. You should know the truth well enough." Shelley was indeed aware. What she had just witnessed was undeniably Grand Princess Agatha, and the setting was within her very chambers. Yet, how could the typically austere and disciplined Grand Princess utter such words and display such emotions? Her image was shattered. What was more significant was to whom the Grand Princess' affections were directed. Shelley couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. He had slept with the Grand Princess. "Why, Your Excellency," Shelley stammered, not daring to sit. Addressing Luke with utmost respect, "What is your relationship with the Grand Princess?" Luke replied with a straight face, "Indeed, it is as you imagine. However, my connection with Agatha is quite private, and I had not intended for you to be aware. Yet it appears that if I do not divulge it, you might resort to violence. I have long heard of the Coastal District Bureau's unique methods, and today I have truly witnessed that a tale told is worth less than one experienced." Shelley hastily instructed Pisco to remove the corpses. Then, with utmost respect, she inquired, "I beg your pardon, my lord, that I sincerely apologize for our offense towards you. That I, in truth, you merely need to present your appointment letter, and we shall recognize you as our inspector, without the necessity of revealing such private magical images." Luke understood that Shelley still wished to see the appointment letter, which he could not produce. As he rummaged through his memories, he recalled a segment of the Epoch task protocol. Tomorrow, the official inspector from the Cape District's Secret Affairs Bureau would arrive. Since you are aware of my connection with the princess, you should know that my presence here carries a secret mission on behalf of Her Highness. For security reasons, my appointment letter and I shall arrive separately. Furthermore, the individual bearing the appointment letter is unaware of my existence. He has been informed that he has been appointed as the inspector of the Cape District Secret Affairs Bureau. Why? Shelley seemed somewhat bewildered. Luke located a photograph of the appointment letter on his phone and, in an authoritative tone, addressed Shelley. This arrangement has been specifically devised by the princess for my safety. Additionally, it conveniently removes a person of somewhat sensitive identity from the equation. The details of this matter are beyond your clearance to inquire about. The appointment letter's number is OUFT 3694457. The cipher information includes fox, turtle, pinefish, yellow flag, foil stone, square table. My codename is Meteor. Once the information is confirmed, eliminate the incoming individual and retrieve all that he carries. Do you comprehend? Kill? Luke observed the look of concern on Shelley's face and remarked, Do you have doubts? Are you questioning me or Her Highness? I would never dare to question my lord at this point. Shelley had largely come to accept Luke's identity. After all, anyone capable of capturing such magical imagery must have a profoundly intimate relationship with the princess. The deployment of such a close individual to the Cape District undoubtedly signified a mission of utmost importance. The separation of the person and the appointment letter was indeed a wise security measure, especially as the royal conflicts had escalated to a fever pitch. In any case, once the inspector arrives, a simple comparison of the information in the appointment letter will unveil the truth. Luke stood up, stretching his somewhat numb limbs. I am fatigued. Please arrange for me a place to rest. Shelley responded. Inspector, it is already late at night outside, and the Cape District is quite unsafe after dark. If you do not mind, you may stay at my home for the night. We can go to the bureau together tomorrow. Your subordinates are eagerly anticipating your arrival. Luke contemplated this. Being utterly defenseless and staying alone in a hotel within the Cape District posed an uncertain fate for seeing the dawn. Staying at Shelley's home would provide free protection and a sound night's sleep. He could also take the opportunity to examine the changes in the phone that was charging in his consciousness, for whether Shelley's invitation stemmed from genuine concern for his safety or other motives. He deemed it unnecessary to ponder. After all, Princess Agatha now served as his talisman. Shelley could hardly venture to the imperial capital to confirm with Agatha. Could a mere criminal still under sentence presume to inquire about royal matters? As for potential exposure, Princess Agatha maintained a tight grip over the Secret Affairs Bureau. To prevent any interference, she personally selected and appointed all officials above the bureau level. Moreover, they operated under code names rather than real names. Thus, as long as he did not confront Agatha directly, no one could produce evidence to label him a counterfeit inspector. In summary, preserving his life was paramount, and he would act according to the circumstances thereafter. Luke replied, I shall stay at your home. Shelley instructed Pisco to continue managing the corpses and blood in the interrogation room, then led Luke outside. It was already late at night. The smooth cobblestone road reflected the dim light of the street lamps. Flanked by quaint buildings with sharply peaked roofs, exuding a European charm, the walls, unmaintained, were overgrown with moss, and in some areas, mushrooms sprouted. The air was thick with the stench of the sewers, mingling with the briny scent carried by the sea breeze. Nearby, a few startled crows took flight from a telephone pole, cawing in alarm. In the distance, the sound of a scream echoed at the other end of the street. A drunken man staggered, clutching a bottle. Shelley rolled out a steam-powered motorcycle. She mounted it and addressed Luke. Inspector, since there are no vehicles available at this hour, why not ride with me? Upon seeing the steam motorcycle, Luke's eyes lit up instantly. He circled the rugged machine, exclaiming, Thunder BU 953. Produced by the Empire's Global Steam Heavy Industries, has won 15 Steam Engineering Design Awards. Alas, after the Thunder BU 953, Global Steam Heavy Industries shifted its focus to military machinery. The Thunder BU 953 became a swan song, and due to the scarcity of maintenance parts, it is increasingly rare. Your vehicle is exceptionally well maintained. Such rarity is truly commendable. Luke expressed heartfelt admiration for the motorcycle before him. In the game Epoch, the steam alchemical machinery had birthed countless masterpieces that left players in awe. The Thunder BU 953 was one such creation. Its uniqueness had attracted players willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. but Shelley had consistently declined. Even maxing out her favorability could not persuade her to part with this prized possession, underscoring her deep affection for the Thunder BU-953 AT that moment, as Shelley rode the motorcycle. Its large frame forced her upper body to lean forward significantly, arms grasping the handlebars. This posture accentuated a graceful curve along her back, her hips rounded and elevated, with such a figure and complexion. It was hard to believe she was a woman in her 40s. However, as a human of extraordinary Medusa lineage, one could argue that this was the prime of her life, delighted by the compliment regarding her vehicle. Shelley smiled at Luke, saying, "Inspector, you truly have an eye for quality. Hurry and get on. We should return home and rest early." "All right." Luke climbed onto the seat behind Shelley. She started the steam engine, and the powerful thrust propelled the motorcycle forward in an instant. Luke, caught off guard by the speed, instinctively wrapped his arms around Shelley's waist. Truly, the Thunder BU-953 was exhilaratingly fast. Shelley's residence was a two-story standalone building. The first floor comprised a modest living room, a kitchen, and a utility room. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms. Being single, Shelley had 2 of them unoccupied. The rooms were quite disheveled, indicative of a woman who did not prioritize tidiness. Indeed, her investigative work relied on firing rather than expecting her to maintain a pristine home. Soon, Luke lay on the bed in his room, exhaling deeply. Reflecting on the events of the day, he could only think, what a damn mess. The sound of water running in the adjacent bathroom interrupted his thoughts. But Luke did not let his mind wander. Instead, he focused on the phone in his consciousness, examining it. Battery level 61. All the app icons were gray except for the Epoch client, which was vibrant and highlighted, seemingly beckoning him to click. "Can I still play this game in this world?" Luke pondered, tapping the Epoch icon that he truly entered. The game interface opened swiftly, revealing the character he had created standing on the login screen. A female elf, Sunny Sky, level 120, max level, race, elf bloodline, fierce war song, a branch of prairie elves that became warlike due to cohabitation with orcs. Combat willpower increased by 10%. Can remain alert in a frenzied state. Enhanced bloodline, wings of time and space, a gift from the elf supreme god, obtained at level 80 through a strengthening bloodline task, allows for limited alteration and interference with time and space. Alchemical modification, elemental fusion reactor, heart, efficiently acquires and releases energy. Extraordinary implant, angel's right arm, light elementalized. The right arm can unleash divine combat techniques. The damage inflicted upon non-light elements is increased by 15%, while damage to evil beings is enhanced by 50%. Zodiac sign, Aquarius, one of the 12 golden zodiac signs. Significantly amplifying restorative capabilities, increasing the efficacy of water and ice-based combat skills and spells by 15%. That it raises humidity within a certain radius, potentially resulting in localized rainfall. Affinity element, ice, exclusive combat skill, Ice Dance Garden, a wide-ranging ice attribute attack. With a 50% increase in movement speed on ice. This is Luke's account in Epoch, which he has devoted nearly a decade to leveling. Although it may not rank among the absolute best within the player community, it is certainly of a high caliber. Particularly in the past 3 years, he has invested considerable resources into the account for video content creation, meticulously refining the character's attributes and skill set. In this moment, gazing upon the character he has painstakingly cultivated, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. Given his current leisure, it seems plausible to engage in gaming through his mobile device, so he decides to complete daily tasks and tackle dungeons before bedtime. Luke opts to enter Epoch. A prompt appears. Warning: logging in with this character will consume a significant amount of battery power. According to a reference of 100 battery units, a level 120 character can exist for 10 seconds. A level 100 character for 10 minutes, a level 80 character for 100 minutes, and characters below level 60 for 1000 minutes. Charging the phone is impossible during the character's login period. The duration of character login is contingent upon the actual battery level. When the battery reaches 0, the character will be forcibly logged out. Replenishing battery from 0 to 100 takes 24 hours. What does this mean? A max level character consumes so much power. A level 100 character can only play for 10 minutes. Hardly enough for a dungeon run. A level 80 character lasts a mere 100 minutes, not even 2 hours. While the time for a level 60 character is ample, what would one do in there? Seek suffering. After pondering for a moment, Luke decides to downgrade his character to level 60 that he wishes to see what the situation is like inside without a network connection. Should he encounter an insurmountable event, he can always adjust the level again. The character's level has been successfully adjusted that a level 60 character lacks the imposing aura of a level 120 character. Appearing rather unremarkable, the character gradually fades into a translucent state, and a map materializes. Due to your actual location being in the Cape area of the Gene Shield Empire's Rage-Tide City, the map for that region is illuminated for you, allowing your created character to utilize the 36 virtual teleportation anchor points in the Cape area. Note: virtual teleportation anchor points can only be seen and used by your created character. Note: if your created character dies, it will require 100 battery units to revive. Note: while controlling your character, you may adjust the character's level as needed. Battery consumption will vary based on the actual character level. Note: please ensure you are in a safe location or possess the ability to ensure your safety while controlling your character. Using the map, Luke locates his position and selects a nearby virtual teleportation anchor point. What will happen next? He chooses to enter. The character logs in. Luke feels his consciousness suddenly enveloped by darkness. And then his perspective shifts to a clock tower. How did I end up here? Wait, I haven't left. I possess two perspectives. Luke is certain he is lying in Shelley's bedroom, with the sound of water still running from the adjacent bathroom. Meanwhile, his consciousness is connected to another perspective. Through that viewpoint, he can see. Luke realizes he can control this additional perspective as if it were his own body, and he gazes upon Shelley's home. He quickly shifts his consciousness and swiftly pulls back the curtains, spotting a figure standing atop a clock tower less than 200 meters away. A slender woman is there. She is clad in the outfit he purchased for $648. Her right arm adorned with a black lace long-sleeve glove to conceal her angelic limb. Two curved daggers symmetrically thrust into her lower back. Under the moonlight, he notices her emerald green bobbed hair and the distinctive pointed contours of her elven ears. She is none other than the character Qingtian, whom he has nurtured in Epoch for a decade. But how did Qingtian come to be here? Moreover, Luke returns to his consciousness perspective through Qingtian's eyes. He sees himself leaning out the window, gazing in this direction, his eyes wide and unflattering. At this moment, Luke finds himself face-to-face with himself through two perspectives. The sensation is both peculiar and sends shivers down his spine. Next door, Shelley seems to have heard something and inquires, "Detective, is there something amiss?" "Nothing at all," Luke replies, closing the curtains. "That I was just reminded of Her Highness the Long Princess and found it hard to sleep." "Detective, you truly are a devoted man." "Of course, I must be. Good night." "Good night, sir." Hearing the silence from next door, Luke closes his eyes to sleep, and his consciousness returns to Qingtian. Taking deep breaths, Luke reflects on his current predicament. Not only has he traversed into the game Epoch, but his game character can also enter the real world. However, it is normal for game characters to cross over. Never mind, he thinks. Qingtian is a level 120 powerhouse. With such a high-level ally, his own level will undoubtedly soar. Moreover, if anyone displeases him, he can simply summon his high-level character to teach them a lesson. In this world, few can match Qingtian's prowess. Chuckling, Luke stands atop the clock tower, eager to laugh triumphantly and deride the city below. Yet, a thought halts his laughter. Qingtian's existence is time-limited. At level 120, she can only remain for 10 seconds, and at level 100, merely 10 minutes. Then, it's back to charging for a day. Best to keep a low profile, he resolves to as he stands in Qingtian's body within the clock tower. He contemplates how to enhance his own capabilities. To survive in this world, one must continuously grow stronger. After searching for quite some time, without finding any instructions or prompts for upgrading his own character, he decides to explore the power system inherent to Epoch. The power system in Epoch is vast and exceedingly intricate. It can be broadly categorized into 5 major types: magic, body augmentation, extraordinary cultivation, mechanics, and secret arts. Each of these 5 categories is further divided into several subcategories. Furthermore, there are no clear barriers between the various power systems. They can intermingle, producing an innumerable array of power combinations. Shelley belongs to extraordinary cultivation, a product of hybrid experimentation between humans and the extraordinary creature Medusa. Pisco is associated with body augmentation, with his mechanical arms belonging to the mechanics category at AS. For Luke's game character Qingtian, she encompasses all 5 major categories within her skill set. But from which power system should he commence his own enhancement? In truth, Luke's options are limited. Magic users need to begin cultivating magical power from a young age. Given Luke's current age, it is somewhat late for him to pursue magic. Body augmentation offers immediate results in terms of power enhancement. Whatever aspect he wishes to strengthen, he can simply modify it. Luke once equipped Qingtian with an elemental fusion reactor as her heart. However, in-game, such alterations are trivial. If failed, one merely respawns and loses a batch of materials at most. Now, Luke cannot afford to jest with his own body, so he will temporarily set that aside. Extraordinary cultivation carries a significant risk of rejection. The danger surpasses that of body augmentation. Countless infants have perished in the attempt to cultivate a single Shelley. And she is but a flawed product that AS for mechanics. Whether it be steam technology or alchemical arts, Luke possesses no knowledge in either realm, and thus must temporarily set them aside. Ultimately, what remains before Luke is the arcane arts. The arcane arts represent a means of acquiring power through specific rituals and offerings. Low-level arcana can yield techniques, while high-level arcana can grant access to ancient bloodlines. The enhanced bloodline of Qingkong, known as the Wings of Time and Space, was obtained through a ritual and offerings made to the elven deity, resulting in a superlative bloodline. Luke harbors a profound interest in this method of effortlessly acquiring power. Conveniently, within the strategies preserved in his Epoch guide, there exists a wealth of arcane language. Among these are strategies for obtaining top-tier bloodlines. However, the offerings required for such supreme bloodlines are themselves of the highest caliber. Luke opens Qingkong's portable backpack, filled with various potions, red vials, blue vials, dozens of different status-altering elixirs, as well as commonly used items and weapons. Yet, he discovers a lack of materials suitable for arcane rituals. All of her materials, equipment, and potions are stored away in a warehouse. The location of the warehouse in the Cape District is noted. Luke consults the map of the Cape District and identifies the warehouse's location. Number 35 Windshield Alley is a harbor warehouse area. Upon entering, he can find the warehouse manager, Ron. Engaging in dialogue with Ron will facilitate the storage and retrieval of game items. Thus, he resolves to seek out Ron at the Windshield Alley warehouse. If he can locate the items he stored in the game, it would undoubtedly propel his true self to new heights. Luke teleports to the nearest virtual teleportation anchor point adjacent to Windshield Alley. He materializes atop a building. The convenience of the virtual teleportation anchor saves him considerable time traversing the map. That IT is unfortunate, however, that the virtual teleportation anchor is exclusively for Qingkong's use. His true self cannot even catch a glimpse of it. Standing atop the building, he assesses the direction and sets out to find Windshield Alley. Suddenly, Luke stumbles and falls face first to the ground. Alas, the difference in height between his true self and Qingkong, combined with the disparity in stride and landing, proves challenging. That it is no wonder he would fall when attempting to walk in Qingkong's manner. Sigh. Players create game characters for various reasons. Some nurture their avatars for a sense of immersion, while others cultivate them for personal gratification. Luke falls into the latter category. He never anticipated that his beautiful avatar would one day become a mere extension of himself, with their physical structures now differing significantly. He must adapt accordingly. Rising from the ground, Luke performs a series of calisthenics, followed by some light jogging and jumping, gradually acclimating to his new physique and the latent power within it that he has never truly experienced. He senses within Qingkong's body an energy akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Once fully unleashed, it promises cataclysmic potency. Additionally, there is an overwhelming thirst for battle, a consequence of the fierce battle hymn coursing through his bloodline. He exhales slowly, having completed his warm-up, and stands at the edge of the rooftop. With a light leap forward, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, darting away. Windshield Alley is near the Cape Harbor docks, providing access to the harbor's storage area. The night has deepened, and the storage area is closed. Security personnel are stationed at the main gate, while guards patrol the storage area at regular intervals. As Luke approaches the entrance to the storage area, he notices a security guard standing outside a kiosk, smoking a cigarette. "Excuse me, where can I find Ron?" Startled, the smoking guard jumps, having not noticed someone approaching from behind. Had this been a killer, his head might have already been severed. The guard recalls a colleague who was assassinated days prior and promptly draws a knife from his waist. Turning around, he finds himself face to face with an exceptionally beautiful elf. The guard raises his knife defensively and questions, "Who are you?" Seeing the guard's unease, Luke raises his hands in a gesture of peace and offers a friendly smile. "That my name is Qingkong. that I'm here to retrieve the items I stored with Ron. Luke endeavors to project an aura of harmlessness, but the guard remains on high alert that a lone elf appearing in the storage area at this hour seems highly suspicious. After all, this is the Cape District, where beautiful female elves are in high demand. Captain Ron has already retired for the night. If you wish to see him, please return during the day. Luke recognizes that arriving at such a late hour to see Ron is somewhat inappropriate. However, he has an appointment tomorrow to meet with the director of the Cape District's Secretive Bureau and subsequently greet his future subordinates. He likely won't have the time to return. Good sir, I have something exceedingly important stored with Ron that I must retrieve tonight. Please take me to see him. The guard is uncertain how to proceed. After all, those who make a living in the harbor often have ties to smuggling operations. At this moment, Ron is not asleep. He is inside the warehouse completing a delivery to a client. I asked this elf here to collect something, but why didn't Captain Ron mention it? Unable to ascertain the situation, he decides to consult Ron for guidance on whether to meet the elf. Wait here, I will ask Captain Ron. The guard retreats into the kiosk, rousing his fellow officer from slumber, before swiftly heading deeper into the warehouse. Luke waits patiently outside the warehouse entrance. Now at level 60, he has time to spare. After approximately 15 minutes, Ron emerges with over 10 warehouse guards in tow. Ron is a rotund figure, his large belly and short legs giving him the appearance of a swaying mountain of flesh as he walks. His right eye, augmented, features a telescopic lens that adjusts focus, while a boomerang is sheathed at his waist. His left hand appears exaggeratedly large, likely indicating some sort of extraordinary capability. Among the guards, only 3 appear to be normal humans. The rest exhibit various physical alterations. Ron waddles closer to Luke, his right eye's lens rotating and adjusting as he scrutinizes the exquisite elf before him. The guards encircle Luke, and Ron gazes at her with unabashed lust. Little elf, I hear you're looking for me. You say you have something stored with me? Ron steps closer to Luke, his corpulent belly looming like a wall. Realizing Ron's malicious intent, Luke discreetly activates a skill. A cool breeze begins to stir, and under the influence of the star's seat, the surrounding humidity steadily intensifies. As Ron advances, Luke retreats, yet still maintains a glimmer of hope as he states, "Open my storage box." No response. Ron continues his advance, reveling in Luke's apparent helplessness. What was that? Little elf, do you not remember what you left with me? Rain begins to fall softly from the sky. Being coastal, nighttime rain is not uncommon, and thus no one notices the peculiarity of this downpour. All attention is focused on the elf. She is breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were not meant to belong to this world. In the face of Ron's encroachment, Luke continues to hold his ground, saying, I seek the dragon's spine, mistflower crystal, navelin tear, otherworldly wood, and moonflower nectar. Ron chuckles mockingly. Oh, I have those, they're all in my room. Come with me, and I'll fetch them for you. Just then, a figure deftly jumps down from above and addresses Ron. Captain, there's no one else around. It's just her. Ron's smile widens further at this moment. Luke is certain that the warehouse's functionalities have indeed been compromised. Captain Ron, it seems I have misjudged the situation. You may return to your rest. I apologize for the interruption. Since his subordinate reports that there are no ambushes nearby, Ron decides to drop the facade. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Little elf, you've truly lost your way, and perhaps your mind as well. You truly believe I would have what you seek? If I possessed such items, would I still be here guarding the warehouse? Behave yourself and come with me. I'll find you a wealthy noble to serve. Ron halts his advance as he notices Luke drawing 2 curved blades from behind her waist. Adopting a stance of imminent attack, brandishing her weapons, Luke, towering over Ron, declares, Ron, this is a misunderstanding. I believe you wouldn't wish to see bloodshed on this evening. Ron came to the realization that the elf before him might not be as simple as he had initially imagined. Yet, he was reluctant to let her go. Such an exquisite elf would undoubtedly attract the attention of noble lords and could fetch an exorbitant price. This was indeed a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting with you. Slowly, Ron began to retreat, discreetly signaling to his subordinates with his massive left hand concealed behind his back, while reassuring the elf before him, I am also concerned for your safety. After all, the Cape District is quite perilous at night. I sincerely invite you to rest in our warehouse until dawn breaks. No need. Luke's words had not yet fully escaped his lips when Ron unleashed his massive fist from behind him. The punch, imbued with fierce momentum, scattered the raindrops as it hurtled towards Luke. Simultaneously, his other hand drew forth a boomerang from its leather sheath and hurled it, the weapon tracing a graceful arc through the air toward Luke. Upon receiving the signal, the other warehouse guards rushed forward, intent on seizing this rare elf in one fell swoop. However, at that moment, countless frost flowers composed of mist materialized out of thin air and bloomed one by one. The temperature plummeted with the emergence of the frost flowers, transforming the descending raindrops into icy crystals, and the rain-soaked ground instantaneously froze. The guards' clothing became stiff with frost, their footwear adhered tightly to the icy surface. Their movements grew rigid from the pervasive chill, and their exhaled breaths coalesced into clouds of white mist. Having witnessed Ron's ghastly expression moments ago, Luke understood that a confrontation was inevitable. She promptly unleashed her ice dance garden. With the dampness and rain of the water bottle constellation, the ice dance garden produced an overwhelmingly potent freezing effect. Luke deftly sidestepped the fierce wind generated by Ron's punch, severing the approaching boomerang with a swift stroke of her blade. She then glided swiftly to the side of one guard, delivering a lethal cut to his throat. Warm blood sprayed forth, but in the air, it was transformed into crimson icicles. The wound quickly froze over, leaving the guard in a frozen tableau, awaiting the end of his life. The temperature continued to drop, and the guards of lesser strength, drenched to the skin, could hardly withstand the frigid onslaught. Even those with slightly greater resilience found their movements sluggish and labored. The passive effect of the ice dance garden allowed Luke to enhance her speed on the ice by 50%. The combination of rain and frost created an optimal battleground for her. She glided across the ice as if she were skating on blades. However, with her level at 60, she could not fully unleash the potential of the ice dance garden. Otherwise, she would have been able to freeze them solid into ice sculptures. Luke's figure darted across the icy surface with astonishing swiftness, while the warehouse guards were perpetually hindered by the freezing conditions, unable to mount any offensive or defensive maneuvers. They could only watch helplessly as the elf elegantly danced past them. Akin to a ballerina on ice, each gleam of her curved blade unleashed a wave of crimson mist, solidifying into blood-colored ice crystals, reminiscent of blooming red petals. The rain continued to fall, and the frost flowers blossomed relentlessly. The freezing rendered the guards oblivious to their injuries. They struggled to move, yet could not break free from the icy grip. The frost seeped into their wounds, freezing their blood as it infiltrated their bodies. Their limbs, devoid of sensation, became paralyzed, and the frozen blood coursed through their veins until it reached their hearts. Ron, compelled to follow Luke's movements, turned slowly. Each step he took required immense effort to extricate his legs from the ice. As he turned, he bore witness to the demise of his subordinates, watching as they were encased in ice, transformed into sculptures, their blood frozen in a state of perpetual spillage. White, red, and the still blooming frost flowers surrounded him. As Ron turned around, the elf halted in her tracks. She stood there as ice crystals continued to cascade from the sky. Amidst the mist flowers and ice sculptures, she faced away from him, sheathing her dual blades at her waist, her beauty striking as if something were piercing her heart. The elf's voice resonated. "I had no intention of killing you, but I could not hold back. My apologies. Farewell. You possess nothing I desire." Ron gazed at the elf's silhouette gradually fading into darkness, opening his mouth to call out, yet finding himself incapable of producing any sound. His limbs had lost all sensation. Lowering his gaze, he saw multiple shards of blood-colored ice blossoming outward from his body, resembling vivid crimson petals. Soon after, darkness enveloped his vision. The thickening layer of ice encased his corpse, standing alongside the other frozen figures at the warehouse entrance. Yet, 30 meters away, there was no ice or water to be found. An alarm blared within the warehouse that a throng of guards emerged, weapons in hand, only to be rendered speechless by the gruesome, yet astonishingly beautiful scene before them. Luke exited the windshield alley, traversing a course of parkour through the rooftops, returning to the virtual anchor point from which she had set out. Perched on the ledge, she gazed at the slumbering city. What should she do next? The items within the warehouse were surely lost, or perhaps they had not accompanied her character to this realm. Consequently, there was no need to search for the money in the bank. Now, aside from the clothes on her back, the accessories she wore, and the contents of her backpack, she possessed nothing. How was she to procure the ritual items and sacrifices needed for the secret arts? Luke rummaged through her mental notes on her phone, seeking suitable treasures within the Cape District at the dawn of the Epoch. What is this? the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Although named the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong, it is not truly a dragon's heart. It is a summoning artifact crafted by the Alchemist Association of the City of Raging Waves. It can summon the red dragon Nirkalong of the Dragon Kingdom to fight for her for 10 minutes. In the Epoch, NPCs endowed with extraordinary power are referred to as heroes. The evaluation of a hero's strength differs from that of players. Players are judged by level, while heroes are assessed by stars. From 1 star to 6 stars, they represent 6 levels of heroic power, with each star corresponding to a player's level 20. For instance, Ron and his subordinates in the Windshield Alley warehouse possess a maximum strength of 3 stars, with some possibly falling below even 1 star. Level 60 Sunny Sky equates to a 3-star hero, coupled with her bloodline, modifications, zodiac, unique skills, and various buffs. Facing Ron and his crew was akin to a slaughter. The red dragon Nirkalong is classified as a 5-star supermodel hero, colloquially known as a 5.5-star. Even a 5.5-star hero unleashed, even for just 10 minutes, could wreak considerable havoc. However, the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong was stolen from the Alchemist Association of the City of Raging Waves just yesterday. Now, it resided within the Cape District. The guide detailed the acquisition process for the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Should a player choose to forego the heart and follow the storyline, they could trigger the Clover-armed airship heist. Subsequently, based on the player's choices, the plot could diverge into over 10 different outcomes. Of course, following the storyline was not Luke's intention. She sought only the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. By summoning the red dragon Nirkalong and defeating it, she could obtain the true heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Not only would she acquire the heart, but the entirety of a dragon. A top-tier extraordinary being is a treasure trove. Many of the materials required for the top-tier secret arts are related to dragons. Thus, her next target, the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Luke, guided by the information, pinpointed the current location of the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. It was in the possession of the formidable boss of the Mad Axe gang, the Horned Demon Giant. In 2 days, this heart shall be sold to pirates. The strategy guide presents several methods to acquire the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. Point 1 may resort to theft, deception, or outright robbery as long as one possesses sufficient strength. They may directly storm the headquarters of the Mad Axe gang. Furthermore, the guide suggests that players may visit the Assassin's Tavern in Cape City to accept the bounty on the giant tree. A feast for the senses. 5,000 gold vouchers would undoubtedly constitute a substantial fortune. However, the Mad Axe gang is a formidable faction within the Cape region, and their headquarters is likely teeming with powerful heroes. Moreover, the giant tree is a horned demon, boasting a strength level of 4 stars. He hides within the Mad Axe gang's stronghold, fiercely protected by the gang's members. To kill him outright is no trivial matter. Yet for Ching Kong, it is worth a try. A lone 5.5-star red dragon presents an irresistible temptation for Luke. The decision is made. First, he will head to the Assassin's Tavern to accept the mission. 5,000 gold vouchers could purchase a wealth of essential materials for arcane rituals. Approaching the nearby virtual teleportation anchor point, all teleportation anchors within the Cape region come into a usable state. He seeks out the teleportation anchor closest to the Assassin's Tavern. Boda Square. The unfortunate thief, eliminated by Shelley, stashed 15 gold coins in a bird's nest atop a statue to the east of the square. Those 15 gold coins could be exchanged at the Imperial Bank for 3 gold vouchers. Even the tiniest morsel is still meat, and this is no mere morsel. 1 gold coin can be traded for 10 silver vouchers. 1 silver voucher can be exchanged for 100 Imperial marks. Upon reaching Boda Square, Luke effortlessly retrieves the 15 gold coins hidden by the thief. After his departure, Pisco, who had just dealt with the corpses in the interrogation room, staggered into Boda Square. He located the statue on the east side of the square and climbed up, discovering the bird's nest. Yet after rummaging through it for ages, he found nothing but a handful of bird droppings. Damn that thief for deceiving me. It serves you right to have been slain by the elder sister. Gold vouchers and silver vouchers are the circulating currency of the world. Imperial marks are the currency of the Golden Shield Empire. During the paper currency reform of the Golden Shield Empire, metal currency remains domestic currency, but is prohibited from being exported. The Assassin's Tavern in the Cape area of Angry Tide City is situated on Lighthouse Street. To the south of Boda Square, Lighthouse Street is renowned for being an all-night street in Angry Tide City, frequented by sailors who come ashore to rest. These sailors, having drifted at sea for months, indulged themselves upon landing, squandering their last imperial mark at gambling tables, with women, and on liquor, before returning to their ship to await the next voyage, to avoid attracting trouble due to Chinkong's appearance. Luke steers clear of crowded areas, opting instead to traverse the rooftops swiftly. After some time and effort, he finally locates this exceedingly discreet tavern. The establishment bears no signs, only a closed door concealed within a thicket of bushes. Luke knocks on the door. A small window on the door opens, revealing a large yellow eye in the darkness. "Stranger elf, this is not a place for you," comes the voice. Luke recites the secret phrase, "I have heard the call from the shadows." It reveals that the color of blood can only be seen with closed eyes, and the dagger, rinsed by wine, shall emit the wails of death. The voice within responds, "I know not where you acquired this phrase, but indeed, this is not a place for you. Return, lest the darkness swallow you. Hold, I have spoken the secret phrase. According to the rules, you must open the door and allow me entry." The being known as Evil Eye Thess, called by name, opens the tavern door. Evil Eye is an underground creature resembling an octopus, with a bulbous head and a single yellow eye that occupies half its face. "That I have meddled too much. Enter, elf, and may you emerge alive. That I can see that your worth surpasses that of most on the bounty list." Luke passes by Thess. "Thess, you remain as verbose as ever." Behind the door, a dim light illuminates a staircase leading downward. At the bottom of the stairs, around the corner, two men are engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, they both glance up, spotting the elf descending the stairs. Luke approaches. One of the men blocks her path. "Stranger elf, are you here to issue a bounty? Your task can be directly entrusted to us, without the need for extra commissions or deposits at this moment." Thess calls out from above, "Hey, do not disrupt the rules here. If you wish to do anything with the elf, wait until she leaves." The man reluctantly steps aside, allowing Luke to pass. Beyond the corner lies an underground tavern. Given the tavern's peculiar nature, all patrons quietly consume their drinks and meals. Even discussions are conducted in hushed tones, employing various coded phrases. The arrival of a stunningly beautiful elf naturally captures the attention of everyone in the tavern, each calculating the potential price she might fetch. Luke surveys the patrons, contrasting them with the descriptions in the guide regarding the Assassin's Tavern in the Cape area. Several individuals resemble the common heroes found within the tavern, each a 3-star hero. Luke approaches the bar. The bartender, a lizard man, pours a drink and places it before Luke. According to the rules, first-time visitors receive a complimentary drink. "Beautiful elf, how may I assist you?" Luke lifts the glass, consumes half of its contents, and then sets it down on the table. Drinking half signifies that she is here to accept a mission. Finishing it indicates that she is here to issue a task. "I wish to inquire about the bounty on the Horned Demon, the giant tree of the Mad Axe Gang." The lizard man bartender glances at the half-filled glass, then at the lovely elf before him. "It is difficult for me to associate such a beautiful elf with the profession of an assassin. You ought to be reveling in fine feasts within the mansions of the elite, attended by servants. Any blemish upon you would be a desecration of beauty." At this moment, someone nearby interjects, "It would also significantly reduce your market value. Elf, rather than risking your life at the hands of the Mad Axe Gang for a bounty, why not sell yourself for a good price? I can introduce you to quality patrons." Luke knows that Chinkong's appearance will surely attract trouble, so she ignores the person beside her and addresses the lizard man bartender. "Looking will not cost you anything, will it?" "Of course not," the lizard man replies, fully aware that the key to survival is to avoid arguing with customers. He retrieves the bounty information regarding the horned demon giant tree from beneath the counter and places it before Luke, stating, "This is the information you may access if you wish to learn more details to enhance your chances of success. A consultation fee is required." Luke's purpose for visiting the Assassin's Tavern is to confirm the existence of this bounty. After all, this world differs somewhat from the Epoch game. Fortunately, the bounty on the Horned Demon Giant Tree is still available. Priced at 5,000 gold vouchers, I shall accept this task. The diligent lizard man bartender adds, "Beautiful elf, I believe it would be prudent for you to purchase some intelligence regarding the giant tree from us. For just 1 gold voucher, you could increase your chances of acquiring the 5,000 gold vouchers. 1 gold voucher. That is quite extortionate. I suspect the information I hold is far more comprehensive than yours." "No need. I will bring back the head of the giant tree as swiftly as possible. Prepare the funds." Luke finishes the remaining drink in one gulp and strides away from the bar. The lizard-man bartender calls out, "Elf, I require your name for the records." Chinkong, the clear sky. Upon reaching the tavern's door, Evil Eye Thess opens it. The Chica brothers should be waiting outside. Poor elf, that I warned you that you should not enter. Thank you for the reminder, Thess. Luke exits the tavern, the heavy sound of the door closing behind her. The small window on the door opens, and Thess's eye presses against it. You shouldn't have gone out. Thess, that elf girl was right. You do talk too much. The door of the tavern closed behind them. The Czech brothers emerged from their hiding place. Luke located information about the Czech brothers on his mobile device. They were renowned heroes who frequently frequented the Assassin's Tavern in Cape Town. Their abilities stemmed from a secretive technique that granted them the bloodline of werewolves, enabling them to transform into werewolves for combat. With heightened prowess under the cover of night. On nights of the full moon, their capabilities would significantly amplify. Evaluation: 3 stars. On a full moon night, their combat power could manifest in extraordinary performance. Reaching a level of 3.5 stars, Luke gazed at the sky, where a full moon ascended majestically overhead. I had never beheld such a breathtaking elven figure. She was truly a divine gift to the world. Brother, be gentle with the elven maiden. If her face becomes marred, she will lose her worth. Understood. Brother, I envy those with wealth. If only we had riches, we would not need to sell her. Luke was aware that the Czech brothers currently possessed a strength of 3.5 stars, and felt that engaging with a level 60 celestial sky would prove somewhat challenging. Therefore, he adjusted his level to 80. Level 80. Enhanced bloodline. Wings of time and space, shifting from darkness to a state of luminosity for utilization. Concurrently, energy consumption would accelerate, allowing an existence time of 60 minutes. Engaging in the Frenzied Axe Gang dungeon might necessitate a level 100 celestial sky. Thus, time must be meticulously calculated, ensuring no excessive wastage against the Czech brothers. Drawing his blade, Luke swiftly appeared beside the Czech brothers. Ice shards clung to his left blade, still undrawn, as a sharp chill enveloped the Czech brothers. Her angelic right arm, though adorned with black long-sleeved gloves, could not conceal the radiant white light erupting from within. The right blade ignited with holy flames due to the infusion of divine energy. As werewolves belong to the category of evil beings, the holy energy could enhance its lethality by 50%. The dual blades danced, simultaneously launching an assault on the Czech brothers. Only upon being approached did the Czech brothers realize how gravely they had underestimated this seemingly frail elven figure. The humid air condensed into dew upon their skin, which, upon being chilled, transformed into frost. The cold was piercing. The dual blades neared their vital points, particularly the one enveloped in holy flames, instilling a profound fear within the Czech brothers. They understood that their werewolf lineage was constrained by the divine energy. But how could an elf wield holy flames? The proximity of death spurred the Czech brothers into action. As assassins, they were far from unprepared like Ron in dire situations, with no time to evade. The brothers instinctively reached out to push each other away. Their palms collided, and the mutual force repelled them apart. Yet, just as they believed they had dodged the incoming curved blade and prepared to transform, an inexplicable force yanked them back to their previous positions. What has transpired? The Czech brothers were bewildered. The blades simultaneously slashed across their chests. The holy flames ignited their malevolent blood, and young Czech emitted a wretched scream. The divine energy assaulted his psyche, disrupting his control over his own power. His body oscillated between human and werewolf forms. He sought to extinguish the holy flames, yet the fire only grew fiercer. The older Czech was struck by an ice blade, the wound frozen and devoid of blood flow. Yet, the cold permeated from the wound into his very being, thwarting the werewolf's formidable regenerative capabilities. Upon witnessing his brother's plight, he transformed into a werewolf. Beneath the full moon, his fur glimmered with a dark sheen, his eyes radiating crimson, and pale fangs protruded from his mouth. The enlarged form caused his chest wound to burst open, a mixture of ice and blood spewing forth. Ignoring his injuries, he swung his claws at Luke, determined to vanquish this elf swiftly to secure his brother's rescue. However, the elf vanished beneath his claws. Reappearing, she was now suspended in midair. Her right arm radiated a brilliant white light, the blade engulfed in surging holy flames. Faced with the descending blade infused with holy fire, the elder Czech urgently evaded. but his body was inexplicably pulled back to his original position. A single stroke descended. A wolf's head rolled to the ground. With another strike, a long ice blade carved a deep gash into the earth. Silencing young Czech's screams, his head rolled across the frost-covered ground. Luke spun in midair, regaining his balance as he landed. Behind her, the window on the tavern door slammed shut. Thais. The window on the tavern door swiftly opened. Mighty elven maiden, how may Thais be of service to you? Please handle the bodies. It should pose no difficulty, no trouble at all, my lady. That I shall arrange the affairs of the Czech brothers and await your return for collection. I apologize for my previous offense and seek your forgiveness. Luke sheathed his blade, reverting Celestial Sky's level back to 60. You have not offended me. I appreciate your kind reminder. I have other matters to attend to. So I leave this in your capable hands. Rest assured. Luke leapt to a nearby rooftop and sprinted toward the closest teleportation anchor point. Inside the assassin's tavern, the atmosphere grew unusually vibrant with the elf's arrival. After all, such a stunning elven figure was a rare sight, and she had accepted the task of assassinating the Minotaur demon descendant, Greatwood. Even the typically stoic assassins could not help but indulge in gossip. We should capture her. That way, Greatwood won't benefit from her. Indeed, such a prize would surely fetch a handsome price. Mind your manners, gentlemen and ladies, the lizardman bartender interjected, tapping the BARDMY master disdains infighting among assassins. Since Miss Celestial Sky has accepted a task here, according to her task level, she is recognized as a certified assassin for 1 week. Should she fail her mission, she will not be received here for a month. If you intend to make a move against Miss Celestial Sky, please wait for a week. Who knows where she might be sold by then. At that moment, the sinister-eyed Thais entered, gliding in with his 8 tentacles. The lizard man curiously inquired, Thais, why have you come down? The Czech brothers are dead. Can someone assist me with the bodies? They are still ablaze with holy flames, and I dare not touch them. Upon hearing the news of the Czech brothers' demise, astonishment swept through the tavern. Individually, the Czech brothers may not have been particularly formidable, but their harmonious cooperation was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, it was night, and a full moon night at that. Who could possibly slay them in their own territory? The lizard-man bartender poured a drink for Thais, aware that the sinister-eyed creature, being of an evil nature, harbored a natural fear of holy flames. Have a drink first, Thais. Someone will handle the Czech brothers' remains. Do you know who killed them? Was it a personal vendetta or an attack on our assassin's tavern? This was the question every assassin yearned to uncover. If this was an assault on the assassin's tavern, it would undoubtedly spark a war. Thais coiled his tentacles around the cup, downing the drink in one gulp before responding. It was that female elf you all saw. By your standards of beauty, she is undoubtedly someone you would wish to capture and sell. The Czech brothers thought the same. They awaited the elf outside the tavern, and they met their demise. The lizard man exclaimed in disbelief. It was that elf who killed the Czech brothers. She doesn't seem like a formidable opponent. Could she truly possess such strength? Do not doubt my vision. This time, I genuinely misjudged her. The Czech brothers fell without any resistance, as easily as slaughtering 2 pigs. She wields both ice and holy energy, can perform short-range spatial shifts, and even manipulate time to rewind. The Czech brothers were pulled back to a previous moment in time, and each was slain with a single strike. The energy consumption for controlling space and time is immense, especially for time manipulation. How could her body possibly supply such energy? The entire tavern was enveloped in silence. While the patrons of the assassin's tavern speculated about the identity of the elf, Luke stood atop the pinnacle of an old castle's eastern tower, flanked by the blood axe banner of the Mad Axe Gang fluttering from a flagpole. Below, a circle of high walls enclosed the central fortress, patrolled by sentinels and patrols of the Mad Axe Gang. This castle had once belonged to a noble, and the Cape District had been a core area of the city of Raging Tide. However, as the city expanded, nobles, officials, and wealthy merchants migrated to more comfortable new districts, leaving the Cape District to gradually fall into neglect. It became a gathering place for the most destitute of Raging Tide City. To survive, they formed gangs, and only those with ruthless tenacity could establish a foothold here. The Mad Axe Gang was considered a formidable faction within the Cape District, controlling several dock berths at Cape Harbor under the leadership of the Minotaur. Jumu. They colluded with pirates, engaged in smuggling, human trafficking, and fencing stolen goods, pursuing any profitable venture. According to strategy records, The heart of the red dragon Nirkalong resided within the safe of Jumu's chamber. Luke had already gathered information about Jumu. The Minotaur was a descendant of the hellish creatures that invaded the surface world. Although the Minotaurs appeared almost indistinguishable from humans, they retained the distinctive feature of demonic horns, which served as their source of power. Based on the shape of the horns, they were further classified into horned minotaurs and horned goat minotaurs. Whenever these two types crossed paths and debated whose horns represented the purest hellish lineage, conflict could erupt at any moment. However, Luke had no interest in determining the purity of anyone's hellish bloodline. Jumu was a 4-star hero, standing at 2.10 meters tall and weighing 150 kilograms. He was a powerhouse with fire attributes, possessing remarkable explosive strength. His primary offensive skills included fireball, flame breath, explosive flames, fire enchantment, rapid smash, and frenzy. His defensive technique involved forming a 3-sided flaming shield within a 1-meter radius, which offered moderate protection but formidable offensive capability. His weapon was a double-sided battle axe, one side of which could be thrown, posing a hidden danger as the deputy dungeon of the Mad Axe Gang headquarters. This old castle housed not only the 4-star boss Jumu, but also many 1-star minions, 2-star elites, and 3-star mini-bosses. Luke found herself at the tower's apex, the closest point to Jumu's chamber. Without alarming the Mad Axe members, to advance further, she would require stealth skills and items, along with the patience to seize the right moment. Time was of the essence for Luke. She resolved to charge in headlong. She adjusted her companion Qingtian's level to 80, enabling the use of the wings of time and space, thus significantly enhancing efficiency. With 58 minutes remaining for Qingtian's existence, Luke leaped from the tower's summit, triggering the magical sentries within. A burst of alchemical fireworks erupted, illuminating Luke's figure suspended in midair. The patrolling members of the Mad Axe Gang, surrounding the castle, immediately sounded the alarm, simultaneously spotting the descending intruder, who vanished from their sight in an instant. All lights within and around the castle were ignited, and more Mad Axe members armed themselves, searching for the intruder's trace. At that moment, Luke utilized spatial movement to shift sideways during her descent, slipping through a window on the 3rd floor of the castle. She rolled upon landing, releasing a wave of white light that rapidly expanded. She had entered a dormitory belonging to the Mad Axe members, and the alarm outside roused the 4 occupants within. The brutal gang conflicts of the Cape District had instilled a keen sense of vigilance among the Mad Axe members. Upon seeing someone tumble in through the window, the 4 men, still in their beds, instinctively reached for the weapons within arm's reach. Then, a sound reminiscent of ice shattering resounded within the small room. The 4 members froze in place, their hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes crystallizing with frost, followed by white frostbite spots appearing on their skin. The frost and spots spread swiftly across their bodies, leaving only their eyes capable of movement, which expressed terror before succumbing to the ice. Luke stood up, having prepared an ice magic ring in anticipation of an attack. As she charged in, observing the current scene, it seemed somewhat excessive. The 4 lowly members of the Mad Axe were frozen into statues, and ice coated the walls of the room. Luke drew her twin daggers and approached the door, delivering a powerful kick that splintered the wooden barrier into fragments. Beyond lay a corridor. As Luke stepped out of the room, a shout rang from her left. Without a glance, she swung a dagger in the direction of the sound. A crescent-shaped blade of light shot forth from her weapon, condensing the moisture in the air into ice as it flew. The icy blade extended thinly and rapidly. "Over here," one of the Mad Axe members shouted just before being struck by the incoming ice blade. The force of the impact sent him tumbling backward, rolling to the feet of 3 comrades who had come to investigate the commotion. The 3 turned simultaneously to face the source of the attack. An elf, a beautiful and seemingly formidable female elf. She wielded 2 short daggers, and white icy mist emanated from beneath her feet, spreading over the walls and floor. A slender Mad Axe member drew an axe from behind, his hand elongating and turning green, transforming into a vine entwining the axe. Simultaneously, his feet morphed into roots that burrowed into the floor. The 2 other Mad Axe members brandished their axes and charged at the intruding elf. Beneath their feet, the roots extended, rising to pierce through their backs. The Treant Chad, a 3-star hero, had once been a pirate captain. During an adventure in a tropical rainforest, he was consumed by a peculiar tree. When his companions rescued him, his body exhibited extensive wooden transformation. Later, Chad was brought to the Mad Axe gang, where Jumu used his connections to save him. Chad's ability allowed him to transform his body into wood. His roots could secrete neurotoxins, capable of incapacitating foes and even piercing their spines to control their movements. Grateful for Jumu's salvation, Chad left the pirate crew to join the Mad Axe gang. Swearing unwavering loyalty to Jumu, the two Mad Axe members were pierced by Chad's roots, and while the neurotoxin would not kill them, it significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. They cast aside their fears of danger and death, charging at the intruder under Chad's influence. Meanwhile, beneath the floor, Chad's roots extended stealthily, revealing his true, deadly strike. The enemy's attention was drawn away by the two reckless puppets. His roots would strike from behind. Recognizing Chad from her preparations, Luke was well aware of his favored tactics. Up ahead, the two Mad Axe members under Chad's control barreled toward her, their veins bulging due to the neurotoxin. Behind them, at the far end of the corridor, a cheetah raced forward with astonishing speed. Its forelimbs had been replaced with mechanical limbs, and three blade-like claws extended, leaving deep gashes in the floor with each stride. Luke exhaled softly, the white mist dispersing before her. The main act was about to commence. The charging cheetah lunged. A root pierced through the floor from behind Luke. Yet, amidst a flurry of dispersing ice petals, Luke's figure vanished, in the air. The two curved blades transformed into swirling ice wheels, akin to a shredder, dismembering both the cheetah and the root. When Luke reappeared, she stood behind the two Mad Axe members, extending her hands as the whirling ice wheels flew into her grasp, simultaneously severing the heads of both members. Without their heads, the Mad Axe members, under Chad's control, turned to swing their axes at Luke. Luke seized the returning blades and swung downward, carving two deep gashes into the floor. Chad's roots were severed, and the decapitated members of the Mad Axe gang finally collapsed. The frost spread across the ground where Luke stood, once again blossoming into exquisite ice mist flowers in the air. Simultaneously, more than a dozen roots pierced through the walls and floor surrounding her. The ice dance garden unleashed at level 80 was incomparably more potent than that released at level 60. These protruding roots were instantly frozen by the frigid temperature, snapping apart with the slightest touch of a blade. The dampness and chill stirred a blizzard within the corridor, mingling with the blooming ice mist flowers as they blew towards Chad. The onslaught of cold, the presence of death, and the expanding ice layers within the corridor made Chad acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the invader. He witnessed the elf charging swiftly across the icy surface towards him. Chad yearned to retract his feet, yet all his roots were frozen into the walls and floor. Unable to move, Chad could only flail his arms, now transformed into vines, hurling his axe towards Luke. Luke, gliding across the ice, maneuvered along the icy wall, pivoting from the ceiling and sliding down the opposite wall. Evading the axe and vine-like arms, he entered the space within the teleportation range, and in a flash, appeared beside Chad. The short dagger in her hand, now enhanced by ice enchantment, elongated into a long sword, with her left blade severing Chad's vine-like arm and her right blade cutting through his tree root-like feet. Turning with momentum, she swung a powerful strike behind her, the massive ice blade scraping against the ice layer on the wall, scattering ice shards and debris as it cleaved towards the Mad Axe members appearing at the opposite end of the corridor. With a follow-up slash, she unleashed a blade of light that severed Chad's head. Finally, she unleashed two intersecting ice blades towards the remaining Mad Axe members at the corridor's far end. The three ice blades advanced through the narrow corridor with no blind spots, leaving the rushing Mad Axe members with no place to evade, as they were relentlessly crushed by the icy onslaught. Cries of agony erupted, and dismembered limbs littered the ground. Blood quickly congealed, transforming into various crystalline forms of ice. Having slain Chad, Luke advanced through the corridor, where more Mad Axe members were rushing in to provide support upon hearing the sounds of battle. These battle-hardened warriors, steeped in bloodshed, roared as they brandished their weapons, charging forward upon witnessing the elf's massacre of Chad and many others. Behind them lay a staircase leading to the second floor of the castle, the only route to the great wooden chamber. Luke surged against the tide of Mad Axe members, releasing her dual blades. They transformed into swirling ice rings that danced around her. From her backpack, she produced a broad-headed cleaver. The dual blades were named Stardust Chinjan, known for their agility and versatility, with ice attributes that significantly enhanced the power of ice magic. The broad-headed cleaver was called Tsangu Panyin, wielding tremendous force, with holy attributes that greatly amplified the might of sacred combat techniques. As Luke grasped the cleaver, the light from her right arm radiated through her black long-sleeved gloves. The sacred combat technique erupted with brilliance. Extraordinary divine power surged forth in a flash of holy flames. The ice dance garden surged forward, and ice mist flowers blossomed amidst the charging Mad Axe members, causing frost to form instantly upon their bodies. The freezing effect intensified, distorting the movements of some Mad Axe members. Under the influence of swift movement, Luke's speed increased once more as she leaped off the wall, plunging into the midst of the Mad Axe members. The ice rings whirled, stirring a maelstrom of limbs and blood mist. With both hands gripping the cleaver, she struck down heavily, the erupting sacred flames obliterating the walls, reducing several foes to ashes with a single blow. The splattered sacred flames radiated outward. Those suffering from the freezing effects faced the searing high-temperature holy flames, which inflicted grievous dual damage upon their skin and flesh. As the new ice mist flowers bloomed, the freezing returned. It was a true manifestation of the duality of ice and fire. The two ice rings continued to whirl. In the narrow confines of the corridor, there was no room for evasion. Most Mad Axe members barely caught a glimpse of the intruder before becoming mere wraiths. One wave of Mad Axe members was annihilated. Another surged forth. The newly arrived Mad Axe members, upon seeing the sea of corpses and towering ice sculptures, could not help but feel a sense of trepidation as the chilling air pressed upon them. They began to retreat. Yet, their chests were immediately pierced by sharp blades. Retreaters, kill! A figure sprang forth from above the Mad Axe members. His movements were exceedingly swift, navigating the walls and ceiling with ease. Those with poor eyesight could not catch a glimpse of his form. His speed was remarkable, and the freezing effects of the ice dance garden seemed to have minimal impact on him. Luke lunged forward with her blade. The ice rings swirled towards the approaching figure. She soon discerned the identity of the assailant, the gnome Bernie, a 3-star hero, apart from his head and torso. The lower half of his body and both arms had been replaced with mechanical components. Bernie had a low center of gravity and exceptional speed, with a unique foot structure that allowed him to maneuver adeptly on vertical surfaces. He was the dedicated assassin of the Mad Axe gang. At that moment, Bernie's hands transformed into conical weapons, utilizing his agility and diminutive stature to close in on Luke rapidly. The dampness and freezing effects were indeed impacting him, prompting him to resolve the situation with utmost speed. Bernie darted between the walls, evading the flying ice rings, then landed low to charge forward. He was close. Bernie was highly confident in his close-quarters combat abilities. While his opponent wielded a heavy cleaver at this distance, it was a matter of who was quicker. Whoever was slow would perish. As he saw the elf swinging the cleaver downward, Bernie deemed the strike slow enough to consider whether to stab the elf's throat or her heart. The flaming blade descended, but Bernie calmly sidestepped. I clearly dodged. Luke utilized time reversal to pull the evading Bernie back beneath her descending blade. With a single stroke, she cleaved the 3-star hero gnome in half, as if chopping wood. Having slain Bernie, Luke pressed forward, her two ice rings swirling towards the terrified Mad Axe members. The gang members, gripped by fear, retreated, clustering tightly within the narrow corridor. The ice dance garden expanded its reach, and the ice rings formed by Stardust Chinjan surged into the crowded Mad Axe members like a meat grinder. Dampness transformed into swirling white mist and snowflakes amidst the freezing. A torrent of red blood splattered explosively, staining portions of the snow crimson. The white and red snow danced in the currents stirred by the whirling ice rings. As they fell, they buried the dismembered bodies beneath. The walls of the corridor became encased in ice, and the blood splattered upon them froze, forming coral-like ice sculptures. As Luke traversed this corridor, imbued with an eerie beauty, she found no one standing ahead. The Stardust Chinjan returned after reaching the end of the corridor, shattering the ice covering its blade before sheathing it back at her waist. Luke approached the entrance leading to the second floor. According to her strategy records, below lay a spacious hall, with the great wooden chamber at the end of the right side corridor. From above, she could hear the chaotic sounds of footsteps and voices commanding in the second-floor hall. It seemed that some Mad Axe members had fortuitously escaped below and informed their allies of the situation above. They understood that in the narrow corridor, they could not leverage their numerical advantage. Thus, They chose to confront the intruder in the second-floor hall. Luke vaulted over the three-layer railing and leaped down. A thunderous explosion immediately ensued. The Mad Axe members had set up a cannon in the second-floor hall. The cannon, a decommissioned 18-pound muzzle-loading cannon from naval battles, could fire solid cannonballs and grape shot. The cannon's muzzle was aimed directly at the staircase leading from the third to the second floor. Upon spotting the intruder, the gang members with torches hastily ignited the fuse. The enclosed environment of the building amplified the cannon's roar as flames and thick smoke erupted from the muzzle, unleashing a volley of spherical grape shot. The fan-shaped barrage engulfed the entire entrance to the building. Such a naval weapon, employed in this confined space, demonstrated its unparalleled might. The barrage swept through in a fan shape, instantly collapsing the staircase. Debris and wooden splinters erupted in the swirling smoke, with some nearby Mad Axe members struck, emitting cries of anguish. Had they managed to obliterate the intruder? Uncertain as of yet. However, the temperature within the hall has plummeted abruptly. Every breath exhaled transforms into a cloud of white mist, while frost swiftly coats the walls and ceiling, as if the harsh grip of winter has descended. Exposed to this frigid air, the skin experiences a searing pain akin to a laceration. The intruder is still alive. Find her, eliminate her. A voice bellows at that moment. A colossal ice wheel rises amidst the crowd. Several bodies of the severed henchmen are propelled upward, crashing against the ceiling, their blood freezing instantly. Adhering them to the icy surface above, the ascending ice wheel carves a deep groove into the ceiling before descending with a vicious arc, spinning forward until it collides with a wall. Finally coming to a halt, the ice layer on the wheel shatters, revealing a curved dagger within. The dagger spins back along the path carved by the ice wheel, ultimately being caught firmly by a hand. The members of the Crazy Axe gang then realize that the invading elf has stealthily concealed herself among them. In her left hand, she wields a curved dagger, its surface beginning to ice over due to the energy enveloping it. In her other hand, she clutches a broadsword, adorned with white holy flames. Ethereal flowers resembling icy mist bloom in the air. The biting cold penetrates deeply into the bones. Some members of the Crazy Axe gang find their bodies stiffening, unable to move. Then, a halo of white, laced with icicles, expands outward from the elf at its center, instantly freezing nearby members of the Crazy Axe gang into ice sculptures. Following this, a shockwave imbued with divine energy radiates outward from the elf. The powerful force crashes into the humanoid ice sculptures, shattering them into fragments that scatter with the wave. In a brief moment, the once crowded hall is left with scarcely a living soul. The few remaining members of the Crazy Axe gang, weapons in hand, scatter throughout the hall, trembling before the invading elf, unsure if it is fear or cold that drives their shivers. Clang, clang, clang. A robust member of the Crazy Axe gang pushes a cannon to adjust its aim. His expression is wooden, unaffected by the icy corpses strewn about. He directs the cannon at the elf, methodically clearing the barrel and pouring a packet of gunpowder into the muzzle, methodical, like a seasoned sailor trained for naval battles. As long as he lives and the ship remains afloat, he must ensure his assigned cannon continues firing at the enemy. The others responsible for the cannon have perished, leaving only one person to operate and load it. Significantly slowing the process, Luke approaches and swiftly decapitates him with a single stroke. Jabulais, a 3-star hero. His entire prowess lies in operating cannons, and if it were a naval cannon duel, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional hero-level gunner. His other abilities are merely mediocre. Jabulais's body slumps against the cannon, and the surviving members of the Crazy Axe gang discard their weapons and flee in a panic. Luke pays no heed to the terrified wretches. Advancing with his blade toward the chamber of the giant wood, he traverses a moderately long corridor, reaching the end where his target awaits. Before an intricately carved grand door stands a woman clad in a black robe. Her beauty is striking, with hair of a pale violet hue, adorned with a circlet embedded with a ring of gemstones. As the elf approaches, the gemstones upon her circlet emit a radiant glow. One by one. Elf, your arrival here signifies your strength, but this is as far as you shall go. Luke grips the curved dagger in one hand and the broadsword in the other, continuing his advance. Brenda, is the giant wood inside? Brenda, the dark sorceress, adept in curses, poisons, and corrosive magic, is the mistress of the horned demon giant wood. Her power is rated as 3 stars, yet players acknowledge that Brenda belongs to an exceptional tier. Raising her true strength to 3.5 stars, Thy is wise to exercise caution against a treacherous 3.5-star dark sorceress. The dead man need not know the answer. Brenda retorts. The corridor darkens, and an eerie wail resonates from all directions. Countless ghostly hands extend from the walls, reaching for Luke, while a mass of black mist rises behind her, revealing a colossal serpent's head. The incantation reverberates within the confined space. Black energy envelopes Luke. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Luke positions the broadsword before her, her right arm radiating with white light. Brenda, it seems no one has informed you of the power I just wielded. Holy blessing! A chalice appears above Luke's head, spilling forth a liquid light that baptizes her. A brilliant surge of divine light erupts from Luke, and those malevolent entities summoned by the dark magic dissipate upon contact with the holy radiance. Akin to cotton candy melting in water, light dispels darkness. The spectral hands and the summoned venomous serpent dissolve into wisps of smoke in the divine light. The sound of the curse dissipates as if silenced by a mere puff. Following the explosion of holy light, it swiftly retracts, transforming into white armor that envelopes Luke's form. Yet, this suit of armor only partially covers her, adorning the right side of her body, bestowing an ethereal duality upon her appearance. Luke presses onward, the armor clinking rhythmically with each movement, the divine energy exerting pressure upon Brenda. Indeed, Brenda was unprepared for the intruder to command such rare divine energy. This was largely due to the rapid demise of the crazy axe henchman. Luke's frost skills were so dazzling that they obscured the devastation wrought by the holy flames. Faced with an elf wielding the very energy that countered her own, Brenda had no choice but to fight desperately. The gemstones on her circlet erupted with intense light, transforming into the hue of obsidian. Behind her, a black mirror unfurls, from which several tendrils extend to ensnare her. Brenda recites her incantation. The tendrils multiply, tightening their grip, making her breathing increasingly labored, yet she perseveres in her chanting. Luke steps before her, the holy flames on her broadsword coalescing into a luminous membrane enveloping the blade. She sheaths the curved dagger and produces a vial of potion. Crushing the vial, the contents transform into a cloud of dust upon contact with air, drifting toward the black void. Soul devourer in the shadows, this is not your domain, nor am I a foe you can contend with. Depart, and enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you in your lair. It should suffice as compensation for this soul. Should you obstruct my path again, I shall slay you. As the powder wafts into the black mirror, the tendrils gradually loosen their grip on Brenda, retreating back into the mirror. Once the last remnants of dust vanish into the mirror, it closes and disappears. Brenda never anticipated that by willingly sacrificing her soul, the dark soul devourer would choose to concede and withdraw before this elf. Feeling helpless, she gazes in terror at the elf adorned in half-armor before her. Luke exudes an ethereal beauty, a divine solemnity, and a masculine aura. Who are you, truly? A dead man need not know the answer. Luke dispatches the weakened Brenda with a single stroke. Behind this door lies the horned demon giant Wood, along with the heart of the red dragon Neilkaran hidden within the safe. Luke adjusts her level to 100.5 minutes and 10 seconds remain. A tinge of anxiety washes over her, but slaying a 4-star hero should suffice. Luke kicks the opulent wooden door open, teleporting inside. Within the room, the giant Wood is being attended to by a maid as he dons a suit of armor. The moment the door is shattered, he has only managed to put on half of it. Upon witnessing an elf clad in half armor enter his chamber, the giant Wood forcefully pushes the maid aside and yanks off the unfastened plates of armor. Casting them aside, grabbing a massive axe from his side, he demands of the intruding elf, "What have you done to Brenda?" Luke does not immediately attack the giant Wood, but instead addresses the maid. Cowering in the corner, "You there, miss, this is no concern of yours. Leave." The maid sprang to her feet and dashed out, unimpeded by the colossal figure. Upon reaching the doorway, she gasped at the sight of Brenda lying lifeless outside. "Master, Miss Brenda, she is dead." With that exclamation, the maid fled. The giant tree, seething with hatred, turned his gaze upon Luke, his massive horns ablaze with fierce flames. He advanced towards Luke, wielding a double-sided battle axe, his robust physique reminiscent of an enraged bull. "Elf, who sent you? You are instigating war. You shall soon learn the consequences of provoking the furious Axe clan." Luke, having delayed his pursuit of the maid, also approached the giant with his weapon drawn. In comparison to the giant's imposing stature, she appeared frail, The reactor within her chest, harnessing elemental fusion, operated at an accelerated frequency, channeling vast energy throughout her form. The unshielded cheek revealed a delicate pattern of pale green, while her emerald eyes transformed into a crystalline hue. The giant felt the weight of a formidable presence bearing down upon him, prompting him to unleash a fiery shield, 3 swirling flames encircling him. In that moment, the room erupted with a flurry of ice-dancing flowers, and amidst the frigid air, the flames of his shield rapidly diminished, dwindling to mere flickers before vanishing entirely. The giant exhaled a torrent of fire as snow and wind surged with Luke's advance, forcing the flames back in a brief span. Large shards of ice began to form within the chamber, transforming it into an arctic lair. The giant finally grasped the invader's might. The fire energy within him flickered feebly, akin to a candle's flame in a blizzard. Yet, surrender was not the path of survival for the giant. Those who had once surpassed him had been felled and battled in the struggle for life and death. Strength was paramount, but so too were ferocity and luck, along with tactical acumen. The giant pressed on towards the encroaching elf, braving the biting chill that pierced his skin, summoning every ounce of his strength. He swung his battle axe with ferocious might, the weapon slicing through the air with a whistling roar, flames erupting from its blade. Yet, as the axe descended, the elf's form vanished from sight in an instant. The giant unleashed a blast of explosive flames, generating a colossal shockwave as the heated air surged outward. Luke, having teleported to the giant's side, was thrust backward by the force, his feet slipping as he plummeted downward. The giant's axe had shattered the floor, and with the explosive flames propelling debris, a significant section of the ground collapsed beneath him. The giant believed that once he reached the lower level, his minions would rally to his aid. Facing the elf alone was far less favorable than a united front. But what was this? His descending body began to rise, the fragments of the floor, too, ascended, reassembling as if untouched. Time. She could control time. Terror gripped the giant as he sensed the pressure from the explosive flames he had unleashed folding inward. The elf reappeared at his side, her blade swirling with an ethereal white luminescence. In an instant, the giant felt himself spinning into oblivion, crashing to the ground in a tumultuous roll that he beheld his own form. Headless, he witnessed the explosion of flames propelling the elf away, and the floor fracturing once more. Then, darkness engulfed him. Luke stood at the edge of the broken floor, peering down through the gaping hole created by the giant's descent. Below lay the castle hall, where the giant's corpse lay entombed beneath a pile of rubble. A lavish bed crushed atop it.as the timer for level 100 Skyfall ticked down to 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Luke felt a surge of relief. The time rewind had salvaged the giant. Had he escaped to the lower level, the chaotic minions might have delayed Luke's mission, jeopardizing his success. The energy expenditure for a time rewind was colossal, nearly ineffective against foes of superior rank. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the energy drain. The giant was a 4-star hero, equivalent to a player of level 80, necessitating a far greater energy reserve than that of the Czech brothers or the gnome Bernie. Moreover, this was not merely a retrieval of the fallen giant. It also required reverting the altered environment to its prior state, were it not for the elemental fusion reactor providing a surge of energy. Luke might have faltered in his quest to vanquish the giant. Prioritizing the precious energy resources, Luke chose to expend Skyfall's energy instead. He deactivated the divine blessing and adjusted Skyfall's level to 80. Sheathing his weapon, Luke leapt across the chasm, unveiling a concealed safe embedded in the wall. Following the password from the guide, he deftly turned the dial, easily unlocking the door. Inside lay a square metal box, an enigmatic cloth pouch, and several bundles of gold, silver, and imperial marks. Fortune smiled upon him. Luke swiftly stowed the gold and silver certificates into his dimensional backpack before lifting the metal box. The lid bore a movable puzzle, each piece inscribed with distinct magical symbols. Arranging the symbols correctly would unlock the summoning ritual for the red dragon Nirkalin. Of course, additional materials would be required, yet with sufficient funds, they could be procured through various channels. As Luke placed the heart of the red dragon Nirkalin into his backpack, he opened the pouch to discover it brimming with azure crystal pearls. Extracting one, he marveled at its gleaming surface. Reminiscent of crystalline seawater, a true treasure, the pouch contained hundreds of pearls, some of impressive size. This was a genuine windfall. Due to their immense water elemental energy, Azure crystal pearls were highly sought after as alchemical materials. Although their true worth lay elsewhere, as nations transitioned from metal currency to paper, limiting the circulation of the latter, azure crystal pearls emerged as a vital medium of exchange among pirates, prized for their rarity, stability, and portability. As the availability of metal currency dwindled, the demand for azure crystal pearls would only escalate. At present, one pearl could be exchanged for a minimum of 100 gold certificates, and within 6 months. As the Golden Shield Empire tightened restrictions on metal currency, their value was poised to soar 20-fold, an unexpected windfall indeed. Luke hastily secured the pouch of azure crystal pearls. Just then, a cacophony of noise echoed from below, revealing the gathering of furious axe minions in the castle hall. Remembering the giant's head still lay beneath, Luke leapt through the gap in the floorboards to fulfill his mission for the Assassin's Tavern. The hall was teeming with members of the furious Axe clan, armed and encircling the pile of rubble where the giant lay half-buried, alongside the dusty head that had rolled aside. Boss Giant is dead. The minions' minds flooded with memories of their leader, the giant, as he valiantly fought for territory against rival factions, wielding his flaming axe, charging into battle like an invincible god of war. Who could have slain him? Especially in a place so fortified. As Luke descended, the minions recoiled in shock, their expressions a mixture of awe and confusion as they regarded the beautiful elf who had emerged from the giant's chamber. A man adorned with earrings and a nose ring stepped forward, inquiring, "Who are you? Who has slain our leader?" Luke approached the giant's head, grasping one of the horns and lifting it aloft. It was I, Lambert the giant, who killed him. I also dispatched Chad, Bernie, Jabul, Brenda, and many others whose names you may not know. I have claimed enough lives this evening, and I am weary. Will you obstruct my path, or shall I be allowed to depart? Luke's voice was not loud, yet the substance of his words instantly silenced the bustling hall of the castle. All eyes turned toward the elf encircled in the center. She stood there, clutching the head of the colossal wood chief in one hand, while the other rested upon her sheathed blade. Despite her attire, face, and hair being smeared with dust and blood, her radiant beauty could not be concealed, making it difficult for anyone to associate her with that of an assassin. Such an elf ought to be a prize intended for the affluent district, prepared by the chief himself. Lambert fixed his gaze upon this seemingly delicate elf, then glanced at the corpse of the colossal wood and the head she held. Before stepping aside, "Our Axe clan has encountered a significant upheaval today, making it inconvenient for us to entertain guests. Should you wish to depart, miss, feel free. I must attend to the aftermath and shall not accompany you." With a wave of his hand, Lambert signaled for the members of the Axe clan to clear a path to the castle's entrance. "Thank you." Luke nodded in appreciation to Lambert and then stepped forward, carrying the head of the colossal wood. Just as she was about to exit through the castle doors, Lambert called out loudly from behind, "What is your name, miss? Once our Axe clan has dealt with this situation, we shall certainly pay you a visit." Luke tossed the head of the colossal wood into the air, stowing it away in her spatial backpack. "I am Chinkong, the clear sky." She turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at Lambert, and smiled. "Do you seek vengeance? Live well, and do not pursue the unattainable. It is best if you do not even think about it." With that, Luke stepped out of the castle doors. Lambert approached the entrance, watching the elf deftly leap over the outer wall and vanish from sight. "Close all exits to the headquarters. No one shall leave without my command. Notify all our people outside to return immediately. Send someone out to Fishbone Island to inform Lady Tasia of the chief's demise." One of Lambert's associates inquired, "Should we call back those at the docks as well?" "Everyone return, with the chief dead. The docks are likely unsustainable. We must conserve our strength until reinforcements arrive from Fishbone Island. You, go to the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District and have them send someone to investigate the matter at once. We pay them a substantial sum every month. It is time they contribute to our cause." "Yes, my Lord Lambert." Luke utilized a virtual teleportation anchor to arrive at Boda Square, traversing rooftops to Lighthouse Street. She found the Assassin's Tavern and leaped down. The actions of the sinister-eyed ties were swift. The bodies of the Chick brothers had already been removed, and the signs of the struggle had been minimally addressed. Professionalism indeed. After knocking a few times on the tavern door, a small window opened to reveal Tize's yellow eyes. Without waiting for Luke to utter the secret phrase, the door swung open. "Miss Chinkong, you returned so quickly. The headquarters of the Axe clan is a fortress not easily infiltrated. and the colossal wood possesses formidable strength, guarded by many subordinates. You need not feel disheartened if you could not find an opportunity to strike. Come in for a drink. I can have the lizard man Billy provide you with some information about the Axe clan and the colossal wood, free of charge. Luke brushed past Ties, flicking a silver note with her fingers. Ties, you do talk too much. Ties swiftly extended his antennae to grasp the silver note. Thank you, generous Miss Chinkong. May you enjoy a splendid evening. As the elf entered the tavern, she once again drew the attention of all patrons, prompting some to pull out their pocket watches to check the time. It seemed improbable that she could have traveled to the Axe clan's headquarters and returned in such a brief span. The lizard man Billy placed a drink before Luke, saying, "Your ability to slay the Chick brothers attests to your prowess. However, the colossal wood will not be as foolish as they were. Otherwise, the Axe clan would not have attained its current stature. I have organized the wealth belonging to the Chick brothers. It is all right here." Billy produced a satchel from beneath the counter and placed it on the bard. To his astonishment, he saw the elf lay a severed head before him. It was, indeed, the head of the horned demon, the colossal wood. Indeed, it is the head of the colossal wood. His horns are unmistakable. You truly killed the colossal wood? How is that possible? To make a round trip to the Axe clan's headquarters in such a short time is already impressive. Yet you managed to slay the colossal wood. Was he merely waiting at the doorway for you to behead him? The head of the colossal wood sparked a stir within the tavern. No one wished to believe that an elf could have slain the colossal wood in such a fleeting moment. Yet, the head lay incontrovertibly before them. In this establishment filled with assassins and those connected to them, they knew how to discern the authenticity of a head. It was indeed the colossal wood, the horned demon who founded the Axe clan. Luke brushed aside her hair that obscured her eyes, took a sip from her drink, and unzipped the satchel. Inside were several coins and practical tools, weapons she desperately needed. Now that the stockpile was devoid of resources, closing the satchel, she addressed the lizard man Billy. "Is this truly the head of the colossal wood? You should be able to verify its authenticity, and you may also send someone to the Axe clan headquarters for an investigation. My only concern is the bounty." Billy retrieved a wooden box from beneath the counter and placed the head of the colossal wood within. However, the horns were so large that despite several adjustments, he could not close the box. So he left the head as it was for the moment. With a hint of embarrassment, he said to Luke, "Miss Chinkong, this is indeed the head of the colossal wood. Your swift execution has left us all in utter astonishment. It is our honor at the Assassin's Tavern in the Cape District to host such a formidable assassin as yourself. Regarding the bounty on the colossal wood, the amount is substantial, and we do not possess that much cash at the moment. If you are willing to wait until tomorrow, I can provide you with 5,000 gold notes in the Epoch game. Completing a task would yield immediate rewards. However, the reality was somewhat different. 5,000 gold notes were indeed a considerable sum. A single gold note was already significant, equivalent to 5,000 imperial marks. That is acceptable. I can collect the bounty tomorrow, Luke replied. Please convert 2,000 gold notes into silver notes and 100 gold notes into imperial marks. No problem, Miss Chinkong. I will exchange part of the gold notes for more spendable currency. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Luke produced several imperial marks and placed them on the table. I will treat everyone here to a drink. Billy accepted the money, saying, "Thank you, Miss Chinkong." The patrons of the tavern raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Miss Chinkong. It is our honor to know you." Luke downed the remaining drink in her cup, then picked up her satchel and headed for the exit. "I will return tomorrow evening to collect the money. Farewell." Billy bowed and replied, "Farewell," as Luke departed the Assassin's Tavern. She once again utilized the virtual teleportation anchor to return to the clock tower near the Shelley residence. She placed a sum of money in the corner of the clock tower, securing it with a stone. Then she gazed toward the window of the second floor of the Shelley house. What a wondrous night it was. Logging off, she began to recharge. The figure of Chinkong vanished atop the clock tower, while the real Luke awoke in her room. Opening her eyes, the phone within her consciousness entered a charging state. Remarkably, she felt no discomfort from controlling Chinkong during her swift traversals in the Cape District. In fact, after a brief rest, her spirit was quite invigorated. Currently, the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong resided within Chinkong's backpack. She reviewed the summoning process for the red dragon Nirkalong. It required a lamp fueled by long-finned whale oil, a piece of alfalfa grass canvas measuring 120 centimeters by 120 cm, oil paints made from lantern flower nectar and stone powder, and a ritual drawing brush. Additionally, 5 crystals, 10 bloodstones, 1 kilogram of sulfur, and a corpse of an adult male red bat were necessary. Acquiring these items would not be easy within the Cape District in a short period. However, the mysterious shop in the city center of Stormwave City should have all the materials needed to summon the Red Dragon Nirkalong in one go. Since she would be returning to the Assassin's Tavern tomorrow to collect her bounty, it was perfect timing to procure the materials required for the secret ritual as well. Now, it was time to sleep. Luke fell back into a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded in the Cape District due to her rampage. The heinous murder had occurred at the Windshield Alley Dock warehouse, resulting in the deaths of 17 individuals, including the warehouse leader, Ron. Upon receiving the emergency call, the Cape District Security Bureau promptly dispatched lawmen to the scene, where the 17 deceased stood frozen like ice sculptures at the entrance of the storage area. Witnesses reported that the perpetrator was a female elf who identified herself as Chinkong. She claimed that Ron possessed something of great value and, after luring him away, struck him down. The crime scene at Windshield Alley had yet to be cordoned off when a break-in incident occurred at the headquarters of the Mad Axe Gang. Internal sources revealed grim news. Over 100 lives were lost, including the gang leader, Horned Demon, and several key members of the Gale Gang. The assailant was described as a female elf with the ability to create vast expanses of ice. She called herself Chinkong, Clear Skies. Another female elf named Chinkong, another ice scene. The culprits behind both massacres were the same individual. First at the dock warehouse, then targeting the Mad Axe Gang, who had significant interests at the docks. What could her motives possibly be? With the demise of the giant tree and the Mad Axe Gang severely weakened, the vacuum left in their wake would undoubtedly incite a scramble for power among various factions. The already tumultuous Cape District was poised to descend into even greater chaos starting tomorrow. The lawmen of the Cape District Security Bureau were increasingly overwhelmed. The following day, after a restful slumber, Luke stretched languidly as she descended the building. Shelley was engaged in strength training on the pull-up bar in the living room, her bare midriff showcasing a striking set of abdominal muscles. Upon noticing Luke's descent, Shelley dismounted from the bar and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow. "Detective, how did you sleep last night?" "Quite well, though I find myself a bit hungry." "Is there anything to eat?" Luke glanced at her phone, noting it was already 10:00 a.m. It was unsurprising that she was famished after such a long sleep. Shelley replied, "There's breakfast I saved for you in the kitchen. Please eat while I take a quick shower. Afterwards, I'll accompany you to the bureau to meet your subordinates." "All right." Shelley headed upstairs to shower, while Luke made her way to the kitchen. On the dining table lay a plate with bread and a fried fish steak, accompanied by a cup of coffee. Everything had gone cold. Tea appeared. Shelley had risen early to wait for her. Famished, Luke quickly devoured her breakfast. Shelley, swift in her movements, finished her shower and changed into a fresh outfit, making her way downstairs shortly thereafter. Twirling the car keys around her finger, Shelley inquired, "Detective, are we ready to go?" "Let's head out. At this hour, the legitimate detective of the Cape District should have arrived, and it was time to meet him. As they exited, Luke hopped onto Shelley's BU 953. Upon reaching the clock tower, Luke instructed Shelley to stop the vehicle. Puzzled, Shelley asked, "Detective, is something the matter?" Once the car came to a halt, Luke replied, "Before we head to the bureau, I need to buy a suit. There is a sum of money I have stored at the top of this clock tower. Please go retrieve it for me." "Understood, Detective." Without further inquiry, Shelley dismounted the motorcycle and began to scale the tower's exterior. Luke followed suit. Crossing the street to a hot dog stand he spotted across the way. "How much for a hot dog?" Inside the shop was an elderly woman who recognized Shelley, aware of the infamous reputation of the Black Mamba. Seeing Luke, who had just arrived in the Black Mamba's vehicle, the elderly woman hurriedly wrapped a hot dog, trembling as she handed it over. "Sir, no charged, no charge. Is the Cape District truly this hospitable?" Luke took the hot dog and took a hearty bite, discovering its authentic deliciousness, far superior to the fried fish Shelley made. This is fantastic. The bread is soft, and the sausage is perfectly crispy. You have remarkable skills, madam. Prepare 2 for me every day." The elderly woman nearly teared up at the prospect of preparing 2 hot dogs daily. "Sir, that might be a bit much. My shop is small, and both my sons are still at sea, leaving me with 3 grandchildren to care for. But I won't be paying for them," Luke interjected. Just then, Shelley returned from the clock tower, having retrieved the money from Ching Kong, and approached Luke, handing him a stack of bills. "Detective, you are quite bold to leave such a large sum unattended." Luke counted the money. 10 gold notes, 14 silver notes, and 5,430 imperial marks. He turned to Shelley and asked, "Have you previously taken food without paying?" Shelley glanced at the visibly shaken elderly woman. "Sir, we, the Bureau of Secret Affairs, protect their safety. Is it necessary to pay for a hot dog?" Upon hearing the Black Mamba refer to this stranger as Sir, the elderly woman quickly added, Yes, it is the Bureau protecting us, no charge, no charge. I will prepare 2 hot dogs for you daily, all for free." Shelley appeared nonchalant. Luke, still munching on the hot dog, queried, "Tell me, how exactly do you protect this lady's safety?" "First, let's discuss the whereabouts of her 2 sons." Unable to respond, Shelley turned to the elderly woman and asked, "Where are your sons? They need to come to our bureau." The elderly woman realized she had landed herself in a precarious situation. The bureau is not a place one can simply visit. Besides, it's impossible. "Miss Black Mamba, my sons have been missing since they set sail 6 months ago that I do not know if they are alive or dead." Shelley addressed Luke. "Sir, it is quite common for those at sea to not return. Why might they not return? Are they dead, alive, or simply missing? Who accompanied them on their voyage? When trouble arises, someone ought to be held accountable and provide the families with closure." Black Mamba, taking advantage of others means some work must be done. Protection cannot merely be words. Consider this your first case upon taking office. The elderly woman, hearing that the Black Mamba would investigate her son's disappearance, quickly protested, No need. We can search on our OWN.it." Seemed the Black Mamba's 100% case-solving capability had already garnered widespread acclaim. Luke placed a 10-mark bill on the counter. "I am the newly appointed detective of the Cape District Bureau of Secret Affairs. You may call me Detective Meteor. I promise the residents of the Cape District that my presence will ensure their peace. Rest assured, as my first case upon taking charge, I will provide you with answers. Let us go." "Sir, Detective." Shelley was taken aback by Luke's casual approach to taking on a case, wondering if the esteemed Bureau of Secret Affairs was truly meant to handle missing persons cases, especially when he had yet to formally assume his position. However, her superior background granted him the privilege to act as he pleased. "Hilm will deliver all the information about your sons to the Bureau this afternoon. If he is delayed, you know what the consequences will be." After speaking to the elderly woman selling hot dogs, Shelley immediately chased after Luke. The elderly woman watched as the Black Mamba whisked away with the young man who claimed to be the detective of the Cape District Bureau of Secret Affairs. Glancing back at the 10-mark bill on the counter, she pondered what consequences her encounter with the Bureau would bring. Sighing, the wealthier Luke instructed Shelley to take her to a tailor's shop. She ordered several sets of outfits for different occasions and purchased a ready-made suit to replace her eccentric attire. They then proceeded to a hat shop to buy a gentleman's hat and a watch shop for a pocket watch. Finally, she acquired a sturdy, stylish cane. Clothes make the man, and with her new ensemble, Luke's demeanor transformed significantly. The newly appointed detective should possess a certain flair, by the time she had procured everything on her list. It was noon. Shelley parked the motorcycle in front of a 3-story building. 2 sentinels stood at the entrance, saluting upon seeing Shelley. She parked the motorcycle aside and inquired of one of the sentinels, "Is there anything special happening at the Bureau this morning? The new detective assigned to us by the Black Mamba headquarters has arrived." Shelley glanced at Luke beside her and continued, "Where is he?" "In the second-floor detective's office." The sentinel lowered his voice, aware of the presence of outsiders, and added, "Since you were away, the new detective has yet to complete the handover of his duties and has already expressed his frustration multiple times. Exercise caution when you go to meet him. Our new chief inspector seems to possess a rather irritable temperament." Shelley remarked, "Understood. I shall ascend at once to temper his wrath." With that, Shelley escorted Luke into the office building of the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District. En route to meet the new chief inspector, Shelley provided Luke with a brief overview of the entire establishment. The first floor of the Bureau is designated for the standard Imperial agents' offices, while the basement houses the training area, and further below lies the dungeon. The second floor accommodates clerical staff and management offices. The third floor contains secure document rooms, tactical meeting rooms, and other specialized departments. In addition to this headquarters in the Cape District, numerous safe houses, interrogation rooms, and clandestine jails are scattered throughout the city. The Chief Inspector's office employs 128 public Imperial agents, while 289 undercover agents remain concealed. Upon your official appointment as our chief inspector, you will gain access to their files and fulfill the responsibilities bestowed upon you by the Empire. Luke followed Shelley as they walked. If one were unaware that this was the Intelligence Bureau, they might easily mistake it for a commercial enterprise, albeit a rather unproductive one that most agents appeared to be idling away their time, sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and engaging in boastful banter. Even upon encountering Shelley, they displayed no restraint, suggesting that she often indulged in similar pastimes. The Cape District is a forsaken locale, where the Empire's administrative efficacy has dwindled to its nadir, operating under its own unique and unorthodox system. Even a formidable department like the Intelligence Bureau finds itself languishing in this area. Luke stated, "Let us proceed to verify my identity and expedite the resumption of normal operations at the Cape District Intelligence Bureau." "Yes, Chief Inspector," Shelley replied, leading Luke to the second floor. The second floor featured a vast open-plan office hall, where all clerical staff of the Intelligence Bureau were concentrated, facilitating the Chief Inspector's issuance of orders and requests for information. Within the office hall were several independent offices, serving as workspaces for the Chief Inspector and the Bureau's management. As Luke and Shelley entered the office hall, they were met with the sound of a man's furious roar emanating from the office at the far end. "Is this your work ethic? Why has Black Mamba not reported for duty yet? Do you mean to say that without her, none of you can verify my identity? Send someone to find her immediately. I demand to see her within half an hour." A man hastily exited the Chief Inspector's office. It was Pisco. His expression was grim, evidently having endured a lengthy reprimand from the new Chief Inspector. Upon seeing Shelley, Pisco finally exhaled in relief. "Sister, you have finally arrived." And Master Pisco bows to Luke, then whispered to Shelley, "The new Chief Inspector has been waiting since this morning that I have arrived now. Let us assist our new Chief Inspector in completing his final task." At this moment, Shelley harbored no doubts regarding Luke's identity. Throughout the journey, he had been diligently preparing for his new role, and his confidence was not feigned. He had even accepted his first assignment, to locate the son of Old Helmet. The hot dog vendor, Luke followed Shelley and Pisco into the Chief Inspector's office. Several individuals stood within the office. Behind the desk sat a pompous middle-aged man, dressed in a suit remarkably similar to Luke's. Adorned with a gentleman's hat of the same style, a matching watch chain, and wielding a civil cane, which he wrapped upon the desk, Shelley couldn't help but glance at Luke. She was certain that he had never encountered this new Chief Inspector before today. Was his attire merely coincidental, or did he know that this new Chief Inspector would don such garb upon his arrival? The whereabouts of this new Chief Inspector had been under the close watch of our true Chief Inspector. Upon noticing the two unfamiliar faces enter, the new Chief Inspector inquired curtly, "Who are you?" He had been waiting here for an entire morning and held a decidedly unfavorable impression of his new work environment. Shelley approached the desk, saluted the new Chief Inspector, and said, "Good day, sir. I am Black Mamba." "You are Black Mamba?" The new Chief Inspector, unfamiliar with the workings of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau, was taken aback to discover that the commander of the Covert Operations Team, codenamed after a venomous snake, was such a beautiful woman. The new Chief Inspector's anger dissipated significantly, as he began to think that perhaps he could carve out a pleasant existence in the Cape District. "I have requested them to verify my appointment letter's security markings, but they all said to wait for your arrival. That it seems your influence and capabilities are highly regarded among them. I believe we shall enjoy a most agreeable collaboration. My appointment letter is right here." The new Chief Inspector pushed a document forward with his cane, his eyes brazenly appraising Shelley's alluring figure. "Indeed, I shall verify the appointment letter immediately and look forward to our collaboration." Shelley picked up the appointment letter from the desk. Number, OUFD 3694457. Correct. New Chief Inspector codename. Meteor. Accurate. These were all overt details. The final step was to verify the security markings. In the upper right corner of the appointment letter lay a segment concealed by a special alchemical coating, which needed to be removed to reveal a set of security markings. By deciphering the markings, the authenticity of the document could be confirmed. Shelley scrutinized the alchemical coating, noting that it had not been tampered with. Next, she employed her magical abilities to remove the alchemical coating. Indeed, the markings were correct. Fox, turtle, pine fish, yellow flag, foil stone, square table. This was the security marking personally inscribed by Her Highness the Grand Princess. Apart from Her Highness, if anyone else were privy to this security marking, it could only be because she had informed them. Perhaps the Grand Princess had pinned this appointment letter while in his embrace. Shelley thought wickedly, proceeding to follow protocol and reinterpret the appointment letter using the security markings. All anti-counterfeiting information was flawlessly accurate. Your Excellency, Shelley respectfully placed the appointment letter on the desk. I have completed the verification of the appointment letter. It is handwritten by Her Highness Princess Agatha, appointing Meteor as the Chief Inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau and granting him full authority over the intelligence operations in the area. With confirmation obtained, the new Chief Inspector finally exhaled the pent-up frustration he had harbored. Since my appointment has been verified, I am officially your Chief Inspector from this moment forward. Just then, a gunshot rang out. A hole was blown through the new Chief Inspector's head, and he fell back into his chair, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at his subordinates in the room. At that moment, all eyes turned to Shelley, who stood steady, gun in hand, aimed at the corpse of the new Chief Inspector. Smoke still wafted from the barrel. Someone exclaimed, "Black Mamba, do you know what you are doing? Do you intend to rebel?" Black Mamba. This individual was sent to us by Her Highness the Grand Princess. Faced with the panicked colleagues, Shelley performed a flourish with her gun before holstering it. Everyone, there is no need for alarm. I have merely acted upon the orders of Her Highness the Grand Princess to eliminate envelope. The true Chief Inspector, Meteor, stands right beside me. Shelley's declaration was quite substantial, prompting all in the room to gaze toward the young man beside her. He is our new Chief Inspector? Luke was equally astonished by Shelley's sudden execution of the new Chief Inspector. Shouldn't she have lured him to a secluded location before taking action? Now, a corpse lay slumped in the chair. Blood pooling around it. As the leader, should he sit or not? Shelley, have you not reflected on why Agatha retrieved you from prison, yet has not entrusted you with significant responsibilities? Luke said to Pisco. Go, dispose of the body, and bring me a new chair. Yes, Chief Inspector. Pisco, being strong, hoisted the new Chief Inspector's corpse and chair out of the room, returning shortly with a new chair, under the watchful eyes of the gathered staff. Luke approached the desk of the Chief Inspector and took a seat. He set the cane aside and placed the appointment letter into the drawer. Then he declared, I am exceedingly dissatisfied with your methods of operation. Originally, I should have discreetly handled this individual, then brought the appointment letter to assume my position, following all protocols, smoothly and without alarming anyone. However, due to your indiscriminate arrests, this significant incident during the inauguration has severely impacted the execution of the task entrusted to me by the princess. Shelley and Pisco immediately stood at attention. I apologize, Inspector. Luke waved his hand. His tone slightly softened as he said, now that the incident has occurred, I do not wish to take action against my subordinates on my first day in office. Today's events involved someone presenting a forged appointment letter for the inspector in an attempt to deceive. Fortunately, you all recognized the imposter and eliminated him on the spot. That I trust there are no objections to this. Allowing a mere envelope to brazenly occupy the position of the inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau is undoubtedly a grave inauguration incident, especially given its connection to the secret mission of the princess. Should the headquarters pursue this matter and uncover the reasons behind the incident, the entire Cape District Intelligence Bureau will bear significant responsibility. If this incident is portrayed merely as a swindler's deception, then the Cape District Intelligence Bureau would not only be blameless, but could even take credit for it. The inspector's appointment would proceed smoothly, to everyone's satisfaction. Crafting a report on the case is something the Cape District Intelligence Bureau excels at. Regarding Luke's identity, none in the room harbored doubts. Pisco had already briefed them in the morning, advising against hastily confirming the identity of the new inspector and cautioning them not to let him roam freely. Everything would be addressed once Black Mamba arrived, indicating he was already aware of the issues surrounding the new inspector. Black Mamba, upon reviewing the appointment letter, unhesitatingly shot the new inspector and claimed it was by the princess's command, suggesting he must have had other channels to learn about the circumstances of this appointment. Perhaps the order lay concealed within the secret messages. Moreover, Black Mamba arrived late today, accompanied by the true inspector. It can be reasonably deduced that both Black Mamba and Pisco were already aware that the inspector and the appointment letter had arrived separately. It was merely a miscommunication that resulted in the envelope presenting the appointment letter to take office. Ultimately, it would be best for this matter to be downplayed. The crowd unanimously stated, "It is the Inspector's brilliant command that it is settled." Luke's previously anxious heart finally found solace. Gathering the necessary materials for the secret arts would take some time, and he felt his current strength was not suited for reckless wandering in this world. Being seated in the Cape District Intelligence Bureau's inspector's office was undoubtedly preferable to living in constant fear outside. What mattered most now was to steadily collect the items required for the secret arts as quickly as possible. Only by possessing power could he contend with the ever-changing circumstances, since everyone agreed. Kylina, Luke called out the name of the confidential secretary in the inspector's office. Kylina was a youthful and somewhat introverted girl, clad in a light green women's business suit, adorned with oversized black-framed glasses. Her light yellow hair was styled to the right, concealing her right ear. Luke knew that her right ear housed a metallic oracle connected to her brain's nerves, endowing her with superhuman hearing and memory. Yet it also made Kylina feel somewhat inferior. "Inspector, how may I assist you? This case report is entrusted to you. Please ensure everyone's contributions are duly noted as you command." Inspector, the unfortunate situation had transformed into a favorable outcome, leaving a remarkably positive impression of the new inspector among the crowd. "You need not introduce yourselves. I am already familiar with each of your profiles. If there are no further matters, you may leave and attend to your duties." "Yes, Inspector." Luke's subordinates filed out of the office. Just as Shelley was about to exit, Pisco called her back and then addressed Luke, saying, "Inspector, last night in the Cape District, 2 heinous murders occurred. One at the dock storage area in Windbreak Alley, and another at the headquarters of the Axe Gang, resulting in numerous fatalities. Notably, the leader of the Axe Gang, a horned demon named Ju Mu, has been slain, with nearly half of their core members dead, leaving them severely weakened." Luke thought to himself, "Isn't this my doing? Moreover, what does this have to do with us? Shouldn't this be under the jurisdiction of the Cape District Public Security Bureau?" Pisco glanced at Shelley, who was taken aback by the magnitude of last night's events. She offered an explanation on behalf of Luke. "The city of Ragewave comprises 6 districts, each establishing a branch of the Intelligence Bureau. Although these branches report directly to the Imperial headquarters, they do not operate under a hierarchical relationship. However, the operational funding for these branches, aside from a portion provided by the headquarters, primarily derives from the city's finances. Thus, the allocation of these funds falls under the purview of the Central Bureau. Inspector, the funding we receive from the headquarters barely sustains normal operations here. The money we receive is spent on just a few rounds of drinks. The intelligence agents and informants not on the payroll require compensation. Along with various visible and invisible expenses, the Central Bureau prioritizes funding the new districts and affluent areas under the pretense of protecting taxpayers. Our Cape District, while comparable in size to 3 other districts, receives merely 1/10 of the funding allocated to other districts, and sometimes even less. Other district intelligence bureaus maintain over 1,000 agents. Not including those operating covertly, we can only muster around 400 agents, both openly and covertly, to manage such a vast area. It's simply insufficient. Hence, we have to accept funding from certain merchants and gangs. With the Axe Gang being one of our major sponsors, with their leader now deceased, numerous individuals will undoubtedly vie to seize control of the assets they held as the Axe Gang's backers. If we fail to protect them during this period, we risk losing the confidence of our other sponsors. To further elaborate on the unfolding situation, Pisco added, "I have already dispatched a team to the Axe Gang's headquarters to block the Public Security Bureau personnel. We must respond swiftly, or the Axe Gang's headquarters will be overrun by the Public Security Bureau." Luke was taken aback to realize that the Axe Gang he had just severed ties with was indeed one of the financial backers of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. It truly felt as if the flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple, causing family members to no longer recognize each other. Neither I nor the Intelligence Bureau are part of the same family. So what connection do I have with the Axe Gang? Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of tackling one day at a time, since he intended to occupy the position of inspector for a while, he had to consider the financial concerns of his subordinates. Rising to his feet, Luke declared, "Since the Axe Gang is one of our own, we must extend our support during their time of crisis." Black Mamba, Pisco, Shelley and Pisco immediately stood at attention. "Please address me. Inspector, deploy the Cape District Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team. Follow me to the Axe Gang's headquarters to investigate the case." "Yes, Inspector." The full name of the Special Operations Team is the Special Task Force. which serves as the Intelligence Bureau's grassroots violent department. Shelley and Pisco are the captain and vice-captain of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team. Following the inspector's orders, Shelley and Pisco exited the office to assemble their team. Taking advantage of this time, Luke examined his work environment. In the drawer lay an inspector's badge from the Intelligence Bureau that he donned it. The previous inspector's cane remained, its style, materials, and craftsmanship far superior to the one he had purchased. He swapped it out. Beside the desk was the previous inspector's suitcase. The mechanism on the suitcase had already been opened, likely by the previous inspector when retrieving the appointment letter. Inside were various clothing items and personal effects. A stack of cash, which he pocketed, and a firearm. This was a rare find. Due to the myriad of extraordinary powers in the Epoch world, coupled with subpar gunpowder quality, firearms for individual use had not been widely adopted. Guns were highly advanced alchemical mechanical products, and the ammunition required special manufacturing. Whether for purchase, maintenance, or use, they demanded significant expenditure, rendering them a weapon of low-cost effectiveness that in the Epoch game. Many players favored the firearm playstyle. However, the strength of this playstyle was predominantly observed in the early stages, with average performance in the mid-game. But as the game progressed, various data began to inflate, exposing the limitations of firearms. For Luke in this moment, having a gun was akin to receiving a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. During his initial foray into the Epoch game, he had experimented with firearms and immediately recognized the model of this gun. The Wolf Dagger No. 4, Universal Type, was designed and manufactured by the Imperial Alchemical Machinery Bureau, exclusively for the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Unlike Shelley's military-grade firearm, the Wolf Dagger No. 4 was tailored to accommodate the operational environment of Imperial spies. Featuring a significantly smaller frame for discreet carry, making it more suited for assassination and unexpected situations, the gun's structure resembled that of a revolver, capable of holding 6 rounds in its cylinder. The previous inspector's suitcase contained a shoulder strap, holster, and a box of ammunition. Luke shed his coat, donned the shoulder strap, secured the holster, and loaded the gun before inserting it into the holster. He adjusted it to a comfortable position and practiced drawing and firing several times. At that moment, Shelley pushed open the door and announced, "Inspector, the brothers are all ready." Luke holstered his weapon, put on his coat, polished his inspector badge, donned his gentleman's hat, and grasped his cane as he stepped outside. "Clear the way." "Yes, Inspector." Outside the headquarters of the Coast District Intelligence Bureau, a convoy was assembled. 3 rugged motorcycles led the way, followed by 3 elegantly styled black cars adorned with flags on either side, one bearing the Imperial Golden Shield and the other the Bureau's distinctive leaf emblem. Behind them trailed 2 trucks, each loaded with 4 Reaper combat machines. The Imperial agents surrounding the vehicles were uniformly clad in leather jackets, topped with bowler hats, and armed with standard-issue long knives from the Bureau. Each bore visible marks of extraordinary enhancement. Their intimidating presence cleared the entire street without the need for expulsion, prompting Luke, who had just emerged, to exclaim that the Coast District Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team had brought out their most formidable assets for the Cleaver Party. This display was a show of muscle to the various factions in the Coast District, reassuring the Bureau's backers. "Inspector on deck." Upon seeing Luke emerge, Pisco immediately raised his voice. All the special agents present drew their blades in unison. Ready for the inspector's address, Luke paused at the steps of the Intelligence Bureau. Leaning on his cane, that he addressed his subordinates. "I am designated as Starfall. From this day forward, I shall serve as the inspector of the Imperial Coast District Intelligence Bureau. Overseeing all operations within the Coast District, we have received reports of an incursion at the Cleaver Party's headquarters last night, resulting in significant casualties that I suspect this incident may pose a threat to the Empire's safety. Therefore, I command the Special Operations Team to proceed to the Cleaver Party's headquarters, take full control of the scene, and prevent any escalation. Board the vehicles, we depart." "Understood, Inspector." The special agents obediently sheathed their knives and boarded the vehicles. Pisco hurried to the side of the central car and opened the door for Luke. Luke settled into the back seat, followed promptly by Shelley, while Pisco took the passenger seat. Once everyone was aboard, the convoy set off. The lead motorcycles activated their sirens to clear the way, with the agents aboard shouting and brandishing their knives to disperse any obstacles, creating a scene reminiscent of an imperial procession. Without encountering any hindrance, the convoy arrived at the Cleaver Party's headquarters. Outside the towering castle walls gathered a diverse assembly of individuals, each with their own agendas. Among them were those clearly marked by gang affiliations. Merchants dressed as country gentlemen and laborers from the docks. Most conspicuous were the constables clad in dark uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, gathered at the entrance of the castle walls, facing off against the imperial agents and Cleaver Party members who were blocking their entry. Some constables had already drawn their standard swords. Similarly, the Reaper combat machines, under the driver's command, unsheathed their 2-meter-long blades, poised to force their way inside. That a handful of imperial agents found it increasingly difficult to maintain control of the situation. At that moment, the Coast District Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team arrived. All the vehicles honked their horns, charging directly at the obstructing individuals, causing them to scatter in panic. The Bureau's convoy surged to the castle wall's entrance. The special agents jumped from their vehicles in unison, drawing their blades in a display of readiness for battle, startling the constables into revealing their own weapons. That a standoff formed between the official violent factions of the Coast District outside the castle walls. The Reaper combat machines on the trucks powered up, their mech-like forms towering 3 meters high, with open cockpits. The Imperial agents piloting the combat machines commanded them to leap from the trucks, retrieving long knives from their sheaths and marching forward with heavy strides, their blades scraping the ground and sparking. One constable shouted, "What does your intelligence bureau intend to do? Are you planning a rebellion?" Pisco was the first to exit the vehicle. He gently closed the door behind him and turned to shout, "Rebellion? I think it's your constabulary that's planning a coup. We are the Intelligence Bureau, under direct royal authority. What do you mean by drawing swords against us? Do you all wish to lose your heads?" As he spoke, Pisco struck his fists together, producing a metallic clang. The sight of Pisco made the constables realize that Black Mamba had also arrived. Faced with a woman accustomed to executing her opinions with lethal force, the constable's bravado diminished. That a constable captain replied, "We all serve the Empire. If there's any misunderstanding, we can discuss it. Perhaps we should each lower our weapons first." Pisco crossed his arms defiantly, retorting, "We can discuss it, but only if you lower your weapons first." The constable captain, unwilling to escalate the situation, gestured for his subordinates to sheath their arms. Pisco then instructed his agents to do the same. Shelley turned to Luke and said, "Inspector, it's safe outside now." Indeed, Pisco opened the car door for him. As Luke stepped out, he instantly became the center of attention. Pisco, usually headstrong, showed utmost respect for Black Mamba. And the fact that he opened the door for Luke revealed his deference. Could it be that he was recognizing the inspector badge on Luke's chest? Everyone instantly understood his identity, the new inspector of the Coast District Intelligence Bureau. As Luke exited, he leaned on his cane, surveying his surroundings, and, under the watchful eyes of all, strode purposefully towards the Cleaver Party headquarters entrance, with Shelley and Pisco closely following. Upon reaching the constable captain, Luke did not even glance at him, his gaze fixed instead on the towering castle walls and grand entrance before him. "Captain Bazel, where is your chief?" "Inspector, greetings," Bazel replied, immediately bowing respectfully. "Our chief is attending a meeting at the Central District's security headquarters. The Intelligence Bureau has taken over here. You may return." The security office had a cadre of factions waiting to divide the spoils of the Cleaver Party. How could they easily relinquish such a prime opportunity to dismantle the gang? "Inspector, the Cleaver Party is an illegal gang engaged in numerous illicit activities in the Coast District, even colluding with pirates to undermine the interests of legitimate imperial merchants. Our security office has been monitoring them for quite some time and possesses substantial evidence of their crimes. We have come to apprehend those involved. Please do not obstruct us in executing our duties." Luke was taken aback by the security office's audacity to use such an excuse against the Cleaver Party. Improper handling of this situation could lead to accusations of shielding an illegal gang and collusion with pirates. A newly appointed inspector, being entangled in such a scandal would undoubtedly jeopardize his future promotions. But why should such promotions concern this faux inspector? Captain Bazel wore a look of amusement, evidently believing that the new inspector would not risk his neck for a gang unrelated to him. Finally, Luke turned his gaze towards Bazel, speaking with a tone of disdain. "Captain Bazel, any matter must take a back seat to the Empire's security. I do not care how much evidence you possess against the Cleaver Party. We have an investigation that requires their cooperation. You are to withdraw. We are taking command here. Do you have any objections?" Bazel was astonished that the new inspector of the Coast District Intelligence Bureau would be so forthright. The Cleaver Party's financial support had not lined his pockets. Why provoke such trouble? Inspector, you must think carefully. The offenses committed by the Cleaver Party are severe, especially their collusion with pirates, which is a high-priority target for the Empire. You are new to the Coast District and may not understand the situation here. Do not be misled by false information. Shelley placed her hand on her gun, angrily exclaiming, Bazel, what do you mean by that? Luke raised a hand to silence Shelley's outburst, then turned to Bazel and said, Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Bazel quickly replied, No, I am merely offering you advice. Luke smiled and said, Thank you for your advice. Yet, look at the multitude I have brought with me. Would I simply retreat because of your counsel? Only one of us can enter. Is it to be you? Or perhaps me? Under Luke's scrutinizing gaze, the pressure caused beads of sweat to form on Basil's brow. The matter at hand had escalated beyond mere interests or moral dilemmas. It had become a question of face. Inspector, I firmly believe that I must enter through that door, and if you have no desire to proceed, you may wait outside. Should you dare to force your way through? Pisco stood at attention. Let the inspector address us. Until I return, who dares to breach this threshold? I shall bear the responsibility for all. Yes, Inspector. Upon concluding, Luke led Shelley through the grand entrance, while the members of the Mad Axe gang outside respectfully welcomed them in. Following orders, Pisco promptly shed his thin shirt, discarding the torn remnants aside to reveal his mechanical arm and muscles reminiscent of tires, provocatively eyeing the officers as if to challenge them. Step forward at your peril. The reckless fear nothing, and nothing fears the reckless. Pisco was both audacious and reckless, while the officers of the Coastal District were merely mercenaries, unwilling to gamble their lives here. Upon witnessing Pisco receive a lethal mandate from the head of the Coastal District's intelligence office, all the officers not only refrained from advancing, but collectively took a step back. Basil observed the inspector of the Coastal District's intelligence office stride in, recognizing that the current situation was beyond his control. He could only acquiesce to this outcome as Luke stepped into the headquarters of the Mad Axe gang. He was met with the familiar sight of the castle. Revisiting the sight stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. At that moment, the remaining core members of the Mad Axe gang approached him, their expressions akin to children reuniting with their parents. Had it not been for the intelligence office dispatching personnel the previous night, it was likely that rival gangs would have already invaded by daylight. The intelligence office had resolutely barred the officers from entry. They had just heard the new inspector issue a lethal mandate to protect them. In this world, aside from one's own parents, who would fight so fiercely for them, the gratitude of the Mad Axe gang towards Luke was palpable. Their earlier fears of abandonment evaporated, following the deaths of the giant Wood and several key figures. Lambert, who had met with the Clear Sky the previous night, was temporarily appointed as the spokesperson for the Mad Axe gang. Lambert approached Luke and bowed deeply, expressing, The Mad Axe gang is profoundly grateful for your rescue. Inspector at that moment, a gang member approached, holding a wooden box. Shelley opened it, revealing a dazzling array of gems, gold, and cash that dazzled the eyes. Luke smiled and instructed Shelley to stow it away, addressing the gang members. It seems the outsiders are not inclined to withdraw so easily. We must discuss how to resolve this imminent crisis. Lambert immediately led Luke and Shelley deeper into the castle. In the hall on the first floor, the body of the giant Wood had been removed. Yet debris and remnants of the destroyed bed remained scattered across the floor, with gaping holes that were disturbing to behold. Shelley couldn't help but glance back, knowing that above lay the giant Wood's chamber. Once they entered a secluded conference room, she couldn't resist asking Lambert, what transpired last night? How did the giant Wood meet his end? Lambert invited Luke to take the seat of honor, while he and the core members of the Mad Axe gang settled in. Sighing, he began, Last night, a female elf who called herself Clear Sky invaded this place. She leaped from the eastern tower and entered the castle through a window on the third floor. What followed was a massacre. She was extraordinarily swift. We were utterly unable to react. Over 100 of us perished from the third to the second floor. The hallways of the third floor and the second floor were littered with the remnants of bodies and blood. Chad, Bernie, Jabul, and Brenda all fell to her hand. Ultimately, the elf breached the boss's chamber, killed him, and took his head. Shelley furrowed her brow and turned to Luke, saying, Inspector, The elf must have taken the giant wood's head as part of a contract. There is an assassin's tavern in the coastal district. We might find some clues there. At this moment, a maid poured a cup of tea for Luke. Thank you, he graciously acknowledged her, then turned to Shelley, stating, our purpose here is not to investigate, unless you possess the capability to defeat her. Shelley, with admirable self-awareness, replied, no, I am no match for her. I fear that. Throughout the entirety of Thunderous City, there are few who could contend with this elf. Her ability to slay the giant wood here is a testament to her strength. Let us set aside the elf for now. Luke addressed Lambert. Please understand that our presence here has already caused considerable trouble. We will not be investigating this invasion. Lambert earnestly responded, we will conduct our own investigation into this invasion, that we merely hope that the inspector can assist us in dealing with the outsiders, particularly the officers, as we require some time for our scattered members to return. Once our reinforcements arrive, we will have the capacity to reclaim any lost territory and continue to provide dividends to the intelligence office. Luke sipped his tea, casually remarking, your reinforcements? Are they pirates? The atmosphere in the room instantly thickened. Pirates had long been a primary target of the Empire's crackdowns, and Thunderous City, as a port city, maintained a zero-tolerance policy toward those who disrupted legitimate maritime trade. The immediate execution of captured pirates served as a public spectacle. The connection between the Mad Axe gang and pirates was not an isolated case in the coastal district. Yet everyone tacitly concealed it beneath the surface. However, the new inspector's sudden assertion of the Mad Axe gang's collusion with pirates left the gang leaders bewildered as to his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Lambert cautiously replied, Inspector, those coming to our aid are our friends from the high seas, with no direct ties to piracy. Luke smiled. Even if there are ties, it matters not. When your friends arrive in the coastal district, do inform me that I will arrange for a meeting over tea to discuss how we might profit together. Lambert was further perplexed by the inspector's motives. Was it appropriate to speak of such matters in this context? Were you an imperial spy or a mob boss? Inspector, this may not be suitable. Why is it unsuitable? If I deem it suitable, then it is. Luke declared, I have long heard of the esteemed Lady Tasia from Fishbone Island. Should she be the one to arrive, I would certainly wish to meet her personally. Lambert was taken aback that the new inspector, upon his arrival in the coastal district, could so readily name Lady Tasia, and seemed aware of the deep cooperation between the Mad Axe gang and Fishbone Island. It appeared that the gang harbored no secrets before him. What else did he know? Lambert recalled a recent heist organized by the Mad Axe gang, which involved stealing the heart of the Red Dragon Neilcaron from the Alchemy Association in Thunderous City for Lady Tasia. If this were to come to light, the intelligence office would be unable to protect the Mad Axe gang. How should he respond? Inspector, should I encounter Lady Tasia, I will surely convey your goodwill and invitation. However, our ties with Fishbone Island are not deeply rooted, and the decision to meet for tea rests with Lady Tasia. Lambert's response was meticulously crafted, neither acknowledging the Mad Axe gang's ties to piracy nor dismissing the possibility of mediating on their behalf. Luke's desire to meet Lady Tasia stemmed from a need to secure an escape route for himself. That a clever rabbit has 3 burrows if he could no longer remain in the coastal district. The quickest means of evading danger would be to take to the seas and flee to another country. Lady Tasia from Fishbone Island belonged to the Code faction within the pirate community, adhering to the ancient pirate code, which espoused money over life. Cultivating a good relationship with such pirates would yield multiple allies and pathways. I shall entrust the matter of my meeting with Lady Tasia to you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you survive until your reinforcements arrive. Many wolves await outside, eager for a feast. Today marks my first day in office at the Coastal District's Intelligence Office, and I cannot afford to lose the respect that comes with it. By day, we can guard against the excesses of those outside. They would not dare to act recklessly. However, by night, I fear for the safety of my you have means of self-preservation come nightfall? Luke's inquiry plunged the room into a prolonged silence. During the daytime in Cape District, the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Agency could maintain order, yet as night fell, especially tonight, following the confirmation of the weakened status of the Axe gang, the Intelligence Agency feared it could no longer suppress the lurking wolves outside. The Intelligence Agency in Cape District was far less formidable than its counterparts in other areas. After a moment, Lambert spoke. Inspector, if we are attacked tonight, we can only rely on this castle for defense. However, Without reinforcements, it may prove difficult to hold our ground at this juncture, Shelley remarked to Luke. 60% of the Cape Harbor docks are under the control of the Public Security Bureau, with the remaining portion managed by us, half of which is overseen by the Axe Gang. The Public Security Bureau will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to eradicate the Axe Gang. Without them, the entirety of Cape Harbor will fall under their dominion, and our people may very well flee to their side. Luke pondered. It seems we must approach this matter with a wartime mentality. Lambert immediately responded. This is indeed war. Inspector, we hope you can assist us in organizing a mercenary force. The Axe Gang is willing to cover all expenses. Luke was taken aback by the realization that his nocturnal stroll through Cape District as Ching Kong had such a profound impact. Although the majority of maritime trade in Angry Tide City no longer passed through Cape District, Cape Harbor remained the old port of Angry Tide City, still retaining a significant share of maritime trade, particularly various illicit contraband, shielded by the factions in Cape District, continued to flow in and out smoothly. Hence, the interests at Cape Harbor became the core interests of the district. The Axe Gang commanded a substantial stake in the docks of Cape Harbor. With the death of Ju Mu, the Axe Gang was left leaderless, presenting an opportune moment for all to take a bite. However, Luke was concerned that a large-scale brawl in Cape District might jeopardize his own safety. The previous inspector of the intelligence agency had met an untimely and mysterious demise. If he were to take the lead in battle, would he not become a target? Luke did not respond immediately to Lambert, but instead perused information related to Cape District on his phone. First and foremost, Angry Tide City was the largest port city of the Golden Shield Empire, thriving in maritime trade, and was the empire's wealthiest city, often referred to as the Empire's treasury. Secondly, the rampant smuggling in Cape District primarily benefited the affluent areas of Angry Tide City. The city councilors, officials, nobles, merchants, and celebrities all had a hand in it. The interests contended within Cape District were, in essence, merely the grains of sand slipping through their fingers, viewing the events in Cape District from a higher vantage point. Luke was able to see far beyond the narrow perspectives of Lambert and Shelley. As an agency directly subordinate to the royal family, the intelligence agency was evidently not favored by the city's elite. After all, their operations involved siphoning off the empire's resources and evading its taxes. The presence of the intelligence agency as a thorn in the side of the smuggling port was uncomfortable for many. Even if the intelligence agency were to engage in smuggling, it would be far less reassuring than employing their own people. The Public Security Bureau in Cape District, affiliated with the Angry Tide City Public Security Headquarters, was the very embodiment of urban violence, the favored child of the city's aristocracy. Given the opportunity to seize control of Cape Harbor from the intelligence agency, the Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly be willing to fight. Would they hesitate to eliminate another intelligence agency inspector? Although it might be somewhat of an affront to the princess, it was not beyond their capacity for such deeds. If the Public Security Bureau were allowed to usurp Cape Harbor, the intelligence agency would find itself entirely trapped within. With morale waning, maintaining cohesion would become increasingly challenging. In the face of danger, escape would be nearly impossible. Yet, this was not an insurmountable deadlock, as long as the conflicts within Cape District remained internal. External forces would not easily intervene. After all, the affluent elites did not wish to see matters escalate, nor would they dare to expose their own connections to smuggling. With the current strength of the intelligence agency, it was not incapable of engaging with the Public Security Bureau. Everyone in the room awaited the new inspector's declaration. War, is it? Luke stated, since it is unavoidable, we must prepare to face it. Upon hearing the new inspector's call to arms, the core members of the Axe Gang were immediately invigorated. As long as the intelligence agency was willing to organize a mercenary force, they would have the opportunity to hold out until reinforcements from Fishbone Island arrived. Lambert and the key members of the Axe Gang rose to bow to Luke. Inspector, we thank you for extending your hand to us once more. Once we overcome this crisis, we shall forever remember your benevolence. The gathered crowd echoed, we shall always remember your kindness, Inspector. I have heard you, and I sincerely hope you will, Luke replied. Please, take your seats. Once the members of the Axe Gang were seated, Luke turned to Shelley and said, I am unfamiliar with the various factions in Cape District. Could you handle the task of contacting our people to hire the mercenaries? Shelley assured him, rest assured, Inspector, I will take care of it. Luke then stood, grasped his cane, and addressed the members of the Axe Gang. I cannot assist you with the specifics of defending your castle. I shall refrain from complicating matters further. I will now meet with the director of the Public Security Bureau to see if I can alleviate some of the pressure on your side." The core members of the Axe Gang surrounded Luke, respectfully escorting him to the door. Outside, the covert agents of the intelligence agency continued to face off against the officers of the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, a man with gold-rimmed glasses stood beside Captain Basil, clad in a high-ranking officer's uniform, his striking golden hair catching the eye. Luke approached, tucking his cane under his arm, and extended his right hand to the man. "Director Holt, greetings. I am the newly appointed inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Agency. Yushing, from now on, we shall be colleagues, and we will require the Public Security Bureau's support for our operations in Cape District." The man with golden hair was indeed the director of the Cape District Public Security Bureau. Having just returned from the Central District, he rushed over upon hearing that the new inspector of the intelligence agency had openly come to support the Axe Gang. Upon hearing that the new inspector had issued a death warrant against his bureau, his fury flared uncontrollably. Ignoring Luke's outstretched hand, Holt questioned, "Inspector Yushing, I understand you have just taken office and wish to assert your authority. However, your authority does not stem from trampling on the Public Security Bureau or shielding criminals. I issue you a stern warning. Do not obstruct the Public Security Bureau in its duties. Leave at once with your people, or you will bear the consequences." Maintaining a smile, Luke replied to Director Holt, "I have indeed come here because the murder that occurred yesterday is related to a national security case we are investigating. As a newcomer to Cape District, I am still learning the ropes, and if I have offended in any way, I sincerely apologize to my colleagues at the Public Security Bureau. In due time, I would like to invite you all to the bakery at 267 Silver Avenue in the Central District to sample their pastries. I have heard they are exceptionally delicious. The mention of the bakery at 267 Silver Avenue. Holt's expression changed dramatically, and he inquired, "How do you know about that place?" Luke replied, "As the Royal Intelligence Agency, we possess knowledge that exceeds your imagination. I wish to discuss matters here with you privately. A storm is about to make landfall, and I believe you would not want too many innocents to be caught in it. Would you?" Fuming, Holt retorted, "If you dare to harm them, their safety lies in your hands. Rest assured, I too hope the storm remains within manageable limits. Come, let us discuss this in the car." Luke leaned on his cane as he made his way to his vehicle. Holt instructed his subordinates to refrain from rash actions and followed Luke into the car. Shelley and Pilt flanked the vehicle, and all present focused their attention on the intelligence agency's car, speculating on the conversation between these two powerful figures in Cape District. Once inside the car, Holt addressed Luke, "I am merely following orders. Even if you threaten me with my family, the Public Security Bureau will not spare the Axe Gang. If I am reassigned, someone will take my place." Luke gazed out the window and, in a relaxed tone, replied, "Director, look at the people outside. Observe their expressions. They all understand that every word we exchange here could determine who lives to see tomorrow, and that includes both you and me. You have your duties, and I have mine. On my very first day in office, I bore witness to the annihilation of the Axe Gang, leaving me at a loss as to how I might effectively manage my subordinates. The Axe Gang is an illicit organization, having colluded with Director Holt. Since we are conversing privately, I implore you to refrain from speaking in vague terms. The Axe Gang is indeed an unlawful faction, and one must question the integrity of those within your law enforcement agency as well. Today, you utilize this pretext to eliminate the Axe Gang. Tomorrow, I could just as easily employ the same rationale against your subordinates. If all those who toil beneath us are eradicated, who will shoulder the burdens of labor for the affluent district's elite?" Director Holt responded with caution, inquiring, "What are you implying? I fail to comprehend. How does this concern the elite of the affluent district?" Holt, the former investigator of the Cape District's Intelligence Bureau, met an untimely and mysterious demise. "The very first assignment bestowed upon me by the Grand Princess is to investigate the circumstances surrounding this death. Yet, I am acutely aware of the treacherous depths of Angertide City. I am reluctant to gamble my life in this pursuit. My sole desire is to navigate the next couple of years in relative peace before being reassigned. Thus, I hope you will refrain from exerting undue pressure on me, allowing the Cape District Intelligence Bureau to maintain its current state." Luke's words prompted deep contemplation within Holt. The higher-ups desire to reclaim full control of the Cape Harbor docks. Yet they also wish to ensure the unimpeded transit of smuggled goods. The Intelligence Bureau's reaction today clearly indicates a determination to protect the Axe Gang. Should the law enforcement agency eradicate the Axe Gang today, the Intelligence Bureau might retaliate by destroying one of your factions tomorrow. This cycle of mutual destruction could very well obliterate all those who work beneath us. The elite of the affluent district will not dispatch their own operatives to handle cargo. Ultimately, the responsibility will fall upon the Cape District's law enforcement agency. Furthermore, if people are pushed to their limits, their families may suffer as well if this new investigator is amenable to maintaining the status quo. While it may not satisfy the higher-ups, it is still manageable. The new investigator of the Intelligence Bureau expressed a willingness to cooperate. Whether this cooperation is genuine or merely superficial remains to be seen. Do you have any suggestions? Even if I am inclined to overlook the Axe Gang, the outside world may not share the same sentiments. Observing Holt relent, Luke remarked, on my first day in office. I am not well acquainted with the Axe Gang. I have no inherent desire to protect them. However, I must consider the sentiments of my subordinates. You should be aware that Black Mamba and Pisco are not easily controllable. Holt glanced at the two individuals standing outside the vehicle, agreeing with Luke's perspective, and even expressed a hint of sympathy, saying, "Those two are indeed a source of considerable distress for all investigators of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. Since you understand my predicament, I propose that the Intelligence Bureau and the Law Enforcement Agency withdraw simultaneously from this situation, refraining from directly involving ourselves in these events. You and I shall both restrain our subordinates from causing disturbances during the day, while at night, they may act as they see fit. Director, what are your thoughts?" Luke's suggestion aimed to avert direct conflict between the Intelligence Bureau and the Law Enforcement Agency, confining this struggle to the realm of gang rivalry. If the flames of conflict do not reach the upper echelons, they shall not endanger those who dwell therein, especially the families of those in power. Holt was uncertain how the Intelligence Bureau could locate his family. Concealed so discreetly at this moment, he could only strive to minimize risk. "That I hope you will honor your word." Luke extended his hand to Holt, stating, "That should be my line. I am the least inclined to escalate matters. The sooner we withdraw, the sooner the docks can return to normal operations. The prolonged delay has undoubtedly caused a backlog of goods." Holt and Luke exchanged a brief handshake before he exited the vehicle. Luke rolled down the car window and instructed Shelley, "Notify our people to retreat." Shelley inquired, "Are we withdrawing now? What about the law enforcement personnel?" Altogether, the officers surrounding the Axe Gang's headquarters, under Holt's command, began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Shelley waved her hand, signaling the intelligence operatives to regroup. The convoy honked its horns, returning to the Intelligence Bureau with an air of triumph, as if celebrating a victory. Upon reaching the second floor, an intelligence clerk approached Luke, saying, "Detective, an elderly woman who calls herself Hilm is waiting over there. She claims you sent for her to help find her son." Luke glanced in the direction indicated by the clerk and indeed saw a timid elderly woman selling hot dogs. Upon noticing Luke's gaze, the woman immediately bowed in respect. "It was I who had summoned her." Luke then turned to Shelley, who was beside him, stating, "This is your case. You shall take responsibility as a test of your capabilities." Shelley hesitated, replying, "Detective, I still need to contact people to support the Axe Gang. Moreover, I am skilled in killing, not in locating individuals." Luke's decision to take on the case of Hilm's missing son had been rather impulsive, and seeing Shelley speak so defiantly about evading responsibility prompted him to consider admonishing her. However, assisting the Axe Gang through this ordeal was undoubtedly more pressing. Additionally, if Shelley were to handle this case and failed to locate the woman's son, it could end tragically. Yet, he had already made a commitment to Hilm. Just as Luke wrestled with this dilemma, the clerk volunteered, "Detective, you can entrust this case to me." Luke regarded the young man before him, who appeared eager to prove himself to the new leadership. He looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Luke finally recognized this individual. Wallace Thomas, a 5-star hero and a legendary intelligence agent of the Golden Shield Empire. Noted for his meticulous approach and remarkable achievements, he had been recruited by the Grand Princess into the Intelligence Bureau's highest espionage organization, known as Raven. His code name was Silence. Subsequently, during the power struggle between the Grand Princess and the Crown Prince, he had successfully assassinated several key figures aligned with the Crown Prince, earning his status as one of the Grand Princess's 10 elite agents. However, Thomas was not yet the Silence of the future. Given his age and appearance, he appeared to be a fresh recruit in the Intelligence Bureau. Luke was surprised to encounter the young Thomas within the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. How intriguing. noticing that the detective was scrutinizing him. Thomas awkwardly remarked, "I apologize, Detective. I realize I am a newcomer and lack the capacity to handle cases independently. However, I hope you will grant me an opportunity. I will exert every effort to assist him in locating her son." Seeing someone willing to take over her case, Shelley added her recommendation, "Detective, let the newcomer handle this small case. It's a good opportunity for him to gain experience. This young man possesses considerable potential." Thomas, realizing that Captain Shelley did not know his name, sought to introduce himself. However, before he could speak, Luke interjected, "You must be Wallace Thomas. Am I correct?" Thomas was taken aback that the detective could articulate his full name so effortlessly. As a novice, receiving recognition and being valued by his superior instilled in Thomas a sense of pride. He stood tall and declared, "Yes, Detective. My name is Wallace Thomas, a graduate of the 135th class of the Empire's Royal Intelligence Academy. With a graduation score of 689, I interned at the Empire's Social Fortress on February 4, 2646, and was transferred to the Cape District Intelligence Bureau on March 9, 2647, tasked with office duties to AT this moment." Luke had already located some information about Thomas on his phone. The details regarding Thomas's early career were scant, but graduating from the Empire's Intelligence Academy with a score approaching 700 indicated that he had been exceptionally talented from the outset. However, his humble origins likely precluded him from being recognized earlier by the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. Luke patted Thomas on the shoulder, stating, "I, too, graduated from the Empire's Royal Intelligence Academy. In terms of seniority, you are my junior. I admire your tenacity in seizing opportunities. It resonates with me that I shall entrust this case to you. Let us see the capabilities of a distinguished graduate from the Royal Intelligence Academy." Thomas was astonished by the detective's down-to-earth demeanor. Not only had he been entrusted with this case, but he was also recognized as a junior. The honor and treatment left Thomas feeling elated as he exclaimed, "Rest assured, Detective, I will not bring shame to the Royal Intelligence Academy. That I will work diligently. I have faith in you." Luke did not wish to squander too much time on Thomas. After all, circumstances give rise to heroes. It remains uncertain whether, amidst his own distractions, he can still evolve into the future's silence. Nevertheless, his audacity has instilled in Luke a strong belief in Thomas's potential. Opportunities are invariably bestowed upon those who are prepared and willing to seize them. There is room for training and development. Assigned a task, Thomas sought out Hilm to inquire about her son's situation. Shelley seemed to have recalled something, using the pretext of supporting the Mad Axe party to slip away during the night. Luke returned to the office alone. His confidential secretary, Karina, brought him a cup of coffee and placed a stack of documents on the desk. "Inspector, these are all documents that require your signature, accumulated prior to your appointment. This one needs your immediate approval." "What is it? Why the urgency?" Karina explained. "Inspector, before your tenure, our Cape District's Intelligence Bureau was under the direction of the Central Bureau. Now that you have taken office, the command naturally must be transferred back to you. This is your seal, retrieved from the body found in the envelope." Karina set a seal on the table, along with several other miscellaneous items belonging to the former inspector. Luke briefly reviewed the command transfer document, then picked up the seal to imprint it with the falling star mark to is the body taken care of. "It has been cremated." Karina extracted a letter from the documents, stating, "This is a circular just received from the City Hall. They demand that we locate the heart of the Red Dragon Neelkin stolen from the City Alchemist Association as swiftly as possible." Luke perused the circular and asked, "Shouldn't the theft from the City Alchemist Association be under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau? What concern is it of our Intelligence Bureau? Even if we were to assist, that would be a matter for the Central Bureau. So why has it fallen upon us in the Cape District?" Karina clarified, "Inspector, the Central Bureau reported that the thief who stole the heart of the Red Dragon Neelkin vanished upon entering our Cape District. They also mentioned that this alchemical artifact is related to the Dragon Kingdom, and if the heart of the Red Dragon Neelkin is exploited, it could potentially lead to a diplomatic incident. Thus, the City Hall has entrusted us with the task of locating this artifact. Failure to do so could impact the City Hall's financial allocations to us. This case has always been under the purview of Captain Black Mamba." No wonder Shelley had departed so hastily. It was clear she intended to pass this case over to the inspector. The heart of the Red Dragon Neelkin was in the backpack of the Clear Sky. Surrendering it was out of the question. As for the Central Bureau's talk of diplomatic incidents, the Dragon Kingdom is merely a map of dragon gatherings, lacking any form of representative government. Thus, diplomacy is a moot point. Since the Red Dragon Neocon has signed a summoning agreement with the Alchemist Association of Angry Tide City, both parties automatically bear the risks entailed by this agreement. Life and death are predestined. Wealth is determined by fate. The excuse provided by the Central Bureau is a blatant attempt to shirk responsibility and provoke issues. Yet, the City Hall's financial measures certainly constrain the very lifeblood of the Cape District's Intelligence Bureau. Finances are tight. Luke glanced through the other documents, noting that requests for expenditures and reimbursements constituted a significant portion. The aftermath of the Mad Axe Party slaughter by Clear Sky had further exacerbated the already meager resources of the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District. All right, I've grasped the situation. You may return to your duties. I will review these documents more thoroughly. Yes, Inspector. Karina exited the office. Luke contemplated how to procure some funds. Only financial independence can free one from external constraints. With wealth, one can construct their own rabbit's nest. Luke scrolled through his phone for quick profit schemes. There were many money-making strategies, but they either seemed too distant or required too much time. The only venture that appeared both imminent and timely was the Clover-armed airship heist. The masterminds behind the Clover-armed airship heist were the pirates led by Lady Tasia of Fishbone Island. They not only made off with 10 tons of gold, but also kidnapped over a dozen prominent figures from Angry Tide City aboard the airship. The subsequent rescue efforts surrounding this gold and the hostages unfolded into an intricate and captivating narrative, marking a notable episode within the early era of Angry Tide City. However, now that Lady Tasia lacked the heart of the Red Dragon Neocon, would she still dare to target the Clover-armed airship? Luke spent the afternoon repeatedly reviewing the story of the Clover-armed airship heist. Lady Tasia had prepared extensively for this robbery. Not merely with the heart of the Red Dragon Neocon, the assault, boarding, looting, and retreat were all meticulously orchestrated, indicating an exceptionally thorough plan that would not be abandoned due to the absence of a single alchemical item. Moreover, even if Lady Tasia wished to withdraw, Luke would not permit her to do so. He was increasingly eager for their encounter as Luke delved into the Clover-armed airship heist within the Intelligence Bureau's office. Various factions in the Cape District began to stir. The Public Security Bureau issued a citywide announcement. No violent incidents were to occur during the day, with everyone required to prioritize the normal operation of the docks. A curfew would be enforced at 8 in the evening. York Street, Windshield Alley, Toss Street, Tina Street, and areas near the Lighthouse of Hope were exempt from the curfew. The curfew would be lifted at 4 the following morning, restoring normalcy to the Cape District. Simultaneously, all parties and factions wishing to stake a claim on the territory of the Mad Axe Party received verbal notifications from the Public Security Bureau. No assistance would be provided. An entry into the curfew zone was prohibited at night. Otherwise, they were free to act as they wished. As dusk approached, the streets of the Cape District were devoid of life. Windows and doors were tightly shut, and lights were kept off wherever possible. The residents of the Cape District were acutely aware that significant events were imminent in the Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District, aside from a few administrative staff returning home. The remaining agents were on standby. Although they chatted and played cards, their weapons were readily accessible. Shelley knocked on the inspector's office door and entered. Under the glow of the desk lamp, Luke was signing the last document, which he then handed to Karina, who stood nearby. "You can clock out now. It's unsafe tonight. You should stay in the bureau dormitory instead. Also, arrange a room for me." "Yes, Inspector." Karina exited. Shelley took a seat across from the desk. "Inspector, the arrangements at the Mad Axe Party headquarters have been finalized. A total of 467 mercenaries have been mobilized, currently stationed at Lambert's. They have a castle at their disposal, which should suffice to withstand tonight's events. What shall we do? Shall we wait here?" Luke tidied his somewhat disordered desk, inserting his pen into the holder while responding to Shelley. "This conflict cannot be resolved in a single night. If the Public Security Bureau adheres to their agreement and refrains from intervening, there is no need for us to endure the night in vigil. Having served in the military, you should arrange for the men to take turns resting and establish lookout posts around the building." Shelley replied, "I have already set up the sentries. Inspector, do you need me to covertly assist the Mad Axe Party?" "No need. The agreement between the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau to abstain from involvement is one that Holt and I established. If the Public Security Bureau detects your presence, it will only hasten the downfall of the Mad Axe Party. Our paramount task remains to secure our own territory and prevent anyone from seizing our stronghold amidst the chaos. Shelley confidently asserted, "Who would dare to threaten our intelligence bureau?" Having gathered his belongings, Luke stood up, donned his coat, placed his hat upon his head, and picked up his cane. He then addressed Shelley. "The situation in the Cape District is far more complex than you realize. Numerous individuals desire our downfall, and any misstep could lead to the fate of my predecessor. I will rest in the dormitory. The defense here will be entrusted to you, as a soldier. You have proven to be exceptionally capable." Shelley stood to salute Luke, declaring, "Rest assured, Inspector, I will not allow anyone to jeopardize your safety." Luke exchanged a brief greeting with Shelley before stepping out of the office. The Cape District's Intelligence Bureau is housed in a grand, square-shaped building, encircling a central parking lot. The front of the building comprises office spaces, while other sections include a cafeteria, dormitories, recreational facilities, warehouses, and mechanical engineering rooms. Numerous single men within the Bureau reside in the dormitories. Given the current circumstances in Cape District, returning to Shelley's home was out of the question, leading Luke to opt for accommodation in the Bureau's dormitory. He obtained the key to the Chief Inspector's exclusive room from the dormitory administrator, room 203. Upon entering, he encountered Kylina, accompanied by two female clerks, standing at the door with an assortment of items in their arms: blankets, pillows, toiletries, and a meal box. Upon seeing Luke, Kylina, holding a white enamel basin, remarked, "Inspector, your dormitory has not been in use for some time. We are here to tidy it up for you. Here is your dinner." "Thank you," Luke replied. Kylina and the two clerks chimed in unison. "It is our duty." Luke inserted the key and opened the door. Although it had been unoccupied for a while, regular cleaning ensured the room remained relatively tidy. The space was more spacious than he had anticipated, featuring a living room, a bedroom, and a private bathroom. Kylina and the two clerks entered to arrange the bedding and place the items in their designated spots, followed by a quick cleaning. Once the clerks had exited, Kylina closed the door and asked Luke to follow her. Surprised to see Kylina leading him into the bedroom, Luke felt a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Given Kylina's typically shy demeanor, he had not expected her to exhibit such boldness. This unexpected encounter took him aback. Yet he needed to maintain composure as he had other matters to attend to that evening. As he entered the bedroom behind Kylina, he remarked, "Kylina, I believe." Kylina removed her black-framed glasses, revealing a beauty previously concealed, momentarily leaving Luke speechless. She then swept her hair away from her right ear, revealing a metallic structure that extended from her ear to the base of her skull, shaped like an inverted disc capable of expanding and contracting within a certain range. She fashioned her long hair into a bun, as light peeked through the crevices of her ear structure. At that moment, Luke realized his earlier thoughts had been misguided. He stood aside, observing Kylina's intentions, and soon heard the sound of mechanical gears whirring from the walls of the room. Kylina then addressed Luke, "Inspector, the security system in your room has been activated. Please look into my eyes as I grant you access to the Chief Inspector's confidential permissions for the Cape District Intelligence Bureau." Luke approached Kylina, and her previously deep blue eyes transformed into a striking aquamarine, with rhythmic red glimmers pulsating within her right pupil. "Inspector, please come closer." Luke leaned in almost to the point of touching Kylina, asking, "Is this close enough?" Kylina tilted her head upwards to meet Luke's gaze, standing on tiptoe to maintain her balance. She placed her hands on either side of his waist. Suddenly, her body became rigid, her eyes devoid of emotion. A dispassionate voice emerged from her lips. "Meteor Inspector, I am a classified alchemical cyborg developed jointly by the Imperial Alchemical Machinery Research Institute and the Supernatural Biology Institute. Model, MQJY54, serial number, P7W59423-69. Name, Kylina Lindbergh. Position, Confidential Secretary to the Chief Inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. I have recorded your characteristics and pledge my absolute loyalty during your tenure. Please confirm." Luke met her gaze and replied, "Confirmed." Immediately, Kylina's eyes regained their expression. She quickly withdrew, stepping back with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "I apologize, Inspector. I did not intend to offend you today as your confidential secretary. I must ensure my unwavering loyalty to prevent the compromise of the Bureau's secrets." Kylina, being a specialized alchemical cyborg, possessed the ability to transform her brain into a recording medium akin to a database. They exhibited exceptional memory capabilities, seldom forgetting what they had learned, making them highly suited for roles as confidential secretaries. Due to their exposure to sensitive intelligence, a loyalty valve was installed within their brains to prevent exploitation. Should a non-loyal individual inquire about sensitive information, the loyalty valve would alert them to remain silent, even possessing the capability to incinerate their brain if necessary. Luke felt relieved that he had refrained from speaking indiscreetly moments before, as that could have severely undermined his authority as inspector. No need to apologize. It's part of your duty. I believe you need not wear those glasses. You are quite beautiful and charming, lacking only in confidence that in this world, many are compelled to alter their bodies. There is no need for you to feel inferior because of it. Forget the past. Embrace your current self to pave the way for a new beginning. Kylina, poised to put her glasses back on, looked up at Luke, astonished. Inspector, do you know about my past? Luke chuckled softly. I know a little, but not much. Those who undergo bodily modifications are often viewed as inferior by those with a distorted sense of superiority. I sympathize with your family's plight. It must have been a stark contrast for a noble lady. Now that you have chosen this path, you must cast aside the notions of the elite. Your new life is just beginning. Kylina glanced at the glasses in her hand, hesitating before discarding them into the trash bin. However, she still released her hair, allowing it to cascade over the metallic structure of her ear. Thank you, Inspector. I will strive to change myself. Now that you possess my loyalty, I can introduce you to the security system here. In the event of an attack on the Intelligence Bureau, the inspector's dormitory would automatically enter a lockdown state, with gates sealing off doors and windows. Should an intruder breach the premises, 2 offensive alchemical automatons would be deployed from the ceiling of the living room. That a secret passage within the bedroom would allow the trapped inspector to escape safely. Inspector, I have recorded your voice print into the security system. You may issue commands to activate or deactivate all security functions. Luke inquired, can I try it now? Certainly. Activate the secret passage, with a clatter of chains resonating beneath the floor. A section of the bedroom floor descended in layers, forming a staircase leading downward. At the bottom of the stairs, a dim light flickered on, illuminating a narrow corridor. Luke asked Kylina, where does this passage lead? I am sorry, Inspector, but I do not know. This passage is exclusively for the Chief Inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. I am only aware of its existence and cannot access or utilize it. I understand. Luke commanded the passage to close, then turned to Kylina. Is there anything else you wish to inform me of? Not at the moment, Inspector. Your dinner awaits on the table in the living room. I wish you a good night. Good night. As Kylina departed and closed the door, the room settled into silence. Luke felt quite content with his dormitory, which far surpassed Shelley's home in comfort and security. Moreover, the presence of Imperial agents outside and the seemingly practical security system within provided him with an added sense of safety. Particularly, the secret passage offered a means of exit without alerting anyone. Luke glanced at his phone, which was charging. Battery status 92. It would take another 2 hours to charge fully. First, he decided to have dinner. Opening the food box, he discovered a hearty meal consisting of braised potatoes with beef, 3 pieces of grilled fish fillet, a large chunk of bread, 2 sausages, and a bowl of vegetable salad, accompanied by a military canteen filled with rum. Quite a sumptuous feast indeed. In the shadows of Lighthouse Street, the Assassin's Tavern lay concealed. That a small window on the tightly shut door was ajar, revealing a large yellow eye peering out at the street. Yet, the usually bustling Lighthouse Street, which grew livelier with the passing hours, was eerily deserted. All nightclubs, gambling dens, and brothels had closed their doors. The sea breeze swept through the debris on the road, enveloping the area in a chilling atmosphere. A familiar figure leaped down to the entrance of the Assassin's Tavern. The door swung open immediately. Thais raised one of her tentacles in greeting to the entering elf. Good evening, the magnificent and generous Miss Clear Sky. You are the first guest of the evening. Perhaps even the only one. As Luke, embodying the persona of Chintian, arrives at the Assassin's Tavern, he halts his steps before entering. Is the business here tonight particularly lackluster? This is all a consequence of your slaying of the giant wood. The Wild Axe clan has suffered a significant blow, and the vacant docks they once controlled have attracted fierce competition. One cannot help but wonder how many souls will be lost this evening. The bounty of 5,000 gold tickets for reclaiming the docks from the Wild Axe clan has proven to be an astute investment for the task's issuer. Luke hands a silver ticket to Thais. I am indifferent to who controls the docks. I merely wish to know if my payment is ready. Thais, joyfully extending his appendages, accepts the silver ticket. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Qingtian. Your bounty is prepared within. And our boss is also present. He wishes to discuss deepening our collaboration with you. A powerful assassin like yourself is a much-needed ally for us. The owner of the Assassin's Tavern is here. Luke remarks, I am not inclined to meet him just yet. That is your prerogative. If you prefer not to engage with our boss, feel free to collect your payment from Billy and depart. Our boss is quite amiable and will not trouble you. Indeed, your boss is a remarkably kind individual. Luke proceeds down the building. The tavern is, as expected, rather desolate, tonight and in the nights to come. The Cape District will witness a rare spectacle. Assassins, of course, are seizing this opportunity to engage in lucrative contracts. There is no time for leisurely drinking. Within the dimly lit tavern, only a man dressed in outdated noble attire sits alone in a corner. Sipping from his drink, his fiery red hair is styled into a small braid, a hairstyle emblematic of the old aristocracy. The now declining aristocrats cling stubbornly to traditions destined to be forsaken by time. Luke merely glances at him before taking a seat at the bar. The lizard man Billy pours a drink for Luke. This drink is courtesy of my boss, he says. Luke replies, please extend my gratitude to your boss. I am not a professional assassin and am uncertain if I shall return here for another drink. I have come to collect my well-deserved bounty. The lizard man Billy looks at his boss before retrieving a heavy satchel from beneath the bar. Miss Qingtian, this is the bounty for your assassination of the horned demon giant without a total of 5,000 gold tickets, part of which I have exchanged for silver tickets and imperial marks as per your instructions. All the funds are entirely legitimate. You may deposit them in any reputable bank. Luke unzips the satchel, revealing a substantial sum of money. Without counting, he tosses the satchel into his open spatial backpack. He raises his glass and drinks deeply before addressing Billy. Farewell. I suspect you will have no business tonight, so it would be wise to close early and rest. Farewell, Miss Qingtian. Luke stands and walks toward the exit. However, as she steps out of the Assassin's Tavern, the lizard man Billy catches up from behind. Miss Qingtian, my boss asked me to deliver this to you. Billy hands over a silver dagger, adorned with golden patterns. Exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. Luke does not take the dagger but inquires, is the silver blade of the Brotherhood so easily bestowed upon others? Billy responds, the boss said that the process of your assassination of the giant wood was so remarkable that many have inquired about you. If it does not inconvenience you, you may present this dagger to them. Although the Brotherhood is not as powerful as it once was, some will still show you respect. Luke twirls the dagger on his fingertips before securing it in his spatial backpack. Since it is a gift, I shall accept it. Please convey my thanks to your boss once more, though I do not promise to undertake any tasks for him. Billy bows. The boss merely wishes to befriend someone as formidable as you. I will consider him a friend. Then, farewell. Luke leaps onto the rooftop, swiftly vanishing into the night. The Brotherhood of the Blade was established by the early aristocrats of the Golden Shield Empire in opposition to imperial authority. Once powerful enough to draw swords and argue with the emperor in the palace. However, with the technological explosion and the rise of nouveau riche, the old aristocracy, resistant to new culture, has rapidly declined. Subsequently, extreme members of the Brotherhood initiated a persecution and massacre of modified individuals, provoking imperial suppression and hastening the decline of the old nobility. The Brotherhood of the Blade has lost its former glory. Yet due to its members predominantly being ancient hereditary nobles, it still wields considerable influence in the Empire. They is a conservative faction within the conservative camp of the Golden Shield Empire. Luke is reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with them. Even the tavern owner, a member of the enlightened Brotherhood, is best avoided. Nevertheless, the Brotherhood's identity is undoubtedly useful, and if one can benefit from it, why not? For instance, when encountering patrolling officers in the Central District, displaying the Brotherhood's silver blade ensures immediate respect and passage. Walking through the streets of the Central District, one can distinctly sense the disparity from the Cape District. It is as though they belong to two separate worlds. The roads are wide and immaculate, with streetlights burning brightly at intervals and steam-powered bus tracks lining some main thoroughfares. Even the patrolling officers lack the roughness characteristic of their counterparts in the Cape District. A sense of security allows some shops to remain open late into the night, painting a picture of prosperity and vibrancy. With her level 60, Qingtian consumes very little energy, and Luke meanders leisurely to her destination, the Whisperer's mysterious shop. In the Epoch game, this is a place where one can procure items related to mysticism. Aside from high-level mystical materials, Other commonly used items are available here. Upon pushing the door open, the soft purple light casts an air of mystery over the establishment. Near the entrance, there is a counter where a young girl, not much older than a child, rests her chin in slumber. The shop's hall is cluttered with an array of diverse goods, jars, clocks, vintage armor, and old books, resembling a general store. The opening of the door causes a bell above the counter to jingle. The young girl awakens immediately. "Welcome, esteemed elf lady. My name is Wanglisha. How may I assist you today? You are truly beautiful. I have never seen an elf as lovely as you. Thank you for the compliment, this moment." Luke has begun to acclimate to the praise and attention her appearance garners. "I require some items and materials. Could you help me find them?" "Of course." Wanglisha steps out from behind the counter, boasting, "Our Whisperer's mysterious shop offers the most comprehensive selection of mystical items and materials in the Central District. Many wizards and alchemists come here to procure their mystical supplies. What do you need? I will assist you in locating it." Luke, adhering to his meticulously compiled list, states, "For wind lanterns burning with long-finned whale oil. 6 sheets of clover paper measuring 120 centimeters by 120 cm. 3 jars of oil paint made from lantern flower nectar and stone slide powder. 10 array drawing pens. 50 crystals. 50 bloodstones. 10 kilograms of sulfur. 1 kilogram of resonant copper. 300 grams of silver thread. A mature male redback corpse. And 14 molar wolf fangs." As Luke recites the items and materials he requires, Wanglisha hurriedly dashes back behind the counter to retrieve paper and a pen. "I apologize, miss, that I did not anticipate you would be purchasing such a vast quantity. Could you please repeat it slowly from the beginning? I will jot them down no problem." Luke articulates his desired mystical items and materials slowly, while Wanglisha diligently records them before gathering the supplies. With so many items to procure, it will take a while. Luke begins to wander around the mysterious shop, searching for anything he might need. Soon, a wooden carving captures Luke's interest. The carving, resembling a cup in size, sits among other assorted items on a shelf. Made of oily wood with a black grain, its surface features a relief carving of a coiling serpent. The serpent's eyes and tongue are highlighted in striking red dye. Luke holds the wooden carving up to Wanglisha and asks, "Is this item for sale as well?" Wanglisha approaches and examines the carving. "Our mysterious shop not only has fixed supplies, but we also accept items from customers wishing to sell their mystical possessions. This carving was sold to us by a customer. Judging by the material and carving style, it likely originates from a troll tribe in the Mandel jungle that worships snakes. Imbued with a strong aura of mystery, one could potentially employ it for the invocation of serpents, poisons, or curses of a mystical nature. Do you require it?" Luke presented the wooden carving to Wanglisha, remarking, "You are absolutely correct. It indeed originates from the Mandel jungle. It is an unexpected treasure. Please assist me in packing it." "Certainly, dear Miss Elf," replied Wanglisha, who was delighted to take the wooden sculpture for wrapping. This elven patron was a serendipitous surprise for her this evening, as the myriad of mystical artifacts she had purchased promised to yield a substantial commission. Luke continued to meander through the shelves of the mysterious shop, retrieving intriguing mystical items for Wanglisha to pack. Soon, the counter of the shop was adorned with numerous boxes filled with carefully wrapped items. Just as Wanglisha was tallying the goods and calculating the costs, an imperial agent clad in a leather jacket and sporting a bowler hat entered through the door. Wanglisha immediately bowed to the newcomer. "Captain Bonner, are you still on duty at this late hour?" Luke merely glanced at the visitor, remaining by the counter to await the transaction's conclusion. The imperial agent named Bonner fixated his gaze on Luke upon entering. A female elf, with ear-length emerald hair, strikingly beautiful, armed with dual daggers and donning a black lace long-sleeved glove on her right arm. As per the intelligence received, she matched the characteristics of a dangerous assassin. Bonner inquired of Wanglisha, "Did this young lady purchase all these items?" Wanglisha responded, "Indeed, Captain Bonner. All these items belong to her. Once this transaction is completed, I shall close the shop for the night." Bonner turned to Luke and asked, "Miss, may I inquire about the purpose of your extensive purchase of mystical items?" "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Bonner, captain of the 2nd Special Operations Unit of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau's Central Branch in the city of Furywave." Luke cast a sidelong glance at Bonner. "Good evening, Captain Bonner. I acquired these items for the study of arcane arts. If it concerns you, feel free to inspect them." Wanglisha, fearful that this transaction might falter, quickly interjected, "Captain Bonner, All the mystical artifacts sold by our Whisperer's Mystique are entirely legitimate. This I can assure you, as Mrs. Mikeyer would vouch. I certainly trust Mrs. Mikeyer. Bonner continued to question Luke. Miss Elf, having procured so many items, my associates and I can escort you home. It would be perilous for such a beautiful elf to wander alone at this late hour. I am capable of protecting myself, Luke replied, producing the silver blade of the Brotherhood of the Blade, spinning it deftly upon her fingertips before retracting it. She then turned to Wenlisa and inquired, "How much is it?" Wenlisa, glancing at her calculations, replied, "The total comes to 147,320 imperial marks. You need only pay 145,000 marks." Luke retrieved a pouch containing currency from her spatial backpack. Extracting a selection of gold notes, silver coins, and imperial marks to hand to Wenlisa. She then began placing the boxes of mystical artifacts into her spatial backpack one by one. That the silver blade of the Brotherhood of the Blade and the spatial storage magic prompted Bonner to respectfully bow to Luke. "I did not expect you to be a member of the Brotherhood of the Blade. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Once all items were stowed away, Luke replied, "I am not a member of the Brotherhood. This dagger was a gift from a friend who claimed it would aid me in resolving unnecessary troubles. As for my name, it is Chin Kong, meaning clear sky. If there are no further matters, I bid you farewell." Upon hearing the name Chin Kong, Bonner instinctively reached for the knife at his waist but restrained himself from drawing it. Observing the elf's departure, he immediately followed her outside. "Miss Chin Kong, you were the one who killed the horned ogre giant of the Mad Axe gang, were you not?" As Luke stepped out of the Whisperer's Mystique, she found herself surrounded by a group of Imperial agents at the door, all brandishing their blades, their expressions wary as they regarded her. Bonner pursued from behind. The atmosphere grew tense. Luke replied, "Indeed, I killed it. And the more than 10 individuals in the Windshield Alley storage area, were they also your doing?" "That too was my doing," Luke acknowledged straightforwardly, her right hand resting upon the hilt of her dagger. "Do you have any further inquiries, Captain Bonner?" The temperature in the vicinity plummeted rapidly. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, transforming into icy pellets that struck the cobblestone road with a resounding clatter. Yet, 30 meters away, the ground remained dry, devoid of any ice or raindrops. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Not far off, a luxurious carriage approached, and upon witnessing the scene, the coachman quickly yanked on the reins to halt the carriage, then pivoted to whip the horses into a hasty retreat. The temperature continued to drop. Some agents began to falter, shivering from the cold. This phenomenon reminded Bonner of the records from the recent murder scene in Windshield Alley, where the victims had all been frozen into ice sculptures. They had faced their assailant but had shown no resistance at the time of death. The headquarters of the Mad Axe gang. She had slaughtered over 100 individuals within mere minutes, including several battle-hardened veterans of the gang. Calculating the time, the horned ogre giant had lasted less than a minute before its head was severed. Bonner struggled to comprehend why this seemingly unassuming elf possessed such devastating lethality. Am I truly her match? Furthermore, she had connections to that group of old aristocrats. Bonner noticed frost forming on her eyelashes. "Miss Chin Kong, you are mistaken. We harbor no intent to be your adversaries." Ultimately, Bonner dared not attempt to apprehend the elf, gesturing for his subordinates to retreat from the frost-covered area. The events that transpired in Windshield Alley and at the Mad Axe gang do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Intelligence Bureau. The Coast District is not within our purview. Moreover, you are a friend of a member of the Brotherhood of the Blade. Luke inquired, "Am I free to leave then?" "You are welcome to depart. Welcome to the Central District of Fury Wave City. I wish you a pleasant evening. Farewell." Luke leaped onto the rooftops, swiftly vanishing into the night. She was unwilling to entangle herself with these Imperial agents, as engaging would undoubtedly require elevating her status, and excessive battery drain on her mobile device could jeopardize subsequent matters. Following Luke's departure, the icy phenomenon outside the Whisperer's Mystique dissipated. Bonner turned back to the shop. Locating Wenlisa, who was huddled behind the counter, shivering from the cold. "What did that elf purchase?" Wenlisa handed him a piece of paper. "This list records the mystical items that young lady acquired, Captain Bonner." "What just transpired? Why did it suddenly become so cold?" "It is nothing. You should close up and rest early." Bonner examined Luke's shopping list and noted several items that appeared to be connected to the heart that had gone missing from the Alchemist's Guild. Was this the work of the Brotherhood of the Blade? Having gathered the necessary items and materials, Luke dashed between buildings, leaving the city to arrive at the seaside. It was now time to summon the red dragon Nirkalong. Under the moonlight, the sea breeze crashed the waves repeatedly against the shore, and Luke followed the summoning guide on her mobile device to draw a hexagram magic circle in the sand. She then took the purchased sulfur and evenly sprinkled it along the lines of the magic circle. Lighting a wind lantern filled with whale oil, she placed it at the first point of the hexagram, followed by positioning 5 crystals at the remaining 5 points. Chanting the incantation, 5 beams of light shot forth from the lantern, penetrating the crystals, which then emitted a soft glow. Luke stepped into the center of the magic circle. Unfurling a 120 centimeter sheet of clover grass-made parchment upon the incantation, the soft parchment transformed into a firm surface akin to a stone slab. Utilizing a ritualistic drawing tool and specially formulated ink, a pentagram magic circle was inscribed upon the paper, with 10 bloodstones positioned at the 5 outer and 5 inner angles. Finally, the heart of the red dragon, Nirkalong, was placed at the center of the pentagram. In an instant, the sulfur within the hexagram's lines ignited. The winds intensified, forming a vortex around the perimeter of the magic circle, while the interior remained untouched by the tempest. Luke manipulated the squares on the heart of the red dragon, and a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed faintly in the air. The winds grew fiercer, lifting sand into the sky and encasing the magic circle within a swirling wall of sand. Upon aligning the final square correctly, the winds abruptly ceased, and the airborne sand cascaded downwards. Silence enveloped the area, as if the entire world had muted in the atmosphere, a pressure emanating from a higher being gradually intensified. Luke swiftly leapt from the center of the magic circle to the outside, extracting several vials of potions from his spatial backpack, consuming them with utmost haste. The flames within the magic circle blazed even more fiercely, forming a firewall that reached a height of 2 meters. The pressure grew heavier, rendering the air almost viscous. The fire surged with increasing ferocity, its tongues licking upwards. 3 meters, 4 meters. Luke brandished the Tsangu Panyin knife, feeling the effects of the state potion coursing through him, while the elemental fusion reactor operated at hyperfrequency, fueled by the materials and catalysts. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth at that moment. A true dragon's roar resonated from the towering firewall, but a pair of crimson dragon wings emerged, stretching outward through the flames. The red dragon Nirkalong, Luke declared, pushing Chinkong's level to 80. Divine providence, in a baptism of energy. Holy power manifested as angelic armor enveloped her right side, while the knife first erupted with sacred flames before condensing into a golden sheen. A robust dragon tail slithered out from the firewall, responding to the call of the contract. For the next 10 minutes, Luke would elevate Chinkong's level to 100, then cast state magic upon himself. Extraordinary divine strength, swift movement, indomitable will, frenzy, as a dragon's head emerged from above the flames. Luke leapt high into the air. Patterns adorned her face. Her eyes transformed into crystalline ice, revealing an expression of unrestrained exhilaration. The knife in her hand was raised high, its blade extending over 3 meters. I shall fight for you, shattering your foes. Tell me your name. My contractee. Chinkong. Luke shouted her name, having reached the apex of her leap, where she beheld the red dragon standing amidst the flames. She then elevated Chinkong's level to 120. The knife's radiance surged, extending to 10 meters. The pressure emanating from the pinnacle of martial prowess startled the newly summoned red dragon. It raised its head to gaze at the elf, sensing the murderous intent that made its entire being tremble. A vast expanse of icy mist blossomed upon the beach, while the ocean waves remained frozen in suspended motion. The firewall within the magic circle shrank, reduced to flickering flames under the weight of the cold. The red dragon Nirkalong turned its head towards the elf in the sky, yet its head was forcibly yanked back. Time rewind. Damn it, I shouldn't have coveted those gems. Luke swung the 10-meter light blade towards the neck of red dragon Nirkalong, unleashing all energy to suppress the dragon's movements. With the time rewind in the tug of war between time and the dragon's resistance. The dragon's head created a shimmering illusion, as if caught in a freeze frame. The icy breath extinguished the last flicker of flame. The solidified holy flame-adorned blade struck Nirkalong's neck. The recently summoned red dragon, having applied no enhancements to itself, found its resistance halted by the brief time rewind. Everything transpired too swiftly. The light blade sliced through the dragon scales of Nirkalong's neck, as effortlessly as cutting through butter, continuing its descent. With a single, deft stroke, the dragon's head was severed cleanly. The frost rapidly spread from the dragon's foreclaws upwards, entirely encasing the headless dragon's corpse before it could collapse. Not a drop of blood was spilled in 5 seconds. Luke quickly adjusted Chinkong's level to 80, as the head of the dragon, towering over her, fell beside her. The frozen dragon head, its eyes still wide open, was a testament to the fact that the red dragon Nirkalong likely never anticipated that this summoning was not for battle, but for its demise. Having successfully slain a colossal dragon, Luke immediately set about processing the remains. She first employed her freezing skills to create several large ice chests, then drained the dragon blood from the carcass into the ice chests for preservation. By maintaining a low temperature, she could afford more time to refine the copious amounts of dragon blood. After emptying the dragon blood and securing the ice chests within her spatial backpack, she proceeded to dissect the dragon carcass. However, the body of the red dragon Nirkalong was far too immense. It would take until dawn to process it entirely. Luke resorted to dividing the enormous carcass into dozens of sizable chunks for freezing, then stored them all in her spatial backpack. After all, the dead dragon would not escape. She simply needed to find a safe, secluded location to deal with it at her leisure. Having secured the dragon remains, Luke meticulously cleaned up the traces of the summoning before departing the sandy shore. In the dormitory of the Special Investigation Bureau, a Cape District, Luke awoke from her slumber. She glanced at the time, 3:35 a.m. Uncertain of how the situation at the headquarters of the Mad Axe Gang was unfolding, she surmised that the absence of any visitors bearing news indicated that all was well. Luke activated the security system within the dormitory to open the floor passage. Descending the staircase, she traversed the escape tunnel she had familiarized herself with prior to sleeping, moving swiftly on her second pass. After approximately a kilometer, Luke arrived at a secret chamber. On the opposite side of the chamber door lay a waterway, with a small boat tethered to the wall by ropes above the waterway, allowing for passage into the Lime River. Luke stood at the edge of the waterway. After a moment, a thick layer of ice rapidly formed upon the water's surface, and Chinkong stepped onto the icy layer. Luke controlled their two bodies to greet one another, unable to suppress a laugh. This is utterly absurd. With dawn approaching in a few hours, time was of the essence for urgent matters. Chinkong retrieved the items she had procured from her spatial backpack, lighting candles and placing them along the corners, spaced every 30 centimeters apart. Luke positioned herself in the center of the secret chamber, while Chinkong employed a ritualistic drawing tool to inscribe a magic circle centered around her. Then, she arranged the purchased mysterious items in the magic circle according to the sequence of the secret incantation. The flames of the candles suddenly flared, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the secret chamber. The secret art involved activating and utilizing the mysterious energy contained within the enigmatic items. Unlike magical elements, this mysterious energy was an inexplicable force, deriving from the embodiment of souls, the bonds of faith, the release of emotions, or the accumulation of natural energy. When this energy resided in a particular object, it became a mysterious artifact. The essence of secret arts was a form of curse. By employing secret incantations to combine mysterious artifacts, the latent energy within could be unleashed upon the recipient. Due to the peculiar nature of mysterious artifacts, lacking the established principles of magic, secret arts were inherently experiential. Any mature, controllable secret incantation was backed by countless failures, which often entailed life-threatening risks. Most practitioners of secret arts might spend their entire lives without discovering a single secret incantation. Possessing even one or two exclusive secret incantations was the ultimate aspiration of all practitioners. However, as a player who fearlessly faced death, Luke had fewer reservations. Professional secret art players could even compile 1,000 ways to die collection of failed secret arts to share online for public admiration. As players continuously developed secret arts, this once obscure system rapidly evolved into a popular discipline. Moreover, as resources became abundant, an increasing array of exquisite items emerged for players to experiment with and consume, accompanied by the advent of various extraordinarily powerful incantations. In the later stages, limitless sorcery evolved into the most dominant power system of the era. One need only observe the temporal wings of Chi Tian to grasp the sheer magnitude of dominance that later sorcery could achieve. However, under the current circumstances, Luke was still unable to perform overly elaborate incantations. he could only select a sorcery from the available materials that would enable him to swiftly acquire a degree of self-preservation. An unexpected discovery within the mystic chamber of the Whisperer led Luke to determine the incantation he would implement this time. The lineage of Tautai boasts a formidable name because it is a sorcery developed by players, with the name likewise coined by them. While it may not be excessively advanced, it was particularly suitable for Luke at this moment. Xingtian presented Luke with the black wooden carving purchased from the mystic chamber, placing it in his hands. Although controlling two bodies simultaneously felt somewhat awkward, with time, he could manage some simple interactions. Luke cradled the wooden carving, aligning the snake's head with himself that a rhythmic drumbeat resonated in the chamber. Subsequently, under the flickering candlelight, ethereal figures of trolls adorned with animal skull masks materialized. They encircled Luke, beating waist drums and performing a sacrificial dance, their voices harmonizing in a synchronized rhythm. In Luke's grasp, the snake intricately carved into the wood began to writhe, slithering upward before coiling atop the cylindrical wood like a mass of excrement. The snake's head fixated on Luke, its red tongue flickering. Xingtian approached, offering a small piece of meat in front of the little snake, which devoured it in one swift motion. The snake then began to writhe in agony that a pair of dragon horns pierced through the skin atop its head, extending outward, while 4 dragon claws emerged from its abdomen. The black scales of the snake twisted from head to tail, the fragmented scales transforming into large, crystal-like dragon scales, changing hue to ed.it raised its head, emitting a faint dragon roar, and exhaled a breath akin to a flickering flame. A pair of fleshy wings unfurled from its shoulders, after consuming the dragon meat offered by Xingtian. The little snake metamorphosed into a form reminiscent of an eastern Inglong. It spread its wings, circled around Luke once, and then landed upon the back of his right hand. Its tail entwined around his wrist, the dragon's body gradually imprinted upon him. On Luke's right hand, from the back to the wrist, a red dragon snake tattoo emerged. At that moment, the surrounding troll apparitions transitioned their dance into a lively rhythm. They swayed their bodies, rapidly beating the waist drums, and approached Luke with their dance. Merging with him one by one, the drumbeats and apparitions gradually faded away. At this juncture, Luke felt a surge of wildness rising from deep within his soul, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, bones cracking with a pop sound. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to utter a sound as he gasped for air. Xingtian handed him a vial of mental concentration elixir, which Luke accepted and downed in one go. She then offered him another vial of stamina potion, which he consumed promptly. The effects of the potions kicked in swiftly. The pain persisted, yet became bearable. The transformations occurring within his body rapidly drained his stamina and energy. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, he would procure another potion from Xingtian. In that moment, Luke began to feel gratitude for not having chosen a high-level incantation. Had he attempted such a feat, he likely would have perished instantly. The agony and bodily transformation continued for 2 hours before gradually stabilizing. Luke's clothing was drenched in sweat, and the ground was littered with over a dozen empty potion vials. Simultaneously, Luke sensed the changes that the sorcery had bestowed upon him. Though his physique and appearance showed no remarkable alterations, the enhancement of his strength and senses was something he could only previously experience through Xingtian. While he might not have matched Xingtian at level 60, compared to his former self, he had undeniably ascended to an entirely new realm, likely surpassing a 2-star hero, but slightly below a 3-star. Once the burdens of enhanced strength had fully subsided, Luke exhaled a long breath, raising his right hand to observe the tattoo on the back of his hand. The Tautai lineage was developed by players based on a troll race known as the Flesh Eaters from the Mandel jungle. Players possessing the Tautai lineage gain the strength of trolls coupled with their formidable regenerative capabilities. The Flesh Eaters also possess a unique ability. By consuming flesh, they can temporarily acquire the powers of the meat source. This ability derives from their revered totem, the Swinburne serpent. Players refer to this as the gluttonous snake. The Flesh Eaters would preserve the remains of deceased Swinburne serpents within a special type of tree in the Mandel jungle. Over the course of the tree's growth, the serpent would meld with it, forming a pattern resembling the Swinburne serpent on the outer bark. As if intricately carved, the Flesh Eaters would cut this section of wood and, through ritual, gain the ability to acquire the powers of whatever flesh the Swinburne serpent had consumed. The flesh must be substantial and raw. This ritual itself constitutes a form of sorcery. Once a player acquires this sorcery, they can further refine it through experimentation, thus creating the Tautai lineage sorcery. Players with the Tautai lineage need not consume raw meat themselves. They merely need to feed the totem serpent and can store the acquired powers for a limited time. When the snake on the back of Luke's hand is in its dragon form, it signifies that a part of the power of the red dragon Nirkron is sealed within the dragon snake's body. Luke released the sealed red dragon power. The dragon snake soared from his hand, emitting a roar, a true dragon's roar, no longer the previous whimpering sound. Its body expanded instantaneously, swirling around Luke before rapidly transforming into a flurry of sparks that dove into his body. In that moment, Luke's eyes morphed into dragon-like slits, with golden light bursting forth from his pupils. His skin became adorned with a layer of red dragon scales, and his visage exhibited subtle draconic features. With sparks escaping from his nostrils as he breathed, it was yet another level of power. Luke meticulously savored the sensations following the release of the red dragon's power, feeling remarkably akin to Qingtian at level 80. However, in combat, he would undoubtedly fall short against the fully harmonized capabilities of an 80-level Qingtian, estimating his strength to be close to that of a 4-star hero. After all, this was merely the ability of the Swinburne Serpent. One could not truly transform into a dragon simply by consuming a piece of dragon meat. Luke reveled in the explosive energy surging within him. This sensation was exhilarating. Trolls possessed strength and remarkable regenerative capabilities, while red dragons similarly wielded power and formidable healing abilities, augmented by an additional layer of draconic scale defense. The synergy of these strengths was exhilarating. Luke felt that should he encounter danger, even if he could not overpower his adversary, as long as he could endure, he should be able to log into Qingtian for support. At last, he no longer had to constantly worry for his life. As he retracted the red dragon's power, Luke's body reverted to its original state, the dragon snake tattoo reappearing on the back of his right hand. However, the color of the dragon snake's right hind leg had significantly faded. A consequence of utilizing the red dragon's power, it required only a small piece of dragon meat to restore its hue, and Qingtian's spatial bag was brimming with dragon meat. He requested a piece the size of a fingernail from Qingtian. Placing it on the back of his right hand, the dragon snake extended its head, swiftly swallowing the meat before re-imprinting itself into the skin, its right hind leg regaining its clarity. Noticing the time, dawn was approaching. To verify the changes brought about by this incantation, he would have to find time for testing. Luke instructed Qingtian to log off, then retraced his steps back to the dormitory. After a refreshing shower, he welcomed the new day with renewed vigor. Just as he began to feel hungry, Kylina conveniently arrived with breakfast. After tidying up the room, Kylina watched the detective seated at the table, voraciously consuming his meal, and inquired curiously, "Detective, I sense a significant change in your physique. That it seems your strength has greatly increased, and if it weren't for my recording of your features yesterday, I would doubt you were the same person." Judging by the tattoo on your right hand, a specially modified individual, Kylina was highly sensitive to external information and possessed a keen discernment. She could sense a remarkable transformation in Luke overnight, considering that just yesterday he was an utterly ordinary individual. However, the information recorded revealed that he was indeed the renowned meteor inspector of the Secret Affairs Bureau in Cape District. Consequently, Kylina exhibited profound bewilderment. Luke glanced at the dragon and serpent tattoo on the back of his hand and, smiling at Kylina, remarked, "What you witnessed yesterday was merely my disguise. My powers are now on the mend." Did anything particularly noteworthy occur last night or this morning? At that moment, Kylina held unwavering loyalty towards Luke. In response to his inquiry, she stated, "Inspector, the curfew outside has been lifted, and the city is returning to normalcy. As for the situation with the Axe Gang, Captain Black Mamba has already dispatched personnel to confirm. However, the intelligence received throughout the night indicates that they have managed to hold their ground. It seems the Axe Gang possesses some capability, warranting our full effort to assist them." Luke wiped his mouth with a napkin and addressed Kylina. "Inform our sponsors that I invite them to a meeting at the Secret Affairs Bureau. Firstly, I wish to introduce myself and foster goodwill. Secondly, to discuss our future prospects. And thirdly, to aid the Axe Gang in overcoming this crisis. Please notify them immediately, specifying that the meeting is scheduled for this afternoon at 3 o'clock, as there is still a curfew tonight." "Understood, Inspector." Luke pushed his utensils forward. "Once the matters are settled, change into plain clothes and accompany me to handle a case." Upon hearing this command, Kylina, puzzled, asked, "Inspector, I am merely a clerk. Shouldn't Captain Black Mamba and Captain Pisco be the ones accompanying you? Do you believe bringing them along constitutes handling the case? Kyrina found herself at a loss for words as the confidential secretary of the Secret Affairs Bureau. She often found herself cleaning up after both of them. It's settled then. You have received formal magical education since childhood. In terms of strength, you should not be inferior to Black Mamba, though you may lack her combat experience and ferocity. This case does not necessitate taking lives. Your magic will suffice to maintain control over the situation. Given the inspector's insistence, Kyrina could only respond, "Yes, Inspector, I will prepare immediately." Kyrina gathered the utensils into a food box and departed with them. During the time Luke awaited Kyrina, he contemplated the path he needed to take next. Before invoking the secret arts to acquire his lineage, Luke had numerous options available. However, after obtaining the Tao Tai lineage, he could only forge his power system around this lineage. The paths available had diminished, yet had become clearer at present. Luke had merely laid a foundation. Constructing a towering edifice would require a long journey ahead. Symbolizing the massive resources that needed to be invested, Shinkong's strength stemmed from standing on the shoulders of a giant known as the player. The materials he required could be easily gathered within the game. Yet, at this moment, Luke lacked even the equipment to refine dragon blood, let alone process its materials. Some items were simply unavailable for purchase in this world. During this time frame, the secret arts constituted a rather rudimentary power system. Neither the state nor private research groups would allocate excessive funds or resources to a field that lacked theoretical foundations and relied solely on experience and luck. With such resources and talent, wouldn't it be more lucrative to invest in magic, steam technology, machinery, body modification, or extraordinary cultivation? In the later stages of the Epoch game, the secret arts could surpass other power systems, as players had played their lives into existence. This also led to many mystical artifacts and materials being exclusive to players. Luke's phone contained methods for processing these mystical artifacts and materials, yet he lacked the equipment to create them. Consuming dragon blood directly and crafting it into a beverage yielded vastly different effects, not to mention a significant disparity in taste. A port city facing the world, Angry Wave City provided access to the necessary equipment and materials through its port. However, this required money, a secret arts laboratory, secure channels, and protection. The list of necessities was extensive. The identity of the inspector of the Royal Secret Affairs Bureau of the Golden Shield Empire must be leveraged effectively. As long as he could excavate his rabbit warren to be extensive and interconnected, even if his identity were to be exposed one day, he could still thrive in this environment, while Luke strategized for himself. Kyrina, now dressed, knocked and entered. She wore a morning glory-colored dress paired with calfskin round-toed boots, her head adorned with a tilted lady's hat. White lace gloves adorned her hands, with a magic wand peeking from the left sleeve. "Inspector, are we ready to depart?" Luke donned his hat and grasped his cane. "We'll use the back exit to avoid drawing attention." Luke led Kyrina out of the Secret Affairs Bureau through the rear exit. Hiring a carriage along the way, due to the high costs associated with steam-powered locomotives and the need for specialized maintenance, horse-drawn transport remained the primary mode of transportation. Many nobles, officials, and merchants preferred the luxurious carriage to avoid the pungent odor of machine oil, showcasing their esteemed status. The poor condition of the roads caused the carriage to jolt significantly. Kyrina, embarking on her first field assignment, exhibited noticeable anxiety. She clasped her hands on her knees, poised to draw her wand at any moment to unleash magic. Luke, seated opposite her, chuckled. "Relax. I fear that you might inadvertently blow up this carriage with your magic right now." Kyrina offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Inspector. Every time Captain Black Mamba returns from a field assignment, I assist her in writing reports. They frequently encounter some truly vicious murderers. While some may be innocent, I understand that Cape District is genuinely perilous, that I must ensure your safety." Luke anticipated that Kyrina's tension stemmed from her desire to protect him. "Oh, are you protecting me out of a desire to safeguard me? Or is it your loyalty that compels you to do so?" Kyrina pondered for a moment. I don't know. The device's stimulation of my brain obscures the distinction between my true intentions and the command of loyalty. No, I can still discern. I merely need to grasp the method. The brain, being the most complex organ in the human body, cannot be entirely controlled by a single device. Allow me to teach you a method combining breathing and meditation. Once mastered, you will be able to distinguish your genuine thoughts from those imposed upon you. Although this won't free you from the device's control, it will allow you to recognize your true self. Really? Kyrina exclaimed with excitement, then shifted to a worried tone. Will this cause you any trouble? If you don't speak of it, who would know? Thank you. Inspector, I assure you I won't disclose it. Luke imparted the breathing and meditation technique to Kyrina, and the shift in focus allowed her to quickly relax. The carriage arrived at its destination, halting at a narrow alleyway that lacked an official name. Known informally as Black Medicine Alley, within the Golden Shield Empire, potion and elixir production is monopolized by the state, and only those with approval from the Imperial Apothecary Association may engage in the creation and sale of potions. However, the exorbitant prices of legitimate potions have given rise to the black potion industry. Potions produced by private workshops not only lack quality assurance, but may also carry side effects, yet their pricing serves as their most competitive advantage. Moreover, certain black potions offer effects unavailable in legitimate potions. The unique environment of Cape District has fostered a substantial black potion industry. Black Medicine Alley exists in a semi-public manner. The arrival of Luke and Kyrina immediately drew the attention of those within the alley. A glance at their attire revealed their distinguished status, especially Kyrina, whose noble demeanor was difficult to replicate or conceal that a crowd gathered, attempting to prevent their entrance into Black Medicine Alley. Luke produced a 100-mark imperial note and handed it to the leader of the group. I am a potion procurement merchant seeking Ralph. The man accepted the money, scrutinized Luke and Kyrina once more, and gestured for the crowd to disperse. Ralph, their concocted stimulants caused the death of a gentleman last week. Many merchants now hesitate to sell their products. If you seek to purchase stimulants, I can recommend another supplier. The formulas used by the Imperial Apothecary Association guarantee safety and efficacy, ensuring your companion's satisfaction. The Ralph family has a penchant for adding bizarre substances to their potions. Kyrina discerned the nature of the stimulant, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. Luke then produced a 100-mark imperial note. I am a friend of Ralph. Please escort me. The man quickly seized the money to no problem. In fact, the deceased gentleman was already 80 years old. The potency of the potions produced by Ralph's household is indeed somewhat stronger. Consuming it will surely endow you with the courage of a dragon. Please, follow me. Luke led Kyrina as they followed the man inside. The alley was permeated with the pungent scent of potions. Various ingredients and vessels lay strewn across the muddy path, some bubbling with colorful reactions. The lack of regulation and the unsatisfactory sanitary conditions were quite alarming. The man brought Luke to the entrance of a workshop. This is Ralph's potion workshop. You may enter. I kindly advise you to consume no more than half a bottle of Ralph's concoction. Thank you. Luke and Kyrina stepped into the workshop, where the acrid odor of potions intensified. Upon entering, they found a small courtyard that a well connected to a trough was situated there, with several female workers seated on either side, scrubbing potion bottles. At the far end of the courtyard stood a small door leading to the underground. Guarded by a robust man, Luke did not pause and pressed onward. The man blocked the entrance to the basement. Who are you? If you wish to conduct business, wait here. Luke grasped the man's arm and threw him to the ground. Stepping over him as he proceeded into the basement, Kyrina carefully leapt over the man, apologizing. I'm sorry. The man's anguished screams startled those within the underground workshop. Upon seeing Luke descend, they swiftly armed themselves with whatever weapons were at hand. Luke pressed on, undeterred. Kyrina. Yes, detective, Kyrina responded, drawing the magic wand concealed within her sleeve. The wand's tip emitted a brilliant light, sending one of the assailants flying backward. A barrage of magical blasts followed, sending all who charged at them sprawling. Kyrina, lifting her skirts, hurried to catch up with Luke, using magic to move a box obstructing their path to the side, continuously apologizing to the stunned onlookers. I'm sorry, detective, please wait for me. Luke advanced relentlessly, noting that those struck by Kyrina's magic were starting to rise. Had Shelley been with them, the scene would have unfolded quite differently, navigating through the sorting room, the milling area, and the dissolving chamber. Kyrina followed closely behind Luke, her wand poised forward. The light emanating from its tip intimidated most, rendering them immobile. Only the bold dared to attack, and they too met the end of being hurled away by magic. Luke traversed the rooms with little obstruction until he was confronted by 4 men. Their physiques were markedly different from the ordinary people encountered earlier. At the forefront stood a short, elderly man with white hair and a forehead swollen like that of a deity. Angrily, he challenged Luke. Who are you? Luke slowly retrieved his detective badge from his pocket and affixed it to his chest. Meteor, the new detective of the Confidential Affairs Bureau in the Cape District. At the revelation of his identity, the men's bravado deflated entirely. They were merely a black market potion workshop, incapable of confronting the ferocious Imperial Confidential Affairs Bureau. The old man hastily bowed to Luke. Greetings. Detective Meteor. I am Ralph, and these three are my sons. That we acknowledge that we have illegally manufactured potions in violation of Imperial law, and we accept the penalty. Ralph's familiarity with the admission suggested that they had been frequented by the Confidential Affairs Bureau before. Likely accustomed to visits from law enforcement, as long as a fine was paid, production of black market potions could continue. Yet, Ralph had not anticipated that this time, the detective himself had come to their door, leaving him uncertain about how much it would take to dismiss this esteemed visitor. His expression darkened at the thought. It seemed they would not only have to part with their profits, but also suffer a significant loss. Luke, however, smiled and said, Old Ralph, I am not here to collect a fine. I am here to discuss business with you. Discuss business? Ralph was taken aback. I run a black market potion workshop specializing in stimulants. What business could the esteemed detective of the Imperial Bureau possibly want with me? Please, do not jest. I have no reason to jest. This is not the place for negotiations. Find somewhere else. Ralph, uncertain of the detective's intentions, could only invite him into his office, which also served as the potion mixing room. On the experimentation table, curved glass tubes connected various vessels, with a hemispherical glass pot simmering a green liquid. Upon entering, Ralph first extinguished the oil lamp beneath the glass pot, instructed his sons to bring in chairs, and then shooed everyone else away. Detective, we merchants of black market potions may appear to profit, but the margins are exceedingly thin. The costs of raw materials, labor, transportation, and various other expenses leave us with very little. If we were truly making a fortune, we wouldn't still be residing in the Black Potion Alley. Please, have a seat. Luke did not sit, but instead surveyed the modest potion mixing room, inspecting the equipment. Old Ralph, no other potion workshop likely possesses apparatus as sophisticated as yours. The mention of the equipment. Ralph could not help but beam with pride. Indeed, most potion workshops follow existing formulas for production. It is safe, yet lacks competitiveness. I take pleasure in adjusting the formulas to enhance the potion's effects. We produce improved stimulants that are in high demand in the affluent district. But someone died. Ralph immediately denied. No. The gentleman who passed did not consume our concoction. All potions I produce are personally tested by me before determining the formula. If anyone were to die, it would be I first. You personally test them? Luke regarded the elderly Ralph, who was nearly incapacitated by age, with skepticism. If you don't believe me, I shall drink a vial right now. No. Luke interjected, halting Ralph. If a wealthy gentleman truly perished from consuming a black market potion, someone would have come knocking at our door by now. This rumor is likely the result of jealousy from competitors. It is also possible that the death of that gentleman benefited many, and those who gained from it are reluctant to stir the pot. Regardless of the truth, it bore no relevance to Luke's purpose for being there. Luke took a seat while Kylena stood slightly behind him, still gripping her wand. Please, sit, Luke urged Ralph. I wish to invest in your potion workshop. Ralph was greatly astonished. Detective, did I hear you correctly? You wish to invest in my potion workshop? You heard me correctly. For your share in this workshop, the profits will be divided as 2 for you and 8 for me. I can offer you protection and a sales channel. The potions produced here will be eligible for special item permits from the Cape District Confidential Affairs Bureau and will be escorted by Imperial spies for distribution across the globe. Luke's words instantly ignited Ralph's enthusiasm. A special item permit from the Confidential Affairs Bureau would be sufficient to elevate Ralph's business to new heights, not to mention the Bureau would actively provide escort services. This was akin to the Imperial spies forcefully presenting gold bars to him, an opportunity he could not refuse. Yet, Ralph still hesitated, asking, Detective, wouldn't this pose a problem? We are a black market potion workshop, which is illegal. I am here to transform you into a legitimate enterprise. With the Cape District Confidential Affairs Bureau and my backing, what do you have to fear? Will you engage in this venture or not? I need a definitive answer. If you are afraid of the risks, I can seek another partner. Yes, Ralph declared, invigorated. Indeed, as the detective of the Confidential Affairs Bureau, what have I to fear? Splendid. Luke pointed to the green potion Ralph had just set aside. Is this your flagship stimulant? Indeed, Ralph promptly retrieved the reagent vial, exclaiming with pride, "This stimulant acts quickly, has potent effects, and imposes minimal strain on the body, outperforming all similar products on the market. The gentlemen in the affluent district adore it. If we can launch it globally, we are bound to amass great wealth." Luke took the vial, shaking it before handing it back to Ralph. "Using your previous formula, create another vial with the ingredients I will provide you. The powdered plantain flour is to be reduced by 10 grams, while the whale fat is to be increased by 5 grams. Prior to stirring, 8 grams of gun cotton should be added to the slime solution and baked over a flame until it attains a pudding-like consistency. Once the original potion has been properly prepared, it should be heated until its hue resembles the azure of my secretary's eyes, after which it should be placed in a freezer set at a constant -5 degrees Celsius for half an hour." Ralph, taken aback, inquired, "Detective, do you know my formula?" "That's impossible. The recipe for this potion is known only to me. Not even my son is privy to it." Luke cryptically replied, "You need not concern yourself with the source of my formula. Simply follow my instructions to create a potion and then assess its efficacy." Ralph, daunted by the implications, promptly began to concoct the potion according to the steps and modifications for the stimulant. Kalina quietly cautioned Luke, "Detective, as a high-ranking official of the Empire, your direct involvement in the illicit production, transportation, and sale of potions could severely tarnish your professional record if exposed." Luke assured Kalina, "You should understand that my mission here in Cape District's Intelligence Bureau is of great importance. All my actions are to fulfill the task entrusted to me by His Highness that I brought you along because I trust you." Kalina suddenly comprehended that the detective's close association with the Grand Princess must hold significant meaning. As the detective's confidential secretary, her sole focus should be on how to best assist him. Ralph, an exceptionally skilled apothecary, adeptly managed multiple steps of potion creation simultaneously, greatly expediting the process. After approximately an hour's wait, Ralph retrieved a bottle of sky blue potion from the freezer. He gazed at the azure liquid in the glass vessel and asked Luke, "Detective, judging by the potion's color and clarity, this appears to be a successful formulation. Yet, I wonder how its effects compare to my stimulant." Luke smiled and replied, "Why not have a taste and find out?" "Taste it." "Here." Ralph pondered, concluding that a small sip should pose no risk, recalling the potion's ingredients and extraction process. He felt confident that a sip would not overwhelm him. Embracing a spirit of self-sacrifice, Ralph took a small drink of the blue potion. The flavor was smooth, and the effects manifested rapidly. He felt a surge of warmth igniting within his lower abdomen. Ralph attentively attuned himself to the changes the potion wrought upon his body. This sensation was slightly superior to that of his stimulant, just a tad different. Sensing the potion's potency was distinct, Ralph gulped down the entire bottle. Soon, his complexion flushed with vitality. "This feels incredible. I feel as though I've returned to my youth." "This strength is no mere illusion," Ralph exclaimed, effortlessly lifting the freezer he had been using for the experiment. Just moments before drinking the potion, he had struggled to open its door. "This is certainly not a stimulant," Ralph exclaimed, turning to Luke. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and rigidity gripped his neck with spasms of exhilaration. "I never claimed it was a stimulant. You must suppress the effects quickly. Given your age and constitution, you cannot withstand such ferocity." Upon hearing Luke's warning, Ralph hastily rummaged through a nearby cabinet for a neutralizing agent, his hands trembling as he knocked several vials to the ground. After locating the antidote, he quickly consumed it. Approximately 2 minutes later, his condition gradually stabilized. The exertion had rendered Ralph slumped in a chair, panting heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Luke inquired, "How do you feel?" Ralph took a deep breath before managing to speak. "I never anticipated that my stimulant, with such minor adjustments, could be transformed into such a potent berserker potion. It acts swiftly, allowing one to reach a peak state rapidly, while maintaining a degree of rationality amidst the frenzy. Although it does exert considerable strain on one's stamina, my age prevents me from accurately gauging the fatigue that follows. Thus I cannot evaluate its aftereffects. Based on my experience, a potion of equivalent efficacy would fetch around 20,000 imperial marks, while our stimulant can only sell for a mere 1,000. Luke was surprised that Ralph still held on to thoughts of his stimulant. "Your stimulant will continue production, while the berserker potion will have a separate production line, all of which will be sold under my oversight. Given your extensive experience in dark alchemy, You must realize that this berserker potion is sufficient to ensure that you and your sons could easily feed the fish in the sea. Luke did not threaten Ralph. Rather, he acknowledged that, in due time, Ralph would unwittingly concoct this highly effective berserker potion during a serendipitous experiment. Tragically, his family would soon perish in a maritime mishap, leaving his invention as a lucrative venture for others. Ralph, wise to the world, certainly understood that the value of this effective berserker potion far surpassed that of his stimulant. Especially in Cape District, countless individuals had met untimely ends due to possessing that which they should not. I know what must be done, detective, that I shall not disclose the existence of this berserker potion to anyone. I will deliver to you the exact quantity produced. You understand? Excellent. This is my secretary, Kalina. She will comprehensively manage your accounts, procurement, production, and sales processes on my behalf. Additionally, I will arrange for a more secure location for potion production. Our offerings must extend beyond just the berserker and stimulant potions. You require a larger, more advanced laboratory, complete with standardized management and state-of-the-art production equipment. Ralph expressed his gratitude to Luke. Thank you, detective. I shall never forget your kindness to the Ralph family. Luke instructed, now, prepare 20 bottles of this effective berserker potion for me, and ensure that 500 bottles are delivered to the Intelligence Bureau before nightfall. Is that feasible? Ralph contemplated the capacity of his workshop and replied, no problem. The berserker potion merely requires slight modifications to the stimulant's ingredients and methods. I can certainly deliver 500 bottles before nightfall. I will begin crafting the potions for you right away. In the potion preparation room. With the stimulant ingredients readily available, Ralph skillfully proceeded, producing 20 bottles of the effective berserker potion in one go. These potions were meticulously measured and contained in conveniently portable cylindrical vials, easy to grasp and consume. Upon receiving the potions, Luke instructed Kalina to audit the accounts of this potion workshop, documenting all supply and distribution channels, and to arrange for personnel from the Intelligence Bureau to conduct investigations. Furthermore, the workers here would also require identity verification, after which they would be invited to the Bureau for discussions. IT was imperative to fully control this potion workshop. Despite her expertise, Kalina was only able to complete the primary tasks by midday. The remaining minor details could be coordinated with the workshop gradually. Luke and Kalina departed from the dark alchemy alley and returned to the Intelligence Bureau. Arriving at 2:30 p.m., several sponsors who had received invitations for a meeting had already gathered. Luke and Kalina quickly grabbed some prepared food from the cafeteria to satiate their hunger before hastily returning to their office. Having not seen Luke all morning, Shelley grew anxious and, upon hearing the detective's return, promptly sought him out. Detective, Shelley entered the room and immediately noted Luke's transformation. You've changed significantly, not in appearance, but in strength. Is that so? That's a good thing. Tell me, what is the current situation with the berserkers? Can they hold their ground? Luke refrained from elaborating on his own changes. Not daring to press further, Shelley took a seat across from his desk and stated, without a heavyweight like giant wood to anchor them, the berserkers are struggling considerably. Had it not been for the castle's robust structure and comprehensive defenses, they would hardly withstand even one night. Lambert hopes we can help them find more mercenaries, but our sponsors have received warnings from the Public Security Bureau, causing some to waver. Luke inquired, have all the individuals I invited arrived? Yes, they are all present. Regardless of whether they are prepared to side with the Public Security Bureau, they will certainly show respect to our Intelligence Bureau. However, our future prospects may not be so bright. Shelley exhibited a sense of despondency. Previously, there existed a certain tacit understanding between the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau regarding the interests at the docks. However, when the Axe Gang encountered trouble, the Public Security Bureau took decisive action, seemingly intent on expelling the Intelligence Bureau from their maritime interests. Now, the Public Security Bureau has even gone so far as to threaten the sponsors of the Intelligence Bureau, despite the Intelligence Bureau's unwavering support for the Axe Gang. Their diminished strength has caused some sponsors to reconsider their future commitments. Should the Intelligence Bureau indeed lose their foothold at the docks and find themselves under duress from the administrative hall of Ragewave City, the meager salary issued from headquarters would hardly compare to setting sail as a seafarer. Such leisurely days may soon become a thing of the past. Are we to rely on extorting street vendors to make ends meet? As Shelley wore a troubled expression, Luke tossed her a satchel and stood up to head outside. Take your belongings and join me in meeting our sponsors. I shall ensure the Axe Gang's survival. No one will seize the docks from us. What is this? Shelley thought to open it, but upon seeing Luke already heading out, she promptly grabbed the satchel and followed suit. The third-floor conference room was filled with a murky haze. The various influential figures who had accepted the invitation were smoking and discussing the events that transpired at the Axe Gang's headquarters. That I believe the Axe Gang cannot hold out much longer. I heard Blackjack paid a handsome sum to recruit all the sailors at Cape Harbor. Thousands of them. If Giant Wood were still alive, the Axe Gang might have stood a chance. Now, can we rely on Lambert? Tomorrow, we may witness his head being used as a ball. The Public Security Bureau must have reached out to you as well. Director Holt's resolve to claim the docks is exceedingly firm. And our detective has only just assumed office. He is unlikely to prevail against Holt. You aren't considering defecting to the Public Security Bureau, are you? Regardless of how the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau clash, the latter will remain here. Do you not fear retribution from them in the future? Fear? Why wouldn't we be afraid? It is precisely because we are afraid that we have come here that we should have a candid discussion with the Meteor Detective regarding our predicaments. At worst, we could allocate funds to both the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau, but the amounts must certainly differ from before. Alas, while the lords of the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau engage in their power struggles, it is we, the ones toiling below, who suffer. Not only do we expend our funds, but we risk our lives as well. You know that someone previously issued a bounty of 5,000 gold tickets for Giant Wood, the Minotaur offspring, at the Assassin's Tavern. That bounty led to the deaths of over 100 elite members of the Axe Gang, and with last night's casualties, the total fatalities in the Cape area must be nearing 1,000. I fear I might be the next to have my head kicked like a ball. Captain Hans Elton, you have significant business at the docks. What are your thoughts on this matter? When the name Hans Elton was mentioned, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to a middle-aged man wearing a triangular sailor's hat. His skin was rough from years of sun exposure at sea, and a scar on his face resembled a centipede. He was indeed Captain Hans Elton, commanding a fleet and controlling a dock second only to the Axe Gang. In terms of strength and influence, he was the undisputed number one among them after Giant Wood's demise. Should anyone wish to abandon the sinking ship that is the Intelligence Bureau, Captain Hans Elton would undoubtedly be the best representative to negotiate on their behalf. Since entering the conference room, Captain Hans Elton had remained silent. His keen eyes, honed from a life at sea, scrutinizing everyone present as he observed the others raising their heads. He spoke slowly. Gentlemen, we are all well aware of how the Intelligence Bureau has treated us in the past. While both collect payments, the Public Security Bureau cannot offer the same level of care as the Intelligence Bureau. The Axe Gang has also allowed many of you to profit. Why is it that now, when the Axe Gang finds itself in dire straits, you are prepared to stand by and watch them perish? The Meteor Detective has pledged his protection on his very first day. Are you all so eager to jump ship? We seem in fear working alongside people like you. Captain Hanselton's words cast a hush over the conference room, as everyone contemplated their own situations while puffing on their cigarettes. After a moment, Pisco burst through the door, shouting, "The detective has arrived." Everyone in the room quickly stood and bowed to the entering Luke. "Meteor Detective, greetings." Good. Luke waved enthusiastically. "Please, take your seats. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such formality." "Thank you, Detective," they replied. Suddenly, Luke pulled a gun from his coat and shot Captain Hans Elton, who was bending down to sit, directly in the head. He followed up with 3 more shots, each bullet piercing through the top of Hanselton's head, causing the captain to collapse onto the table, lifeless. The room fell into stunned silence. What is happening? Has the Intelligence Bureau summoned us here to eliminate us all? Having seen battle before, Shelley reacted swiftly, drawing her gun and aiming it at the room. "Everyone, keep your hands where I can see them." Those contemplating resistance immediately raised their hands, well aware of the Black Mamba's fearsome reputation and her willingness to use her weapon. Someone asked, "Meteor Detective, we have not betrayed the Intelligence Bureau. We are willing to do everything in our power to support the Axe Gang." Shelley, regaining control of the situation, whispered to Luke, "Detective, Captain Hans Elton was one of us. He was the one who informed me of the Public Security Bureau's warning. He also said he would assist us in persuading these fellows not to defect to the Public Security Bureau." Luke holstered his pistol and addressed Pisco, who was lingering at the door. "Remove Captain Hanselton's body and send a team to his dock to apprehend Dalty and Felix. Bring me the safe beneath the 10th plank on the left side of the captain's cabin." Yes, detective, Pisco replied, entering to carry Hanselton's corpse away at that moment. A group of imperial spies, alerted by the gunfire, burst into the room. Luke instructed the spies to leave before turning to the sponsors with a smile. Everyone, please do not be alarmed that I killed Captain Hanselton because he orchestrated the assassination of my predecessor. Pisco has gone to retrieve the evidence. Please, take a seat. We have important matters to discuss. Black Mamba. Holster your weapon. Yes, detective. Shelley returned her gun to its holster on her thigh and then inquired, how did you know it was Hanselton who killed the former detective? Through investigation, of course. Luke surveyed the remaining sponsors and added, we do not have much time. If you wish to sit, please do so promptly. Sit down, Shelley commanded. The sponsors hurriedly found their seats, clustering at the opposite end of the conference table, the closest to Luke still 4 seats away. The new detective had entered and executed Captain Hanselton. Whatever the reason, it had surely terrified everyone present. Once all were seated, Luke asked, anyone wishing to abandon ship may leave now. The sponsors wore forlorn expressions. In such a situation, who would dare to leave? Seeing that no one made a move to depart, Luke expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent. I was recently informed that the Public Security Bureau was attempting to entice you all. It seems I was overly concerned. We must uphold loyalty in our dealings. When faced with adversity, we should prioritize unity rather than self-preservation. The meeting fell silent, with no one responding, leaving Luke feeling somewhat awkward. Let us cut to the chase. That I understand your concerns. Black Mamba. Distribute the contents of the bag to everyone. Yes, detective. Shelley opened the satchel on the table, revealing a collection of unmarked blue vials inside. Without further inquiry, she swiftly distributed 1 vial to each person. As the sponsors held the vials, uncertain of their contents, Luke extracted one and addressed the group. These are a batch of potent berserk potions that I acquired through private connections with the Imperial Pharmacists Association. They take effect rapidly, reaching their peaks swiftly while maintaining a degree of self-awareness. The peak potency lasts for 15 minutes, followed by a half-hour of diminishing effects, easing the physical burden and minimizing side effects. I intend to sell you these potent berserk potions, and you may experience their effects for yourselves. Upon hearing Luke's explanation, the sponsors regarded the vials in their hands with newfound interest. The berserk potion could significantly unlock a person's potential, leading to explosive power within a short time, an absolute lifesaver in critical moments. Yet, the ordinary berserk potion also bore considerable side effects, often causing a loss of reason and leading to severe fatigue after its effects wore off. Those with weaker constitutions could even perish. However, the potent berserk potion developed by the Imperial Pharmacists Association could greatly mitigate the adverse effects of the berserk state. Therefore, even though the Empire has set an exorbitant price for the potent berserker potion, it remains a rare commodity. To our astonishment, Inspector Yushing managed to acquire the potion for the Cape District through personal connections, indicating that these relationships wield significant influence. What's more, Inspector Yushing intends to entrust us with the sale of this powerful potion. It's akin to stuffing gold bars into our laps without our consent. While some skeptical individuals suspect it may be poison, there are those bold enough to uncork the bottle and gulp down its entire contents in one go, prompting Luke to halt his own eager hand. Everyone in the room turns their gaze towards the 2 individuals who consumed the potion. Wow, this sensation is simply extraordinary. The 2 rise, their bodies surging with energy. Their skin flushes rapidly, muscles swell, and their expressions radiate exhilaration. Yet their eyes remain clear, reflecting a newfound sense of strength and unprecedented power that is remarkably stable and enduring. My mind is slightly muddled, but not to the point of losing control. This is undoubtedly the optimal state of fury. Although I am unaware of the potential aftereffects once the potion wears off, the sheer controllability of this berserk state guarantees that it will sell like hotcakes, irrespective of the quantity available. After hearing the evaluations from the 2 other sponsors eagerly down their own doses of the potent berserker potion, the effects manifest rapidly, and the explosive surge of power elicits primal roars from everyone present. Had it not been for Inspector Yushing's presence and Black Mamba's hand resting on his firearm, they would likely have dismantled the conference room in a frenzy of unleashed strength. Yet this also demonstrates the controllability of the berserk state. The sponsors can only vent their overflowing energy through shouts, leaving the spies outside exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what the inspector is orchestrating with the sponsors. 15 minutes later, the peak effects of the potion begin to wane, the intensity of the berserk state diminishing in layers. After another half hour, the frenzy dissipates, and the gradual return to normalcy alleviates the physical strain, leaving merely a sense of fatigue that does not incapacitate. Now, the sponsors regard Luke not with the eyes of a debt collector, but as a paternal figure. The astute sponsors swiftly seize the nearest seats to Luke, eagerly inquiring, "Inspector, how many of these potent berserker potions are available? What is the price?" Luke reclines against the backrest of his chair and responds, "It is premature to discuss price and quantity at this juncture. If we lose control of the docks, do you believe our enemies will permit the smuggling of potent berserker potions?" A loud thud echoes as someone slams their hand on the table. "Who dares to challenge us for the docks? I will eliminate them." The others, spurred by the prospect of immense profit, shed their previous hesitations and roll up their sleeves, shouting their resolve to reclaim the docks. "What if the Public Security Bureau intervenes to seize the docks from us?" Luke's question silences the excited crowd. They genuinely lack the courage to confront the Bureau head-on. Observing their expressions, Luke chuckles and reassures, "Fear not. If the Bureau chooses to personally intervene, we have our intelligence agency, do we not? However, if we wish to smuggle and trade potent berserker potions, we must unite and form a formidable force to safeguard the wealth we create together. If we allow the Berserk Axe Gang to be bullied as they are now, what level of assistance should we even consider? This venture will only hasten your demise. Surely, you comprehend this, do you not?" The crowd, having calmed from their earlier excitement, ponders Luke's words with seriousness. Their presence here signifies their status as successful individuals in the Cape District, while those who failed have mostly perished. The value of the potent berserker potion is immeasurable. Not only can it be exchanged for substantial wealth, but possessing this source can also yield immense profits. Once the smuggling of the potent berserker potion begins to circulate in the Cape District, its value will undoubtedly ensnare many with greed. Can we maintain control? Currently, it seems implausible. With the demise of Ju Mu and Hanson Delton, none remain who possess the charisma to unite the group. No, there is one. "Inspector, for the sake of the potent berserker potion, we are all willing to dedicate our utmost efforts and unite to safeguard the docks. Please lead us." "Inspector, we understand that given your position, you would prefer not to forge deep ties with us. Yet we are acutely aware of our capabilities. Without your intervention, we cannot secure this business. Inspector, please lead us." Previously, the intelligence agency and sponsors maintained a transactional relationship, with the inspector as a high-ranking official of the Empire avoiding deep entanglements with these gangs. Yet now, the only entity capable of consolidating this disparate group is the astute and ruthless Inspector Yushing. After repeated pleas from the crowd, Luke finally states, "Originally, I intended only to provide a source of supply, wishing to remain uninvolved in the deeper intricacies. However, the fact that you have gathered here at this crucial moment demonstrates your loyalty as partners that I trust you with the goods. If you wish to appoint me as your leader, I am willing to take on the role. From now on, I will be your boss, and my only requirement is simple. You must heed my commands. Can you comply? Do not rush to answer. This pertains to your lives. You must think carefully." The conference room falls into a heavy silence, the atmosphere becoming stifling. This request, though seemingly simple, is anything but the inexplicable pressure causes beads of sweat to form on the brows of the sponsors. They are all fiercely independent individuals, yet at this moment, they do not dare to meet the gaze of the intelligence agency inspector seated at the head of the table, as if their very lives hinge on his whims. Even upon leaving, their fates remain entwined in his hands. After a moment, one person rises and bows to Luke, proclaiming, "Inspector, I am willing to obey all your commands." One by one, the others stand and bow, declaring, "Inspector, I am willing to obey all your commands." "Excellent. Very good. This is how a smuggling group should conduct itself. Please, take your seats. Let us first discuss support for the Berserk Axe Gang." Once the new recruits settle down, Luke contemplates for a moment and suggests, "We should give our smuggling group a name. Let us call it the Flame Sun. What do you all think?" The new recruits exchange glances that we are engaged in smuggling, which falls under the shadowy realm. Will a name as bright as this not bring ill fortune? Yet, given that it was proposed by Inspector Yushing, none dare to voice dissent. The inspector is truly knowledgeable. With the name established, the Flame Sun smuggling group officially comes into existence within the conference room of the intelligence agency in the turbulent city of Jeandun Empire's Cape District. The subsequent agenda indeed revolves around how to support the Berserk Axe gang. The Berserk Axe gang must be saved. This is a crucial battle for establishing the Flame Sun smuggling group's reputation. And we cannot yield an inch of the DOC's interests. The core members of the Flame Sun smuggling group eagerly report the manpower they can provide. Both the quality and quantity far exceed those of the previous day. A contingent of 2,000 soldiers is easily assembled. Luke also reveals his resources. 500 bottles of the potent Berserker potion to be delivered to the Berserk Axe gang headquarters before curfew. Another 500 bottles will follow tomorrow. With such a substantial supply being sent to the Berserk Axe gang's headquarters, it signals that he possesses a considerable stock at his disposal. After this battle, everyone shall prosper alongside the inspector. The core members of the Flame Sun smuggling group brim with enthusiasm, with some self-assured individuals even deciding to lead teams to support the Berserk Axe gang. Eager to impress their formidable leader, Inspector Yushing. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room reaches a crescendo, Pisco enters, carrying a safe which he places on the table. Inspector, we have captured the individuals you requested, and they are currently detained in the interrogation room. This is the safe you asked for, located just where you indicated, under the 10th wooden plank to the left of the captain's cabin of the Lucky Princess. Luke instructs, in a moment, you and Black Mamba will interrogate those two individuals and extract the confession regarding Hansen Delton's orchestration of the assassination of the former inspector. Black Mamba confidently responds. Rest assured, Inspector, Shelley and Pisco, this golden duo will definitely extract the confession. The remaining safe is the size of a suitcase, painted green. Due to the dampness of the sea, the surface was marred by rust. Corroded and mottled, the once lively meeting fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the safe. Alongside them stood the enigmatic Detective Liu. Rising from his seat, Luke approached the safe, not to unlock it, but to place his hand upon it, gently tapping with a significant air. Inside lies the evidence of Hanselton's murder of the former detective. Would anyone care to take a look? The newly recruited members began to sweat profusely. Did it truly matter whether Hanselton had murdered the former detective? Not at all. Was there a need to examine the evidence? Is this something we are entitled to see, regardless of what lay within? If Detective Liu claimed Hanselton was the murderer, then Hanselton was indeed the murderer. The desire to inspect it only hinted at suspicion. Detective, the evidence against Hanselton in the murder of the former detective is irrefutable. You solved this cold case on the very second day of your tenure, showcasing your exceptional investigative prowess that we believe that with you at the helm, the Cape District will soon find stability and prosperity. Indeed, these were prominent figures within the Cape District, astute and well-informed. Luke refrained from opening the safe. Very well. It is getting late, and you must return to prepare support for the Axe gang. I shall not keep you from dinner. From this day forth, we shall carve out our dominion in this tumultuous city. With fervor, Luke hurled the potent Berserker potion to the ground. Together with Detective Liu, we shall seize our destiny in this city of tempest. A dozen empty potion vials crashed to the floor as the assembly departed the Secret Intelligence Bureau, heading to their respective lairs to muster reinforcements for the Axe gang headquarters, in the now desolate conference room. Shelley surveyed the shattered glass strewn about, and the detective who sat in contemplation. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, Detective, as Imperial secret agents, our duty is to suppress and eliminate them. Yet, you, as a high-ranking official of the Empire, engage in smuggling and even establish a gang. Surely, this is not appropriate. Luke retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. Raising his right hand, he summoned a dragon's breath to ignite the smoke, which then transformed back into a tattoo upon his skin. Taking a deep drag, the acrid smoke filled his lungs, warming and stimulating, calming his racing heart. Aside from being a high-ranking official of the Empire, I bear another identity. Shelley, do not question me, nor the Crown Princess. Attend to your duties. Luke rose, fixing his gaze upon Shelley, speaking with an undeniable authority. Prepare the evidence regarding Hanselton's murder of the former detective for closure. Standing at attention, Shelley replied, Yes, Detective. Pisco and I will have all the evidence ready before our shift tomorrow. Luke gave her shoulder an encouraging pat. Do well. Exiting the conference room, Luke returned to his office. No sooner had he settled into his chair than Kalina entered unannounced. Detective, the city administration has sent an urgent communique. Last night, a female elf named Chinkong purchased items suspected to activate the heart of the Red Dragon Neurkalan from the Whisperer's mysterious house in the city center. The administration demands that our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau apprehend the elf Ching Kong immediately before she causes significant destruction and retrieves the heart of the red dragon Neurkalin. Otherwise, hearing Kalina pause, Luke inquired. Otherwise what? Otherwise, all consequences shall fall upon you. Luke had not anticipated that his deliberate mingling of items related to summoning the red dragon within a larger purchase would attract the attention of the Imperial secret agents at that time. However, the heart was destroyed once the red dragon Neurkalin was summoned. It could not be offered even if he wished to. It was better to feign ignorance, given that the dragon had already been dismembered and lay within Ching Kong's spatial backpack. What consequences could there be? I shall take full responsibility, Luke replied nonchalantly. Unaware of the intricacies, Kalina anxiously remarked, Detective, if we fail to capture Ching Kong, the administration may use this as an excuse to cut our funding. Another financial setback. Luke addressed Kalina, informed the administration that neither Ching Kong nor the dragon are matters our Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau can handle. The items were stolen from the city center, and Ching Kong purchased the summoning apparatus from there. It is not within our purview to solve this case, that I have only just assumed my position and am still unacquainted with the duties. I lack the capacity to manage such a substantial case. Moreover, there is no target in the Cape District that warrants the involvement of a red dragon. Upon hearing Luke's final statement, Kalina quietly questioned, Detective, is it inappropriate to respond to the administration in this manner? That is precisely how we shall respond. I will bear all consequences. The administration is undoubtedly attempting to distract us from our focus on the Axe Gang. Collaborating with the Public Security Office to vie for control over the Cape Port docks, they do not expect us to capture Ching Kong or recover the heart. These parasites, the administration will surely devise ways to reduce our funding further. The production and distribution of potions must be expedited. Create a reliable turnover plan so we can resolve the funds issue at the branch. Understood, Detective. Sighing, Kalina lamented, being a secret agent in the Cape District is truly stifling. The Imperial Royal Secret Intelligence Bureau is a direct agency of the Crown, wielding immense power. In other regions of the Empire, government departments tread carefully around the Intelligence Bureau, fearful of offending these agents and being summoned for a coffee chat. Yet, in Tempest City, the city administration dares to assign cases to the Intelligence Bureau and even states that all consequences shall be your responsibility. If I am to be accountable, it shall be to the Imperial Crown. The status quo in Tempest City is inverted, all due to the allure of sugar-coated threats. The standard salary for an ordinary secret agent in the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau is between 6,000 to 7,000 Imperial marks per month. In other regions of the Empire, this is considered a lucrative income. However, in Tempest City, Imperial secret agents receive not only the basic salary from the Empire, but also city subsidies. An ordinary agent's monthly income skyrockets to over 20,000 marks. Agents with positions earn even more. Shelley, having served a clean term, found employment with the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. After just 8 years, she could afford a fully paid detached house and a classic steam-powered motorcycle. This illustrates the wealth available here. Of course, the city's treasury does not dispense such funds without reason. The primary expectation of the city administration from the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau is to refrain from actual work. Simply clock in on time, sip tea, read the news, play cards, and boast, and the money is theirs to claim. By following the administration's directives, one can earn even more. Tempest City employs its formidable economic strength to co-opt all branches of the Secret Intelligence Bureau into its own vested interests. The Empire wishes to rectify Tempest City, but it is run like a well-oiled machine, leaving no room for intervention. Officials dispatched here either succumb to corruption or face obliteration. Luke felt that his current endeavors were perilously close to the latter fate. What he must do now is to fortify his position in the Cape District with monetary means, establishing the Yin-Yang smuggling syndicate, thereby binding more individuals to this nascent war machine. This is merely the first step. Next, he had already done what was necessary for the Axe Gang's headquarters. Reinforcements and potent berserker potions would arrive before curfew. Whether they would triumph was beyond his control. What he could do was enhance his own capabilities. He had laid a solid foundation with his troll bloodline, but that alone was mere brute force to refine his strength. He needed to construct a cohesive combat system upon this foundation, just like in a game. While he had attained a certain level, his skills and equipment required equal advancement. Luke meticulously planned his activities for the night. then feigned an inspection as he wandered aimlessly until evening. The delivery of 500 vials of potent berserker potions was timely. Subsequently dispatched to the Axe Gang headquarters. With personnel and potions in place tonight, he looked forward to the spectacle of tomorrow. After dining, Luke returned to his quarters and flopped onto his bed. Logging in, the experience increasingly resembled his late-night gaming sessions from before. Tonight's objective: the city center. Did you not assign me this responsibility? Here I come, Detective Lou, captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team of the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau. Led a squad of Imperial secret agents patrolling the streets. In the past, these agents would have already sought out places to indulge in their nocturnal escapades. However, ever since the heart of the Red Dragon near Cologne was stolen from the Alchemist Association of the city, a palpable tension has enveloped the entire metropolis. This is a genuine dragon. Should anyone dare to unleash it within the city, even for a mere 10 minutes, the destruction it could wreak is beyond comprehension. In recent days, the city's elite have been exerting pressure on the Municipal Affairs Office, demanding the swift recovery of the stolen heart to safeguard the lives of the taxpayers. Naturally, the office would not bear the burden of such a monumental case solely on the shoulders of the Intelligence Bureau of the Seaboard District, whose investigative methods are well known throughout the city. Consequently, law enforcement agencies and intelligence units from various districts have been mobilized to apprehend the elusive suspect, the elf named Chinkong. Particularly at night, additional patrols have been dispatched near affluent neighborhoods to ensure the safety of the elite. Captain, you discovered a lead on the heart of the Red Dragon near Cologne yesterday. Has the inspector offered any rewards? Rewards? More like a reprimand, Bonner remarked as he strolled alongside his subordinates. The inspector questioned me. Why didn't you apprehend the suspect on the spot? Sighing, one of the agents expressed his dissatisfaction. The inspector should have experienced the situation firsthand. I was completely numb from the cold. To kill me would have taken but a single thrust. Another agent, trembling in fear, recounted, I heard that the elf killed over 100 people in the Seaboard District in a single night, turning them all into ice sculptures for display. If it weren't for the captain's timely intervention last night, we would all have met our demise. Indeed, that elf is exceptionally powerful and incredibly beautiful. Yes, strikingly beautiful. I have never encountered such a breathtaking elf, especially when the icy dust swirled around her. I was utterly mesmerized. You, too, were entranced? If only she weren't a killer. Just as a group of agents was discussing the elf's formidable prowess and enchanting appearance, one agent rushed in from the opposite end of the street. Captain, that elf has reappeared. She seems to be waiting for the bus to Ulu Academy. Look, in her guise as Ching Kong, sat on a bench by the roadside along Ceremony Avenue in the city center. A street lamp illuminated the area brilliantly. Behind the bench lay a small park, where traces of camping could be seen on the meticulously trimmed lawn. Across the road stood an opera house, adorned with posters, from which melodious singing wafted. The faint music added an air of tranquility to the city. After a while, a group of youths clad in Ulu Academy uniforms approached, stopping near the bench as they awaited their shuttle. They soon noticed the elf seated there. In the tumultuous city where air routes connect the world, elves are not a rarity. Many professors and scholars at Ulu Academy are elves. However, they had never encountered one so ethereal in appearance. A boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17, approached. Slinging a backpack over his shoulder, he attempted to impress Luck with a confident demeanor. Hello, elf. I am Hadexic. Are you also waiting for the bus to Ulu Academy? Yes, Luck replied. I am headed to Ulu Academy. Are you all students of the academy? The unfamiliar elf's response bolstered the boy's confidence, prompting him to turn back and boast to his companions before addressing Luck again. Yes, we are all students of Ulu Academy. The weekend flew by so quickly. Just the thought of facing Professor Fennec makes my head ache. His magical incantation analysis course is truly challenging. Miss Elf, I see you are not wearing the Academy's uniform. Are you a faculty member? As Hadexic engaged in conversation with the elf, other students gathered around, speculating about her role at the Academy. Miss Elf, I notice you have 2 curved daggers at your waist. I heard that the Wind Dancer elves are dual-wielding warriors. You must be a martial arts instructor at the Academy, right? No, these exquisite daggers are surely mere ornaments. Moreover, how could such a beautiful elf be a rough warrior? You must be a druid, harnessing the powers of nature. Elven druids bear beast markings on their faces. I believe you are a sorceress. Only a noble sorceress could match your beauty. A cacophony of voices erupted as the Ulu Academy students surrounded Luck, with one little girl even reaching out to touch her pointed ears. Luck sprang up, gracefully distancing herself from the crowd. It is exceedingly rude to touch an elf's ears without permission. I trust your etiquette instructor has taught you this. As for my profession, I am an elven warrior, an elven druid, an elven sorceress, and an elven archer. At Ulu Academy, I am a newly appointed magical professor. Luck crafted an identity for herself. To lend credibility to her claim, she extended her right hand, and a blooming ice lotus unfolded in her palm, layer by layer. The casual display of ice magic elicited gasps of astonishment from the students. Feeling overshadowed, Hadexite called out to his peers, "Classmates, mind your manners. This is our magical professor. May we know your name?" "I am Qin Kong," which means clear sky. The students collectively bowed to Luck, exclaiming, "Greetings, Professor Qin Kong." Hadexite then inquired, "Professor Qin Kong, what subject do you teach? May we attend your class?" "I teach." Luck pondered before responding, "I must await the Academy's arrangements. Once my schedule is confirmed, you are all welcome to join my class." How splendid! The prospect of attending the class of the beautiful elven magical professor was enticing, even for those who might not be inclined to study at that moment. A bus inexplicably came to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a gaunt man clad in an old-fashioned magical robe, his demeanor exceedingly grave. "Students of Ulu Magical Academy, please don your badges. They are your honor." The students quickly checked their garments for badges, promptly donning any that were missing, and then formed a line to board the bus. When it was Luck's turn, the man queried, "Beautiful elf, this is the shuttle to Ulu Academy. Students and faculty travel free. However, visitors must pay 10 imperial marks." From within the bus, Hadexite shouted, "Mr. Mahir, this is our magical professor." "Miss Qin Kong." The other students chimed in, affirming, "She is our magical professor." Luck produced 10 marks and handed them to Mahir. "I am here to complete formal onboarding procedures." Given the numerous students vouching for the elf's status as a magical professor, Mahir harbored no doubts and declined to accept Luck's payment. "My apologies, Miss Qin Kong. Please board the bus. Welcome to Ulu Academy. If you happen to be single, I believe all the single male faculty members at the Academy would be more than eager to welcome you." Despite his seemingly stern disposition, Mahir revealed a rare smile in the presence of the stunning Qin Kong. Beautiful things often disarm one's defenses. Furthermore, Ulu Academy is not a forbidden ground for strangers. Its guiding principle has always been openness and inclusivity. The collection of 10 marks served more as a symbolic gesture than an actual fee. "Thank you, Master Mahir," Luck said as she stepped aboard. Hadexite eagerly invited Luck to sit beside him, but Luck opted for a seat next to a female student who seemed amiable. Mahir closed the bus doors and rang a bell beside the door. The Academy shuttle set off without a driver, vanishing down the road after traveling a short distance. That moment, a group of Imperial agents rushed over, panting heavily as they watched the Ulu Academy shuttle depart into the main space. "Damn it," Bonner cursed as he failed to intercept the bus, then turned to his subordinates, asking, "Did you see Qin Kong board the bus?" "Captain, we did. She got on the bus with the students of Ulu Academy." This is a serious problem, more than just a problem, a formidable assassin responsible for so many murders in the Seaboard District, possibly carrying the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalong. If she reaches Ulu Academy, it will undoubtedly trigger a catastrophe. We must alert the inspector and notify the Municipal Affairs Office. Contact the liaison office at Ulu Academy, urging them to open a passage for us to the Academy. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Understood, Captain. The agents swiftly departed to carry out their orders. The remaining agents gazed in the direction where the Ulu Academy shuttle had vanished, anxiously asking Bonner, "Captain, what should we do about that elf?" Bonner placed his hand on the hilt of his knife. "Many students at Ulu Academy hail from noble families. This time, we cannot afford to hold back." After encountering Qin Kong, do not grant her the opportunity to unleash widespread ice magic. Rush in swiftly, strike decisively, for only then do we stand a chance of leaving Ulu Academy alive. Understood, Captain. Luke sat on the shuttle bus heading to Ulu Academy. As she boarded, she caught sight of the Imperial spies hot on their trail, and the timing was impeccable. Qin Kong's appearance was enough to throw the entire city of Regao into chaos. Regardless of any clandestine maneuvers by the administrative office concerning the Cape District, we must first withdraw to support Ulu Academy. Outside the bus window, the city's architecture warped and blurred as they traversed through a spatial transition. Upon reaching a critical juncture, the darkness of night was abruptly replaced by the brilliance of day. and the Academy shuttle glided along a field fragrant with the songs of birds and blooming flowers. At the end of the road stood an ancient castle, reminiscent of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That was Ulu Academy. With a history spanning over a millennium, it was initially located within Regeo City and was known as Ulu School of Magic. Eventually, the Ulu wizards discovered a stable subspace within the city and relocated the academy there. Regeo City, an open port city, has influenced the educational style of Ulu Academy, as the first magical institution in the Golden Shield Empire to establish disciplines beyond magic. It even altered its name to Ulu Academy in various fields such as magic, alchemy, steam, mechanics, and extraordinary studies. Ulu Academy stands at the forefront of global advancement. Its excellence and inclusivity draw renowned scholars from around the world, as well as the finest talents from the empire. While the Academy shuttle traveled along the rural road, other buses for students began to appear. The day and night of the subspace are precisely the opposite of those in the main realm. And today marks the first day of a new week. Thus, Luke encountered fellow students returning to school after spending the weekend at home. The Academy shuttle uniformly halted in the square outside the Academy gates, which soon became crowded with students clad in identical uniforms. Upon disembarking, Hey Dixiko called out to Lydia, the girl seated beside Luke. Wasn't Professor Chinkong with you? Where has she gone? Lydia glanced around in confusion. Professor Chinkong? She was just with me when we got off. How could she have vanished so suddenly? Their companions jumped and scanned the crowd, yet they could not locate the elven professor who had come with them. Stop searching. Since Professor Chinkong is here to complete her employment formalities, we will surely see her again within the academy. All right, Hey Dixiko replied, somewhat disappointed to see that moment. Luke was already walking along the Grand Avenue inside Ulu Academy. In truth, had it not been for the need to divert the attention of the imperial spies, Luke possessed numerous means to enter the subspace housing Ulu Academy. After all, it is a place where players gather recipes and acquire skills. Replete with intriguing narratives reflective of the Academy's character as a venerable institution, it also harbors myriad mysterious artifacts. Luke naturally greeted students and faculty along his path, presenting himself as a congenial visiting elven professor before stepping into the Academy Library. The Ulu Academy Library is a 4-story building, styled in the fortress-like architecture of centuries past. It is among the oldest educational edifices still standing, concealing many secrets and serving as the setting for numerous supernatural incidents. Given that it was a Monday morning, the library was remarkably quiet. Luke ascended the spiral staircase in the lobby to the basement level, where he located the 36th book repository. That a dim bulb illuminated the modest room of over 10 square meters, its walls lined with shelves brimming with books. However, a thick layer of dust coated these volumes, indicating the librarian's neglect in maintaining the space. Luke extracted a book from the shelf, brushing away the dust. The Relationship Between Cursing and Arcane Arts by Lowell Felix. Opening the cover, he read, Is cursing a branch of arcane arts? Or is arcane arts a branch of cursing? These are two exceedingly intriguing questions. In its early days, after experiencing the benefits of an open curriculum, Ulu Academy had a period where it welcomed any and all academic inquiries, leading to an explosion of diverse thoughts akin to a herd of unbridled wild horses. As the oldest discipline among all fields, arcane arts was held in high regard during that era. Arrogant wizards attempted to uncover the fundamental principles of arcane studies, establishing an academic framework that could be understood and utilized, thus putting an end to its empirical nature. Had they succeeded, arcane arts could have rivaled magic and alchemy as a grand discipline. However, the wizards of Ulu, who thrived in all academic realms, met with brutal failures in the study of arcane arts. Particularly, several disasters associated with arcane arts and a group of Ulu wizards who became obsessed with its study nearly led to the Academy's demise. Consequently, following that calamity, Ulu Academy expunged arcane arts from its curriculum and imposed stringent restrictions on its research. A vast array of books and materials related to arcane arts was destroyed, leaving behind only historical texts and analytical works, none pertaining to practical applications. These remnants were confined to the diminutive 36th book repository, a mere echo of arcane arts' former grandeur. Luke, engrossed in the relationship between cursing and arcane arts, lost all sense of time. Outside Ulu Academy, a multitude of vehicles carried imperial spies and constables to the scene. However, they were met with resistance from the Ulu wizards, who barred entry at the academy gates. I am Councilman Kiplin Virgil, Surrounded by spies and constables, Councilman Virgil stepped forward to address the obstructing Ulu wizards. We have received credible intelligence that a highly dangerous individual has entered Ulu Academy. For the safety of the children, please allow us to conduct a search. Greetings, Councilman. The Ulu wizard blocking the gates bowed respectfully before confidently asserting, Ulu Academy possesses a robust defense system. Should any dangerous individuals infiltrate the academy, we will handle the situation ourselves. This could, perhaps, serve as an excellent practical opportunity for our students. Virgil replied sternly, you have no comprehension of the level of danger this individual poses. She has slaughtered over 100 people in Cape District and is likely in possession of the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalan, having acquired all necessary summoning materials last night. She has now entered your academy. If you wish to avoid having your students face a rampaging red dragon, allow us entry. Upon hearing that a red dragon might be summoned within the academy, the obstructing Ulu wizard's earlier confidence faltered. Yet, he still hesitated to grant them access. Please hold on, Councilman Virgil. I will report this matter to our dean immediately. Hurry, Councilman Virgil urged the Ulu wizard. Then called Bonaire to his side. Ulu Academy holds a uniquely special status. I ask you once more, did the female elf named Chinkong truly enter Ulu Academy? Bonaire confirmed. Indeed, I and my associates witnessed her board the Academy shuttle. The license plate number is Ulu 24. The accompanying wizard can corroborate this. The individuals from the administrative office should be arriving outside Ulu Academy by now. Luke feigned an intense focus on his reading while secretly considering the positions of the imperial spies and constables pursuing him. The 36th book repository was enveloped in an eerie silence, the cold atmosphere gradually intensifying. It has arrived. Elf, you appear quite taken with that book. That a voice emerged from behind him. Luke turned to see a ghost hovering nearby, a middle-aged man with chestnut curls. Exuding an air of weary wisdom, clad in an archaic Ulu wizard's robe, his form appearing gray and translucent. Are you the author, Lowell Felix? I have seen your magical likeness in the Hall of Honor at Ulu Academy. You are one of the founding figures of modern Ulu Academy, and your introduction to alchemy remains a seminal work for scholars of spells. However, I did not expect to meet you in this manner. My name is Chinkong, an amateur enthusiast of arcane arts. Successfully attracting Lowell Felix as per the strategy, Luke continued to navigate the unfolding narrative. I have been observing you for some time. Felix drifted closer to Luke. Your obsession with arcane arts compels me to manifest and issue you a warning. Arcane arts originated from ancient rituals, a method of unleashing mysterious powers. Those who study arcane arts are easily influenced by such forces. Once ensnared, one may lose oneself, succumbing to darkness and the abyss. Ulu Academy once endured a harrowing lesson. Although the institution does not explicitly prohibit the study of arcane arts, a glance around reveals a palpable disdain for such practices. Luke closed the book in his hands and inquired of Professor Felix, I have perused your tome, yet I remain perplexed. Does the study of curses fall under the realm of arcane arts? Or is it the arcane arts that encompass curses? In discussions of academia, Felix momentarily forgot the purpose of his presence. My inscription on the title page, these are two rather intriguing questions, has already provided an answer. The boundaries of academia are nebulous, with significant overlap existing between various fields of study. This is merely an interesting inquiry, one that does not necessitate a definitive response. Moreover, this book was penned during my early investigations into the arcane. Contemporary scholarship now leans towards categorizing arcane arts as a subset of curses. Academic classifications are unrelated to the essence of knowledge and do not require delineation of rigid boundaries. Thank you for your elucidation. Professor. I have another query. The arcane arts involve the release of mysterious energies, which can be manifold, both benevolent and malevolent. Yet why do you assert that the study of arcane arts can lead one to the abyss of darkness? I have encountered numerous cases of failed arcane studies, and as you stated, those who delve into the arcane often uncontrollably veer into shadowy territories. Felix replied, regardless of the energy in question, its nature is inherently neutral. It is humanity that skews its direction, more precisely, human nature. The arcane arts lack a solid theoretical foundation and are heavily reliant on the practitioner's experience. Each individual possesses a unique interpretation of the arcane, rendering the establishment of a universally accepted metric impossible. This variability complicates scholarly discourse, as practitioners become engrossed in their own worlds, which can lead to psychological afflictions. Consequently, arcane practitioners often select dark and secluded environments for their laboratories. Such a mindset and atmosphere predispose their research towards the darker aspects. I perceive you are newly intrigued by the arcane. My counsel is to extricate yourself before it consumes you. Should the Academy discover your exploration into the arcane, it would yield dire repercussions. Grateful for his guidance, Luke expressed his thanks to Felix, yet his mind wandered. Why have they not yet arrived? I strode confidently into the library, even greeting those I encountered along the way. Surely, the Imperial agents would not fail to find me. Fortunately, just as Luke was preparing to pose another question to prolong Felix's attention, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A multitude of individuals approached. Felix too heard the commotion. What is transpiring? Why are so many drawn to the library? It seems they are headed this way. Luke voiced his concern. Professor Felix, if they discover my presence here, will I be expelled from Ulu Academy? The footsteps grew increasingly nearer. Felix instructed Luke, I shall escort you to a safe location. Once they have departed, I will ensure your exit. Do not mention my name or this place to anyone. I assure you, I shall remain silent. The portal opened within the repository, and Felix glided through. Luke followed suit. Just as the portal sealed behind them, a constable arrived at the entrance. He warily surveyed the dust-laden repository before proceeding to search a neighboring chamber. As the light shifted, Luke found himself in a different library. This new space was enclosed on all sides, devoid of doors or windows, with no visible egress. The bookshelves were chaotically arranged, some volumes strewn haphazardly upon the floor, revealing the panic of those who had once relocated them. Felix navigated cautiously, and despite being an ethereal entity, he still feared damaging the precious tomes. He cautioned Luke, these books are over a century old. Handle them with care. Once the outsiders depart, I will escort you out. Luke examined the titles on the shelves and inquired. These tomes pertain to the arcane arts, and they should have been destroyed. Professor Felix, did you conceal them here? Felix responded with nostalgia. Indeed, the former headmaster decreed the destruction of all texts related to the arcane. However, what crimes were committed by Victor and his ilk in relation to these volumes? Energy is neutral, and knowledge is likewise. These are the fruits of nearly a century of research from our department. They should not be obliterated due to the transgressions of a few misguided souls. Thus, we forged a collection of counterfeit arcane texts for destruction and established this sanctuary for our research. That we hope that one day, the Department of Arcane Studies can be reinstated and research can resume under supervision. However, the calamity inflicted lasting scars upon Ulu Academy, scars that no one wishes to revisit. Here, the arcane has become a taboo. Experiencing this narrative firsthand and following its progression through gameplay evokes starkly different emotions. Gazing upon the shelves brimming with tomes, one can imagine the immense sacrifices made by the Department of Arcane Studies in their pursuit of knowledge, as well as their efforts to safeguard these volumes. Yet Luke did not lose sight of his purpose for being there. The Book of Calamity must also be hidden here. Upon hearing its name, Felix, once a mere apparition, became solidified in an instant. He regarded Luke with suspicion. You are aware of the Book of Calamity. You have intentionally led me into this chamber. Now that he had entered this hidden repository, Luke shed his pretense. Professor Felix, your current state is a consequence of the Book of Calamity's influence. Having been trapped here for over a century, do you not yearn for liberation? Surrender the Book of Calamity to me and free your soul. The temperature within the repository plummeted rapidly. Unlike the cold of the ice stance garden, this chill emanated from within his very being. Felix's form continued to shift, not only materializing but also contorting grotesquely. His features compressed inward, his entire body trembling as if enduring unspeakable torment. No, I will never relinquish the Book of Calamity. It is the pinnacle of our arcane department's achievements and the origin of all misfortune. I remain here to safeguard it, to prevent the resurgence of tragedy. You deceitful elf, you have exploited my goodwill. You shall pay dearly for this. At that moment, Felix's visage became a void. He hovered, emanating a chilling negative energy that swept through the repository, causing the books to flutter in the gusts of shadow. Luke extended his right arm, gripping the ancient stone of power. A radiant white light burst forth from the gauntlet upon his arm, the sanctified energy dispelling the encroaching darkness. Professor Felix, you recently asserted that energy is neutral, and knowledge is likewise neutral. How then do you claim that the Book of Calamity is the source of disaster? That tragedy was wrought by human folly, the result of certain practitioners succumbing to darkness and despair. The Book of Calamity has been unjustly scapegoated for over a century, and its name was even altered later. Its true title should be the original compendium of arcane arts, chronicling all the arcane entries collected at the inception of the Ulu Academy's Department of Arcane Studies. Every subsequent achievement and work has been built upon this tome, which has become the most treasured artifact of your department. Its gravest error lies in embodying your fervor for the arcane, transforming into an object of mystique. The sanctified light illuminated one half of the room. Before it, a distinct line was drawn between light and darkness. Professor Felix dwelled in the shadows, his negative energy obstructing the advance of the holy light. Holy energy, how could a deceiving elf possess the power of righteousness? Moreover, your understanding of the Book of Calamity exceeds my expectations. You are exceedingly dangerous. I have no choice but to eliminate you. Luke sighed. Professor Felix, you are a good person and a magnificent scholar. I do not wish for you to perish in agony. However, I must claim the Book of Calamity. If I do not, it will undoubtedly incite an even greater catastrophe at Ulu Academy in the future. Only I comprehend its true worth. It is not merely a tome that brings calamity. With that declaration, Luke elevated the level of the clear sky to 100. Blinding holy light erupted from the blade of the ancient stone of power, akin to a high-powered spotlight, casting a brilliant glare upon Professor Felix. The darkness enveloping the other half of the room was dispelled, and Felix was exposed to the holy light, emitting a mournful wail. The holy flame ignited the accumulated filth and resentment within his soul, simultaneously dispersing numerous spiritual entities from his body through divine energy. The weight of responsibilities borne in life and the guardianships spanning over a century left Felix and his companions with an overwhelming burden. Their obsession with the arcane arts rendered them reluctant to part with the Book of Calamity. For them, oblivion represented a form of liberation, as the negative energy was incinerated by the divine force. The essence of Professor Felix transformed from gray to a pale white, before dissipating into scattered starlight that vanished into the air. The room grew warm under the illumination. Elf, if you could glimpse into the future, what name would it bear? Brick, Luke uttered, referencing the moniker bestowed upon the Book of Calamity by the players. Brick. Such an unexpected name, yet preferable to Book of Calamity. I implore you to treat it kindly. The guardian of this library, Felix, completely perished, leaving behind a hardcover tome as thick as a dictionary in the very spot where he had stood. Luke dispelled the divine energy, reverting Chinkong's level back to 60. Then approached to retrieve the hardcover book. The cover bore the inscription of the original edition of the Encyclopedia of Arcane Arts. This was indeed the Book of Calamity, had the players not secured it beforehand. Another mage named Olu, intrigued by the arcane, would have encountered Felix in this manner, gaining his trust and learning a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the arcane arts. Like many other practitioners, he would have become ensnared in its allure. He would have dispersed Felix's soul and seized the Book of Calamity, repeating the ancient incantations of the arcane. The uncontrolled magic would once again unleash catastrophe upon the Olu Academy. Now, it resided in Luke's possession as a brick. A brick, a brick, it moves wherever needed. Brick not only symbolizes the physical resemblance of the Book of Calamity to a brick, but also vividly encapsulates its function. The Olu mages fell into a misconception regarding the utilization of the Book of Calamity, designing the entirety of the arcane ritual around it, treating it as the subject of the incantation. Furthermore, the formidable energy exhibited by the book during experimental incantations ensnared the Olu mages deeper into this fallacy. Perpetually seeking to develop a grand arcane art centered around the Book of Calamity, the result was an uncontrollable situation. In truth, the Book of Calamity was intended to serve as a supplementary tool for other primary mystical artifacts. Had the Olu mages recognized this characteristic sooner, they would have discovered it to be a versatile artifact. Any arcane incantation could incorporate the Book of Calamity within its auxiliary sequence, substituting any auxiliary without affecting the overall efficacy of the incantation. In advanced arcane practices, it could replace a rare mystical artifact that one could not locate, in the development of arcane arts. Adjusting the position of the Book of Calamity within the auxiliary sequence could significantly reduce the experimental procedures involved. Moreover, upon the release of an incantation, the Book of Calamity would not vanish or become ineffective as other mystical artifacts would. It is an essential mystical tool for players practicing the arcane arts. It stands as the first systematically compiled encyclopedia of arcane arts within the Era world, embodying the fervor of all practitioners within the arcane department of Olu Academy. It has long awaited the revelation of its true value, yet has been misidentified as the source of calamity, thus earning the name Book of Calamity. Go to where you belong. Luke opened the spatial backpack of Ching Kong and tossed the Book of Calamity inside. He then gathered the scattered books from the floor, placing them back on the shelves and reorganizing them. Finally, he selected a few arcane tomes to stow away in his backpack, with the task complete. It was time to leave. Luke summoned the Book of Calamity, utilizing the mystical energy within to open a portal. Through the portal, Luke returned to the 36th library. Silence enveloped the outside, cautiously peering out. He found no one. The constables and imperial spies must have ventured elsewhere. Now that he had acquired the Book of Calamity, it was best to depart from Olu Academy, allowing them to continue their search here. Emerging from the 36th library, Luke carefully ascended the staircase. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind a chandelier on the ceiling. It was a diminutive monkey, no larger than a teacup. With wide, curious eyes, it fixated on Luke, and upon his disappearance at the top of the stairs, it leaped down from the chandelier. In midair, it transformed into a small owl, silently gliding down to the spiral staircase, before reverting back to a monkey and swinging up the handrail. Unbeknownst to Luke, he had been followed. The little creature, relying on its familiarity with the terrain of Olu Academy, slipped away from the library and into a thicket. Beyond the woods lay the main teaching building of Olu Academy, comprised of 4 castle-like structures linked by 3 corridors at upper, middle, and lower levels. Within the northeast castle's basement, there existed a hidden entrance leading to the sewers, which could provide an escape from Olu Academy. Finding a point of connection to the main space outside would enable a return to the city of Rage Tide. At that moment, Olu Academy had entered a state of heightened alert. In addition to numerous imperial spies and constables searching for the invading elf, the faculty had also mobilized. They formed patrols to safeguard the teaching building at its center. Some upperclassmen were dispatched to guard the entrances and windows on the outer walls of the teaching building. They were informed that the intruder was a female elven assassin, characterized by her green, shoulder-length hair, and armed with 2 exquisite curved daggers at her waist. If they spotted the invading elf, they were instructed not to engage but to flee and seek protection from the nearest faculty member. Luke crouched low behind a clump of grass, employing a concealment skill to diminish his brightness and grayscale, blending into the surroundings. As a patrol of Olu mages passed along the nearby path, he nimbly darted out and rushed to the corner of the northeast castle's wall. How to enter? Luke realized he had somewhat underestimated the response of Olu Academy. Shadows flitted about both inside and outside the castle, leaving no opportunity for stealthy infiltration. Should he log off and return tomorrow? Just as Luke hesitated, a faint voice called out from above. Professor Chinkong, Professor Chinkong. Luke looked up to see Heidixi Ko, whom he had encountered on the academy bus, peeking out from a second-floor window, waving at him. Professor Chinkong, over there. Someone's coming. Hurry up. Luke heard footsteps approaching and instantly teleported to the second-floor window, slipping inside. Inside was a corridor. The sudden arrival startled Heidixi Ko, along with 3 other children, including Lydia, the girl who had sat beside Luke on the bus. Luke smiled at the 4 anxious children, saying, "The entire Olu Academy is currently searching for me. Aren't you afraid?" We believe you, Professor Chinkong. You are a good person, a good ELF. It must be that Counselor Virgil is slandering you. My father says he is a liar, a scoundrel, a criminal who deserves to be hanged. We will help you hide. Lydia, go check if anyone is coming. Okay. Luke's affability eased Lydia's tension. She grasped her wand and bravely dashed to the far end of the corridor. Luke then turned to Heidixi Ko and the other 2 children, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, but helping me may put you in danger. I know how to escape. So find a safe place to hide, and do not tell anyone you have seen me." Heidixi Ko, trying to sound brave, replied, "Professor Chinkong, we are not afraid of danger. We can." A blade pressed against Heidixi Ko's throat, silencing him. With the knife in hand, Luke addressed the startled children. "You should be afraid. Counselor Virgil is right. I am extremely dangerous. I am not a professor at Olu Academy. That was all a deception. Children, it is not enough to think that someone is a good person simply because you want them to be. Next time you find yourselves in such a situation, you must heed your teacher's advice. Do you understand?" The 3 children, frozen in fear, nodded blankly. At that moment, Lydia, who had run ahead, shouted as she dashed back, "Someone's coming. Run." However, when she witnessed her 3 companions being threatened by the elves with blades, she stood frozen in shock. Behind her, a group of imperial spies rushed in from the other side of the corner. Upon seeing the invading elves, they simultaneously drew their swords, knocking Lydia, who was in a stupor, to the ground and trampling over her. Luke, observing the imperial spies unleashing their combat skills without a care for the lives of the 3 academy students accompanying him. Swiftly retracted his blade and charged at the imperial spies. "Run!" Luke shouted a warning to Heidixico and the others, with dual blades in hand, enchanted with ice. A chilling aura surged forward. The level of Qingtian was pushed down to 100. Lydia, trampled by the imperial spies, was a source of great frustration for Luke. He was determined to rescue the girl who had attempted to protect herself as swiftly as possible, just as Luke was about to unleash his ice attack on the imperial spies. A head eagle surged forward from behind him that a fierce wind then erupted within the corridor, forcefully pushing back the oncoming imperial spies and pinning them against the walls at the eye of the storm. The head eagle transformed into an elderly man clad in a black magical robe. Leaning on a long magic staff, he strode through the parted ranks of imperial spies, lifting the unconscious Lydia from the ground. In that instant, the wind ceased, and the spies fell heavily to the floor. "Dean Weirlied!" Heidixico exclaimed loudly upon seeing the old sorcerer. The imperial spies, getting back on their feet, found themselves in a predicament. Facing both the Dean of Ulu Academy and the elven killer Qitian.1 spy, seemingly the leader, queried Dean Weirlied. "Dean, we are here to assist you in capturing the killer. Why do you attack us?" After inspecting Lydia's condition and confirming she was not in mortal danger, Weirlied entrusted her to the Ulu sorcerers who had arrived in response to the commotion. "Assist me in capturing the killer? Yet, why do I see that you have harmed my child? I should not have allowed you entry. Leave, all of you. Vacate Ulu Academy." The imperial spies realized they had angered Dean Weirlied, and they had not anticipated his unexpected presence. With the situation escalating, their only option to avoid death was to retreat. They would report the events to Counselor Fijier and have him negotiate with Dean Weirlied. The imperial spies departed in disgrace. The 3 students of Heidixico rushed to Dean Weirlied's side, anxious to check on Lydia's condition. Weirlied paused, his staff in hand, sealing the window behind Luke. "Elf, disclose your intentions for infiltrating Ulu Academy." Luke replied with a smile. "Infiltrate? I arrived openly on the Ulu Academy shuttle and entered through the main gate. Faced with the elf emanating powerful energy, Dean Weirlied dared not be complacent. He instructed the Ulu sorcerers behind him. Take the children away and evacuate everyone within this castle." "Yes, Dean." The Ulu sorcerers, rarely witnessing Dean Weirlied's grave demeanor, promptly obeyed the order, ushering the students away. Soon, alarms resonated throughout the castle, followed by the sounds of chaos as footsteps and the clattering of furniture echoed from above and below. Luke first reduced Qingtian's level to 80 to conserve energy, then stood quietly, waiting. Meanwhile, he searched for information on Dean Weirlied on his consciousness phone. He discovered that he was 172 years old, the 27th Dean of Ulu Academy, and had held the position for the longest duration. This was attributed to his partial bloodline of a spirit medium. Longevity, diligence, and talent had endowed Weirlied with extraordinary mastery in magic. The Epic game classified Weirlied as a 5-star hero. However, like many 5-star heroes with exceptional real power, he would be considered 5.5 stars by player standards. This was not an ambush against another 5.5 star. The Red Dragon Nirkron. Luke had no confidence in defeating Weirlied with his 120 level Qitian within 10 seconds. Moreover, his phone's battery would not suffice for Qitian to appear for 10 seconds. Utilizing a 100 level Qitian should allow an escape. After all, considering Weirlied's age, his old limbs could still manage a few flaps as a head eagle but could not withstand excessive strain. Soon, the cacophony faded, suggesting that those who needed to retreat had done so. Dean Weirlied was the first to break the silence. "You do not appear to be the ruthless individual described by Counselor Fijier. I have heard you killed more than 100 people in the Cape District." I wonder if he exaggerated. Luke readily admitted, "Indeed, he is absolutely correct. I have killed many in the Cape District." Dean Weirlied then inquired. "Counselor Fijier also mentioned that you stole a summoning artifact from the Alchemists Association in the City of Rugged Waves, known as Heart of the Red Dragon Nirkron. Was it not you who stole it? That item is not in my possession. I s it in your hands." I refused to answer. This, to Dean Weirlied, was nearly tantamount to an admission. "I can sense that you harbor no malice towards Ulu Academy, and I do not wish to create a troublesome enemy for the Academy. However, I must know your purpose in coming here. Tell me, as long as it does not endanger the Academy, I can allow you to leave." When Luke reviewed Weirlied's information earlier, he stumbled upon an intriguing detail. "Dean Weirlied, you are quite good friends with Professor Felix. Are you not?" Weirlied's expression shifted slightly as he replied solemnly, "Yes, Felix and I are good friends. In fact, He is also my teacher. He is a true genius, capable of mastering any academic field with ease. Had it not been for certain special circumstances, he would have been the 27th Dean of Ulu Academy. What leads you to inquire about this? I know that you possess the bloodline of a spirit medium, enabling you to transform into two forms, a tree monkey and a head eagle. Given your relationship with Felix, you must be aware that he guards that library in spirit form. I suspect that when you learned of my entry into the library, you pursued me there and concealed yourself in an ethereal form, following me closely. This explains your timely arrival to save Lydia. Your intention to stop me now is indeed for the Book of Calamity, is it not? Caught in the act, Dean Weirlied ceased to conceal his motives. He struck the ground forcefully with his staff, and magical energy beams radiated from beneath him, causing the walls and ceiling to shift. The narrow corridor rapidly widened amidst the rumbling sound. As the ceiling rose, the space expanded, walls rearranged, and rooms twisted, swiftly forming a vast hall the size of 4 basketball courts. I can sense the dissolution of Felix's spirit. This is a release for him, but you cannot take the Book of Calamity. Since you are aware of that library, you should understand what transpired here. It is a mysterious artifact that only brings disaster. No one can wield it, and those who entertain such thoughts will be consumed by its darkness. Hand over the Book of Calamity, and I will allow you to leave. The magical array unfolded on the ground before Weirlied, rising to create a barrier. From within the barrier, continuous roars echoed as the barrier descended. A massive gorilla emerged, pounding its chest in a display of rage, yet the outer ring of the magical array restricted its movements. It fixed its crimson gaze on Luke, waiting for release. Finally, Dean Weirlied warned Luke, "This castle is fortified with comprehensive enchantments, exceedingly sturdy and resistant to destruction. You cannot escape. You are not a purely evil elf, merely affected by secret arts that have clouded your mind. Surrender the Book of Calamity. This is your final opportunity." In the Grand Hall, 7 whirlwinds materialized, crackling with arcs of electricity. Luke never anticipated he would confront such a scene. So divergent from the expected narrative. It was indeed his own fault for creating such a commotion, attracting the attention of both the Public Security Bureau and the intelligence agency of Stormy City. It would be difficult not to alert Dean Wilfred. Now, he could only engage in a duel with Wilfred. As the ice dance garden blossomed with frosty blooms in the air, the temperature in the hall plummeted sharply. Rain began to patter indoors, swiftly freezing into a layer of ice upon the ground. The rain transformed into ice crystals and snow, swirling and dancing in the grip of the whirlwinds. The hall was infused with a tempest of storm, lightning, and snowfall, accompanied by the roar of a colossal gorilla within the magic circle. Clutching the stardust blade, Luke addressed Wilfred. "Dean Wilfred, at over 170 years of age, you should not be so overconfident in your abilities. Should I slay you, the repercussions would be insufferable for Ulu Academy. It seems you are well prepared. Then let us commence battle. Let us fight." Dean Wilfred struck the ground with his staff once more, shattering the binding summoning circle, and the gorilla charged forth like a freight truck. It propelled itself towards Luke, its claws leaving deep gouges on the icy surface, causing the very floor of the hall to tremble. On the slick ice, Luke glided as if his feet were equipped with ice skates, effortlessly dodging the gorilla's assault by shifting his body to the side. The gorilla, unable to halt its momentum, crashed uncontrollably against the wall. Meanwhile, Luke, gliding like a meteor, sped towards Wilfred. Behind him, the massive form of the gorilla collided with the wall, causing the entire castle to shudder. The 7 whirlwinds, laden with ice and lightning under Wilfred's control, surged towards the charging Luke. The sound of the wind roared with grandeur as the edges of the whirlwinds collided, electrical energy sparking into intertwining chains of lightning, while the rapidly spinning ice particles sliced through the air like the blades of a meat grinder. Wilfred raised his wand, continuing to chant incantations. The air currents whipped his beard and hair, causing his magical robe sleeves to flutter dramatically. From the tip of his wand, a sphere of electricity coalesced, erupting into blinding light. The whirlwinds expanded, sealing off all of Luke's potential paths of escape. Luke resembled a speed skater, gliding rapidly across the ice, his hands gripping the curved blades that had been enchanted to transform into ice wheels. Lowering his body, he pressed the ice wheels against the surface, using them for support to lean sharply, executing swift turns amidst the gaps of the whirlwinds. An outer layer of solid ice crystallized into armor around him. As new layers of ice formed, they would burst forth, analogous to a tank's reactive armor, scattering shards of ice that countered the whirlwind's electrical and icy assault. Utilizing the formidable agility of his clear sky and the chilling protection of his ice armor, Luke burst forth from the confines of the whirlwinds, now unimpeded by barriers between him and Wilfred. He elevated clear skies level to 100.I in an instant. Luke vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Wilfred. The ice wheel raised above him, summoning a colossal ice blade, and the powerful impact cleaved through the ceiling. The residual energy generated a blade-shaped ice wall between the floor and the ceiling, freezing the falling debris in midair. However, Wilfred evaded this lethal strike from behind by transforming into an eagle and soaring forward, two whirlwinds parting to clear his path as he rapidly approached Luke. Luke released the ice wheel, allowing it to hover in midair, and retrieved a bow from his spatial backpack. The bow was named Celestial String. Drawing back the empty string, an ice arrow materialized, its tip aimed at the eagle's rear. The arrow was loosed, morphing into a spear as it pierced through the gaps of the two whirlwinds. Concurrently, two slowly rotating ice wheels accelerated forward, drawing graceful arcs in the air, navigating past the obstructive whirlwinds before slicing inward. Outside the castle, the faculty of Ulu Academy was engaged in evacuating the fleeing students. The internal structure of the castle had shifted, indicating that Dean Wilfred had enclosed himself and the invading elf within its confines. The very fact that Dean Wilfred had resorted to such measures suggested the elf posed a grave threat. Upon receiving the news, Councilman Virgil arrived with a battalion of imperial spies and constables. He inquired of an Ulu mage, "Is the elf inside?" "Yes, inside," the Ulu mage replied. Before he could finish, Councilman Virgil commanded the spies and constables, "Enter. Eliminate the elf and retrieve the heart of the red dragon Nealkalan." The Ulu mage immediately positioned himself in front of the spies and constables. "Dean Wilfred has just issued an order. You are to vacate Ulu Academy." "Why?" Councilman Virgil challenged. "That we are here to assist you. That elf is exceedingly dangerous, and she possesses." At that moment, Dixico shouted from among the students, "The elf has not harmed us. Rather, it was the imperial spies who injured Lydia, who now lies unconscious. Ulu Academy does not welcome you. The dean can resolve all issues." Dixico, alongside Lydia's classmates, condemned the imperial spies, with students from other departments joining in solidarity. Councilman Virgil, uncertain of the spies' actions, addressed the obstructing mage. "This may be a case of mistaken identity. I apologize on behalf of the intelligence agency to Ulu Academy and the injured students. Clear the way for our entry." Yet the Ulu mage remained resolute. "Mr. Councilman, the dean has instructed you to leave. Furthermore, since the dean has taken action, the invading elf will soon be captured." Before the Ulu mage could finish, a tremendous explosion reverberated from within the castle. As they looked up, they beheld an ice spear piercing through the castle wall. Protruding outward, the crystalline ice spear sparkled, resembling a stunning work of art. The side of the ice spear, the expressions of all present darkened. They were well aware of the resilience of Ulu Academy's main teaching building. Particularly, the outer walls of the castle had been fortified not only in thickness but also enhanced with alchemical properties to deter invasion. Even cannon fire left little mark upon them, yet this ice spear had punctured through. Those familiar with Ulu Academy knew that Dean Wilfred was not particularly adept at ice magic. Could this spear have originated from the elf? Was she truly so powerful? However, the onlookers were not yet spared from further shock. Mere seconds after the ice spear penetrated the castle wall, two enormous ice wheels sliced through the wall and burst forth from within. They spun rapidly in the air before darting back through the opening they had created. At this moment, debris began to fall as the castle wall cracked. What manner of monster was Dean Wilfred battling? The Ulu mages extended protective shields upwards to shield the students from falling rubble. A mage engaged with Councilman Virgil queried, "Do you still intend to press forward?" The imperial spies and constables recoiled. Councilman Virgil gaped at the ice spear and the breaches made by the ice wheels in the castle wall. Muttering, "We need reinforcements," the battle between Luke and Wilfred raged on within the castle. That arrow had missed its mark. The 172-year-old veteran was well versed in combat. The eagle evaded the ice spear and wheels by transforming into a tree monkey. Descending gracefully, only to be caught securely in the massive gorilla's palm, the whirlwinds obstructed Luke's vision, forming a wall of wind that pressed down upon him. Luke slid back, drawing his bow to shoot rapidly at the ceiling and floor ahead. The ice arrows morphed into ice spears, their tips embedding into the stone ceiling and floor, creating a dense cluster of spears that mitigated the force of the whirlwinds. Seeing a gap form within the wall of wind, Luke shifted from retreating to advancing, propelling himself forward with great speed. She deftly maneuvered through the gaps before the spear tips, teleporting to evade the chain of lightning and retrieve the exquisite ice wheel that had flown back to her. With a nimble leap, she spun around, wielding the ice wheel to conjure two massive ice walls that sealed off the space above and below, creating an obstacle for the whirlwind on the other side, and executed a 360-degree rotation in midair before descending. Ahead loomed the colossal palm of a giant gorilla. Wilred transformed back into human form and stood not far away, unleashing a chain of electricity from the tip of his staff. Striking at Luke like a whip, Luke, who had just landed, harnessed the force of impact to leap high into the air, the energy from her elemental fusion reactor erupting, allowing her to teleport twice consecutively. She dodged the giant gorilla's massive hand and evaded the lash of the electric chain, springing up to the height of the gorilla's neck. Then, with a final teleportation to its rear, she spun her body, the ice wheel summoning two large ice blades that came crashing down upon the gorilla's nape. The blades struck true, severing the gorilla's spinal cord. The gigantic creature was vanquished, its form dissipating into shimmering light. Luke descended, soaring like a pinball across the icy surface towards Wilred, observing the elf's speed and agility. As she easily dispatched his summoned beast, Wilred swiftly altered his strategy. The whirlwind, which consumed mana and was slow, thus easily weakened by obstacles, dispersed. The seemingly ineffective electric chain was also retracted. He slammed his staff heavily into the ground, its tip piercing the floor, and a large magical array unfurled around the staff. Transparent walls of air rose within the array, forming a labyrinth that ensnared Luke. Luke halted in front of one of the air walls, aware that these walls were made of compressed gas, their high density refracting light to reveal their presence. Simultaneously, they contained immense air pressure, and upon bursting, could create a powerful shockwave. The light refraction, combined with mirror magic, enabled Luke to see 8 images of Wilred through the air wall, each positioned at different angles within the magical array, constantly shifting. The air maze was a grand array specifically designed by Wilred for the confines of the castle. In this limited vertical space, once trapped within the maze, it was easy to trigger the air hammer's explosive force. As the array activated, one air wall pressed forward. Luke retreated in sync with the advancing wall, vigilantly observing her surroundings. The air wall's explosion was triggered by contact with the magical sigils marked by Wilred. Only then would the air hammer be unleashed. This was because Wilred, affected by light refraction within the air maze, could not accurately pinpoint the enemy's position. Luke bore the magical mark of Wilred. The array would control the air walls to shift continuously, and when one wall was triggered, the entire array would command all walls to compress forward. An air hammer strike would be unbearable for anyone. Elf, your prowess exceeds my imagination. If you surrender the Book of Calamity, this battle can cease at any moment. Wilred's voice echoed from all directions. Luke maintained her retreating speed, and as her back neared the encroaching air wall, she swiftly slid to the side, slipping through the narrow gap between two walls. Wilred, are you so confident in your array? 3. As she spoke, Luke once again dodged an approaching air wall. Wilred was perplexed as to why the elf uttered the number 3 after her statement. I simply do not wish to witness such a talented individual perish here. You are formidable, and I can see your youth. If you survive to my age, you would undoubtedly surpass me. Luke evaded yet another air wall. Thank you for your praise. Point 2. Do not remain obstinate. Soon, a new batch of air walls will emerge within this array, at which point you will have no space to evade. You will surely perish. I know, Luke replied, remaining calm as the air walls approached from both sides. She focused on the air wall directly ahead. Addressing Wilred, Director Wilred, are you aware of a maneuver that can retrieve your staff within 4 steps? What do you mean? This point 1. At the moment Luke uttered one, the air wall before her receded. Ahead, all obstructing air walls shifted in such a way that they fortuitously formed a narrow corridor. At the other end of this corridor stood the staff that Wilred had lodged in place. This opportunity was a technique discovered by countless players who had perished in the air maze. No matter where one was within the air maze, employing this 4-step maneuver would guarantee access to that point, allowing the air walls to create a brief passage directly to the staff in the next round of movement. Should one miss the timing, new air walls would emerge, forcing players to rely on defense to withstand the continuous blast of air hammers. The window of opportunity was fleeting. Ready. Luke unleashed her maximum speed the instant the air wall before her moved aside. Her figure left behind an afterimage, and she executed a final teleportation, appearing precisely beside the staff. Wilred, unable to grasp his staff due to the array's release, watched in disbelief as the elf materialized in an incredible manner and swiftly seized the staff. With the core of the array removed, all air walls emitted a sound akin to deflating tires as they rapidly vanished. Luke grasped the long-handled staff, wielding it like a spear, and with a flick of her wrist, An ice blade sprouted from its tip.in Luke's hands. Willard's staff transformed into a long spear, its thrust like a dragon, its floral patterns like ripples. Ice walls rose on all sides. The level of clear sky surged to 120. Time rewound, seizing the panicked Wilred as he prepared to transform and flee. The spear's tip lunged forth. A freezing gale erupted, encasing Wilred atop the erected ice walls, leaving only his head exposed. The level of clear sky was then reverted to 80. Luke elegantly twirled the spear, planting it heavily upon the ground. In this brief span, Wilred managed to free himself from the ice confinement, reappearing on the opposite side of the ice wall, that he refrained from making any further attacks. Shaken by the elf's sudden display of power, particularly the sense of helplessness in the face of time reversal, he felt akin to a piece of meat on a chopping block, acutely aware that the elf had deliberately spared him. Thank you. In response to Willard's gratitude from the other side of the ice wall, Luke smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. Your demise would serve me no benefit. Moreover, I did not anticipate that my visit to Ulu Academy would yield not only the Book of Calamity, but also the insightful staff. Truly an unexpected gain." Wilred gazed at his staff and said to Luke, "Please return my staff." "Haha, I wouldn't even relinquish the Book of Calamity to you. Do you truly think I would return the insightful staff? I seized it through my own merit. If you desire it, you shall have to reclaim it yourself. I have no time to play with you now. Farewell." Beneath Luke's feet, where the staff had struck the ground, the floor began to crack. Subsequently, it seemed as though the lower levels were collapsing. Luke plummeted alongside the falling debris towards the first floor of the castle. By the time Wilred reached the breach, the elf's figure had already vanished from sight. After a lengthy interval, the Ulu mage, Counselor Virgil, imperial spies, and constables rushed in, finding Wilred standing beside the gap. Counselor Virgil inquired, "Director, where has that elf gone?" "She has fled." "Did you recover the heart of the red dragon Nirkalin?" "No, she also absconded with the Book of Calamity." Upon hearing the name of the Book of Calamity, Virgil gasped, "Wasn't the Book of Calamity destroyed? How could you allow that elf to take it? It is more perilous than a red dragon." Wilred sighed. "What could I do? She even stole my staff." Luke cheerfully strolled through the sewers of Ulu Academy, carrying the insightful staff. Although the stench was overwhelming and rats scurried about, it did nothing to dampen her spirits. In the epic game, players could not truly claim the insightful staff as their own. It was a quest item that, after dismantling the air maze conjured by Wilred, would have to be returned along the storyline. Players had previously contemplated various methods to appropriate the insightful staff. After all, the attributes of this wand are incredibly tempting. Luke possesses a photograph of the wand's attributes on his phone. The Ruhu wand. Attack. For 68. Spell mastery. 214. Energy adaptability. Increases all spell effectiveness by 15. Reduces mana consumption by 50. Enhances mana recovery by 20. Long weapon skill. 2. Independent magic core. Capable of storing mana for spell consumption. 1000. Although the true attributes of the Ruhu wand cannot be observed, Luke felt that all the essential qualities were indeed present, mirroring the effects in the game. The defining characteristics of the Ruhu wand are its high attack and superior spell mastery. Utilizing the same spell with the Ruhu wand can elevate its power by 1 or 2 levels. Furthermore, it enhances spell effectiveness, diminishes mana consumption, and boosts mana recovery capabilities. It is no wonder that mages find it utterly captivating. However, the game's mechanics dictate that players cannot exit the enclosed dungeon once they acquire the Ruhu wand. Fortunately, this issue no longer exists. Luke has fulfilled the aspirations of all the epic players by successfully acquiring the Ruhu wand. It cannot be deemed theft. It was seized through sheer skill. Moreover, another significant reason players yearn to obtain the Ruhu wand is its unique attribute of providing a 2 bonus to long weapon skills, which is a delightful temptation for players who revel in item modification, akin to incessantly tickling the soles of their feet with a feather just moments after acquiring the Ruhu wand. Luke could not resist testing its effectiveness as a long weapon. The experience was so smooth that it left him craving for more. This also validated the player's complaints. Such a remarkable spear shaft being employed as a wand by Weirliad is indeed a case of a precious gem being cast aside. Now, you can finally realize your true potential. Overjoyed, Luke was reluctant to stow the Ruhu wand away in his backpack, opting instead to carry it openly as he departed from the Ulu Academy. He found a spatial node to return to the city of Nutead. The bright daylight was supplanted by the darkness of night, the wilderness transformed into an urban landscape. Luke reunited with Chi-Tion in a secret chamber along the banks of the Lime River. The long night ahead offered an opportunity to craft a weapon for his corporeal form, a spear. The shaft would be fashioned from the Ruhu wand, the spearhead from the teeth of a red dragon, and the exterior would be sheathed in the soft hide from beneath the dragon's neck. This would ensure that Wirliad would not even recognize it as his own Ruhu wand. As Luke and Xingtian labored on the spear in the secret chamber, chaos erupted in the city of Nute. An elf who had stolen the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong invaded the Ulu Academy. Having also absconded with the Book of Calamity and the Wand of Academy Dean Wirliad. Over a century ago, the uncontrolled arcane arts unleashed by the Book of Calamity triggered the greatest crisis the Ulu Academy had ever faced since its inception. More than a dozen arcane scholars from the Department of Arcane Arts fell into corruption amidst the chaos, gaining extraordinary power while their minds succumbed to the abyss of chaos and darkness. They proclaimed themselves abyssal mages and clandestinely organized the abyssal chamber, enticing faculty and students of the academy to join their ranks using the power of the Book of Calamity. When the Ulu Academy discovered that their arcane research had devolved into live sacrifices, they demanded the surrender of the Book of Calamity and the dissolution of the abyssal chamber. The abyssal mages retaliated by launching an assault on the academy. This war ensnared every individual within the Ulu Academy, nearly leading to its complete destruction. Countless lives were lost, and invaluable records were reduced to ashes. The losses left the Ulu Academy in a state of disarray, and it took decades of recovery to emerge from the shadows of that rebellion. Yet, the abyssal mages were not eradicated. The original 13 abyssal mages, calling themselves apostles, wielded the most formidable powers. After the rebellion was suppressed by the Ulu Academy, 7 surviving apostles fled with the remnants of the abyssal mages. For over a century, the abyssal mages have remained active. They transformed their original abyssal chamber into the abyssal temple, utilizing their mastery of the arcane arts to strive towards recreating the Book of Calamity, which had been seized and destroyed by the Ulu Academy. The abyssal apostles believe that since the Book of Calamity is a mysterious artifact transformed from the Encyclopedia of Arcane Arts, they can undoubtedly replicate it. According to reports, the process of the abyssal apostles attempting to replicate the Book of Calamity has not been smooth. Now, the very artifact that was supposed to be destroyed has resurfaced, falling into the hands of a powerful elven assassin. This is an event far graver than the theft of the heart of the red dragon Nirkalong. After all, no matter how formidable the red dragon may be, it can only wreak havoc for 10 minutes. The Book of Calamity, on the other hand, nearly led to the obliteration of the Ulu Academy. And then there is the strength of that female elf. The mere thought of her ability to escape from Dean Wirliad's grasp, even stealing his wand, is enough to leave one breathless. The heart of the red dragon Nirkalong, the Book of Calamity, the Ruhu wand, and the elf Xingtian. This combination resides within the city of Nuteat. Upon hearing this news, not a single soul could find rest. The Ulu Academy convened an emergency meeting of senior faculty that very night. Dean Wirliad began by reflecting on his underestimation of the situation and proposed the reconstitution of the Ulu Academy Crisis Committee, drawing upon capable faculty and upper-year students to form the Ulu Battle Mage Corps. Originally established to combat the abyssal mages, during the Ulu Academy's committee meeting, Dean Wirliad spoke gravely. We cannot ascertain whether the elf Xingtian is affiliated with the abyssal mages. However, the resurgence of the Book of Calamity will undoubtedly attract their attention. The war between the Ulu Academy and the abyssal mages shall reignite, and we must prepare for battle in advance. As one of the few surviving witnesses of the disastrous century ago, I implore each of you not to harbor any illusions or complacency regarding the abyssal. When you confront the abyssal, you must either conquer it or be consumed by it. After the calamity a century ago, Dean Wirliad took charge of the Ulu Academy, and through his diligent efforts, he restored the institution from near annihilation to its current status among the world's elite. His contributions have endowed him with unparalleled prestige. He is known for his fairness in dealings and amiable demeanor, earning him the respect of both faculty and students alike. Although the vast majority of faculty and students remain oblivious to the specifics of the calamity a century prior, they have all chosen to place their unconditional trust in Dean Wirliad. The Crisis Committee of the Academy has been reformed, selecting outstanding faculty and students to establish the Ulu Battle Mage Corps. As the Ulu Academy implements crisis measures in response to the Book of Calamity, various government departments in the city of Nuteat have also convened urgent meetings to discuss strategies for confronting this crisis. The Blade Brotherhood has undoubtedly become the target of public ire, as Qing Tian has repeatedly wielded the silver blade of the Brotherhood. Not only have the city's law enforcement patrol officers encountered this situation, but agents from the Secretive Intelligence Bureau have as well. The rising nouveau riche of the city have long harbored disdain for the old, entrenched aristocracy, and now they seize the opportunity to denounce the Blade Brotherhood. The government departments of Angertide City have united to issue a formal notice to the local chapter of the Blade Brotherhood, demanding an explanation regarding the theft of the heart of the Red Dragon Neurkalin and the Book of Calamity. They have set a deadline for the surrender of the suspects and the stolen items. The chapter leader of the Blade Brotherhood in Angertide City, Viscount Iskalin, is quite disheartened. He had merely delivered a silver blade to foster a connection with a formidable elven assassin, yet he finds himself embroiled in such a significant predicament. Nevertheless, this does affirm the wisdom of his gift, as he discerns that the elven figure, Qing Kong, appears to be an independent rogue without substantial backing. Her ability to steal the heart of the Red Dragon Neurkalin from the Alchemical Society and the Book of Calamity from Ulu Academy suggests she is an exceptional talent. Rumor has it that even the wand of Director Weirled has fallen into her hands. This is a treasure indeed. Disregarding the notifications, Viscount Iskalin mobilizes the resources of the Blade Brotherhood within Angertide City to locate Qing Kong. He is determined to meet her in person, as she may assist the Brotherhood in regaining control over the city. Luke remains oblivious to the tremors his visit to Ulu Academy has caused in Angertide City. Various factions are reacting to the emergence of the elven figure Qing Kong and the Book of Calamity, the Abyssal Temple, and all those coveting this legendary and mysterious artifact, along with various sorcerers, are soon to make their presence felt in Angertide City. Throughout the night, he collaborates with Qing Kong in the secret chamber to modify the sage's wand, after enveloping it in the supple skin of a dragon's neck. The grip of the wand has improved significantly. The delicate dragon scales provide an optimal balance of resilience and hardness, instilling a profound sense of confidence in its USEAT, the wand's tip. A dragon's tooth is embedded, tightly bound with heated dragon sinew, and further secured by a freezing process to enhance its constriction. The final step requires the melding of man and weapon, a process necessitating the use of arcane techniques. Due to material constraints, the only available technique allows the uninitiated to acquire basic skills in weaponry. However, it is certainly preferable to merely flailing about with a weapon. The incantation, Legacy of the Soldier. The subject is a pair of iron gauntlets Luke discovered in the Mystic Sanctum. The inner layer is made of deer leather, while the exterior is reinforced with iron. The back of the hands bears the marks of time and battle, revealing that their former owner was a seasoned warrior. This pair of iron gauntlets has transformed into a mysterious artifact due to its previous owner's combat experiences. Such artifacts are quite common, and through specific arcane incantations, the recipient can gain certain combat skills. Many long-standing families have preserved their unique martial techniques across generations through such methods. Holding the crafted sage's spear, Luke positions himself as the recipient. Following the layout of the incantation, Qing Kong lights the candles and uses the prepared powder to lay out a hexagram on the floor. The iron gauntlets are placed in the primary position, while a horsetail, star iron, mercury vial, saltstone, and blood willow grass are arranged in the auxiliary positions. After a moment of contemplation, he replaces the star iron with the Book of Calamity. The quality range of star iron is quite broad. While all can fulfill the incantation, the effectiveness varies. The Book of Calamity, as an auxiliary, is considered of the highest quality and contributes to the overall balance of the incantation, significantly enhancing its completion. Having such an artifact as an auxiliary incantation is indisputable. However, those who regard the Book of Calamity as a source of disaster or a sacred object of arcane arts might have mixed feelings upon seeing it alongside the horsetail, mercury vial, saltstone, and blood willow grass. In any case, Luke holds no particular sentiment to him. It is merely an arcane tool, as every practitioner in the era possesses one without feeling it to be especially precious or unique. With the arrangements of the incantation in place, the ritual commences in the flickering candlelight. The walls of the chamber project a battlefield. Two armies clash, arrows fly, magic crackles, and heavily armored knights charge with lances against massive war machines wielding formidable weaponry. Though silent, the sounds of battle, explosions, and the clash of metal seem to echo in the air. The battlefield depicted on the walls envelopes the chamber, as the two factions engage in a deadly struggle around Luke. Clad in armor representing their respective factions, the soldiers wield swords, lances, bows, and axes, displaying immense combat experience and skill. Their weapons may be damaged, yet they adeptly pick up new ones from the battlefield at this moment. The Sage's spear in Luke's hand begins to tremble, responding to the battlefield's intensity and the aura of violence, resonating with the lethal techniques of real combat. This resonance influences Luke, who finds himself completely immersed in the illusion of the battlefield. Feeling as though he is one of the soldiers, wielding a lance alongside his comrades, combat becomes his instinct, even though he has never wielded a lance before. Yet, he is able to execute various techniques with remarkable proficiency. Much like when he handled Qin Kong's dual daggers or bow, despite having no prior experience. Although Luke, still within the illusion, cannot yet unleash elaborate techniques, the most fundamental and practical skills honed on the battlefield are gradually inscribed into his very being. The lance in his grasp sweeps through the ranks of enemies with devastating force or strikes with precision, as if he were a veteran soldier with countless battles under his belt. Outside the illusion, Luke is similarly affected, moving as if in a trance, wielding the Sage's spear with fluidity. The dragon skin, sinew, and tooth used to craft the spear resonate with the dragon snake patterns on the back of his hand. The dragon and snake emerge, expanding, wrapping around the spear from its hilt to its tip. With a shake of the spear, the dragon's head at the spear's tip exhales a torrent of flame, causing the blade to erupt into a 1-meter-long fire blade, accompanied by a thunderous roar of the dragon that jolts Luke from his trance. The ritual concludes, and all phenomena dissipate one by one. On the ground, all ritual components turn to dust, except for the Book of Calamity. Luke grips the spear, as the dragon and snake retreat back onto the back of his hand. It seems inappropriate to call it the Sage's wand or the Sage's spear. Henceforth, it shall be known as the gluttonous crimson dragon spear, a fusion of the voracious serpent and the red dragon. Luke adeptly performs a flourish with the spear, man and weapon united. The gluttonous crimson dragon spear vanishes from his hand. The next day, Luke arrives at the office, stifling yawns. Before he can settle in, the heads of various departments from the Intelligence Bureau burst in. Inspector, the elven figure Qin Kong infiltrated Ulu Academy last night and stole the Book of Calamity. Inspector, the city's administrative office has issued a bounty for information on Qin Kong, ranging from a minimum of 1,000 to a maximum of 100,000 imperial marks. A reward of 2 million imperial marks is offered for the recovery of the Book of Calamity. Inspector, Chief of Police Holt wishes to meet with you. Inspector, Councilman Virgil, responsible for Angertide City's security, invites you to attend a city safety meeting at 2 p.m. in the administrative office. The agenda includes the collaborative efforts of various security departments to apprehend Qin Kong and recover the stolen Book of Calamity, the heart of the Red Dragon Neurkulin, and Director Weirlet's wand from Ulu Academy. Since Qin Kong was first sighted in the Cape District, you will be questioned during the meeting. Inspector, the Mad Axe Party. Luke interrupts his subordinates as they chatter excitedly. Black Mamba, stay. The rest of you, leave, compile your findings with Kylina and report back to me. Yes, Inspector, the room clears, leaving only Shelley behind. Compared to her despondent demeanor yesterday, today she exudes vitality. Inspector, the Mad Axe Party fought remarkably well last night. With over 2,000 reinforcements bolstered by potent berserk potions, they utterly bewildered the attacking foes. Lambert even led a counterattack, fighting all the way to the docks. Now it's time for those who bullied us to tremble. As long as the berserk potions are in place tonight, it will be our turn to strike back. The situation with the Axe Gang was well within Luke's expectations, although the forces attacking the Axe Gang were numerous. They were as disorganized as a scattered bunch of sand. The Public Security Bureau could lend them support, yet they dared not openly unite them. Meanwhile, Luke had successfully gathered a faction under the auspices of the Intelligence Bureau to form the Sunfire Smuggling Group. The strength derived from a clenched fist was undeniably different, not to mention the enhancement provided by potent and violent stimulants. An additional crucial factor was that last night, Qin Kong had launched an assault on Ulu Academy, diverting the attention of the city administration away from the Cape District and rendering any covert operations impossible. Holt from the Cape District Public Security Bureau seemed eager to meet, likely sensing the precariousness of the situation and seeking a truce. Luke turned to Shelley and inquired, "Does Holt have a specific purpose for wanting to meet with me?" The messenger had not divulged any details. Inspector, could it be that the Public Security Bureau perceives the situation as suddenly unfavorable and wishes to mediate? That is indeed part of the reason, replied Shelley. She then asked, how do you intend to respond to Holt? The Axe Gang is already preparing for a retaliatory action against all those involved in the assault on them tonight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luke instructed, "Send someone to the Public Security Bureau to inform Director Holt that I am summoning him to meet aboard the Lucky Princess at the Cape Harbor dock. Have Pisco and his team prepare the ship in advance, then proceed to the Axe Gang headquarters and inform them that once I meet with Holt, they are to launch their retaliation immediately. It must be swift, precise, and ruthless, concluding before noon." Upon hearing that the inspector was requesting an advance on the retaliatory action, Shelley couldn't help but ask, "Inspector, the Public Security Bureau has issued a warning against causing disturbances during the day. If we engage in battle now, could it not place you in danger? Isn't Pisco supposed to prepare first?" She continued. "Moreover, given the magnitude of the incident in Nuda City, the administration will likely be eager to resolve matters swiftly in order to focus on capturing the ferry Chinkong. This afternoon, the city administration will convene a security meeting. I suspect Holt's motivation for seeking me out is primarily due to pressure, wanting to redistribute the stakes at the dock before noon. You need not return after visiting the Axe Gang. Assist them in escalating the situation. The better they fight, the easier my task becomes." Upon hearing of the impending conflict, Shelley's fighting spirit was ignited. Yet, she voiced her concerns, "But you and Holt had previously agreed that the Intelligence Bureau would not involve itself in this matter. Are you foolish?" Luke reprimanded. "Can we compare the current situation to that of a few days ago? Holt is now the one most eager to conclude this incident swiftly. The city administration is intent on concentrating their efforts to capture the ferry Chinkong. Does Holt dare to engage us in conflict?" He continued, "And surely you can find an excuse. The Intelligence Bureau's mission to apprehend the ferry Chinkong and retrieve the stolen heart of the Red Dragon Nilkalong is a case commissioned by the administration itself. I can handle Holt. You needn't worry. Proceed with the operation. This is our area of expertise." With renewed confidence from Luke's assurance, Shelley felt liberated to act decisively. "Rest assured, Inspector, I guarantee that all tasks will be completed before noon." "Go now. Have Kylina come in," Luke commanded. "Yes, Inspector." Shelley stood and saluted Luke before striding out. Kylina soon entered, clutching a stack of documents, which she placed on the desk before stating, "Inspector, a severe intrusion incident occurred last night at Ulu Academy. The ferry Chinkong, who once claimed over 100 lives in our Cape district in a single night, suddenly infiltrated Ulu Academy." Kylina systematically recounted the events of the previous night. As the principal party involved. Luke listened intently, despite already being aware of the more intricate details. When Kylina finished, he inquired, "Are there any leads concerning the ferry Chinkong?" "None, Inspector. The ferry Chinkong's movements are exceedingly elusive. By logic, she must be concealed within the city. Requiring sustenance and rest. As a ferry, she possesses distinct physical characteristics. Whenever she is active, there should be traceable evidence. Yet, leads are almost non-existent, currently. Searches are underway across several key districts of the city for all ferries. This afternoon, the city administration is holding a meeting to coordinate all security forces for a comprehensive sweep of Nuda City. Our Cape district has the most complex personnel and should be the focal point of this operation." Luke nodded in acknowledgement. This aligned with his expectations. Holt's urgency to meet stemmed from pressure from above. Thus, if he felt pressured, Luke would amplify that pressure. Understood. The ferry Chinkong's theft of the Book of Calamity has now posed a threat to imperial security. As the Intelligence Bureau, we have an obligation to pursue her. Please devise a search plan tailored to the circumstances of the Cape district and submit it to me." "Yes, Inspector. If there are no further matters, I shall commence my work." Luke stood and addressed Kylina. "There's no rush on the search plan. Accompany me to the Lucky Princess to meet Director Holt." "Yes, Inspector." Cape Harbor, once the premier port of Nuda City, had experienced a prolonged period of glory. However, as the city center shifted, Cape Harbor gradually lost its former splendor, coupled with the encroachment and rivalry of gangs, along with the smuggling needs of the elite. The filth and chaos rendered effective imperial oversight nearly impossible. Over time, as long as the harbor paid a certain tax, the city administration tacitly allowed it to operate under a different order. The gangs in the Cape District controlled the dockworkers, exerting significant influence over the port. Yesterday, Captain Hans Elton of the Lucky Princess was killed by the newly appointed Inspector Meteor, causing quite a stir in Cape Harbor. Shortly thereafter, evidence of Hanselton's involvement in the assassination of the former inspector was made public, leading the Intelligence Bureau to seize all of Hanselton's assets, including the confiscation of 4 cargo ships belonging to the Lucky Princess. The Lucky Princess is a large wooden merchant vessel powered by both sails and a steam engine, with a total displacement of 5,500 tons and equipped with 10 smoothbore cannons. The waterline area is covered with a layer of steel armor plating. Upon Luke's arrival, Pisco had already secured the dock, and the Imperial agents occupied strategic positions aboard the Lucky Princess. The negotiation with Director Holt was set to take place on the deck of the ship, where a table and 2 chairs were arranged beneath a sunshade. After a brief wait, a convoy marked with the insignia of the Public Security Bureau arrived at the dock where the Lucky Princess was moored. A multitude of officers established control as Director Holt boarded the ship. The significant display from both the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau garnered the attention of the entire harbor, swiftly informing the entire district that a matter of great importance concerning the Cape District was about to unfold. "Director Holt, please take a seat." Luke warmly shook Holt's hand and invited him to sit across from him at the negotiation table. Kylena served them coffee and then stood behind Luke, her hand discreetly gripping the wand hidden in her sleeve. Pisco kept a watchful eye from the bridge, surveying the accompanying officers, while other Imperial agents positioned their hands near their weapons, ready for any eventuality. Holt, visibly displeased by the Intelligence Bureau's display, remarked to Luke, "Inspector Meteor, we are both high-ranking officials of the Empire. Our meeting should occur in a formal setting. Your current arrangement resembles that of gang members and undermines the Empire's dignity." Luke took a small sip of coffee before setting it down. "Director Holt, you misunderstand. I merely happened to be investigating the assassination of Captain Hans Elton, and since you were eager to meet, I chose this location. If you believe discussing matters here compromises the Empire's dignity, we can postpone until I conclude my investigation and arrange a more appropriate venue." "Postpone?" Holt retorted. "This afternoon, the entire Public Security Bureau and Intelligence Bureau will shift their focus to capturing the ferry Chinkong. The higher-ups have already stated that the conflicts over interests at the Cape District docks can wait. The city's safety must take precedence. The ferry Chinkong currently possesses the heart of the Red Dragon Nilkalong, the Book of Calamity, and the Enlightened Wand. Given her capacity to contend with Wyliad, who knows what horrifying deeds she might unleash in Nuda City, the city's elite have heard of her notorious actions in the Cape District, where she claimed over 100 lives in a single night. Such occurrences may transpire in the Cape District, but they must never transpire in the affluent areas. Holt's intention in seeking out Luke was to collaboratively suppress the escalating turf war among the gangs at the docks. Should this matter remain unresolved before the afternoon meeting at the City Hall, his current position would be precariously threatened. The pressure weighing on Holt was immense. "Meteor Detective," he declared, "the situation is urgent. We need not schedule another meeting. You must already be aware of the incidents that transpired last night at Ulu Academy. The elven figure, Chinkong, poses a significant danger. The City Hall will convene an emergency meeting on urban safety this afternoon, aiming to mobilize all resources to apprehend Chinkong. The conflict within the Mad Axe gang will inevitably disrupt the coordination of all city security departments, a crucial institution in the Cape District. Both the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau bear the responsibility to swiftly quell this turmoil. Let us issue the command at once." Luke responded with a light chuckle. "I have long advised against confrontation. It is merely some individuals' insatiable greed at play. Since you, Director Holt, have called for a halt, I shall grant you this concession. However, how shall we divide the docks?" Holt replied, "We are all officials of the Empire. The docks do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau or the Intelligence Bureau. That I believe it prudent to adhere to their own regulations. Whoever currently occupies a portion shall retain it." Luke's derision deepened. The Mad Axe gang has completely withdrawn from the docks since the demise of their leader, Jumu. Their interests have been thoroughly usurped, not to mention other interests controlled by the Intelligence Bureau have also been significantly encroached upon. The notion of who occupies what is hardly relevant. The Mad Axe gang has endured 2 nights of vigil, losing numerous lives. Was it all for naught? "Director, your sincerity is lacking." With that, Luke fell silent and resumed sipping his coffee leisurely. Holt insisted, "Let us divide according to the current situation. Once we have resolved the issue with Chinkong, we can discuss further." "Humph," Luke dismissed him indifferently. "If you can resolve the Chinkong matter, there will be nothing left for us to discuss. No rush. Let us await the Mad Axe gang and Shelley to make their statements." Observing Luke continuously refilling his coffee, Holt felt a surge of anxiety, but strove to conceal it, hoping to secure a more favorable outcome regarding the dock interests. However, before Luke could finish his second cup, a constable hurriedly boarded the ship and whispered urgent reports into Holt's ear. Holt's expression darkened immediately as he confronted Luke. "Meteor Detective, What is your intention? Why is the Mad Axe gang rampaging throughout the Cape District? Why is Black Mamba, accompanied by spies, participating in the attacks? Are you not concerned about the City Hall holding you accountable for the chaos you have instigated in the Cape District during this critical time? Luke retorted, the City Hall of Angry Wave City lacks the authority to hold me accountable unless they overthrow the Golden Shield royal family. Therefore, do mind your words, lest the Intelligence Bureau investigate your allegiances. Captain Black Mamba is acting under my orders to hunt for Chinkong in the Cape District. This is a mandate from the City Hall to the Intelligence Bureau, and I possess the original correspondence should you wish to verify it. As for the Mad Axe gang seeking vengeance on Chinkong for killing their leader, Jumu, they are hardly in the wrong. Regarding the issue of the deceased, further investigation is warranted. It cannot simply be taken at face value that they are the perpetrators. If they manage to capture Chinkong, I will consider assisting them in applying for the Good Citizen Medal. Holt's understanding sharpened. The Intelligence Bureau was opportunistically striking while he needed to stabilize the Cape District before the afternoon meeting. This maneuver struck at his vulnerabilities. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that the Mad Axe gang had received substantial reinforcements the previous night, with signs of rampant drug use emerging. Initially confident in their ability to storm the Mad Axe gang's headquarters, the rival factions were now caught off guard. The fiercely reckless Mad Axe gang members had decimated their ranks, leaving the disarrayed adversaries exposed, with the Mad Axe gang now launching a counteroffensive. Bolstered by Black Mamba and the Empire's spies, Holt found himself trapped, unable to extend assistance to them. This new detective from the Intelligence Bureau was no simple adversary. Holt gestured for his subordinates to withdraw and then addressed Luke. Meteor Detective, you are formidable, yet you must also consider the repercussions of your actions. The City Hall will not entertain your evasions, for we are all aware of your intentions that I shall report the events occurring here to the City Council, which will then relay it to the imperial capital. I believe Her Highness, the Princess, will not permit you to act with impunity in Angry Wave City. That is a matter for another day, is it not? Luke replied nonchalantly that a false detective. He had little regard for his reputation in Agatha. You will pay the price, Holt retorted. That too is a future concern. Director Holt, I wish not to place you in a difficult position. My demands are quite simple. You instruct your men to regurgitate what they have consumed, restoring the docks to their former state, and I assure you the Cape District will revert to the condition the City Hall desires. Holt was taken aback by Luke's desire to restore the situation rather than extract a heavy toll from the dock interests. You merely wish for the docks to return to their original state. What else would you have me desire? Luke replied with a smile that I do not possess such grand ambitions as you do. My actions are merely to prevent my subordinates from losing a significant income. Not to exert dominance over you in the Cape District. I made my position clear upon our first meeting, and I shall reiterate. I am aware of the depths of Angry Wave City's waters and have no intention of sacrificing my life for it. The assassination of the former detective in the Cape District will not involve any additional parties beyond the Lucky Princess. That I also hope for the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau to establish a positive rapport aboard the Lucky Princess, collaborating to maintain order in this district and ensuring our efforts satisfy the higher-ups. Luke reiterated his stance and boundaries. The Intelligence Bureau need not vie for greater shares at the docks. It was not only to avoid offending the influential figures in Angry Wave City, but also due to a lack of personnel to manage such an endeavor. Moreover, establishing a formidable external adversary would foster internal unity. Smuggling magical drugs required but a berth or two that with the entire attention of Angry Wave City diverted towards Chinkong, Luke could conveniently diminish his presence in the eyes of the powerful. Building a chain of interests requires time. One must display weakness when necessary, maintain a low profile, and also delineate clear boundaries, ensuring they do not perceive weakness as an invitation to bully. Luke's resolute actions and conservative demands left Holt. Despite his simmering anger, with no outlet for his frustration, there was an urgent need to swiftly terminate the ongoing gang conflict in the Cape District, since the dock interests had not been compromised. Restoring the status quo was certainly feasible. Is that truly how you feel? Holt inquired. Director Holt, if you were in my position, what would your thoughts be? The life we envision at the Cape District Intelligence Bureau is merely to show up, pass the time, and collect our pay. The actions taken in recent days were out of sheer necessity, driven by desperation. Holt had no choice but to place his trust in him. Very well, let us restore the docks to their previous state. You and I shall issue orders immediately, instructing our respective personnel to return to their territories. Agreed. The meteor detective Luke and Director Holt of the Public Security Bureau simultaneously issued a security order aboard the Lucky Princess, demanding an immediate cessation of all violent activities throughout the Cape District. The large-scale gang conflict ignited by the assassination of the Mad Axe gang leader, Jumu, finally subsided under the mediation of the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau. In the ensuing days, casualties soared into the thousands, with several smaller gangs effectively eradicated. Ultimately, the division of dock interests remained unchanged. Under the pressure from the Public Security Bureau, the gangs that had seized control of the docks previously held by the Mad Axe gang reluctantly retreated. The Mad Axe gang members, in turn, joyfully returned to the docks. While it appeared that the Cape District had returned to normalcy, all were acutely aware of the performance of the Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Bureau during this brief conflict. In the casual exchange of coffee between the detective and the director, countless lives had been lost, the dead had perished without value, while the survivors pondered who would ultimately wield power in the Cape District. Director Holt enjoyed the backing of the City Hall, and the Public Security Bureau remained a formidable force. However, the arrival of a new inspector at the intelligence agency has stirred considerable unrest among the members of the ruthless Axe gang. The repercussions of this development are not within Luke's contemplation. After bidding farewell to Holt, he returned to the agency to prepare for the afternoon's government meeting. The activities surrounding the entity known as Kong at Ulu Academy have escalated significantly. While such attention can bear advantages, it also brings forth disadvantages. Future ventures into Kong will necessitate a more discreet approach. How to leverage his current identity to provide adequate cover for Kong without revealing his true self. This is indeed a skillful endeavor. The confidential secretary, Kylina, has prepared a stack of documents for Luke, which includes the list of attendees and their identities for the meeting, predictions regarding the agenda, personnel and informants available to the intelligence agency in Cape District, and investigation files pertaining to the murders related to Kong and Windshield Alley in the Axe Gang. As your secretary, I will be seated beside you during the meeting, taking notes, since you are newly appointed. Feel free to consult me about anything you may not know, she remarked. Understood, Luke replied as he began to peruse the materials. The chair of this meeting is Councilman Virgil, who oversees urban safety. The list includes the chief of the Urban Security Bureau, 6 security directors, and 6 inspectors from the intelligence agency. Additionally, representatives from various official and civilian organizations, such as the Blade Brotherhood, the Urban Alchemists Association, the Merchants Association of Angry Wave City, the Golden Shield Empire's Angry Waves Fleet, and Ulu Academy, will also be in attendance. Each of these individuals possesses considerable influence. This time, Kong has truly provoked a hornet's nest. After merely glancing through a few pages, Shelley entered the room. Inspector, the vehicle and escort to the city's government hall for the meeting are ready. Additionally, Lambert from the Axe Gang requests your presence at their headquarters on Fishbone Island this evening. The Angry Waves City Government Hall, situated in the city center, is a 7-story edifice adorned with a grand plaza and a towering statue of the sea god, vividly reflecting the opulence, grandeur, and magnificence of this world-class commercial city. Upon arriving at the government hall, Luke was guided by the reception staff to the conference room. The layout of the room is tiered in a circular fashion. At the forefront is the podium, flanked by a speaking platform, opposite which is a semicircular conference table arranged according to status and rank. Luke's seat is in the front row, with Holt seated in the second row. There is no alternative. The Cape District Intelligence Agency is directly subordinate to the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, and the Imperial spies serve as the personal guard of Her Highness Princess Agatha. The Cape District Security Bureau reports to the Urban Security Bureau, which is accountable to both the City Safety Committee and the Imperial Minister of Security. Therefore, although the inspector of the Cape District Intelligence Agency lacks visibility in Angry Wave City, his position is on par with that of the chief of the Urban Security Bureau. After finding his seat, Luke warmly greeted his colleagues on either side, including Holt, who sat behind him. Kylina took her place beside Luke, placing a heavy briefcase on the table and extracting numerous materials that might be required. In the assembly, while each inspector from the intelligence agency is accompanied by a modified secretary, other officials, even if accompanied by secretaries, do not possess such advanced enhancements. An inspector from the intelligence agency is a significant figure anywhere else in the Empire. Yet here in Angry Wave City, that status is somewhat diminished. As the time approached, Councilman Virgil, along with representatives from Ulu Academy and the Angry Waves Fleet, took their places at the podium. A woman with golden curls stood behind the speaking platform. She is the spokesperson for the Urban Safety Committee, providing explanations to the attendees regarding the capabilities and potential devastation caused by the Red Dragon Nirkalong, the catastrophic destruction wrought by the Book of Calamity at Ulu Academy, and the timeline of the elf Chinkong's appearances, detailing the crime she has committed and is suspected of committing. She also provided an in-depth account of the battle between the elf Chinkong and Dean Weirled. Although Chinkong wrested the Staff of Insight from Dean Weirled and endangered his life, this was merely a serendipitous event predicated on asymmetric information. Chinkong possesses an intimate understanding of Dean Weirled, while the Dean is markedly unfamiliar with her. Thus, this confrontation does not substantiate Chinkong's superiority over Dean Weirled. We now possess a general understanding of the powers at Chinkong's disposal. She wields water, ice, and holy energies, capable of creating extensive frozen environments, executing continuous short-range spatial movements, and even influencing the flow of time. The spokesperson's final statement rendered the meeting room profoundly silent, with the countenances of attendees turning grave. Most had only been aware of an elf invading Ulu Academy to steal the Book of Calamity, and this was their first encounter with the notion that Chinkong could alter the flow of time. Capturing such an adversary would be tantamount to courting death. After a brief pause, the spokesperson announced, "Next, we invite Professor Barney Lunong from the Department of Magic at Ulu Academy to elucidate on spatial and temporal magic, which will aid us in understanding our adversary." Professor Lunong, representing Ulu Academy at the meeting, stood and performed a mage's salute to all present. He then stated, "The study of space and time has always been a highly sought-after topic since the inception of magic. While spatial magic has been mastered and applied to a certain extent, I believe you are all familiar with it. I will now focus on time." Luke listened attentively from his seat, simultaneously recognizing the organizational capacity that emerges in response to crises when societal systems reach a certain level of sophistication. Professor Lunong articulated the concept of controlling time in a manner that was easily comprehensible, ensuring that everyone in the meeting room grasped the essence of temporal manipulation. He even demonstrated a brief instance of time reversal. Although this demonstration involved a minuscule and nearly imperceptible moment, it effectively alleviated the attendees' fears regarding time-related skills. Fear often stems from ignorance. Once the nature of time manipulation was understood, even though it remained an exceedingly formidable skill, the sense of trepidation significantly diminished. Professor Lunong concluded, "Controlling time demands immense energy. It is not a skill to be wielded carelessly." Dean Weirled, after his confrontation with the elf Chinkong, cautioned us to never face her alone and to seek assistance whenever possible. "This is my advice to you all." Just after Professor Lunong finished, Councilman Virgil, seated beside him, remarked, "This is precisely the reason for convening this meeting. We must unite all urban safety agencies in Angry Wave City to jointly apprehend Chinkong. I believe that no matter how powerful she may be, she cannot stand against a great city." Luke felt fortunate that he had initially chosen not to flee and hide, relinquishing control to a city machine with efficient organizational capabilities, which would be impossible to evade. Only by integrating himself here could he discern how to safeguard himself. This is a tangible world, markedly distinct from a mere game. At this juncture, Councilman Virgil specifically called out, "Inspector Meteor from the Cape District Intelligence Agency. Following the theft of the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalong, the city government entrusted you with the investigation, yet we have yet to receive any results. It can now be confirmed that the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalong was stolen by the elf Chinkong, who has since publicly manifested in the Cape District and perpetrated 2 murder cases. During this period, the government has repeatedly issued communications to the Cape District Intelligence Agency, urging you to devote your full efforts to this case, but it seems to have garnered little of your attention. Now that Chinkong has become a source of tension for the entire Angry Wave City, please provide us with an explanation." The blame game had begun. Luke surveyed the room. Everyone deliberately averted their gazes. As a newcomer, lacking established connections, he had inadvertently offended numerous individuals due to the Cape District docks, rendering him an ideal scapegoat despite his weighty title. Rising to his feet, Luke declined the document Kylina offered him. "Councilman Virgil and esteemed officials, the theft of the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalong occurred in the city center and was classified as a theft case, according to our division of responsibilities. The Urban Security Bureau in the city center should be tasked with the investigation. With cooperation from other district security bureaus, the murders attributed to Chinkong and Windshield Alley and the Axe Castle are criminal cases, which, under the division of duties, should fall under the jurisdiction of the Cape District Security Bureau. The Empire's intelligence agency is responsible for maintaining national security, not for investigating thefts and murders as a conventional criminal investigation body. Prior to the theft of the Book of Calamity, the Cape District Intelligence Agency had ample justification to decline the commission. If you wish for an explanation, Councilman, it seems that it may not be my place to provide one at this juncture. The officials attending the meeting were taken aback when the head of the Meteoric Intelligence Agency in Cape District, without the slightest regard for the face of Councilman Virgil, retorted with unrestrained candor. Observing Councilman Virgil's expression, which was notably animated, the head of the Meteoric Intelligence Agency adopted a stern tone. The Administrative Office of Torrent City allocates substantial funds each year to provide financial assistance to various intelligence agencies. The purpose of this is to ensure that these agencies can assist the city in matters concerning public safety. This is formalized in an agreement endorsed by both the city's administrative office and the intelligence agencies, and has received the approval of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Since the administrative office has issued a commission for an investigation, the Meteoric Intelligence Agency, having received city subsidies, is obligated to fulfill its responsibilities. Please do not shirk your duties. When the Public Security Department needs to respond to inquiries, I shall certainly call upon them, but at this moment, you owe us an explanation. Councilman Virgil continued to press Luke. The potential crisis to urban safety posed by the elven Skyclear remained uncertain. Should Skyclear be apprehended in a timely manner, it would undoubtedly reflect well on the leadership of the City Safety Committee. Conversely, if a catastrophic incident were to occur, a scapegoat would need to be found to bear the brunt of the noble's wrath. Given that Skyclear first appeared in Cape District, the Meteoric Intelligence Agency bears the responsibility for failing to avert the crisis. Luke whispered to Kylina, "Please provide me with last month's financial report from the administrative office." "Yes, Chief." Kylina quickly retrieved the report and handed it to Luke. After glancing at the data, he exclaimed loudly, "Councilman Virgil, I possess the publicly available financial report from the administrative office for last month. It indicates that the Meteoric Intelligence Agency in Cape District received 2 million imperial marks, while the Public Security Department received 26 million imperial marks. Is this the subsidy you refer to from the city's administrative office?" Humph. Luke let out a cold laugh, implying that the meager funds were insufficient grounds for their lack of action. Infuriated, Councilman Virgil slammed the table, shouting, "Chief Meteor, mind your attitude. You are a senior imperial public servant, not a mercenary selling your life for money." Luke retorted sharply, "Councilman Virgil, it was you who first broached the subject of money. Furthermore, I believe you owe an explanation to the officials present at this meeting. Why did you initially task the Meteoric Intelligence Agency with investigating this series of cases instead of the Public Security Department, which receives 26 million from the city's finances each month? How many imperial agents can 2 million sustain? And how many security officers can 26 million support? What role do you, esteemed councilman, play in this crisis?" Luke's counterattack rendered Virgil crimson with indignation. Initially, he had directed the Meteoric Intelligence Agency to investigate the theft of the heart of the Red Dragon, a move intended to assert dominance and remind the agents of their benefactor. However, since Luke's appointment, his continuous issuance of directives served largely to distract the intelligence agency's focus, aiding the Public Security Department in securing interests at Cape Harbor. Who could have anticipated that Skyclear would abscond with the Book of Calamities from the Ulu Academy? Now, seeking a scapegoat, Virgil found himself ensnared in a trap of his own making that if clarity were not achieved, one might truly suspect a connection between himself and Skyclear. "Chief Meteor, the 2 million is the subsidy provided to you by Torrent City. And you also receive your salaries and operational funds from the Empire. Councilman Virgil, what relevance does the Empire's funding have to you? You, at this moment, a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of an Imperial Navy general, seated beside Virgil, interjected, "Virgil, my time is exceedingly limited. Please steer the meeting back on course." "Yes, Admiral Nelson." Virgil nodded apologetically to the military representative. "My concerns for urban safety have caused me to lose my composure." He then turned to Luke and inquired, "We can set aside previous matters for now. The theft of the Book of Calamities by Skyclear has escalated to a matter of imperial security. We would all like to hear Chief Meteor's perspective on this incident and what methods the Meteoric Intelligence Agency intends to employ to apprehend Skyclear." Noting that Virgil remained relentless, Luke replied, "Cape District is the largest in Torrent City, with an estimated permanent population exceeding 700. 000. Our meteoric intelligence agency has only 248 agents on staff. With such a limited number of personnel, it is utterly insufficient to conduct a thorough search for Skyclear across such an extensive area. I plan to recruit a temporary force of over 3,000 agents and conduct a door-to-door search throughout the district. As long as Skyclear remains in Cape District, she will inevitably leave traces behind. Given the professional expertise of our imperial agents, we will undoubtedly locate her. However, currently, the Meteoric Intelligence Agency lacks the funds necessary to recruit this temporary team and cannot bear the expenses incurred by such an intensive search. Therefore, we hope the city's administrative office can allocate a special fund, estimated at. Luke glanced at Kylena. Kylena quickly calculated the expenses in her mind and wrote on a piece of paper, 40 million imperial marks per month. For 100 million imperial marks per month. Kylena paused for a moment, then double-checked the zero she had written. Indeed, Councilman Virgil was caught off guard by Luke's audacity in demanding such a sum, clearly intending to deceive the city's administrative office. Chief Meteor, please take this matter seriously. While increasing manpower to capture Skyclear will undoubtedly incur additional expenses, it cannot possibly amount to 400 million imperial marks per month. You truly believe capturing Skyclear will require a month? Luke replied, salaries are dispersed monthly. Regardless of when Skyclear is captured, the funds for that month must be fully paid. As for the other expenses related to the door-to-door search, should compensation not be provided to the homeowners? Skyclear is exceptionally formidable. Capturing her necessitates assembling a death squad. Without financial incentive, who would be willing to risk their lives? In the event of casualties, compensation is required. Those providing intelligence should receive bounties. Additionally, I intend to issue a bounty of 100 million imperial marks for Skyclear. The 2 million offered by the administrative office is utterly paltry. It is said that the heads of the members of the Crazy Axe Party are worth 5,000 gold vouchers, amounting to 25 million imperial marks. Skyclear is capable of seizing the wise wand from Dean Wylyard. A bounty of 100 million is hardly excessive. Upon hearing that the city's administrative office had set the bounty for Skyclear at 2 million imperial marks, Luke felt it was an affront to justice. How miserly! Even if other matters could not be resolved, he was determined to elevate Skyclear's value. Setting a modest target of 100 million was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, Councilman Virgil was so infuriated he could only laugh. The idea that the Meteoric Intelligence Agency would require compensation for conducting door-to-door searches. If you're going to try to swindle money, at least concoct a reasonable justification. Faced with Luke's exorbitant demands, Virgil remarked, Chief Meteor, if the city's administrative office were to grant you 400 million, can you guarantee the capture of Skyclear, as long as the funds are secured? And Skyclear is indeed in Cape District. I will capture her in that moment. Luke exhibited none of the decorum expected of a senior imperial public servant. Instead, he resembled a con artist eager to abscond with the funds. Of course, Councilman Virgil would not gamble on a whim to allocate such a sum to the Meteoric Intelligence Agency. He realized that this newly appointed chief was an exceedingly difficult adversary. No wonder Holt had suffered such significant losses at his hands. This was nothing short of a rogue. Virgil did not wish to continue the quarrel with Luke, as it would be beneath his dignity. Chief Meteor, regarding the methods for capturing Skyclear in Cape District and the requisite expenses, you may submit a detailed report to the city's administrative office that we will allocate funds based on the actual situation. You may take a seat now. Virgil intended to play a strategic game, but Luke was not one to be easily swayed. Esteemed councilman, a plan for capturing Skyclear requires 400 million in special funds. A plan for 1 mark in special funds necessitates a plan to capture the elf. If you do not specify a detailed figure for the special funds, I cannot formulate a capture plan. I fear that if the amount I require does not align with what you provide, I will be left to explain myself, and I dread the prospect of failing to clarify. Councilman Virgil had not anticipated that the new chief of the Meteoric Intelligence Agency would not only be a rogue, but also a scoundrel. Boldly presenting a stance of I want the money, and I won't relent without it in such a solemn meeting. Chief Meteor, we can discuss the funding matters separately. Please take a seat. Do not disrupt the order of the meeting. Councilman Virgil, I now harbor serious doubts regarding your position. When the heart of the Red Dragon was stolen, you demanded that our Meteoric Intelligence Agency handle the case. You subsequently issued directives for us to capture Skyclear. Seemingly convinced she was hiding in Cape District, fully aware that our agency lacks the capability to apprehend her, now that I am preparing to mobilize the entire district to capture Skyclear. Why are you so anxious for me to sit down? Are you feeling guilty? Beside him, Kylina deftly retrieved the official correspondence dispatch from the City Affairs Office to the Confidential Bureau in Cape District. Placing it neatly before Luke, Luke grasped the stack of documents and presented them to the entire assembly. These are the original drafts sent to me by the City Affairs Office, all signed by Councillor Virgil. You still wish to speak with me privately. Are you preparing to bribe me? Luke accused, directing his ire squarely at Virgil. Infuriated, Virgil slammed his palm on the table and stood up. Inspector Meteorite. You are slandering a lord of the Empire, a senior official, a member of the Angry Tide City Council. You must take responsibility for your words. I shall report your insolent conduct to His Majesty. Luke forcefully slammed the documents onto the table. Very well. I shall also report these documents to Her Highness the Grand Princess that I will elucidate the actual conditions of the Confidential Bureau in Cape District, as well as the state of the Public Security Department there, including how I am currently endeavoring to apprehend the elusive Elven Sky. Yet you maliciously obstruct my efforts. When have I hindered you? Your refusal to offer funds is merely a guise to leverage your position as a counselor, an official, and a noble to impede my progress. Virgil nearly gasped in rage. I never claimed I would withhold funds. I merely wish to discuss the allocation of these special funds with the security departments of other districts. Elven Sky is in Cape District. If you are not willing to discuss this with me, then with whom do you intend to negotiate? Virgil interrogated. Are you certain Elven Sky is in Cape District? Luke tapped the documents on the table. It was you who stated she is in Cape District. The meeting devolved into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, with everyone keenly observing their heated exchange, including Rear Admiral Nelson, who had just alerted Virgil, seemingly eager to see who would prevail in this dispute. At that moment, Virgil yearned to snatch the documents away and incinerate them. When he dispatched these communications, he hardly anticipated they would become weapons wielded against him. Unfortunately, the City Affairs Office and the Confidential Bureau were not directly affiliated, leaving Meteorite free to spout his outrageous claims while Virgil found himself powerless to counter them. Virgil quickly withdrew a vial from his pocket and swallowed several pills that he felt too passive, too humiliated. Framing others was a traditional art of the Confidential Bureau in Cape District, yet he had not anticipated that Meteorite would master it so swiftly upon his appointment. Continuing this argument would only deepen the quagmire. He needed to conclude this matter expeditiously. This ruckus was merely a ploy to extract funds from him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Virgil spoke in a calm tone. Inspector Meteorite, while your manner may be somewhat brash, your eagerness to capture criminals is commendable and worthy of emulation by us all. My assessment that Elven Sky is hiding in Cape District is based on a comprehensive analysis of various intelligence reports. Therefore, the Public Security Department and the Confidential Bureau bear greater responsibility. The City Affairs Office will also allocate additional funds to you. According to our pre-established budgetary allocations, the Confidential Bureau in Cape District can receive 10 million imperial marks for personnel reinforcement and related expenses in pursuit of Elven Sky. 10 million imperial marks was a substantial sum for the Confidential Bureau, which could only secure 2 million imperial marks monthly from the City Affairs Office. Kylina's eyes sparkled at the mention of this figure. She loathed the mundane task of balancing accounts, perpetually short on funds. However, this amount was merely a pittance to Luke, far beneath his expectations. Luke remained silent, standing there, methodically sifting through the documents before him. Virgil recognized he had offered too little. Of course, this allocation was made prior to the commencement of our meeting. Given the extensive search operation you have planned, Inspector Meteorite, I believe an increase to 50 million should suffice for your expenses regarding Elven Sky. The bounty on her head is uniformly determined by the City Affairs Office. With the figure raised from 10 million to 50 million, Kylina almost leaped up to concur on behalf of the inspector. Yet she soon realized her superior remained unmoved, continuing to peruse the documents in hand. Virgil, with a grim expression, added, "A citywide manhunt will indeed be quite disruptive. It is only fair to offer some form of compensation to the populace, which will also encourage them to provide us with leads. I believe we can allocate an additional 30 million from the investigative budget for community reassurance expenditures. Inspector Meteorite, you must be satisfied with this arrangement." Virgil articulated each word with emphasis. Luke understood that securing 400 million from the City Affairs Office was unrealistic. 50 million plus 30 million amounted to 80 million. With this funding, many initiatives could be set into motion promptly. Satisfactory, exceedingly satisfactory. Counselor Virgil is truly dedicated to the Empire. I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment of your intentions. Luke finally took his seat, prompting a sigh of relief from Virgil. This individual was indeed a rare breed among imperial officials. In this assembly, all present, especially the senior officials in the front rows, were individuals of education and decorum. Even amidst contentious debates, they were careful with their words and demeanor, ensuring their discourse aligned with their esteemed positions. To behave like a base commoner would invite ridicule at best and exclusion from high society at worst. Faced with the insolence of the inspector from the confidential bureau, Virgil found himself unable to wield his authority to expel or punish him, resorting instead to placating him with financial compensation. After Counselor Virgil had appeased the confidential bureau in Cape District with funds, the meeting could finally proceed normally. Although Elven Sky was highly likely to be hiding in Cape District, other locations could not be ruled out. Hence, a thorough search was required across all districts of Angry Tide City, with particular scrutiny in the affluent areas. Virgil meticulously assigned security tasks for each district. Everyone present was part of the same interest chain, and none behaved as outrageously as Luke. The meeting progressed smoothly. Once the arrangements for capturing Elven Sky were firmly in place, Virgil raised the prospect that if she remained unfound, other situations could deteriorate. For instance, there was the possibility of her summoning the Red Dragon near Kalong in the city center, or unleashing the powers of the Book of Calamity to instigate widespread disaster within Angry Tide City. Indeed, the emergence of the Book of Calamity would undoubtedly attract the attention of ambitious sorcerers. The Abyssal Temple, active for nearly a century, revered the Book of Calamity as their sacred scripture, and the Abyssal Mages would surely come. Those were the very individuals who nearly brought ruin to the Ulu Academy. As Professor Lennon conveyed the warning from Dean Wilreed, he noted that the first 7 apostles directly affected by the Book of Calamity were likely still alive. They had previously been magic professors at Ulu Academy, well-versed in far more than mere sorcery. The apostles were the individuals most influenced by the Book of Calamity, having surrendered their minds and bodies to the abyss, forsaking their humanity in pursuit of what they deemed the pinnacle of sorcery. Their ideologies and experiences attracted many sorcerers whose minds had been similarly tainted by magic. Dean Wilreed had continually monitored the Abyssal Temple, which was far more formidable than one might imagine. To counter the dangers posed by these Abyssal Mages, as well as the potential calamities triggered by the Book of Calamity, Ulu Academy had restructured its crisis committee and reinstated the Ulu Battle Mage Corps. Originally established to eliminate the Abyssal Mages, I proposed that Angry Tide City also form a similar combat division to respond to unexpected crises. Simply relying on ordinary imperial spies, public security officers, or even military personnel would likely be insufficient to contend with such high-level disaster events. Indeed, this is not warfare, nor is it a minor violent crime incident. The Book of Calamity nearly led to the downfall of Ulu Academy. Should it erupt within Angry Tide City, it would not be something that ordinary security personnel and a handful of elite forces could address. Ulu Academy has re-established its Battle Mage Corps. Angry Tide City should undoubtedly establish a comparable entity to tackle large-scale, unforeseen disaster events. However, the question remains, how should this organization be established, and who should oversee it? This department would be directly confronted with Elven Sky, the Book of Calamity, sorcerers, abyssal mages, and countless other extraordinary forces. Not only would they risk their lives, but they would also be among the first to be held accountable should anything go awry. Thus, when Counselor Virgil inquired who would willingly shoulder this grave responsibility, no one in the assembly dared to step forward. Luke had already secured the funds and, of course, had no interest in such matters. It was he who sought to exert control, yet Virgil dared not grant him such authority. The remaining officials were either constrained by their own positions, which forbade them from taking risks, or they recognized their own limitations. Knowing that overstepping would lead to their demise, Virgil surveyed the hushed assembly hall. His countenance grew increasingly grim. Beside him sat representatives from Ulu Academy and the military. Witnessing the absence of any capable individuals among the officials of Angry Tide City was undeniably an embarrassment. Fortunately, someone ultimately rose to the occasion. Virgil, I am willing to take charge of establishing this crisis response department. Upon hearing someone offer to alleviate his burden, Virgil immediately cast a look of delight and admiration toward the speaker. However, upon recognizing the individual who had stood, his expression tightened once more. It was none other than Viscount Iskalin. He was the head of the Brotherhood of the Blade in Angry Tide City. representing the conservative faction of the old aristocracy, while Angry Tide City served as the stronghold of the burgeoning industrial and commercial nobility. Most titles among the new aristocracy were purchased, all bearing the designation of lord. And they were not hereditary. They were not accepted by the old nobility, gradually forming their own circle. In recent years, cultural revival and technological innovation had propelled the new aristocracy, endowed with sharp business acumen, to rapid prominence. With their formidable financial resources and increasing influence, they advanced through the imperial political system long dominated by the old nobility. Furthermore, the imperial royal family sought to suppress those old nobles who dared to brandish their swords and engage in disputes, thus elevating the new nobility's standing within the imperial hierarchy. The passage of time and various factors led to the swift decline of the old aristocracy over the past century. Yet, the old aristocracy, akin to a millipede, remained tenacious even in decline. Despite gradually withdrawing from the corridors of power, they retained significant influence in the backward countryside beyond the imperial cities. The old nobility deemed the new aristocracy unworthy of the noble title, while the new aristocracy, in turn, felt undeserving of the title themselves, thus remaining perpetually vigilant against potential reprisals from the old nobility. Angry Tide City, being an open port city, was firmly under the control of the new aristocracy. Iskalin was not merely an old noble. He was also a high-ranking member of the Brotherhood of the Blade. His willingness to take charge of the crisis response department was far more humiliating for Virgil than the previous silence. Virgil sought a justification, stating, "Viscount Iskalin, while I do not believe the Brotherhood of the Blade was involved in the theft of the Book of Calamity, it would be prudent for you to distance yourself from any suspicion." Iskalin replied loudly, "I have met with Elven Clear Sky. The silver blade of the Brotherhood was given to her by me, though I was unaware at the time that she would steal the Book of Calamity. Currently, there are many rumors maligning our Brotherhood, and I wish to prove our innocence. Surely, no one here understands Clear Sky better than I. Moreover, only we, the Brotherhood of the Blade, can swiftly organize an armed force to protect Angry Tide City. Our dedicated assassins are already en route to the city. The Brotherhood of the Blade was established by the old nobility to counter imperial authority. The original motive for the formation of their assassin tavern was also to combat imperial spies." Iskalin occupied a seat among the civilian representatives in the back row, surrounded by private security firms and mercenary groups. His distinctive demeanor perfectly illustrated the concept of standing out in a crowd. There was no need for him to overtly display his uniqueness. His mere casual stance drew the attention of the entire assembly when Iskalin proclaimed that the Brotherhood had dispatched dedicated assassins. Virgil felt an overwhelming sense of dread, far greater than when faced with the head of the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. The former sought money. This one likely sought power. Angry Tide City was already chaotic enough. He could not permit the Brotherhood to further entangle themselves in its affairs. "Viscount Iskalin," Virgil exclaimed, "assassins are considered illegal in Angry Tide City, and the Empire has repeatedly ordered the disbandment of your assassin corps. I will not entrust the city's safety to a band of assassins." Iskalin chuckled. "That was merely a misnomer on my part. Having referred to assassins for so long, I momentarily failed to correct myself. The Brotherhood has complied with imperial law and disbanded the assassin corps. The individuals arriving this time are members of our newly established Blade's Edge. I assure you, the Blade's Edge members are exceptionally capable, unafraid of death, and willing to sacrifice their lives for the safety of Angry Tide City." Virgil cursed inwardly, thinking that a mere name change did not alter the fact that they were still professional assassins. These old nobles were unwilling to relinquish the privileges granted to them by the royal family at the founding of the Golden Shield Empire. "Iskalin, I believe our administrative office in Angry Tide City is more than capable of handling this crisis without the assistance of the Brotherhood." "Ha ha ha. I respect your opinion," Iskalin replied gracefully, despite being repeatedly rebuffed. He maintained his composure. "However, Angry Tide City does not belong solely to the administrative office, a civic organization. It is also our duty to protect this city. The Brotherhood's Blade's Edge will be ready to act at a moment's notice during times of disaster and will routinely patrol to ensure the safety of each district. So please do not misinterpret our presence as a threat." The Brotherhood of the Blade made it clear that they intended to take this opportunity to assert their influence in Angry Tide City. Even if they could not obtain formal recognition, they aimed to establish themselves as vigilant protectors. Iskalin elegantly took his seat, yet the tense atmosphere of the meeting remained unrelieved. The Brotherhood's interference left Virgil disinclined to continue the proceedings. He delegated the responsibility of establishing a city crisis response agency to the city's Public Security Bureau, called a few individuals for a private meeting, and then declared the city security meeting adjourned. The officials departed in succession, while Luke and Kylena hurried through the City Hall building. They did not leave until they had secured the check for 80 million imperial marks, departing the administrative office with satisfaction. Back in the vehicle, Kylena, seated beside Luke in the rear, could not contain herself from recounting to Shelley and Pisco the moment of glory that the meteorite investigator had experienced during the meeting. Upon hearing that Luke had managed to secure 80 million marks from the administrative office, Shelley turned her head to ask, "Investigator, how will this money be divided?" "What division?" Luke reprimanded. "Do you think this 80 million imperial marks comes easily? The monthly city subsidy of 2 million is likely to vanish for us. This money is meant for investment. If you wish to live well in the future, none of you should covet this sum." Kylena insisted, "Without my authorization, no one can access these funds." "Understood, investigator." Kylena clutched her bag tightly. "Pisco, drive." "Yes, investigator." Pisco started the vehicle, and the convoy of the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau departed from the City Hall, not far away. In a carriage, Viscount Iskelin observed as Luke's convoy vanished from sight. He then turned to a figure beside him, clad in a dark coat and hood, and remarked, "The entirety of Angry Tide City is filled with City Council personnel. Gaining genuine entry will be exceedingly difficult. This meteorite investigator from the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau has just taken office and has had a minor conflict with the administrative office. He is a target we can pursue." The hooded figure responded in a low voice, "The Intelligence Bureau. They are our rivals at the Assassin Tavern. The struggle between Imperial spies and our Brotherhood of the Blade has never ceased. Times have changed, and we must accept the reality of this change. The Brotherhood was established to counter Imperial authority, yet now it stands as an unequal entity before the Crown. The Assassin Tavern, 2. Finds itself in an unequal position against the Intelligence Bureau. We should not continue to simplistically categorize the Intelligence Bureau as an adversary to preserve the glory of the nobility. We must first avoid being obsolete in the face of changing times. The prominent figures within the Brotherhood ought to emerge from their estates and witness the world beyond Angry Tide City. Sir, the Brotherhood requires reform, and we need a leader with your wisdom and vision." Iskelin fixed his sharp gaze upon the individual beside him. "I have no intention of vying for power. I apologize, it was my misstep. Send someone to investigate the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. I have heard they have suffered setbacks recently." "Understood, my lord." Luke was oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of the Blade Brotherhood. Regardless, after the recent uproar at the Ministry, it was certain that more individuals were now focused on him and the Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District. He did not mind if there were one or two more. Upon returning to his office, Luke summoned all the department heads to convene. In that brief interval, the entirety of the Intelligence Bureau was informed by Pisco's loose lips that the inspector had procured a special allocation of 80 million imperial marks from the Ministry. Wealth had arrived. The Intelligence Bureau of the Cape District had never been so affluent. Joy was evident on everyone's faces. Luke, in a generous spirit, instructed Kylena to write checks on the spot. Each department had received an initial distribution of 100,000, while ordinary agents were awarded an additional 20,000 in bonuses this month. Luke personally handed a check of 100,000 to each supervisor, encouraging them to work diligently. Once everyone joyfully accepted their checks, they began discussing serious matters. The first order of business was expansion. Currently, the Cape District Intelligence Bureau, including both permanent and temporary staff, barely numbered over 400, subtracting the undercover operatives, the elderly, the ill, and administrative personnel. The number of capable operatives was merely a handful. In the event of a crisis, the entire team would need to mobilize to establish a formidable presence, with plans to expand operations for potion production and smuggling. This number was evidently insufficient. Furthermore, there was the task of apprehending the elusive elf, Ching Kong, necessitating a citywide manhunt. To maintain appearances, additional manpower was imperative. The initial goal was to increase the workforce to 2,000 temporary workers. Coincidentally, there was a group of individuals at the headquarters of the Axe Gang, all of whom had been battle-tested. They were reliable and affiliated with the Sunfire smuggling group. Luke decided they should all join the Intelligence Bureau. He assigned Shelley to oversee this matter. With her streetwise demeanor, she was well acquainted with the gang members and could select the most suitable candidates. When Kylena heard that the inspector intended to recruit this group of gang members into the Intelligence Bureau, she couldn't help but voice her concerns. "Inspector, Our organization is already in violation by smuggling potions that if you recruit these illegal gang members, any trouble they cause could potentially implicate you. Being implicated is trivial. The greater concern is ensuring that everyone can lead a comfortable life. Luke replied selflessly and earnestly. The ministry is constantly creating obstacles for us, while the Public Security Bureau is perpetually scheming to seize control of the docks. If we do not possess a bold and fierce force, the checks in your pockets may very well be the last bonuses I can provide. The personnel at the Axe Gang headquarters have already engaged in combat with the Public Security Bureau and possess both bravery and strength, aligned with our interests. Only by recruiting them can we swiftly establish a formidable force to counter the Public Security Bureau. Would it be possible to find such trustworthy individuals through conventional recruitment methods? Certainly not. The department heads were moved by the dedication of their inspector, who genuinely cared for his subordinates, as imperial intelligence agents. While interactions with gang members and criminals were unavoidable, such dealings were typically left to lower-ranking agents. Officials were cautious of tarnishing their reputations, which could severely impact their careers. Inspector Lewin, so young yet in a position of authority, had tremendous potential for advancement. Yet, for the sake of their future livelihoods, he was willing to overlook his own prospects. Such a leader was deserving of utmost respect and gratitude. Kylina, highly emotional, felt tears welling in her eyes. As a clerical staff member, she spent her days in the office, lacking the avenues for earning money that Shelley and the others had. The check she had just received was the largest bonus she had ever obtained since joining the Intelligence Bureau. Many other supervisors were in similar situations. The clerical staff had neither the time nor the knowledge to extort funds. They all felt a sense of hope in following such a devoted inspector. Shelley recognized her inspector's solid backing but remained cautious, promptly setting out to recruit from the Axe Gang headquarters as ordered. Luke truly had no need to concern himself with promotions. He would naturally pursue whatever actions were advantageous to him. With the expansion issue resolved, the remaining task was to utilize the funds at hand effectively. Only by reinvesting could he fortify his operations and create a robust and interconnected network. The most immediate opportunities lay in potion production and smuggling. Ralph's potion workshop was too small and poorly situated for large-scale production and confidentiality. Luke resolved to allocate funds for acquiring a site to establish a potion factory, ideally located near the docks for timely distribution. High walls and watchtowers would be erected to isolate the factory and safeguard its secrets from prying eyes. One supervisor suggested constructing the facility as a prison under the auspices of the Intelligence Bureau, ensuring that the sight of the Bureau's insignia would deter any unwanted attention. Luke deemed this an excellent idea. You shall be in charge of this. Furthermore, he planned to allocate funds for purchasing potion production equipment, as well as transportation vehicles and various other necessities for potion manufacturing. These decisions could not be made impulsively. Consultation with Ralph was essential. Luke assigned this task to Kylina, as she would also be responsible for the factory's operations moving forward. Next, Luke proposed an investment direction that took the supervisors by surprise, establishing a night school. Several exchanged puzzled glances. What is this? Luke elaborated on the concept of a night school, detailing the target demographic and the subjects to be taught. As the saying goes, it's not the rogue that is frightening, but a rogue with education. The ability of the Axe Gang headquarters to maintain control stemmed not only from the support of over 2,000 reinforcements, but also from the impact of 500 bottles of potent rage potions. As an imperial intelligence agent, Kylina contemplated how to assist the inspector in effectively utilizing the 80 million imperial marks. Meanwhile, Shelley was preoccupied with thoughts of how to divide the funds. This exemplified the stark contrast between those with education and those without. In Luke's envisioned plans for potion production, smuggling, and subsequent initiatives, the shortage was not of muscle or labor. Such individuals were abundant in the Cape District. What was lacking were skilled workers, lower-level executors, mid-level managers, and upper-level decision-makers. The night school aimed to cultivate such talent. The night school Luke envisioned would cater to sailors, dock workers, and gang members, recruiting both part-time and full-time instructors to teach practical subjects such as navigation, management, accounting, mathematics, mechanical operation, and cooking. Classes would take place in the hours following the end of the workday and dinner. Upon hearing about the night school, Pisco expressed skepticism. Inspector, I fear this night school may not come to fruition. After a long day, who would seek some form of entertainment in the evening? Establishing a night school seems less appealing than opening a casino or brothel. Those industries yield quicker profits. Other supervisors also appeared unconvinced about the night school, having spent considerable time in the Cape District. They understood the tendencies of sailors, laborers, and gang members. What could books offer that women couldn't? Luke, however, remained steadfast in his vision. While I acknowledge that your sentiments reflect the majority of those who make a living by the docks, I believe there exists a segment of individuals eager to learn and better themselves. Although this demographic is small, given the sheer volume of the population, their numbers are not insignificant. Our era is in constant flux, and the pace is accelerating. Those who adapt are undoubtedly those willing to invest their time in knowledge acquisition. In the Cape District, and indeed across the entirety of Fury Wave City, the number of individuals receiving a quality education is exceedingly limited. Many who wish to learn either lack the means or the opportunity. The purpose of this night school is not profit. It is to assist those who aspire to transform their lives and futures. The majority in the room found it difficult to comprehend Luke's words. Observing the bewildered expressions of his supervisors, he exercised his authority decisively. This matter is settled. Kylina, draft a preparatory plan for the night school. It shall be named Sunfire Technical School. I expect each department to treat this technical school as the most crucial initiative for the Intelligence Bureau in the near term. We must amplify our outreach, informing everyone at the docks about what the Sunfire Technical School offers. Every individual we enroll reduces the number of drunks at night in the Cape District, thereby contributing to improved public safety. Should we succeed, it will stand as a testament to the achievements of the Cape District Intelligence Bureau. The supervisors suddenly came to a realization. Inspector, had you mentioned this earlier, we would have understood. Once the establishment of the Yin-Yang Technical School was confirmed, Luke particularly emphasized to his subordinates that the institution must possess distinct characteristics. First, it would focus solely on professional training, eschewing any irrelevant subjects. Second, expediency was paramount, with the maximum duration of a semester not exceeding 6 months, and the swiftest graduation possible within 2 months. The aim was to create an efficient assembly line production model. If executed well, there could be 18 branch schools opened in New Tau City within a year. At this juncture, Luke harbored grand ambitions to rival the Aulu Academy in New Tau City. After discussing the establishment of night classes, they casually chatted about the arrangements for the search for the elf, Ching Kong, until nightfall. Luke recalled that Lambert from the Mad Axe gang had invited him over, mentioning that Lady Tasia from Fishbone Island had arrived. The pirates had come rather swiftly, likely lying in wait to plunder the armed airship, the Clover. Luke also harbored intentions of seizing this gold-laden vessel. And Lady Tasia, sharing similar ambitions, would make a commendable ally. With Pisco at the wheel, Luke, accompanied by Kylina, made their way to the Mad Axe gang's headquarters. As night enveloped the area, the daytime gang skirmishes rendered the coastal district eerily silent. Not long after nightfall, the streets were nearly devoid of any pedestrians. The Intelligence Bureau's convoy arrived at the Mad Axe gang's headquarters without hindrance. Although the Bureau and the Public Security Department had jointly issued security orders in the coastal district, the castle remained on high alert. The gates were tightly shut, with searchlights scanning the surroundings. The castle bore the scars of several tumultuous nights, marked by battles and bloodshed, remnants of which were still visible on the walls. Upon the arrival of the Intelligence Bureau's convoy, the Mad Axe gang members promptly opened the gates to admit them. Shelley and Lambert, who had arrived early, welcomed Luke into the castle. As they made their way towards the main building, Shelley informed Luke that she had successfully overseen the expansion of the Intelligence Bureau. Inspector, everyone has expressed a desire to join the Bureau without salary, and they are even willing to provide us with a monthly stipend. Very well, Lambert interjected. Inspector, without you, we would have perished 2 days ago. Although we have managed to retain the Mad Axe gang, I have conferred with a few brothers, and without the support of Bigwood, we would surely lose our territory. It would be wiser to align ourselves with you. Given how you have safeguarded us in times of peril, we believe that following you would never lead to misfortune. At that moment, the trio had just stepped into the castle hall. Luke halted and inquired of Lambert, "You wish to pledge your allegiance to me? Very well. First, tell me about Lady Tasia's background." Lambert was taken aback by the inspector's unexpectedly arduous request. The Mad Axe gang shared a profound alliance with the pirates of Fishbone Island. Upon learning of the Mad Axe gang's plight, Lady Tasia had promptly dispatched aid. Revealing her secrets to Inspector Meteorite would amount to treachery against an ally. Yet, withholding such information would be tantamount to a lack of loyalty. What kind of allegiance would that be? Inspector, this is a perilous question, Lambert stammered, unsure of how to respond. Under Luke's wry gaze, beads of sweat began to form on Lambert's brow. Luke, not wishing to prolong Lambert's discomfort, chuckled and patted his shoulder. No need to be troubled. I merely asked out of curiosity. From now on, the name Axe Gang shall cease to exist. You shall all be incorporated into the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team. Himamba will be promoted to captain, Pisco will lead Team 1, and you shall command Team 2. This castle will serve as your headquarters. Shelley, Pisco, and Lambert were overjoyed, bowing in unison towards Luke. Thank you, Inspector, for this significant responsibility. With this responsibility comes a greater duty. Henceforth, serve diligently for me. Lambert, the previous question remains unresolved. I shall await your response. Lambert, now clearly anxious, replied, Yes, Inspector. I will ponder it thoroughly. Now, let us proceed to meet Lady Tasia. Do not keep our guest waiting. Having established that the castle now belonged to the Intelligence Bureau, Luke immediately adopted the demeanor of a master. Following Lambert's lead, they ascended the staircase, traversed the corridor, and arrived at a spacious dining hall. Lady Tasia and her entourage, all pirates, were residing in a separate area of the castle to avoid drawing too much attention while on land. At that moment, the pirates were gathered around several dining tables, enjoying their evening meal. Upon entering the room, Luke immediately recognized Lady Tasia. She was a Naga, her upper body resembling that of a woman, while her lower half was serpentine. Her elongated, upturned eyes and the scales covering her cheekbones lent her an air of regal coldness. With fins adorning her ears and gills behind them, Lady Tasia was wrapped in a brown shawl, with 6 straight-bladed daggers sheathed at her waist. Although only her arms were visible, as the queen of a Naga clan, she possessed 6 limbs in total. At that moment, Lady Tasia coiled her serpentine lower half around a dining table, partaking of the food on her plate alongside her subordinates. Among the pirates, half were Naga, while the other half were humans, though many appeared less than human. As Luke entered the room, the pirates merely glanced at him before returning to their meals. Exuding an air of ferocity and arrogance, some even made a show of clattering their knives and forks against their plates, seemingly in a provocative manner. Shelley had already placed her hand on her weapon's grip, while Pisco, sensing the tension, tensed his muscles in preparation for action. Recognizing the charged atmosphere, Lambert quickly introduced, Inspector Meteorite. This is... Luke interrupted Lambert's introduction. Lady Tasia from Fishbone Island. I am well aware of who you are. Lambert, we haven't dined yet. Have your men fetch us some food. Yes, Inspector. Does Lambert arrange for his men to prepare dinner? Luke approached the table opposite Lady Tasia. Grabbing a pirate by the collar, he hoisted him aside. Kindly make way for us to dine. Luke's troll lineage endowed him with immense strength, and the pirate made no attempt to resist as he was unceremoniously displaced. Luke then took his seat, with Shelley and Pisco following suit, ousting 2 more pirates to sit to his left and right. Shelley subsequently nudged another pirate aside to create space for Kylina. The 4 pirates exchanged glances at Lady Tasia, and upon receiving her silent cue, they quietly vacated their places, leaving behind their plates. Lady Tasia, allow me to introduce myself, Luke began, fixing his gaze upon the Naga Queen. I am Inspector Meteorite, the current head of the Coastal District's Intelligence Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Lady Tasia's narrow eyes widened slightly, her serpent-like pupils conveying an unmistakable aura of coldness. Upon my arrival, Lambert informed me that you wish to engage in a cordial meeting. This surprises me. Given your position, one would expect you to be contemplating my capture and execution. Luke could sense Lady Tasia's distrust and hostility towards him. That he replied, It is the duty of the Imperial Navy and Public Security Department to execute pirates. We are Imperial intelligence agents, tasked solely with safeguarding the Empire's security. We have our own criteria for assessing what or who poses a threat to that security. Tiomi, you are akin to mere fishermen. Fishermen, it appears that in your eyes, Inspector Meteorite, we are quite inconsequential. Just then, Lambert's men arrived with dinner. After personally arranging the plates for Luke and his companions, Lambert also secured a spot for himself, sitting alongside the Intelligence Bureau members. Luke picked up his knife and fork to inspect the contents of his plate. Toast, fried fish fillet, buttered beef, and a mound of buttery mashed potatoes and an oak cup brimmed with frothy ale. You are indeed a modest bunch, drifting about in a few dilapidated ships, steering clear of the Navy and large merchant fleets, only daring to prey on solitary trading vessels. You adhere to the pirate code primarily out of fear of inciting the wrath of the Imperial Navy, which would otherwise hunt you down to Fishbone Island. Moreover, judging by your attire and dining manners, It seems you fare even worse than the fishermen in our coastal district. Luke's words prompted Lady Tasia to glance at the pirates beside her. Their tattered clothing and ravenous eating habits betrayed the harshness of their maritime existence, eroded by the corrosive salt water. Pirates face considerable challenges in obtaining supplies. Many necessities cannot be acquired merely with wealth, and they often endure prolonged periods without access to fresh provisions. Judging solely by their attire and manner of eating, they closely resemble a band of beggars. Lady Tasia, however, was not incensed by Luke's derision. Though her demeanor appeared to convey rejection, she harbored high expectations for this encounter. According to Lambert, this inspector from the Intelligence Bureau was markedly different from other imperial officials. Should Fishbone Island forge a cooperative relationship with the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District, the living conditions of her kin would undoubtedly improve significantly. Luke was astute enough to recognize that Lady Tasia would not dare to act against him. Emboldening his arrogance, he was acutely aware of the dire situation on Fishbone Island, and possessing what they desired allowed him to adopt a more elevated stance. This would grant him an advantage in the forthcoming negotiations. Humph, I know exactly what you are wearing beneath your garments. Don't pretend to be a big shot with me. Is this merely an act of bravado? In this domain, you all must address me as father. Luke cast a scornful glance at Lady Tasia. Yet, despite her restraint, his words caused the pirates dining in the establishment to cease their meals abruptly. Menacing glares filled with malice converged upon him, making Luke feel as though he were being hunted by a pack of sharks. Shelley, Pisco, and Kelina remained vigilant, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, a group of members from the original Mad Axe gang began to filter in from outside, all arranged by Lambert to bolster the inspector's presence. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew palpably tense. However, the arrival of the Mad Axe gang members led the pirates to mistakenly believe that reinforcements had arrived to support them, causing their arrogance to swell. Several pirates seated alongside Lady Tasia slammed their fists on the table, preparing to hurl insults at Luke. Yet, before they could rise, a voice shouted, "Protect the inspector." All members of the Mad Axe gang brandished their weapons, aiming them at the utterly bewildered pirates. The gang members shouted, sit down, everyone, sit down. Behave yourselves and continue your meals." One pirate called out to a familiar member of the Mad Axe gang. "Brother, we're all friends here. Used to be, but not anymore. We are now imperial spies. In the presence of our inspector, show some respect." The pirates were left dumbfounded. "Aren't you all members of the Mad Axe gang? How did you all become imperial spies? Undercover? There are far too many of you." The commotion in the restaurant drew the attention of those outside, regardless of whether they were original Mad Axe gang members or reinforcements. They had all been recruited to become spies for the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District. With their inspector negotiating with the pirates, it was time to showcase their strength. More armed individuals surged in from outside. Surrounding the panicked pirates, Lady Tasia's scales flared outward, her eyes widening as her slit pupils constricted into narrow slits. "Lambert, I require an explanation. Is this a trap aimed at us?" Lambert rose and bowed deeply to Lady Tasia. "My apologies, Lady Tasia. Just moments ago, all members of the Mad Axe gang unanimously agreed to accept Inspector Meteor's recruitment and join the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District. We are now the second mobile unit of the Intelligence Bureau. This establishment will henceforth serve as the headquarters for the mobile unit of Cape District. Before you sits our Inspector Meteor. Beside him is Miss Black Mamba, captain of the mobile unit, and this is Mr. Pisco, captain of the first mobile unit. I am the captain of the second mobile unit. The Intelligence Bureau of Cape District has extended to you the highest courtesy for this meeting, and your behavior, along with that of your subordinates, has been exceedingly disrespectful. Lady Tasia, it is not too late to rectify your mistake." Lady Tasia never anticipated that the headquarters of the Mad Axe gang would so swiftly transform into a stronghold for the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District. Confronted with the pressure exerted by so many imperial spies, she had no choice but to straighten her serpentine form and bow before Luke. "Esteemed Inspector Meteor, please forgive my subordinates and me for our negligence and offense. May the sea god bless you." Lady Tasia cast a sideways glance at her accompanying subordinates. All the pirates immediately stood, retracting their arrogance, and respectfully bowed to Luke. "Inspector Meteor, may the sea god bless you." "May the sea god bless you all," Luke called out with a smile to the pirates. It was a minor misunderstanding. "Friends from the sea, please take your seats. Brothers from the Intelligence Bureau, step outside. Allow our guests to enjoy their meal. Lady Tasia and I have matters to discuss." Yes, Inspector. The spies who had rushed in began to exit one by one, but the pirates cautiously resumed their seats. Luke turned to Lady Tasia and inquired, "Is the situation on Fishbone Island truly dire?" Remaining on high alert, Lady Tasia fixed her gaze on Luke and asked, "Are you aware of the circumstances on Fishbone Island?" "I know a bit, but I can also make educated guesses," Luke replied, cutting a piece of beef to savor as he spoke. "The pace of ship modernization is astonishing. Soon, vessels powered solely by steam turbines will emerge, characterized by larger hulls and greater speed, no longer relying on the wind for navigation. That I have heard that many nations are developing warships with all-metal hulls. Even now, many ships are retrofitting their hulls with metal armor plates below the waterline. The Naga's advantages in the ocean are rapidly dissipating. Your habitat is being encroached upon, and business at sea has become increasingly challenging, hasn't it?" Before Luke could finish his statement, Lady Tasia's imposing demeanor deflated. As a sea-dwelling race, the Naga regarded the ocean as their pasture. For an exceedingly long time, sailing vessels crafted by land creatures had been their prey. In those days, they effortlessly pursued wind-driven ships across the waters. They could evade cannon and crossbow fire beneath the waves to strike at the vulnerable hulls if the sailors wished to avoid sinking. They had no choice but to pay tribute to the Naga. During that prolonged era, the Naga controlled the trade routes and lived quite comfortably. However, in the past century, the continent has entered an age of cultural renaissance and industrial revolution. The annual volume of maritime trade has consistently shattered previous records, leading nations on the continent to recognize the paramount importance of naval power. Competition in the vast ocean has intensified in recent decades. The advent of new ships has ignited a fresh wave of exploration. The Naga, who fancied themselves masters of the sea, have now discovered that pursuing steam-powered vessels is no longer as effortless as it once was. Even if they manage to catch up, they cannot simply dive beneath the hulls, as they risk being swept into the propellers and reduced to mere flesh. Even those who are bold enough to venture beneath the hulls find themselves powerless against metal constructions. Instead, land creatures now pilot modern ships into the Naga's territories, capturing them with nets and crossbows, slaughtering or selling them. Fishbone Island serves as the settlement of Lady Tasia's dominion over the Naga, and the harsh living conditions have made their lives increasingly unbearable. Previously, they relied entirely on their collaboration with the Mad Axe gang to procure supplies from the land, which explains why Lady Tasia rushed to offer assistance upon hearing of the demise of the giant tree. Now that the Mad Axe gang has been absorbed by the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District, collaborating with the Bureau is the sole avenue for Fishbone Island's survival. Yet, Lady Tasia did not anticipate that Inspector Meteor would possess such a profound understanding of the Naga's plight. This revelation deprived her of her negotiating leverage. Confronted with Luke, Lady Tasia found herself compelled to lower her stance once more. "Esteemed Inspector Meteor, Fishbone Island is home not only to my people, but also to many who find themselves at a dead end. We lack medicine, food, timber, ironware, and even clean water. We are in dire need of everything. If you could provide us with these essentials, Fishbone Island would undoubtedly become your most trustworthy ally at sea." Luke responded thoughtfully, "I can supply all of these items, and I can also offer a degree of safety and protection for your docks under my control. However, I believe that these are not what you need most." Lady Tasia inquired, "What do you believe we need the most?" "Ships and identity." "Inspector, please forgive my inability to grasp your deeper meaning." Luke raised his goblet and took a hearty swig of ale before continuing to enjoy his steak. "Ships should be quite easy to understand. I am aware that you possess 4 sailing vessels, but they are antiquated ships from decades past. They are far too outdated. You will soon realize that your current ships cannot even keep pace with the slowest merchant vessels. I have 4 cargo ships with both steam and sail power. The vessel is in pristine condition, its structure embodying the mainstream design principles of the past decade. Converting it to a fully steam-powered will system poses no great challenge. Coupled with 10 cannons, it is entirely feasible to transform it into an armed merchant ship. Are you intrigued?" "Indeed. It has come to my attention that Luke possesses a ship for sale, and Lady Tasia's eyes are practically sparkling with excitement. She is acutely aware that her current ship is outdated and cannot compete with steam-powered sailing vessels. As the number of purely sail-driven merchant ships dwindles, conducting business at sea has become increasingly arduous. She has contemplated acquiring a new steam-powered ship, yet lacks the necessary connections. Leading shipyards are currently inundated with orders, dismissing any requests from dubious sources. Even the notorious Cutlass Brigade finds themselves powerless in this regard. Now, with the Intelligence Bureau eager to sell 4 steam-powered sailing vessels, it is imperative to seize this opportunity. Observing Lady Tasia's eager demeanor, Luke chuckles and inquires, if I were to sell these vessels to you, would you be able to operate them with steam power? If they were to break down, would you know how to repair them? Seeing Lady Tasia's puzzled expression only prompts Luke to take a swift gulp of his drink to wash down his food. Cough, cough. The steam engine and sails represent 2 entirely distinct power systems for ships. Even if I were to sell you these 4 steam-powered sailing vessels, you would not be able to set sail. Should you manage to leave the port, any malfunction would be beyond the repair capabilities of Fishbone Island. Addressing this dilemma inevitably leads to my own identity. Lady Tasia responds earnestly, please enlighten me. Esteemed Inspector, this era is evolving rapidly, and the land's blockade has created a significant disconnection from the modern world. An island cannot provide the maintenance components required for a steam-powered vessel. You cannot even secure a stable fuel supply. The old-school pirates, even if they're not eradicated, are on the brink of extinction. For Fishbone Island to survive, it cannot merely rely on purchasing supplies from me.to thrive. It must adapt to the times. How can one keep pace with the times? By leaving the isolated island and venturing onto the open land. Tasia immediately becomes agitated, exclaiming, no, that is impossible. Nagas belong to the sea. I will never abandon my territory. Luke taps his knife against the plate, urging Tasia to compose herself. You are misunderstanding my metaphor due to a lack of cultural awareness. I am equating your living conditions to an isolated island. Not suggesting that you abandon Fishbone Island for the mainland. You should be able to see the changes occurring on land. About 20 years ago, Cape District could still be considered a significant area of Fury City. However, since its isolation, it has deteriorated into its current state. Cape District is an island to Fury City, and the situation on Fishbone Island is even more dire. I have a plan to revitalize Cape District, restoring its former prosperity and wealth, and you should be contemplating ways to alter Fishbone Island's predicament. Consider relinquishing your identity as pirates to connect Fishbone Island with Cape District. You would gain access to the mainland and keep pace with the developments of the new era. We would retain control of the sea and secure safe, convenient trade routes. Luke's words resonate powerfully with Lady Tasia, proving to be both alluring and persuasive. As pirates, they are acutely aware of the rapid changes occurring on land. Furthermore, as naval technology advances, nations have intensified their efforts to combat piracy. The rate at which pirates are able to update their ships is sluggish, and stories of pirates being robbed themselves are increasingly common. The number of fellow marauders is dwindling, and the extinction of traditional piracy is indeed imminent. Inspector, you are correct. Fishbone Island lacks the capability to maintain a steam-powered sailing vessel and cannot even guarantee a fuel supply. We require a secure land docking point to connect with the civilized world. However, we are wanted pirates. Even if we are willing to forsake our pirate identities, imperial law is unlikely to grant us leniency. Luke responded, Imperial law is right before you. Upon uttering this statement, all eyes turned to him. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence, filled with shock and a hint of skepticism. Kalina discreetly nudged Luke with her elbow, cautioning him against such reckless declarations. Yet, Shelley and Pisco stood tall, gazing down at those oblivious to the true identity of their esteemed inspector. Is there any fault in what the inspector has stated? If the day arrives when the crown princess ascends to the throne of the Golden Shield Empire, our inspector shall be a prince. The words of our inspector embody imperial law. After a brief pause, Lady Tasia hesitantly inquired, Inspector, do you possess the authority to grant us a pardon? Luke replied, Lady Tasia, you misunderstand the workings of the Golden Shield Empire's Intelligence Bureau. In theory, our authority knows no bounds beneath the royal prerogative. However, the royal family and officials prefer that we do not abuse our power. Thus, we, as senior agents, tend to exercise restraint and avoid overstepping our bounds. My situation is somewhat unique, allowing me to engage in some overreaching actions. Beside him, Shelley could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Let me tell you, our inspector has powerful connections. His backing is formidable. Just this afternoon, our inspector berated Councilman Virgil at the City Hall, and the councilman had to part with 80 million imperial marks to appease our inspector's wrath. Granting you pirates a pardon is merely a matter of our inspector issuing a notice. Wow! The entire room gazed at Luke with newfound admiration. He had reprimanded a council member, who then paid him off. 80 million. How many ships would they need to seize to amass such wealth? The backing of Inspector Meteor is not to be underestimated. Cough, cough. Luke, slightly embarrassed by Shelley's praise, attempted to downplay it. Yet, he maintained his facade. Those are trivial matters. The Intelligence Bureau of Cape District can also facilitate the issuance of legitimate identification for you. However, from now on, you must refrain from indiscriminately plundering imperial vessels. Given that Lady Tasia's Fishbone Island serves as a refuge, they have been cautious during their maritime raids to avoid provoking the Imperial Navy, resulting in a relatively clean slate. Therefore, Luke's assertions carry weight, with the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District now bolstered. Ensuring that the inhabitants of Fishbone Island can move freely within its domain is entirely feasible. For Lady Tasia, shedding the identity of a pirate and engaging with mainland civilization is an excellent proposition. However, they cannot resort to thievery. Inspector, we are incapable of anything but robbery. Surely, you can learn to fish, Luke remarked, playfully waving a fork with a fried fish fillet in front of Lady Tasia. At least fishing should be quite easy for you. Moreover, I am preparing to establish a direct merchant fleet under the auspices of the Intelligence Bureau of Cape District, which would facilitate mutual trade between Cape District and Fishbone Island, while also allowing us to export our bureau's unique products for profit. Unique products from the Intelligence Bureau? Lady Tasia inquired, perplexed. What else can your bureau produce aside from imperial spies? Lambert, show Lady Tasia our remarkable wares. Yes, Inspector. Lambert produced a vial of potent berserker potion, placing it on the table before pushing it toward Lady Tasia, proclaiming, "This is a highly effective berserker potion produced by the Imperial Apothecaries Association that we managed to defeat the invaders before your support arrived, thanks in no small part to this potion, alongside the reinforcements provided by the Inspector. I have personally tested this potion. Its effects are swift, with manageable after effects, and it is a rare commodity in the market. Our Inspector can procure this potent berserker potion in bulk through private connections. If your fleet can sell it worldwide, the profits would be substantial." Lady Tasia grasped the blue potion vial, examining it closely, her pupils widening with excitement. If they could trade this potion, why continue as pirates? Selling such a product is far more lucrative than robbery. Indeed, Inspector Meteor has formidable connections. Inspector, can we truly be entrusted with the sale of this potent berserker potion? Luke corrected her. It is not a matter of entrusting you with sales. Rather, you would be responsible for its transportation, and you must join the smuggling syndicate I am establishing, with all profits distributed according to contributions. Are you interested in joining? Although the prospect of joining a smuggling syndicate from the mouth of a high-ranking agent felt dissonant to Lady Tasia, the context rendered it entirely appropriate, purely fitting. I would certainly be willing. Lady Tasia readily agreed, without much thought. To have a high-ranking Intelligence Bureau agent leading a smuggling operation is akin to being fished out of the sea and having gold thrust into their arms. Can one refuse such an offer? Absolutely not. Luke raised his glass in a toast to Lady Tasia, proclaiming, "On behalf of my colleagues in the smuggling syndicate, I warmly welcome Lady Tasia and her friends from Fishbone Island to join us. In the future, with your newfound wealth, I shall procure a fully metallic warship for you, allowing you to frolic upon the seas. A fully metallic warship." Lady Tasia was aware that various nations were conducting research into this revolutionary vessel. Yet she could hardly fathom how an entirely metallic warship could float upon the sea. However, one could certainly envision that once such a warship emerged, it would undoubtedly be an invincible force upon the waters. The detective's abilities were indeed formidable. Perhaps he could truly procure such a vessel. In her excitement, Lady Tasia raised her wine glass and clinked it heartily against Luke's, causing wine to splash. "Thank you. Esteemed detective, you have saved my Fishbone Island and my people. We shall forever cherish your kindness towards us." Luke and Lady Tasia drained their glasses, and the atmosphere in the dining hall immediately transformed, filled with vitality. Several pirate leaders raised their glasses in toast to Luke, who welcomed them all, cheerfully clinking glasses one after another. This geniality further bridged the gap between them. After a round of toasts, Luke turned to Lady Tasia and said, "Have your people leave. I have something important to discuss with you." Hearing the gravity in Luke's tone, Lady Tasia signaled to her subordinates. The pirate leaders immediately called for the others to depart. Soon, the grand dining hall was left in disarray with only the members of the intelligence agency and Lady Tasia remaining. Lady Tasia inquired of Luke, "Detective, is there something you require us to do?" "Rest assured, we can handle any matter pertaining to the sea." Luke pushed aside his empty plate and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then, with a casual demeanor, he remarked to Lady Tasia, "Madam, your arrival in the Cape District is quite swift. Is your fleet lying in wait offshore of Turbulent City for the Clover-armed airship? Although Luke's voice was soft, it resonated in Lady Tasia's ears like a thunderclap. Detective, who informed you of this? She questioned, her narrowed eyes darting towards Lambert, her gaze piercing and menacing. Beneath her blanket, a slight movement betrayed her hand resting upon the hilt of a dagger. She believed her crew had only just landed, making it impossible for them to leak the plan to hijack the Clover-armed airship. The source of the leak must be the Axe Gang. How dare they betray us so hastily after joining the intelligence agency? Lambert, sensing Lady Tasia's murderous intent, quickly defended himself. Madam, I am unaware of any dealings regarding the Clover-armed airship that the detective may have mentioned. That I only know that you commissioned Bigwood to steal the heart of the Red Dragon near Kalong for a significant purpose. However, that alchemical artifact was taken by the elf Qingtian after Bigwood was slain, Shelley exclaimed. What? You stole the heart of the Red Dragon near Kalong? Do you know how close we came to losing our detective over this? Luke raised his hand to silence Shelley, then turned to the vigilant Lady Tasia and stated, regarding the Clover-armed airship, I have my own intelligence channels that are unrelated to the Axe Gang. I now wish to know if you are still interested in this venture, madam. Lady Tasia slightly relaxed her tense demeanor, reflecting that since they had not yet executed the heist, it might not be deemed criminal. Indeed, the detective's information-gathering skills are impressive. My commission to Bigwood to steal the heart of the Red Dragon near Kalong was indeed intended for the hijacking of the Clover-armed airship. Now that the heart of the Red Dragon near Kalong is lost, we accept the detective's goodwill to cease our piratical ways and will no longer contemplate the Clover ship. You have my word. Shelley discreetly leaned towards Kalina, who sat between her and Luke, and whispered, What exactly is the Clover-armed airship? Kalina replied in a hushed tone. The Clover-armed airship is a new type of armed airship jointly developed by the Imperial Heavy Industry Research Institute and the Alchemical Design Bureau. Its segmented steam pressurization and multi-bag hull structure offer greater safety than hydrogen airships. However, due to its consistently suboptimal flight altitude, it has yet to be accepted by the military. Conversely, the Imperial Finance Department has shown keen interest in this steam-powered armed airship. Its large cargo capacity and high speed make it attractive, despite its altitude being limited to below 1,000 meters. Within the Empire, the defensive capabilities of armed airships are deemed sufficient. The Finance Department has purchased several steam-powered armed airships for tax transportation. The Clover-armed airship is among them, currently stationed at Turbulent City. Excuse me, Detective, I did not mean to interrupt you, Kalina said, trying to lower her voice, but soon realized that everyone in the room was listening intently to her explanation of the Clover-armed airship. The introverted Kalina shyly apologized to Luke. No need for apologies. We are all eager to learn about this new steam-powered armed airship. Please, continue and tell us what the Clover is doing in Turbulent City. Encouraged by the detective, Kalina raised her voice slightly. Currently, the Empire is implementing a currency reform, replacing the previously used metal currency with paper bills issued by the Imperial Royal Bank. Turbulent City, being the Empire's largest foreign trade hub, has accumulated approximately 3 tons of gold. The Clover-armed airship is here to transport this gold back to the Imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Luke asked, 3 tons, you say? Kalina searched her memory and replied, It is actually 3.28 tons. Luke then turned to Lady Tasia and inquired, Is this the figure you received as well? Lady Tasia replied truthfully, Yes, but not with such precision. The reconnaissance and groundwork were arranged by Bigwood. My responsibility was to execute the heist once I obtained the heart of the Red Dragon near Kalong. Esteemed detective, since we have not yet acted, it should not be considered a crime. Of course, if it remains unexecuted. It is not a crime. Luke fixed his gaze on Lady Tasia, applying pressure, and asked, I offer you a chance. Do you dare to continue with the heist on the Clover-armed airship? Lady Tasia responded decisively. No, I wish to seize this gold because Fishbone Island requires survival. Now that our survival is secured, I need not risk being besieged by the Imperial Navy. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. All eyes turning to Luke. Was the detective out of his mind? Detective, Kalina nudged him again with her elbow. Luke remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at Tasia, the smile on his face unsettling the Naga Queen. I do not comprehend your intentions, detective. You are a high-ranking official of the Empire, and the Clover carries the Empire's gold. Everyone, relax. I am fully aware of what I am doing, Luke replied, retracting the pressure he had exerted on Lady Tasia. Leaning back in his chair, he lit a cigarette and, after taking a puff, stated, According to the intelligence I have gathered, The amount of gold the Clover-armed airship is set to transport is not 3.28 tons, but rather 12.14 tons. Such a surplus. Lady Tasia queried, "What does this have to do with your urging me to seize this gold? The additional gold does not belong to the Empire. It is private and illegal, as the Empire restricts the circulation of metal currency, making this gold difficult to utilize in legitimate commerce. Thus, some wish to transport this gold to the imperial capital to legitimize it. This matter involves the royal family, and I cannot elaborate further. My orders are clear. This gold must not reach the imperial capital." Beside them, Shelley and Pisco appeared enlightened. No wonder the crown princess sent such a close associate to the Cape District as a detective. It was to shoulder such a significant task. Robbing an imperial gold transport airship is not a venture for just anyone. Lady Tasia, aware that the situation demanded action, understood that they could not afford to forego this opportunity. "Detective, we shall proceed with this venture. However, without the heart of the Red Dragon Nirkalong, it will be challenging to bring down the Clover-armed airship. Leave the task of bringing it down to me. You shall handle the transportation of the gold." With the decision made to hijack the Clover-armed airship, the group set about clearing the dining table, utilizing plates, cutlery, and wine glasses to simulate the heist. The coastline of Turbulent City runs north to south, with the imperial capital located to the northwest. Due to the presence of a mountain range to the north of Fury City, the altitude at which the steam airship can fly makes it difficult to traverse. Consequently, the armed airship Clover must navigate around the mountains from the sea before altering its course to enter the land. This maritime route becomes the prime location for the robbery of the Clover-armed airship. In the Epoch game, it is here that Lady Tasia unleashes the Crimson Dragon Nirkalong to assault the airship, seizing gold far exceeding the intelligence figures. The airship's treasurer for Fury City, Counselor Ibel, along with over 30 officials, merchants, and crew members, becomes captives of Lady Tasia. The subsequent search for the missing Clover-armed airship and the investigation into the gold heist unfolds into a complex narrative. Of course, the storyline shifts dramatically after Ching Kong takes the heart of the Crimson Dragon Nirkalong. After learning of Lady Tasia's original robbery plan, Luke reveals his own strategy. If the gold can be discreetly relocated, they will proceed according to the first plan. If a violent seizure is necessary, they will follow the second plan. Do you understand? Shelley inquires. "Inspector, why not take all the gold?" Luke sternly admonishes Shelley. "You must remember your identity. We are Imperial spies and absolutely cannot touch gold belonging to the Empire. The Empire's gold and private gold are stored in different compartments of the airship. Be careful while transporting the gold. Not a single piece of the Empire's gold is to be moved. Do you understand? Lady Tasia?" Lady Tasia solemnly replies, "I shall obey your command. Esteemed Inspector, we will not touch the Empire's gold and will ensure that all private gold is delivered to you intact." "Excellent. By not touching the Empire's gold, the Empire's influence will not extend into the investigation. Even the administrative office of Fury City dares not openly investigate this matter. They cannot afford to expose such a substantial sum of unaccounted gold to the light of day. Faced with limited investigative resources, they will not encounter the pressures similar to those faced on Fishbone Island in the game. According to the game's plot, Fishbone Island ultimately falls to the Imperial Navy, and Lady Tasia is captured and executed. The subsequent struggle for this gold will branch into another storyline. The plan to rob the Clover-armed airship is confirmed. Lady Tasia and a portion of the pirates remain behind to await further instructions. While the other pirates return to the sea to rendezvous with the pirate fleet, everyone is prohibited from wandering about to prevent the plan from leaking. The Intelligence Bureau is tasked with investigating the Clover-armed airship situation, determining the timing of its departure from Fury City with the gold. When Luke and his team depart from the Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Headquarters in the Harbor District, it is already deep into the night. Upon returning to the dormitory of the Intelligence Bureau, Luke logs onto Ching Kong while sleeping, causing a stir throughout Fury City, creating a tense atmosphere. Eventually, he circles back to the Harbor District. Her erratic movements keep all security departments in Fury City on edge throughout the night. The following day, Luke reports the expansion of the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau to the city's administrative office. The staff of the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau swells from a mere 400 to nearly 3,000 agents. Moreover, the newly added agents all possess affiliations with gangs and criminal backgrounds, with records that could fill an entire archive room at the Harbor District Public Security Bureau. However, at this moment, the administrative office of Fury City lacks the capacity to oversee the affairs of the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau. Last night, the elf Ching Kong reappeared, Her presence felt across all 6 districts of Fury City, and it remains unclear what she accomplished during her nocturnal escapades, but her extensive movements throughout the city suggest she was up to something undiscovered. An elf armed with the Book of Calamity and the heart of the Crimson Dragon Nirkalong, capable of seizing the Rhyhorn wand from Dean Weirled, is not to be underestimated. Her appearances trigger thorough searches by both the Public Security Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau, and the inability to uncover anything only heightens the anxiety and fear surrounding her. Upon learning that the last sighting of the elf Chinkong was in the Harbor District, the director of the Harbor District Public Security Bureau, Holt, becomes enraged, spending the entire night coordinating the search for her. Now, all security agencies in Fury City are utterly exhausted from Chinkong's antics, leaving no one to manage the affairs of the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau. Even Director Holt, upon realizing that the adjacent Intelligence Bureau has suddenly expanded its numbers overnight, feels somewhat relieved and immediately requests the Intelligence Bureau to assist the Public Security Bureau in conducting a citywide search for Chinkong in the Harbor District. The origins of these new agents are no longer a concern. Luke believes that the 80 million imperial marks obtained from the city's administrative office cannot be taken lightly, so he promptly disperses all the imperial spies he has recruited. He emphasizes that the areas near the docks must be prioritized for searches. Meetings are organized with dock workers, sailors, and other local inhabitants to inform everyone about the dangers posed by the elf Chinkong, as well as to announce the establishment of the Sunfire Night School by the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau. The meteor inspector has given his instructions. Individuals around the harbor dock can say they dislike studying and will not attend classes, but they must not claim ignorance of what the Sunfire Night School teaches. After several days of promotion, the response surpasses the expectations of the Intelligence Bureau's supervisors. The location for the Sunfire Night School has yet to be determined. Yet the initial enrollment of 500 students fills up rapidly. There are even reports of scalpers selling spots at inflated prices. This situation leaves Luke somewhat perplexed. Do these individuals, who typically flock to the pleasure quarters at night, truly have such a passion for learning? Upon further investigation, Luke discovers the truth and cannot help but curse who spread the rumor that the Sunfire Night School is a training academy for reserve agents of the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau. It was even claimed that the courses taught, such as management, accounting, mathematics, mechanical operation, and culinary arts, are merely disguised forms of assassination training. This revelation leaves Luke unsure whether to laugh or see or wide-eye in truth. It is no wonder these individuals are misled. Inspector Luke is indeed quite unconventional. Upon assuming his position, he dared to confront the Public Security Bureau to protect the Mad Axe Party, and now he has directly incorporated all members of the Mad Axe Party's headquarters into the Intelligence Bureau. As a result, these new spies in the Harbor District enjoy considerable prestige. Once this door is opened, various factions in the Harbor District seek to infiltrate the Intelligence Bureau, as having this identity significantly alters their operations. The Sunfire Night School, established by the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau, is reportedly a key project of focus for Inspector Luke. Graduates from the Sunfire Night School, even if they do not join the Harbor District Intelligence Bureau, will still hail from its subordinate units. They will be directly linked to Inspector Luke as more students graduate from the Sunfire Night School. This connection will become invaluable. The first batch of students from the Sunfire Night School will have a certain status. In any case, there is no harm in enrolling. No one will be deceived. Once Luke understands why these individuals are so eager to enroll in the Sunfire Night School, he can only let them think as they wish. After all, once classes commence, these whimsical individuals will discover what they are truly learning. If anyone genuinely masters assassination techniques in the culinary arts class, that would indeed produce a martial arts master. The matters concerning the potion production facility in the Sunfire Night School are being managed by dedicated personnel, and preparations are proceeding smoothly. Luke personally keeps a close watch on the Clover-armed airship. Signs indicate that this gold-carrying airship may very well depart from Fury City ahead of schedule. The robbery plan continues to adjust in accordance with the intelligence received. The Harbor District Intelligence Bureau issues a warning to pirates, informing all vessels docked in the Harbor District that suspected pirate ships have been sighted off the coast of Fury City. The Harbor District Intelligence Bureau will organize an armed fleet to verify the location of the suspected pirates and urges all captains to exercise caution when venturing out to sea. Some incoming vessels confirm that they indeed face pursuit by pirates. Most ships without an urgent need to leave port choose to remain at the harbor dock, watching the situation unfold. while the Harbor District Public Security Bureau is too preoccupied with Chinkong's antics to manage maritime affairs. The Harbor District Intelligence Bureau organizes an armed fleet to set sail and requests the Imperial Navy of Fury City to dispatch warships for assistance. Inspector Luke personally commands this fleet in the eradication of the pirates. The citizens of the Harbor District praise Inspector Luke, newly appointed, for both establishing the night school and combating piracy, viewing him as a truly dedicated official serving the public interest, unlike those enforcers from the Security Bureau, who are merely sycophants to the wealthy and powerful. The request for a joint naval patrol to hunt down pirates, issued by the intelligence agency of Cape Edge, has received a response from the Furious Tide Navy fleet. 2 naval steam-powered sailing warships, armed with 40 cannons, have joined the patrol fleet. A day later, atop the City Hall building in the central district of Furious Tide City, an armed airship hovers steadily. Tethered by ropes, a group of crew members is busy transferring cargo into the pod. Several elegantly dressed upper-class individuals gather, awaiting the airship's departure signal. Senator Ibble and another city councilman converse privately. Under the protection of enforcers, at a distance, Senator Ibble, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, wears a monocle in his left eye socket and a dapper high-crowned gentleman's hat. He gazes at the imposing airship before him and remarks to Virgil, "Though it is somewhat rushed, we have no alternative. The blades of the Brotherhood are nearly upon us, along with the abyssal sorcerers and those dangerous individuals drawn by the Book of Calamity, each with their own ulterior motives. This is a level of complexity we have never encountered since taking control of Furious Tide City. We must first ensure the safety of the gold." "I trust the protection of the Clover will be adequate," Virgil replies. "Everything is arranged. I have selected 4 mages to accompany the ship for protection. Their magical prowess is sufficient to serve as professors at the Ulu Academy. Additionally, there are 10 gargoyles crafted by the City Alchemist Association, installed at the top of the gas bag, ready to automatically attack any approaching threats. The crew is well trained in combat, and we have 10 crossbows at our disposal, which should suffice for most unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, we are navigating within the Empire's territorial waters, ensuring a brief and comfortable journey aboard the Clover." Senator Ibble nods. Having frequently traveled between Furious Tide City and the Imperial capital aboard the Clover, the journey of a day and a half is significantly safer and more relaxed than traveling by land. Yet the quantity of gold being transported this time is far greater than before, prompting him to inquire with increased caution. At this moment, the crew has loaded all the miscellaneous items into the pod, and the passengers are entering the cabin in an orderly fashion that we are about to take off. "As a gentleman, I cannot keep the ladies waiting. Farewell, Senator Virgil. I hope to hear good news upon my return from the Imperial capital. That elf has been causing quite the commotion these days, leaving me sleepless for several nights. Your condition must be even worse." Senator Ibble adjusts his hat and strides toward the airship's pod. Virgil accompanies him to the hatch, where they shake hands and bid farewell. "Goodbye, Senator Ibble. Please extend my respects and greetings to that esteemed individual." "I shall," he replies as the crew closes the hatch. Ground personnel untie the ropes securing the airship, increasing the temperature and pressure within the gas bag, causing a plume of white steam to billow from various vents. As buoyancy reaches its threshold, the armed airship Clover begins to ascend gradually. The aerodynamic propellers at the rear of the gas bag roar to life, propelling the airship away from the roof of the City Hall and toward the nearby sea. Meanwhile, in the designated ambush zone, a hot air balloon drifts at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Within its basket, Luke, controlling the elf Chinkong, peers through a monocular telescope, scanning the skies toward Furious Tide City. Luke has outfitted Chinkong in a sleek black leather bodysuit, having replaced the extravagant attire he had previously purchased for her. As this mission necessitates discretion regarding her identity to further conceal her appearance, he has prepared a hood. Weapons are stowed within a spatial backpack, and at his side hangs a common Western-style saber. Based on precise intelligence gathered by spies, the shipment of gold is set to depart Furious Tide City today. Last night, Luke directed Chinkong to stake out the area around the City Hall building and observe the Clover docked atop the structure. Thus, it is certain to take off today. As Luke scans the surface of the sea with the telescope, he notes that the support fleet has arrived at the predetermined maritime zone. 2 vessels, dubbed witnesses, are accompanying 4 armed merchant ships in the search for pirates. The prepared pirate ship has also taken notice. According to the plan, all personnel are in position, awaiting the appearance of the Clover. Upon spotting the assembled fleet, Luke continues to search the skies toward Furious Tide City. It is not long before, against the backdrop of the Azure Sea, he detects a white trail. It is the steam emitted by the airship. Adjusting the telescope's focus, Luke identifies the clover at the end of the white streak. Its steam propulsion allows it to outpace other types of airships significantly, without the foresight to calculate its flight path for the ambush. It would be challenging to intercept it in the air. Let the operation commence, Luke declares, casting aside the telescope and leaping to the edge of the basket, ensuring the clover's direction is confirmed. Donning the hood, he takes another step forward. Beneath his feet, an oval ice board forms, and Luke glides toward the armed airship clover, akin to surfing upon the waves. At this juncture, Luke's true form stands on the bridge of the Lucky Princess, where he can synchronize his vision with that of Qin Kong. Aware of the clover's appearance, that he retrieves the telescope to scan the target area and soon locates the intended target for the plunder. Luke retracts the telescope and addresses Shelley beside him. Send a signal to the naval warships behind us. Pirates sighted. Request their engagement. Shelley, having previously served aboard the steam fortress, is well versed in maritime signals. Upon receiving the command, she whistles to the signalman stationed at the mast and swiftly executes a series of hand gestures. The signalman conveys the message to the following naval vessels using flags. On this patrol, the intelligence agency of Cape Edge and the Furious Tide Navy fleet comprise a total of 6 ships. The agency's fleet consists of 4 merchant vessels, while the Navy operates proper warships. During the formation of the patrol, Luke insists that 2 naval warships be positioned centrally within the fleet. The rationale is that if pirates disguise themselves as merchant ships, they would undoubtedly steer clear upon sighting the Navy warships. The agency's vessels, being merchant ships, can be scattered around the warships, serving as bait to lure the pirates. Should the pirates dare to approach, the warships will engage at full speed, while the 4 merchant vessels will encircle and intercept them. A barrage of cannon fire would swiftly send the pirates to the depths. The Navy readily accepted Luke's arrangement, and he volunteered to pilot the Lucky Princess ahead. This display of leadership and willingness to take the lead greatly impressed the Navy personnel. However, unbeknownst to them, the pirate ship is sailing directly ahead of the Lucky Princess. Due to the curvature of the planet, once a sufficient distance is established, the Navy can only see the Lucky Princess. Oblivious to the nearer pirate vessel, the Lucky Princess sends signals to the naval warships behind. The pirate ship in the lead also observes the signaling. For the pirates, this signal translates to, "The plan has commenced." The pirate ship receives the command and turns its bow toward the Lucky Princess. The 2 naval warships, upon receiving the order, activate their steam engines and surge forward at full speed. The intelligence agency's inspector is aboard the leading vessel. Should any misfortune befall him, the glory of vanquishing a band of pirates cannot compensate for the loss of an inspector from the agency. Luke commands the Lucky Princess to yield the path to the naval warships, then directs all his attention to Qin Kong. The wind rushes through the mask, striking his cheeks, while clouds race by at his sides. The vast expanse of the Cerulean Sea is breathtaking and not far away. The Clover-armed airship is now visible to the naked eye. Luke maintains a steady balance on the iceboard, expanding its surface area. His descent slows, and he transitions into a horizontal glide. The sensation is reminiscent of flying on a sword, evoking nostalgic memories of inviting friends for aerial races during gaming sessions. In his line of sight, the Clover grows increasingly larger. Luke adjusts his angle in the air multiple times to find the optimal approach, lowering the angle of the iceboard as he charges toward the target. However, as the distance to the Clover diminishes, he discovers that the airship's olive-shaped gas bag is adorned with 10 additional gargoyles, elements absent from the game's narrative. It is likely due to the disturbance caused by the clear skies that the Clover-armed airship was compelled to take off prematurely, while also augmenting its defensive capabilities. I wonder what else lies ahead. Aside from these 10 gargoyles, Luke, undeterred by the presence of the gargoyles, made no alterations to the boarding plan. These alchemical puppets, with strengths ranging from 2 to 3 stars, posed little threat to him. He maneuvered the iceboard into a slight rotation, approaching the airship from above, gradually lowering his altitude in preparation to leap onto the uppermost tier of the gas bag, atop the airship's gas bag. The 10 gargoyles were affixed to the outer shell at intervals. They faced outward, their wings enveloping their bodies, resembling a row of bats in a standing slumber. As Luke drew near, he triggered the gargoyles' instinctive response. Their eyes transformed from a dull gray to a brilliant red, akin to shimmering gemstones. while their bodies shifted from stone gray to a pale black. Their wings unfurled instantaneously, emitting a shrill alarm to in an instant. The gargoyles broke free from their bases, flapping their wings and soaring toward Luke with a cacophony of shrieks. Luke elevated the level of Qigong to 80, unsheathing the sword that hung at his waist. The gargoyles primarily employed a tactic of sonic waves to disorient their adversary before engaging in close combat, but in the air, this swift and effective method indeed held a considerable advantage. Luke cast a glance at the clover-armed airship below. The massive gas bag obscured the pod situated beneath. The occupants within the pod must have received the gargoyle's alarm, but had yet to react. Thus, in the ice dance garden, under the influence of Aquarius, the effects of water ice activated simultaneously in the air, rendering the nearby gargoyles, who were seeking an opportunity to attack Luke, utterly silent. The gargoyles transformed into ice sculptures, their wings frozen in place, causing their bodies to plummet uncontrollably downward. In that moment, Luke shattered the ice board beneath him, and his sword traced elegant arcs through the air. The sword's trajectory elongated, launching toward the surrounding space in an explosive rush, cleaving through the immobile ice gargoyles and reducing them to fragments that fell toward the sea below. The sound of the sword slicing through the air resonated long after. With a sweeping sword technique that annihilated the 10 gargoyles, Luke vanished from sight. After 2 more instantaneous teleports, he landed atop the gas bag of the Clover airship. Beneath him lay the special gas bag's exterior, designed to withstand high pressure and provide insulation that a few strategic incisions to release the high-pressure steam within would force the airship to make an emergency landing on the ocean's surface. The Clover-armed airship housed 16 steam sacks, and the openings needed to be made in varying locations. Just as Luke prepared to commence his task, 4 wizards ascended from the pod below, utilizing short-range flight magic to surround him. Clutching their wands, their cloaks billowed dramatically in the wind, presenting an imposing sight. This is the Clover-armed airship of the Imperial Tax Bureau. Your actions constitute a grave violation of Imperial law. Criminal, surrender and await the Empire's fair judgment. Luke offered no response. Instead, he stood tall, adopting a stance reminiscent of a Western sword technique, with his left hand behind him and his sword held before him. This gesture, executed by Qigong, exuded an elegance that was nobly refined, even with her visage concealed. The 4 wizards exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the aura radiating from her, before collectively bowing in respect. "It is our honor to engage in combat with you," Luke responded with a flourish of his sword, signaling his readiness to fight. That moment, he felt the airship sway beneath him. It was evident that the Clover was altering its course. Being stepped upon departure necessitated an immediate return, a decision that was undeniably prudent. The vast airship adjusted its flight posture, causing fluctuations and pressure that stirred turbulent air, intensifying the vibrations atop the vessel. Seizing the opportunity as the wizards wavered, Luke propelled himself forward, sword in hand. The tip of his sword cut through the air with a piercing shriek, creating a blur of motion. The targeted wizard stepped back, directing his wand forward while reciting a brief incantation. The tip of the wand shimmered, expanding into a shell-like magical barrier. Before the barrier could fully form, Luke and his sword were upon it. The sword's edge pressed against the shimmering membrane, causing it to indent inward without breaching to the force of the strike subsided. Luke executed a backward somersault, narrowly evading a fireball cast by a nearby wizard. The strength of these wizards took Luke by surprise. Even without their profiles, his extensive gaming experience led him to estimate their prowess at no less than 3 stars, with the noble profession of wizardry typically warranting an additional half-star of genuine strength. Raising the possibility of them being 3.5, 4, or even 4.5 stars, in an effort to conceal Qigong's true capabilities, Luke was unable to utilize many of her formidable skills. Relying solely on sword techniques seemed insufficient to swiftly overcome these wizards. Was it necessary to elevate Qigong's level and overpower them through sheer force? As if guided by instinct, Luke swiftly sidestepped upon landing, evading 2 magical attacks unleashed by the wizards behind him. Observing that their spells were intentionally avoiding the gas bag's walls, he chastised himself silently for his foolishness. "I am here to sabotage the airship. What need have I to eliminate these wizards?" Luke's rapid movements rendered the 4 wizards wary of making any miscalculations. They coordinated their efforts, one wizard conjuring a magical shield for defense, while the other aimed his wand at Luke. Taking advantage of his companion's protection, They refrained from indiscriminately casting offensive spells. This was the open sea. Should the airship fall, they would all plunge into the depths. Confronted by the cautious wizards, clarity washed over Luke, making the situation considerably easier to navigate. Without adjusting Chinkong's level, he resolved to conserve his phone's battery. Luke retreated, creating distance from the wizards closing in from both sides, then unleashed a sharp arc from his sword. Slicing a long gash into the gas bag, white steam erupted from the breach, emitting a sound akin to a steam whistle. Luke's actions in sabotaging the airship sent a wave of panic through the wizards. "Hey, we are high in the air. If we fall, we will all perish." In response to their warnings, Luke cut another opening, further diminishing the gas bag's pressure, and he could now feel the ground beneath him yielding slightly. The wizards, perplexed by this intruder's apparent madness, realized that should he continue to damage the gas bag, the clover would undoubtedly plummet. Consequently, the wizards abandoned their hesitations, understanding that their only option was to eliminate this intruder swiftly to allow for repairs to the damaged airship. They launched their assault, wielding their wands to unleash a barrage of offensive spells directed at Luke. In an instant, the airship's upper deck erupted with lightning and thunder, and fierce winds tore through, igniting explosions that sent flames soaring. The cacophony of thunderous roars and tremors reverberated through the pod below, leaving everyone pale with fear. Some of the more timid passengers had already begun to weep, while others trembled as they hastily scribbled their last wills. Senator Eber stumbled to the ground, rolling several times down the slanted deck before his attendants hurriedly helped him back to his feet. He clutched his hat tightly, placing it upon his balding head, only to discover with dismay that his treasured glasses had shattered. Have these wizards lost their minds? This is an airship, not a magical training ground. Are they trying to kill me? What on earth is happening? Can anyone tell me? His attendants helped Senator Eber to his seat, shouting for the captain to come forth. The captain of the clover-armed airship grasped anything within reach, swaying precariously as he navigated the lengthy corridor from the cockpit to the passenger cabin. Inside, the air was thick with prayers and cries, as crew members strove to protect the esteemed passengers. The violent shaking caused the captain to clutch a pillar for stability as he executed an unceremonious salute to Senator Eber. The clover has been breached. The intruder is on the upper tier of the airship, and our onboard wizards have ascended to confront him. Please rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Yet another jolt sent Senator Eber's ill-fitted hat tumbling to the ground. He caught it just before it could roll away and shouted at the captain. "You cannot even guarantee your own safety, yet you dare pledge to protect mine. What in the blazes are those damned wizards doing? They are practically dismantling this airship. I am a lord of the empire, a member of the Angry Tide City Council, and the head of the Angry Tide City Tax Bureau. I possess 4 fleets, 5 factories, and an entire commercial street. If I were to perish, executing all of you would not suffice to compensate for the empire's loss." The captain was spat upon by the furious Councilman Ibel, yet dared not wipe it away. My sincerest apologies, esteemed councilman. This is our oversight. Please place your trust in the onboard mage assigned by Councilman Virgil, and have faith in the clover. This airship is equipped with multiple gas bags. The minor damage sustained will not compromise flight safety. We have recently spotted imperial naval vessels at sea and dispatched a distress signal to them. I have ordered that if the airship's lift becomes inadequate, we shall make an emergency landing upon the water, where the Imperial Navy will come to our rescue. Upon hearing of the nearby Imperial Navy, Councilman Ibel breathed a sigh of relief, but that relief quickly turned to anxiety. Hidden within the crevices of the lower cargo hold of the armed airship Clover lay nearly 9 tons of private gold, illicitly obtained by the affluent of Raging Tide City. This operation was a guise to transport imperial taxes while secretly delivering this gold to the capital, converting it into legitimate wealth, should the Navy come to our aid. Once the Clover fell into their hands, they would undoubtedly uncover the concealed gold. No, the Navy must not be allowed to approach. Councilman Ibel bellowed. Return to Raging Tide City, full speed ahead. The captain, observing the panicked Councilman Ibel, wondered if he had lost his wits. Just then, another violent tremor shook the vessel, accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness, inciting screams of panic throughout the cabin. The captain grasped a pillar to prevent being thrown off balance and declared loudly, "Councilman Ibel, given the current deceleration of the Clover, it is impossible for us to safely return to Raging Tide City. I must ensure the safety of all on board, especially with so many ladies present. Please remain seated. I will arrange for the disposal of non-essential cargo to lighten our load. Trust in me and the Clover. We shall reach the naval warship safely. After speaking, the captain staggered toward the cockpit. He believed Councilman Ibble was in a state of shock and needed to return to his position to direct the emergency landing of the airship. Upon hearing the captain's order to jettison non-essential items from the airship, Councilman Ibble seized a nearby aide and whispered urgently in his ear, "Take a group and dispose of all the boxes containing gold from the lower hold." The aide gasped, "My lord, are you really going to throw away all that gold? How will you explain this to the dignitaries of Raging Tide City? If we do not discard it, my head will be forfeit. There will be no opportunity for explanations. This area is a shallow sea near the continental shelf. The heavy gold will not drift far with the currents. Ensure you remember this location. Once this matter is resolved, we can send people to recover it. Your wisdom is truly remarkable," the aide stammered. "This is not the time for flattery," Councilman Ibble snapped. "Quickly, gather your men, breach the cargo hold's bottom, and push the boxes of gold overboard. Be swift. Ensure no one sees the gold." Several aides, receiving Councilman Ibble's command, rushed down to the lower cargo hold. During a brief moment of stability in the airship that on the surface of the sea, the Lucky Princess raised the flag of the Raging Tide Navy. Leisurely pursuing the fleeing pirate vessel, the naval warship was remarkably swift, quickly overtaking the merchant ship and positioning itself to flank the pirate ship. Upon receiving the distress signal from the Clover, the Lucky Princess immediately altered its course toward the sea where the Clover was preparing for an emergency landing, simultaneously relaying this emergency situation to the naval warship through signal flags. The naval warship responded, "Captain Meteor, proceed to rescue the Clover at once. We will handle the pirates." The steam engine of the Lucky Princess roared to life as it sped toward the armed airship Clover, notifying the other 3 merchant ships to urgently assist in the rescue of the Clover. The 4 vessels diverged from the naval warship. Shelley, ever vigilant with her spyglass trained on the Clover, excitedly exclaimed to Captain Luke, "Captain, you were right. They are throwing things overboard." Luke, his focus primarily on the sky, casually replied, "Maintain course. Send the Naga to investigate." "Yes, Captain." Shelley approached the ship's side and whistled a series of distinct notes toward the cannon port. The port opened, and a throng of Naga leaped forth into the sea. The water surface rippled as they swam toward the Clover. "Captain, they are on their way." "Understood." Luke dared not allow his attention to waver. At this moment, the airship Clover was riddled with cuts, billowing steam escaping from the wounds, swirling and rising like mist. The high-temperature steam turned the upper space into a sauna-like environment. The intense pressure created barriers that restricted Luke's movements, similarly hindering the mages. The 4 mages cursed inwardly, having misjudged this intruder. They had initially believed her demeanor signified good breeding. Though adversaries, they had responded with appropriate courtesy. Little did they anticipate her utter disregard for decorum. This was a noble confrontation. Why would she sever gas bags? If she wished for death, she could simply surrender and allow them to end her. As more steam leaked out, the inflow could not keep pace with the outflow, and the airship began its uncontrolled descent. The pressure inside the gas bags dwindled, rendering the walls alarmingly soft. Standing upon them felt akin to sinking into a marsh that in the tumult. It became arduous to maintain balance, let alone take action. The mages clung to the gargoyle supports and other protrusions, using magic to dispel the heat and steam while searching for the intruder's silhouette amidst the haze. Her speed was astonishing. As Luke maneuvered the skyward to evade the mage's attacks, he systematically targeted the gas bags for destruction according to the Clover's schematics. Shelley reported that the plan to lighten the airship by discarding heavy items was proceeding smoothly. Councilman Ibble, tasked with guarding the gold, would never dare allow the Navy to discover this illicit fortune. Yet, with the Clover set to make an emergency landing upon the sea, it was inevitable that they would have to accept the Navy's assistance. The only way to avert this situation was, of course, to cast the black gold overboard and retrieve it quietly later. The Naga had already swum over from beneath the waves, should they discover the gold. They would gather it for when the Lucky Princess arrived to collect it. If Councilman Ibble foolishly chose not to discard it before the Clover's descent, and the Lucky Princess successfully rescued everyone aboard, the Naga would breach the airship's lower hold to retrieve the gold. The bottom of the Lucky Princess had been modified to include an underwater chamber. This time, they had brought a total of 158 Naga, capable of transporting nearly 9 tons of gold in a short span. However, breaching the ship's hull to facilitate transport risk detection. Thus, Luke was compelled to order the spies aboard to attack the Naga pirates and subsequently cast the blame upon the sinking pirate ship. If Councilman Ibble followed through with the plan to dispose of the gold, it would yield the most favorable outcome for Luke. There would be no need for excessive manipulation, preventing any unforeseen complications. The vast sea would swallow the gold he had cast away, leaving no grounds for reproach against them that a batch of illicit black gold lost to the depths would leave them too intimidated to voice any grievances. Aboard the airship, Luke evaded the mage's spells, occasionally countering with sword strikes and magic. The damage inflicted upon the airship had reached the desired outcome, allowing it to descend safely upon the sea while avoiding a catastrophic crash. His current objective was to delay the mages, preventing them from using their magic to mend the breaches. In the skies, the Clover, shrouded in thick smoke, descended toward the approaching naval vessel. Its altitude steadily declined, the deflated gas bags prompting concerns that it might plummet directly from the sky. The rescuing Lucky Princess signaled with flags to guide the Clover's descent and communicated the designated landing area to the crew. The other 3 merchant ships positioned themselves to secure the area for the Clover's landing. In the distance, the rumble of cannon fire echoed. The naval warship had successfully caught up with the pirate ship, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire upon the surrendering vessel. Everything was unfolding as it should. As the distance closed, Shelley spotted the breach in the Clover's lower hold, precisely where the black gold was stored. "Captain, they have opened the compartment. The gold must be overboard." Luke, maneuvering the skyward to leap into the sea, instructed Shelley, "Proceed with the plan." The clear sky gracefully descended, as if embodying the standard form of a diver plunging into the sea, prompting Luke to promptly log out of the game. The Clover-class armed airship had already descended to an altitude of less than 200 meters. Gazing upward, the nearly 200-meter-long hull appeared overwhelmingly imposing. Countless apertures on the upper deck expelled steam, creating a parabolic trail of white vapor in the air. Standing on the bridge of the Lucky Princess, Luke surveyed the water where the Clover-class had just jettisoned heavy cargo. Spotting various objects bobbing on the surface beside him, Shelley dutifully reported, "Captain, the primary drop zone of the Clover-class is approximately 1.5 nautical miles away from us, extending over 400 meters in length. At that time, the airship was at an altitude between 800 and 700 meters. The boxes containing gold are likely to shatter upon impact, and the Naga's search may take some time." Luke then directed his gaze toward the large hole in the bottom of the Clover-class armed airship, which indeed was where the gold was stored. With the drop zone being so far from their position, he decided to allow the Naga to search at their own pace, emphasizing the importance of recovering every gold bar, as their expedition had not been easy. "Understood, Captain." Shelley then whistled a rhythmic tune to the signalman atop the mast, who promptly signaled a series of flags. "This area of the sea is secure. Please feel free to descend. There is no rush. Safety is paramount." This was repeated 5 times. The Clover-class signaled with lights, expressing gratitude to the Lucky Princess. Mrs. Tasia, having already led the Naga to the drop zone, floated on the water with only her head visible, spotting the signal flags from the Lucky Princess through her telescope. At that moment, a Naga surfaced, exclaiming excitedly, "My queen, we found gold, lots of it. However, the boxes containing the gold are all shattered." Mrs. Tasia brushed aside a fragment of a wooden box that had drifted in front of her. "Such debris was abundant in these waters. Use the bags we've brought to collect it, ensuring everyone carries a manageable weight. Search carefully. We have time." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Naga dove back underwater, while Mrs. Tasia continued to observe the Clover-class and the Lucky Princess from the surface. Just then, another wooden box floated by. She initially intended to push it away, but reconsidered and pulled it back. Hiding behind the box, she ensured she would not be detected by those aboard the airship. As the Naga commenced their underwater operations, the Clover-class, under the guidance of the Lucky Princess, successfully descended to within 10 meters of the ocean's surface. Steam continued to leak, and if the airship made contact with the water, the downward pressure of its hull would quickly submerge the gondola beneath the surface. The Lucky Princess dispatched a small boat to follow behind the gondola of the airship, while the Clover-class slowed its speed and maximized steam delivery to the gas bag to prolong its descent. Once the airship's flight posture stabilized, the passengers aboard began to leap from the cabin one after another. The rescue boat tossed out life rings and dispatched agile sailors to retrieve those who had fallen into the water. There were not many passengers or crew aboard the airship. Once the captain jumped, everyone from the Clover-class had been rescued. The airship continued forward for another 300 meters before finally making contact with the ocean's surface, as anticipated. The gondola at the bottom of the airship was swiftly submerged beneath the massive and heavy hull. This scene filled the passengers and crew on the small boat with relief, accompanied by immense gratitude towards their rescuers. Had it not been for this Navy's timely arrival, they would surely have met their demise. However, the casual attire of these sailors struck them as peculiar. They were clearly not in naval uniforms. The Honorable Eberl, supported by his attendants, sat in the small boat, pouring seawater from his hat and hesitating before placing it back on his head. Turning to the sailor rowing beside him, he inquired, "Who are you?" "You do not resemble the Imperial Navy," the sailor replied. "We are Imperial spies from the Cape District Intelligence Bureau, currently collaborating with the Navy to pursue pirates. Upon witnessing your distress signal, we came to your aid." The Cape District Intelligence Bureau? Eberl recalled this rather inconspicuous bureau in Stormtide City. "That I heard a new detective has joined you, a highly capable senior agent. Recently, they even secured 80 million Imperial marks in case funding from Senator Virgil." Speaking of Detective Yushing, the spy beamed with pride. "Indeed, our detective is an exceptionally skilled individual that I in just a few days since his appointment. He has transformed the Cape District's landscape. Given your attire, you must be a person of significance. Our detective is aboard the Lucky Princess. Should you wish to express your gratitude, you may do so in person." Eberl was astonished. "Your detective is on this ship?" At that moment, the small boat docked alongside the Lucky Princess, and a soft ladder was thrown down. The sailor grasped the ladder and gestured to Eberl. "Indeed, our detective awaits you above, sir. Please." Upon reaching the deck of the Lucky Princess, Luke encountered all the passengers and crew from the Clover class. Their appearance was quite disheveled, drenched to the skin, with puddles rapidly forming beneath their feet. The makeup on the women's faces had been washed away, leaving them shivering in the cold. Yet, joy at their narrow escape illuminated their faces. "Senator Eberl, greetings," Luke said, bowing to the senator and then addressing the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow my subordinate to the cabin for a shower and a change of clothes. The accommodations are modest. I hope you will not find them lacking." Luke gestured for Shelley to escort the guests below deck. Eberl, striving to maintain his composure, returned the gesture to Luke. "Thank you, Detective Yushing, for the rescue. This was not an accident. We were attacked. Please exercise caution with your crew. The Clover class still contains Imperial tax money. It is imperative that we recover it." "Attacked? How is that possible? You are in the sky, and we are at sea." That Eberl's expression mirrored his confusion, "that I cannot comprehend what transpired. It all happened so suddenly. So swiftly. The ship's mate should be able to clarify your questions. I too wish to understand what happened." Luke noticed the 4 mages who had engaged with the clear sky, all drenched, following Shelley into the cabin. "Honorable Senator, I have secured this area of the sea. The Navy's warships will arrive shortly after dealing with the pirates. You are safe aboard the Lucky Princess. That we will commence recovery of the Clover-class airship now. With our Imperial spies present, no one shall seize the Empire's tax money or harm you. Please, go wash up and change. I have many questions that require your and others' answers. Once again, my gratitude to you." Detective Eberl proceeded to the cabin to shower and change clothes, while Luke commanded 4 merchant vessels to approach the submerged Clover class. The distant sounds of cannon fire had ceased, indicating the pirates' demise. Perfect. The Clover-class armed airship lay on the ocean's surface like a massive cocoon. Surrounded by the 4 merchant ships, the buoyancy provided by the intact gas bags prevented the hull from sinking, while the gondola remained submerged beneath the waves. However, the cooling seawater would swiftly reduce the gas bag's pressure, causing the airship to descend into the depths. Luke dispatched personnel to board the gas bags, utilizing repair materials and sealants to patch the leaks, preventing seawater from flooding in. He then sent sailors to dive beneath the gondola to confirm the presence of Imperial gold. If these ruffians had thrown the Empire's gold overboard, it would pose a considerable challenge. Shortly, the returning sailors brought good news. Everything that should be there was present, and nothing that should not be there remained. Excellent. In the distance, 2 naval warships sped toward them. The rescued individuals, now changed into dry clothing, gathered on the deck. Eberl donned a simple sailor's uniform, the coarse fabric uncomfortable against his skin. Furthermore, due to his ample girth, the buttons on his coat could not be fastened, yet he stubbornly continued to wear that hat, which seemed to have undergone a simple drying spell. Albeit slightly deformed and mottled in color, it at least concealed his thinning hair. Eberl wrinkled his nose at the greasy sleeves, displaying a clear expression of distaste. Luke, ever the gentleman, Apologize to these distinguished guests. I sincerely apologize. Our voyage was intended for pirate pursuit, and we had not prepared any clothing. So I must ask you to bear with us in wearing our sailor's attire. Once we conclude our affairs here, I assure you will be treated to a splendid dinner this evening, Senator Eberl. And to you, the 4 esteemed mages, please accompany me to the captain's quarters that I have many inquiries regarding the incident involving the Clover-class airship's descent. Luke entered the captain's quarters. Soon after, Councilman Eber and 4 wizards followed suit. Luke took a seat behind the captain's desk, while Shelley stood behind him. Pisco closed the door and stood there, his tall frame nearly reaching the ceiling. Please have a seat. Luke invited Councilman Eber to sit opposite him. Kalina brought over 2 cups of coffee and placed them before Luke and Councilman Eber, then invited the 4 wizards to sit around the nautical chart table, serving them coffee as well. Once again, Councilman Eber expressed his gratitude. His spirits had improved significantly since boarding the vessel. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt compelled to convey his sincere appreciation to Luke. You may not comprehend the despair of being aboard a dirigible on the brink of disaster. It is an experience I would never wish to endure again. You saved not only me, but many esteemed individuals, and we shall forever remember your kindness. Luke replied, It is the duty of our imperial agents to safeguard the empire and protect the lives of its citizens. Councilman, please enjoy your coffee. The formal testimony from the 4 esteemed wizards is about to commence at that moment. Kalina sat at a small table behind Luke, where a mechanical typewriter awaited her. She made an adjustment to the typewriter, ready to document the testimony in real time. Councilman Eber took a sip of coffee, straightened his attire, and assumed a dignified posture befitting a city councilman. I am prepared. Inspector Meteor, Luke spoke with utmost formality. Councilman Eber. Following our intelligence agency's preliminary investigation into the incident involving the armed dirigible Clover, we have determined that the accident was caused by an attack from unidentified individuals, given that the Clover belongs to the Imperial Treasury, and that it was transporting Imperial tax revenue. The presence of a lord such as yourself, along with high-ranking officials, influential entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and several Imperial officials and their families on board, I classify this incident as a threat to Imperial security. Do you have any objections? As Luke enumerated each title, Councilman Eber straightened his back even further. Even in his tattered sailor's garb, his noble demeanor could not be concealed. That I have no objections, Inspector Meteor. An attack on the Empire's gold transport is a direct affront to its dignity. This is undoubtedly a grave threat to Imperial security, and it must be thoroughly investigated to apprehend the culprits and impose severe penalties. Indeed, we must capture the criminals, but we must also ensure they receive a fair trial in accordance with Imperial law. Luke stated with integrity, as the first agency to arrive at the scene for rescue and investigation. It is our obligation and responsibility to oversee the inquiry into this case. You are a senior official of the Imperial Treasury, a councilman of Thunderwave City, a victim, and a plaintiff in this matter. Our intelligence agency requires your formal authorization. This case presents a remarkable opportunity for us. I ask for your understanding, as I have not considered your feelings in this matter. Councilman Eber understood the inspector's sentiments well. He was undoubtedly elated. The case of the Empire's gold transport being attacked and crashing was not comparable to eliminating a few pirates. Pirates posed little threat to the vast empire. However, assaulting an Imperial gold transport was a slap in the face to the Empire, certainly not a matter of the same magnitude. The intelligence agency's successful rescue of the Clover had already achieved a significant accomplishment. If they could solve the case and bring it to a flawless conclusion, it would undoubtedly be a shining highlight in Inspector Meteor's career. Setting aside his identity as a victim, Councilman Eber envied this case. If the investigation were delayed until their return to Thunderwave City, he believed that those who sought to take over the case could easily form a long line outside his courtyard. No wonder Inspector Meteor was so eager for him to sign the authorization. Inspector Meteor, Councilman Eber began, though you have only recently assumed your position, your performance has led me to believe you are an exceptionally capable official. Not just anyone can make Councilman Virgil feel humbled. You possess courage and ambition, and your subordinates speak highly of you. Your age and abilities render you a prime investment opportunity, and I have no doubt that your stage will not be confined to the Cape District. You are destined for greater heights. I am willing to offer any assistance within my means. Please bring forth the authorization letter. This case is yours, and no one can take it from you. Councilman Eber's response prompted Luke to reevaluate his perception of this somewhat comical figure. Being a councilman in Thunderwave City was certainly no simple feat. Luke waved his hand, and Kalina, standing behind him, brought forth the printed authorization letter and a fountain pen. After reviewing the contents of the letter, Councilman Eber unhesitatingly signed his name on the line for the client, with the authorization letter personally signed by Councilman Eber in hand. The intelligence agency of the Cape District now possessed the legitimate authority to investigate the case of the Clover's crash. Am I investigating myself? This case is bound to be challenging. Luke mused internally as he handed the authorization letter to Kalina for safekeeping. Then turned to Councilman Eber and said, I have just dispatched someone to dive into the dirigible's gondola. The vault remains intact, and I will arrange for its swift recovery and delivery to the city administration. For now, I need to understand the detailed circumstances surrounding this incident. The questioning may take some time, so I ask for your patience. Councilman Eber and the four wizards expressed their willingness to cooperate. Luke began the inquiry into the case, scrutinizing whether any flaws had surfaced during its execution. There were no significant oversights. As long as he maintained control over crucial evidence, others could only speculate about the case. To uncover the truth, it was impossible to connect the dots without bypassing the intelligence agency of the Cape District AS for those involved in executing the plan, aside from a few core personnel. Most of the agents were unaware of their true purpose. There was no need to worry about immediate complications. Meanwhile, as Luke conducted the inquiry, the captains of 2 naval warships boarded the Lucky Princess to report on their pursuit of the pirates. There was only one pirate ship, an old sailing merchant vessel converted into a warship. Faced with 2 steam-powered naval warships, it had no hope of mounting a counterattack. The 2 naval vessels fired a 3-barrage cannon volley. Igniting the pirate ship's powder magazine, it exploded into fragments before the eyes of the naval officers, and the pirates aboard stood no chance of survival. Even if some pirates miraculously survived, they would find it exceedingly difficult to swim to safety. We witnessed the Clover's destruction in the air and rushed over to offer assistance. Is there anything we can do for you? Lieutenants Mansfield and Boris, after introductions were made, turned to Councilman Eber. The Clover was attacked by unidentified individuals, but we have yet to discern their whereabouts. The assailant is a woman, reportedly possessing an impressive physique. According to the wizards who engaged her, they also mentioned that she leapt into the sea after wreaking havoc on the dirigible. And my team has yet to locate her. Until we ascertain the assailant's motives and whereabouts, our foremost priority is to ensure the safety of the councilman and the dirigible's passengers. Please transport them to your ships. Very well, Inspector Meteor. Luke then addressed Councilman Eber. Councilman, we shall conclude our inquiry here. I can see that you are in need of rest and eager to return to Thunderwave City. That MY vessels are all confiscated merchant ships, lacking the safety and comfort of naval warships, and we must also recover the dirigible here. Please accompany the 2 lieutenants. They will escort you back to Thunderwave City. Councilman Eber was indeed exhausted. His clothing and hat made him feel as though countless insects were crawling over him at that moment. He wished to remain at sea no longer. The councilman stood and shook hands with Luke in farewell. Inspector Meteor, upon your return to Thunderwave City, you must visit my mansion. As a newcomer to Thunderwave City, you will need an introduction to integrate into the upper echelons. Otherwise, you may encounter trouble. I assure you. The true Thunderwave City will be an eye-opening experience for you. I will certainly pay a visit when time permits. Councilman Eber and the 4 wizards followed the naval lieutenants out, and the room was filled with expressions of delight. Nearly 9 tons of gold. Not only had they managed to obtain it without anyone's knowledge, but they had also secured the authority to investigate this case. Inspector, you are truly remarkable, Shelley exclaimed with admiration. Let Eber throw the gold overboard. When he returns to recover it, even if he cannot find it, he will only blame himself for misremembering the location. After all, the ocean is vast, and no one could possibly remember it accurately. Pisco was equally delighted, stroking his head and chuckling. At last, our intelligence office in Cape District has a wise inspector. From the very first glance at the inspector, I could tell he was astute. Even more so than the gang leader. How shall we divide this gold, Inspector? Shelley remarked, giving Pisco a thumbs up before turning her gaze toward Luke, awaiting the distribution of the gold. Kalina meticulously organized the recorded testimonies and placed them on Luke's desk. After perusing the documents and confirming all signatures were in order, Luke instructed Kalina to file them away. Confronted by the eager stares of Shelley and Pisco, Luke scoffed. This is illicit funds. Are you truly interested? Shelley replied, Inspector, as long as you are willing to provide, we shall dare to accept. We merely fear that should you hand it over, we may not live to spend it. Luke warned them both. Do you comprehend the enormity of nearly 9 tons of gold? It involves numerous high-profile individuals, not only from the city of Nuda, but also from the imperial royal family, should anything go awry. I have the protection of the Grand Princess, but you will bear the brunt of the wrath. Relay my words to everyone involved in this operation that we are imperial spies, intercepting this gold for the safety of the Empire. Keeping the secret is tantamount to preserving your lives. Understood, Inspector. Shelley, Pisco, and Kalina replied in unison. Luke then softened his tone. Of course, as we undertake such a momentous task, the Grand Princess will undoubtedly reward us. I shall take the initiative and distribute a bonus to the brothers first, and once the Grand Princess's commendation arrives, we shall allocate another. Thank you, Inspector. Now, everyone may leave. Shelley shall oversee the reception of the gold. Once the gold is secured, the lucky princess will return, while the other 3 vessels will salvage the clover. After extracting the imperial taxes, they are to be promptly returned to the intelligence office. Yes, Inspector. As Shelley and her companions exited the captain's quarters, Luke took a sip of the coffee on his desk. That tea was somewhat cold, yet possessed a unique flavor. The sheer magnitude of this gold was bound to cause significant upheaval within the ruling class of Nuda. Nuda held a unique status within the Golden Shield Empire, not merely due to its wealth, but also because the new aristocrats ruling here were keen to prevent outside interests from intruding. Presenting a facade of unity in external matters, while recent events had caused some chaos in Nuda, they remained superficial. Moreover, Luke had no intention of instigating a catastrophic incident within the city. Once the administrative office acclimated to the current situation, they would inevitably remember Cape District. At that point, they would discover that the docks of Cape District lay entirely within the influence of the intelligence office. The intelligence office possessed its own enterprises, its strength surpassing that of the Cape District Public Security Bureau. As for whether to ally with this non-affiliated inspector or to eliminate potential threats, Luke could not relinquish the choice to the city's administrative office. The inexplicable disappearance of such a vast sum of gold would surely incite mutual suspicion among the city's elite. Once a crack appeared in the shell, it would inevitably attract flies. During the last meeting at the city's administrative office, Viscount Iskelin sought to meddle in Nuda's affairs, and Luke happened to be present. A rare enlightened noble within the Brotherhood of the Blade, he had managed to force his way into the Nuda City Council as a member. Should there be any signs of discord within Nuda, he would undoubtedly take immediate action. Only by inciting a conflict between the old and new aristocrats in Nuda could they be distracted from managing Cape District. As for whether this gold would be exposed in the future, what of it? At that time, whoever possessed this gold would wield power. After contemplating the subsequent actions, Luke took another sip of coffee. Finding it even smoother and more delightful. 2 naval warships departed with the survivors of the Clover, heading toward Nuda. The 4 merchant vessels of the Cape District Intelligence Office continued to salvage the airship, prioritizing the retrieval of the vault safe. Once the imperial taxes were extracted, they were to be immediately returned to the intelligence office. Madame Tasia's operations proceeded smoothly, unhindered. The Naga could meticulously search every corner of the seafloor without concern. They filled their pockets with the recovered gold before transporting it back to the underwater compartment of the Lucky Princess. Over 100 Naga made several trips, successfully transferring all the gold. Upon receiving the gold, Luke instructed Shelley to oversee the operations of the other 3 vessels while the Lucky Princess set sail. The news of the Clover's armed airship being attacked and crashing back in Nuda caused a tremendous uproar. This airship was transporting the taxes owed to the Empire from Nuda, over 3 tons of gold, a considerable sum. If the Emperor of the Empire were to lay blame, countless individuals would face repercussions. Fortunately, news soon emerged at the time of the Clover's attack. Inspector Meteor of the Cape District Intelligence Office was leading a joint fleet of the Intelligence Office and Navy in pursuit of pirates in the vicinity. Upon discovering the downed Clover, he promptly initiated a rescue operation, successfully evacuating all passengers and recovering the imperial taxes. The vault safe containing the imperial taxes was delivered to the city's administrative office, where it was personally opened by Councilman Ibel, who confirmed the gold was intact. Many breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the taxes were secured, the responsibility rested entirely on the attackers. Additionally, concerns about the safety of the steam airships arose. The city's administrative office, eager to absolve itself of any blame, not only condemned the attackers but also directed their ire toward the Clover, responsible for the transport. The military's decision to refrain from purchasing steam airships proved prudent. To reduce weight, it had utilized soft gas bags devoid of protective capabilities, allowing attackers to breach them as easily as trimming one's nails. Only hydrogen could provide greater lift for airships without the need for the extensive fuel required by conventional thermal airships. The excess payload could enable the installation of rigid gas bag exteriors, allowing for larger gondolas where cannons could be mounted. The Alchemist Association of Nuda had developed a hydrogen stabilizer. When mixed with gaseous stabilizers, the hydrogen became less flammable, making it the optimal material for constructing airships. However, there were always individuals within the court who, citing the high cost of the hydrogen stabilizer, obstructed the development of new hydrogen airships. While the new steam airships were economical, had it not been for Inspector Meteor, the loss would not have been merely a steam airship. The Empire's taxes and invaluable high-ranking imperial officials would have been lost to us. In an instant, a wave of public outcry against the new steam airships surged through Nuda, dominating headlines with discussions of the inherent dangers and shortcomings of steam airships, juxtaposed with the advantages and prospects of new hydrogen airships. The Cape District Intelligence Office's rescue of so many important figures from the Clover became a mere backdrop in the debate over steam versus hydrogen airships. Even Councilman Ibble, during interviews, extolled the flaws of steam airships while championing the new hydrogen airships as the future. Luke sighed. As long as capitalists draw breath, their first thought is how to profit. Is your hydrogen stabilizer merely expensive? The stabilizer itself is not particularly stable, requiring constant replenishment for the hydrogen to remain stable. What a lucrative business. Luke was indifferent to the steam versus hydrogen debate. Preferring to avoid excessive scrutiny, his true interest lay in managing his rabbit warren in Cape District. The wreckage of the Clover was towed near the shores of Cape District, where Luke ordered it to be cordoned off and stationed spies to guard it closely. No one was permitted to enter without the inspector's orders. The investigation into this case required a semblance of decorum, and Luke personally spearheaded the formation of the Clover Incident Investigation Team. Requesting a budget of 20 million imperial marks from the city's administrative office, to his astonishment, the administrative office approved such an outrageous funding request. The city's finance office bypassed the security office and directly transferred the funds to the Cape District Intelligence Office's account. Councilman Ibble was truly righteous. In turn, Luke generously provided Madame Tasia with 5 million imperial marks to procure supplies for Fishbone Island. Once matters on Fishbone Island were settled, he would return to Cape District to discuss cooperation between the two underdeveloped regions. Next, they awaited the detonation of that batch of black gold. If Councilman Ibble failed to recover the gold, would the city's elite believe his claims of forgetting where he had discarded it? How had the attackers gained access to the airship? What were their intentions? Who orchestrated the events from behind the scenes? Nearly 9 tons of gold would undoubtedly fuel their imaginations. Most importantly, the clandestine transport of this gold was known only to a select few within their ranks. If someone were to strike upon this batch of gold, they must undoubtedly be an insider. You may speculate amongst yourselves that I shall first attend to my own arcane arts, with a hint of leisure. Luke began to ponder the enhancement of his own capabilities. The foundation of his power structure comprised the bloodline of the trolls, Tautai, marksmanship, the wolf dagger number 4, and the greedy red dragon spear. This combination was adequate to ensure his melee requirements were met. Considering his identity as an investigator, with a multitude of subordinates at his disposal, opportunities for close combat should be scarce. Firearms were rather formidable in the early stages of the game, and his position as an investigator afforded him access to special ammunition. Concealing himself while firing from a distance was the hallmark of a competent investigator. Were there any secret arts to enhance the power of firearms? Certainly. The chamber by the banks of the Lime River was no longer the same as when Luke first arrived. While procuring equipment for the potion factory, he ordered some devices for the crafting of mystical artifacts. A rectangular workbench made of alder was affixed to the wall, with 2 candelabra placed at the corners. The flames of 6 candles stood still, appearing almost artificial, had it not been for the wisps of smoke curling upwards in a spiral. In the center of the tabletop lay a square sheet of white paper, each corner pressed down by a ruby. The paper bore a diagram of a hexagram ritual. Luke sat before the diagram. With a balance scale to his left, 1 tray of the scale held a 1 gram weight. while the other remained empty, causing the scale to tilt. To his right was a box containing powders of 6 different colors, each accompanied by a small spoon. With the materials prepared, Luke rubbed his hands together to loosen his wrists. The upcoming task would test both his skill and luck. Luke first took the spoon from the red powder, gently scooping out half a spoonful, and cautiously moved it above the ritual diagram. He lightly tapped his right wrist with his left hand, causing a slight tremor that dislodged some of the powder. The candlelight, once still, began to flicker, and before the red powder could settle on the paper, it transformed into a wisp of undulating crimson smoke. As the smoke descended, it coalesced into lines upon the ritual diagram, inscribing some runes. The wisps of smoke rising from the candles swayed according to different patterns, the smoke from the leftmost candle taking on a light red hue. Luke glanced at the balance scale, and to his surprise, it had straightened slightly despite the other tray being emptied. He set down the red spoon and picked up another to scoop a bit of blue powder. Following the same method, he sprinkled some of it. The powder morphed into smoke in midair, and upon contact with the paper, it formed blue runes. The smoke from the second candle turned a pale blue, and the balance adjusted once more. Next came the green, yellow, purple, and cyan powders. After sprinkling all 6 colors, the wisps of smoke from the candles transformed into their respective hues, swirling upward in accordance with their individual rhythms. The balance was still shy of being level. At that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed through the riverbanks. A storm was approaching the city of fury waves. Unperturbed by the thunder, Luke continued with his work. He had only just begun and needed to complete the crafting of this mystical artifact before the storm abated. He meticulously observed the rising patterns of the 6 candle wisps, taking a bit of purple powder and delicately shaking off a small amount as the purple material integrated into the ritual. The corresponding candle's smoke altered as well. Luke continued to observe and adjust to successfully complete this incantation. The rising patterns of the 6 candle wisps had to synchronize, while also ensuring the balance became level. Any misstep in the process would necessitate a fresh sheet of ritual paper. The vexing aspect was that the 6 materials lacked standard measurements. After a failure, the required quantities would differ for the next attempt. This was the reason why such arcane arts defied theoretical explanation. Practitioners only knew how to perform the tasks, not why they worked. On his first trial, Luke undoubtedly failed. When the balance leveled, he had failed to synchronize the smoke from the 6 candles, forcing him to replace the ritual paper and start anew. The thunder outside grew louder and more persistent, while the wind howled through the waterway, resembling the lament of the departed. Luke spread out the ritual paper once more, securing its corners with the rubies. The flickering candlelight stilled, and gray smoke began to rise steadily. Then Luke stood and moved aside. As Qingtian appeared before the ritual paper, she sat calmly, her green eyes transforming into a crystalline hue. After taking a deep breath, she reached for a small spoon to scoop some red powder. Her hand was far steadier than Luke's, her crystalline gaze fixated on the powder she let fall. The eye technique was a significant auxiliary function within the Epoch game. Influenced by a popular anime, players were eager to develop various functions within the game. Qingtian's crystalline eyes were one such eye technique, capable of dispelling negative statuses and protecting her from mental attacks. The forced calmness greatly increased the accuracy of her skills and allowed her to track target movements, creating a slow-motion effect within her field of vision. Shelley's covered right eye was another eye technique, the gaze of Medusa. This technique possessed mental attack capabilities. Gazing directly into Shelley's right eye would cause one's muscles to tense uncontrollably, akin to petrification. Consequently, Shelley often concealed her right eye, though it did not imply that she was blind in that eye. The gaze of Medusa was highly sensitive to infrared signals, akin to a serpent with an extraordinary ability to detect moving objects. The complementary positioning of her 2 eyes rendered her marksmanship exceedingly formidable. Among the 5 senses, vision undoubtedly held the foremost position, and enhancing one's sight equated to a comprehensive enhancement of overall strength. The arcane words Luke had prepared for himself were a form of eye technique, capable of instantly unleashing the power of firearms and applicable to other skills without reliance on firearms. It was a highly valuable ability. Qingtian's control over power far exceeded Luke's current form, and her crystalline eyes enabled her to accurately gauge the variations of the materials in different positions. Wisps of materials transformed into smoke, settling onto the ritual paper as the colorful runes took shape. At this moment, Luke was entirely immersed in the frigid essence of Qingtian's spirit, devoid of any distractions or emotions. His arms remained steady yet relaxed, the mastery of the eye technique allowing her to discern the count of minute particles. Luke felt as though he had become an emotionless machine, with all bodily functions working in unison to respond to the slightest tremor of his wrist. The 6 materials were added sequentially, and merely after 2 rounds of addition, the wisps of smoke from the 6 candles nearly aligned in harmony. Luke monitored the scale's movements, continuing to add materials with increasing precision. Even as the thunder roared and the wind howled outside, his ears registered no sound. The pointer of the scale shifted imperceptibly at a certain moment, after shaking off a hint of cyan powder. A crisp chime resonated from within the balance. The powder transformed into a smoke so faint, it was almost colorless. The 6 colors of smoke rising from the candle flames stood perfectly vertical. Luke swiftly retrieved a dragon's eye from Qingtian's spatial backpack. This was the eye of the red dragon Nearchron, roughly the size of a cauldron, hardened into a stone sphere. He positioned the pupil of the dragon's eye directly upwards, aligning the neural pathways on the rear side with the center of the ritual. At the moment of contact, the ritual paper curled upwards, enveloping the entire dragon's eye. The 6 candles flared violently, consuming themselves within seconds. The chamber dimmed, illuminated only by a solitary bulb in the corner casting a feeble glow. Qingtian stood and retreated to stand beside Luke, the dragon's eye wrapped in ritual paper resting quietly on the table. After a brief pause, an orange light seeped through the paper, the glow pulsating with vitality. Then, flames erupted from within, consuming the paper at an astonishing rate, leaving not even ashes in its wake. The dragon's eye was revealed. It remained as large as before, the freshly inscribed ritual array imprinted on the white of the eye, flowing fire coursing along the runes and lines of the array. The pupil, once narrowed due to the passage of life, now opened wide, revealing golden irises in which orange flames danced, as if within a furnace. That it was completed. The reignited eye of the fire dragon serves as the subject for Luke's incantation of the secret technique known as Thunderfire Eye. However, the eye of the red dragon is bound by a time constraint. All ceremonial rituals must be completed before the tempest concludes. Under the clear sky, she cradles the eye of the fire dragon and places it into her spatial backpack. Then approaches the entrance of the waterway, her feet encased in ice as she glides across the frozen surface. Situated by the sea, the city of Nudetown frequently experiences thunderstorms, hence the towering structures are equipped with lightning protection devices. Within the city lies a 1 square kilometer area that inexplicably attracts lightning strikes. For safety's sake, Nudetown has designated this region as a central city park and erected a steel tower to attract lightning. Aptly named the Thunder Tower, standing at an impressive height of 547 meters, the Thunder Tower mimics the silhouette of the Eiffel Tower, positioned centrally within the city park and spanning the banks of the Lime River to the north and south. It has become an iconic landmark of Nudetown, a requisite destination for every first-time visitor. Beneath the Thunder Tower, one can profoundly sense the greatness of this era and the tower's unyielding status within the global landscape. On this stormy night, the Thunder Tower stands majestically within the city park, its form dominating the skyline. The torrential rain cascades down its structure, akin to a waterfall, merging into the rushing currents of the Lime River below. Above, dark clouds loom ominously, and rain falls in torrents. Lightning dances within the clouds, while the thunder reverberates ceaselessly, unleashing its fury over the tranquil city. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning strikes down, illuminating half the city as if a divine punishment. And with tremendous force, it crashes upon the pinnacle of the Thunder Tower. Boundless electrical energy flickers, racing along the iron tower's body down to the ground, forming a shockwave that expands outward. This spectacle, grand and exhilarating, perfectly encapsulates the interplay between the might of nature and human craftsmanship, hailed as a marvel within the Epoch's game. Luke ascends the safety ladder of the Thunder Tower, donning a suit of ice armor to shield herself from the electrical onslaught. Gazing down from above, the city's lights shimmer hazily through the downpour. The distant rumble reaches her ears, whether the sound of waves or thunder remains uncertain. Effortlessly reaching the tower's apex, Luke surveys the heavens before nimbly leaping to stand at the very tip of the Thunder Tower. She raises the eye of the fire dragon above her head. An invisible force elevates the eye, while the falling raindrops are diverted by an unseen barrier. With the subject in place, it is time for the auxiliary elements. The Thunderfire Eye requires three auxiliary components: the thunder that pierces the sky, the lightning attracting tower by the riverbank, and fragments of a fiery dreamscape. The tower that attracts lightning by the riverbank refers specifically to the Thunder Tower. Each stormy day, it endures the strikes of lightning, having transformed into a mysterious artifact revered by countless onlookers. The thunder that pierces the sky represents the purest natural force, embodying another form of the mysterious artifact. The fragments of the fiery dreamscape can only be sporadically acquired within erupting volcanoes. Luke has tasked others with seeking this mysterious artifact, yet due to its extreme rarity, leads have been elusive. At this moment, the value of the Book of Calamity becomes evident as the first encyclopedia of secret techniques evolved into a mysterious artifact. Its versatility is its hallmark. Luke retrieves the Book of Calamity and tosses it into the air. Instead of falling, the book orbits the eye of the fire dragon like a satellite, its cover unfurling as the pages flutter. Under the influence of the mysterious energy, the clouds above begin to descend upon the city. The dark clouds loom like a mountain range, threatening to crush Nudatown. The thunder rumbles within the clouds, an oppressive atmosphere saturating the space, as if an unfathomable power is brewing deep within a certain moment. Time appears to freeze in a state of suspension. The rain momentarily halts before resuming its descent, followed by over a dozen lightning bolts, each stretching for kilometers, tearing through the sky. All the bolts converge in the space indicated by the Thunder Tower's peak, forming a lightning column several meters in diameter that descends with ferocity. This bolt illuminates both the sky and the city, prompting Luke to leap sideways, stepping onto the icy steps she has conjured to evade the danger. As she turns, she witnesses the suspended eye of the fire dragon erupting like a volcano, spewing forth flames into the sky. The clash of fire and lightning, two energies renowned for their ferocity, engenders a powerful fusion reaction, emanating light akin to that of the sun from the eye of the fire dragon. In that moment, Nudatown is engulfed in daylight. The deafening explosion awakens all inhabitants of the city, who peer from their windows towards the Thunder Tower, bewildered by the unfolding events. The rippling shockwave pulses against the glass of the windows. Is this the apocalypse? Such a terrifying thought crosses everyone's mind. At this moment, Luke too cannot foresee that her incantation would yield such an overwhelming reaction. In the game, the release of the Thunderfire Eye's secret phrase is indeed spectacular, yet not to this exaggerated extent. Is it the power of reality that has transformed, or is it the inherent unpredictability of the secret technique? Luke remains uncertain. Secret techniques are inherently enigmatic. Observing the ritual site, a sense of dread washes over Luke. She realizes she has inadvertently caused a catastrophe. According to standard procedure, after invoking the Thunderfire Eye's incantation, the Thunder Tower's mysterious artifact properties should dissipate, leaving no impact on the tower itself. Yet this time, the technique's potency is overwhelming, and the Thunder Tower, besieged by heavenly thunder and earthly fire, begins to melt. The melting commences at the tower's peak. Despite the relentless rain, the steel used to forge the tower glows red-hot. Lacking structural support, this towering edifice of over 500 meters begins to twist and collapse. The impact sends tremors throughout the entire city. This is it. She has melted Nudatown's landmark, realizing the gravity of her misstep. Luke utilizes teleportation and conjures ice panels to swiftly traverse the as the ritual approaches its conclusion and the power wanes. She hastens towards the ceremony's epicenter. First, she must retrieve the Book of Calamity. As the aberration dissipates, the thunder subsides, and the eye of the fire dragon vanishes. In the very spot where the eye once resided, a phantom eye of purple and red now floats. Luke seizes the Thunderfire Eye, making a swift turn to escape the scene. In the office of the Western Tower of Ulu Academy, Dean Wilred is intently examining a paper through his glasses. The spacious room is enveloped in tranquility, disrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner. Behind Dean Wilred, a grand floor-to-ceiling window reveals a gentle rain, casting a gloomy pall over the otherwise bright day. "Pour me a cup of tea," he calls into the empty office, his gaze unwavering from the paper, his tone casual. That a small monkey unexpectedly emerges from an unseen nook, nimbly climbing onto the desk, its tail curled around a water jug. The monkey fetches an empty teacup from Dean Wilred's left side, scoops a spoonful of sugar from the sugar bowl, and pours tea into the cup with its tail. It emits chattering sounds, making comical faces to amuse the dean. Tick, tick, tick. At that moment, The grandfather clock emits an offbeat sound, drawing the attention of both Dean Willred and the monkey. They observe the pendulum, which had been swinging rhythmically, now swaying chaotically. The monkey bares its teeth in a threat towards the clock, while Dean Willred swiftly catches it by the scruff of its neck, tucking it into the sleeve of his robe. Rising from his seat, he extends his right hand, and a long-handled wand from the wand rack flies into his grasp. At this juncture, a wisp of black smoke escapes from the clock, coalescing into a vague human shape. Willred, it has been many years. You have aged. Dean Willred regards the unexpected visitor in his office with wariness. With a wave of his hand, all items on the desk retreat into the open drawer. Victor? Dean Willred attempts to guess the identity of the intruder, quickly correcting himself. No, you are not Victor. He is far more courteous than you. You must be Harriman. After a century, you still delight in mischief. It is a pleasure to see you, my friend. Were you to reveal yourself, I would be more than willing to give you a tour of the academy where we once worked together. Though Dean Willred greets his old friend amiably, his demeanor remains tense. The intentions of such individuals can no longer be discerned by ordinary reasoning. The sudden appearance after a century is certainly not for the mere purpose of visiting the academy. Indeed, Harriman remarks, in these past 100 years, we have greatly missed this place. Back then, we could argue over a single formula for an entire day or celebrate a discovery until dawn. However, the Book of Calamity has transformed everything. It has unveiled to us an entirely new realm, a power that transcends all forms of force. The arcane energy within the esoteric arts represents the pinnacle of all energies, and the Book of Calamity harbors the very source of this enigmatic energy. Gaining insight into it allows one to wield the esoteric arts at will. One can create energy and all manner of things at their whim. Harriman's tone grew increasingly frenzied, as if he were a fervent zealot extolling the virtues of the Book of Calamity. It also resurrected scenes from over a century ago in Wilfred's memory. The Harriman of that time bore an uncanny resemblance to the Harriman of the present, despite the passage of prolonged time. Nothing had changed. Wilfred exclaimed, Harriman, everything is but a figment of your imagination. Your minds have been tainted by the Book of Calamity. Your thoughts are merely what the book compels you to ponder. If your sole purpose in coming here is to seek the Book of Calamity, then I implore you to depart. We possess nothing that you desire. Ha, Wilfred, do not rush me away. Harriman's laughter pierced the air. After we departed from the Ulu Academy, you proclaimed the destruction of the Book of Calamity. Yet what has caused its resurgence? If you did not indeed destroy the Book of Calamity, does that not imply that other esoteric tomes remain? We left in such haste that we did not take them with us. Even though we have spent the past century attempting to restore them, far too much remains missing. You seem disinterested in the esoteric arts. Why not return the book to us so that we may continue to maintain the tranquility we have enjoyed for over a century? Wilfred, unwilling to provoke these deranged apostles of the abyss, replied, You are aware of my loathing for the esoteric arts, and you know for certain that I would have incinerated those tomes. The Book of Calamity must have been concealed by Professor Felix. He deceived me with a counterfeit encyclopedia. Felix is dead, and I cannot fathom how the elf Ching Kong discovered the Book of Calamity. If you wish to obtain it, seek her out. Do you think I would trust you? Harriman bellowed, becoming increasingly agitated. His mission in the city of Angerwave was to retrieve the Book of Calamity, as well as any remaining esoteric texts that had not been destroyed. Those texts were the culmination of research compiled by hundreds of mages from the Ulu Academy's Department of Esoteric Arts, many of which were unique volumes gathered from various sources. However, most of these mages perished in that catastrophe, leaving the apostles unable to restore the library. The return of the Book of Calamity led them to believe that other esoteric tomes were also intact, and that Wilfred had deceived everyone. Wilfred remained silent, focusing his magical energy to pinpoint Harriman's position at that moment. The sky outside darkened abruptly. Ominous clouds descended, enveloping the once bright subspace in darkness. The gathering black smoke that resembled Harriman was seemingly disrupted by some force, dispersing rapidly. What is happening? Wilfred turned to gaze out the window. A torrential downpour from the primary world lashed against the window, while serpentine lightning streaked across the sky. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the space, causing everything in the room to shake violently. Yet, the phenomenon came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The clouds dissipated, the night receded, and sunlight streamed through the window, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Wilfred murmured, Angerwave City, At that moment, Luke stood before the ruins of the Thunder Tower, the twisted structure resembling a colossal dragon sprawled upon the ground in the night. Fortunately, being in the central city park and amidst the thunderstorm, no casualties had occurred. The sky seemed to have exhausted its strength from the preceding lightning strike, and the downpour manifested a weary demeanor, no longer possessing the vigor to cleanse the world. Luke stood beneath the diminishing rain, a layer of icy armor enveloping her body. Before her stood four raincoat-clad figures blocking her path, their faces obscured by hoods. To her left was the swollen surface of the Lime River, while to her right, two figures in constable uniforms emerged from the park's thicket. Behind her, a masked man suddenly appeared atop a steel framework. His eyes glowed faintly red in the darkness, his presence akin to a drawn blade. The commotion caused by Luke had been monumental, resulting in her being cornered before she could escape. 7 individuals surrounded her, yet none dared to make a reckless move. Just moments ago, this elf had publicly destroyed the Thunder Tower before the entire populace of Angerwave City. They were unaware of how the elf Qing Kong accomplished such a feat. Nonetheless, her ability to do so indicated her formidable strength. Moreover, they did not recognize the other two groups. The rain continued to fall, and the atmosphere was tense. Luke drew the twin daggers from her waist, unleashing the ice stance garden. As the blossoms of the ice mist flower unfurled, the torrential rain transformed into a world of ice and snow. Qing Kong's level surged to 80. The power of the ice dance garden intensified, thickening the ice layer and extending its reach to envelop all 7 individuals. The freezing air spread like a mist along the ice, solidifying the water pooling on the 7's garments into hard ice. Luke cast a sidelong glance at the 2 constables on her right, and a flurry of ice spikes erupted from beneath the ice layer before them. You two, a single move from any of us could easily end your lives. That I advise you to retreat and gather more allies, lest you fall victim to our whims. The 2 constables remained silent, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. After exchanging glances, they slowly retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the thicket. Luke's eyes transformed into a crystalline blue, her senses heightened, and she perceived that the constables had indeed departed. She turned to the figure standing on the steel framework, saying, "Swiftblade of the Blade-Holding Brotherhood, are you here to capture me as well?" Swiftblade, a premier assassin of the Blade-Holding Brotherhood, had once held the title of professional assassin within their guild, which had subsequently been dissolved in response to the Empire's summons, rebranding itself as the Blade. The Brotherhood was divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier representing the most elite assassins. While Swiftblade was not the strongest among the first tier, he was certainly formidable, rated at 4.5 stars. Of course, such ratings merely served as a reference. One's performance could vary significantly based on environment and adversary. Swiftblade had not anticipated that the elf Qing Kong would merely glance his way and instantly recognize his identity. Moreover, the ice and snow environment she had conjured would amplify her combat prowess to its utmost limits. Remembering Qing Kong's profile and the guild leader's admonitions, Swiftblade abandoned his initial intentions. "Miss Qing Kong," Swiftblade said, bowing respectfully from atop the steel framework, "I bear you no malice. I am merely here to convey a message from Viscount Iskelin." The Viscount expressed his regret at not having the opportunity to converse with you during your last meeting, and he eagerly anticipates your next encounter. You and Angerwave City, as well as the Ulu Academy, are embroiled in some misunderstandings, and the Blade-Holding Brotherhood can assist you in resolving these discrepancies. Misunderstandings. Luke chuckled. "I destroyed the Thunder Tower, and does Viscount Iskelin think he can help me explain this to Angerwave City?" "This," Swiftblade faltered, unsure of how to respond, the time the Viscount tasked him with delivering the message. The Thunder Tower was still intact. Now, this emblem of Angerwave City lay in ruins, reduced to scrap metal. It was clear that mere words and compensation would not quell the city's fury. Furthermore, even if compensation were offered, the Viscount could hardly afford it. Swiftblade could only awkwardly reply, "I believe the Viscount will surely find a way." "Very well, I shall await his solution before I see him again." Luke casually deflected responsibility, then turned her attention back to the 4 raincoat-clad individuals. "Now, it is just you left, abyssal mages. Surrender the Book of Calamity." The 4 spoke in unison, their voices deep and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. At that moment, lights flickered throughout the park. Angerwave City's response was swift. Since the abyssal mages showed no inclination for dialogue, Luke had no interest in engaging them in a war of words. "Then let us engage in battle." Ice crystals rained down from the sky, coalescing into several massive ice spikes aimed at the four abyssal mages standing below. The abyssal mages remained unmoved, maintaining their positions as two colossal hands materialized above them. The hands, devoid of skin, revealed musculature in shades of red and white, with nails elongated like the claws of a specter, effortlessly sweeping aside icicles with a mere flick. Subsequently, four abyssal sorcerers hovered half a foot above the ground. Maintaining their positions as they rapidly glided towards Luke, the hands above them waved, sending gusts of wind laden with icy crystals sweeping through the air. Luke leapt, the abundant water around her allowing her to effortlessly conjure steps in midair. She danced upon the icy steps, changing direction with fluidity, evading the spectral claws from above, her form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear amidst the four abyssal sorcerers. Simultaneously, the sorcerers raised their arms concealed beneath their cloaks, the blades of their sides glinting with a chilling light as they aimed to strike the intruding elf, synchronously altering their trajectory to cast her aside to counter the uncertainty. Luke refrained from maximizing the level of clear sky to 100. Against these four trickster sorcerers, such a level was unnecessary. As long as she firmly held her position, she could neutralize much of the power of their arcane ritual that in her previous escapades within the Epic game. These four had served as minor bosses within the Abyssal Temple quests. Their combined release of arcane power could rival that of a 5-star rating, making them particularly unfriendly to novices during the early days of exploration. However, as their weaknesses were uncovered, they became a litmus test for skilled players, with videos showcasing their flawless defeat garnering substantial views. As a technical content creator, Luke had bested these four countless times using Clear Sky. On one particularly remarkable occasion, she had dispatched them with a mere ordinary dagger, achieving a staggering 10 million views. Now, faced with them in reality, Luke instinctively navigated their midst with an ease born of familiarity. What followed was devoid of suspense. Though the four abyssal sorcerers seemed to act in unison, one of them served as the leader by observing subtle movements. Luke could predict the next actions of the other three sorcerers. The leader of the arcane formation had become a traitor. Regardless of their frantic attempts to alter direction, Luke matched their rhythm perfectly, moving in synchrony as if they had rehearsed countless times before, creating an impressive harmony that left the observing swift leg perplexed. Are you all on the same side? Luke did not indulge in the extreme maneuvers typical of the game. After all, what transpired in the game was distinct from reality, where they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The scythe techniques wielded by the four abyssal sorcerers were lackluster and ordinary. Confronted with the elf occupying their midst, they hesitated to employ combat techniques that could harm their allies. As they could not shake off the elf, who clung to them like a parasite, fear began to breed impatience and chaos among the sorcerers. The slight deviation in the movement of one abyssal sorcerer caused a fissure in the unity of their combined arcane power. As this sorcerer attempted to synchronize with the others, Luke unleashed a time rewind upon him, forcibly returning him to a previous moment. The arcane formation suffered an irreparable fracture, the ritual disintegrating entirely, and the spectral hands vanished. The four abyssal sorcerers found themselves beset by the backlash of their own magic, immobilized on the spot. In that moment, Luke's combat skills erupted. Her twin blades flew from her hands, transforming into two icy wheels that spun around. 4 heads tumbled to the ground. Thus, the four abyssal sorcerers met their end. Much to the chagrin of the observing swift-legged, he and several blade shadows had been dispatched to Thunderwave City specifically to confront the elf known as Clear Sky. If Clear Sky refused to cooperate with the Brotherhood of the Blade Shadows would certainly have joined the pursuit. This encounter had promised an excellent opportunity to closely observe Clear Sky's powers and combat techniques. Yet it ended in solitude. The swiftness of the kills rendered comprehension elusive. Even the four abyssal sorcerers likely remained oblivious to the manner of their demise. The true strength of the elf known as Clear Sky remained an enigma. A truly formidable adversary, standing atop a steel frame. Swift-Leg gazed as Clear Sky vanished into the rain-soaked night. The rain cascaded anew, washing the icy arena to an even greater brilliance. Disturbing sounds arose from around them, signaling the arrival of the law enforcement officers. Swift-Leg shifted slightly, the thin layer of ice clinging to him shattering and falling away. With another motion, he disappeared without a trace. That moment, a throng of officers, swords in hand, surged forth from various directions. Some, in their haste, slipped and fell upon the icy surface. One officer skidded into the midst of the four headless corpses, splattering himself with blood. On the uppermost floor of a high-rise adjacent to the eastern edge of the city's Central Park, a group of individuals clad in raincoats stood at the ledge, the towering Thunder Tower. Over 500 meters high, collapsed, creating an expansive field of steel ruins. Countless vehicles and fleeing pedestrians converged from the city's streets towards the Central Park, a palpable atmosphere of panic permeating the air as people struggled to comprehend the source of such a terrifying spectacle. "Who can tell me what has transpired?" approached a man, his gaunt visage framed by a sharply tailored suit. Bald, with eyes emitting a dim red glow, the rain parted above his head as it fell. Lord Harriman, the abyssal sorcerers parted to make way for him, one of higher rank addressing him with deference. Bloom and the others witnessed the Thunder Tower struck by a bolt of lightning and went to investigate. By the time we arrived, we found they had already been slain. According to the officers, it was the work of clear sky. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 minutes, perhaps even less. Harriman's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the wreckage of the Iron Tower and the various personnel surrounding it so swift. He mused, even faced with Wildard, Bloom and his companions should not have perished so quickly. "And you allowed Clear Sky to escape?" Though Harriman's voice was soft, the murderous intent gripped the hearts of the abyssal sorcerers with icy dread. They collectively knelt. "Please, Lord, forgive us, we hurried as best we could. But we never anticipated that Bloom and the others would fall to Clear Sky so swiftly." Moreover, the officers reported that the lightning that toppled Thunder Tower was summoned by her. "What? Are you speaking the truth?" Harriman demanded, his voice rising. While at the Aeolus Academy, he had witnessed the clouds breaking through the spatial barriers and the earth-shattering lightning. Even a mere fraction of its residual force had disrupted his spells. Just moments ago, he had marveled at the grandeur of energy emanating from the heavens, yet now his subordinates claimed it was summoned by Clear Sky. How could she achieve such a feat? It must be the Book of Calamity. Only the Book of Calamity could invoke such a gathering of energy, could summon the lightning that struck Thunder Tower. Harriman received confirmation of his suspicions from the abyssal sorcerers. His excitement caused him to momentarily forget the punishment of his subordinates, his gaze fixating on the ruins of Thunder Tower, the red glow in his eyes intensifying. "Search for her. We must locate Clear Sky. At any cost, bring back the holy text." "Yes, Lord Harriman." Apostle. As the entirety of Thunderwave City lay in shock over the collapse of Thunder Tower, Luke, embodying Clear Sky, fashioned a diving suit from ice, drifting down the Lem River back to her secret chamber. The excellent drainage facilities ensured that the rising waters did not inundate this sanctuary. She shook off the ice that had settled upon her. Extending her palm, the thunderfire eye floated above it. It was not a tangible entity but a swirling mix of purple lightning and red flames. The two types of light, distinct yet intertwined, coalesced into a phantasmal orb, the pupil condensing into a spherical form. At the center of the sphere flickered a burning flame, while the inner walls of the sphere continuously emitted electricity that reacted with the flame, radiating layers of luminous halos, like a stunning work of art. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Now, the final step of the ritual must be completed before dawn. Luke's true form reclined on a reclined chair, while Clear Sky approached her side, using a medical speculum. She pried open Luke's right eye, applying a few drops of lubricant before positioning the Thunderfire eye above it. The Thunderfire eye hovered approximately 3 centimeters above the eyeball, waiting for about 10 minutes before a hair-thin electric chain shot forth from beneath it. Striking Luke's eye, a sensation both tingling and numbing surged through Luke, compelling her to close her eyes, yet the speculum prevented her from doing so. Soon, more electric chains erupted from the Thunderfire eye, each one striking Luke's eye in succession. This was an experience unattainable within the realm of gaming. As the tingling transformed into pain as the electric chains grew increasingly dense, Luke felt as though something were gradually excavating his very eyes. Instinctively, he yearned to rise, yet his body lay immobile, unable even to shift his head by the slightest degree. He could not command his muscles. However, his nerves dutifully relayed the electric currents that assaulted him. And as the ritual progressed, the sensations intensified incessantly. The pain was akin to that of flesh being severed. He wished to command Qin Kong to remove the Thunderfire eye, to put an end to this torturous eye-transplanting ritual. Yet reason thwarted him from making that final decision. The ritual must continue. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet the same fate as the 4 Abyss mages, beheaded and discarded in the rain. the enhancement of one's power could not be as effortless as a mere meal. The strength that others had cultivated over decades, he sought to acquire in a single night, necessitating that he endure the suffering they had experienced over the years in a single evening. Luke consoled himself with this thought. The pain escalated once more. His right eye had already lost its vision, perceiving only a haze of light. Through Qin Kong's eyes, he beheld himself, the sclera of his right eye marred with blood vessels. The pupil dilating. Below the thunder fire eye, an electric chain formed a line resembling a nerve, penetrating into the eyeball from the center of the open pupil. At that moment, the thunder fire eye was less than a centimeter away from Luke's right eyeball. Still descending slowly, the inner wall of the sphere generated countless electric currents that struck the central flame, creating an increasingly dense and bright halo, reminiscent of an engine warming up for ignition. As the lower edge of the thunder fire eye made contact with the eyeball, the illusory fire pupil was fully ignited, and the internal halo stabilized amidst high-frequency generation. At that instant, the interior of the thunder fire eye exhibited a crystalline quality and forcefully pressed into Luke's right eye. Luke emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The bindings on his body released, and he clutched his right eye, sitting up abruptly. Blood oozed from between his fingers, and the piercing pain that penetrated his skull rendered his mind a blank slate. Thought eluded him, as his consciousness was incessantly bombarded by energy emanating from his right eye. He could sense that his right eye contained energy sourced from the very essence of the universe. The thunder rolling through the heavens and the lava flowing beneath the earth's crust. In the face of such energy, he felt minuscule, like a mere drop in the vast ocean or a grain of sand in the desert. It was as if he were a planet drifting through the cosmos, suddenly endowed with a star capable of bestowing infinite possibilities. The excruciating pain spread, yet his focus sharpened unprecedentedly, amplifying the agony. Luke trembled all over. Meanwhile, Qin Kong provided him with another consciousness, enabling her to remain alert, observing the turmoil within his essence. After a while, Qin Kong retrieved a vial of restorative potion from her backpack and handed it to him. With a shift in momentum, Luke accepted the potion and downed it in one gulp. The effects surged through him, and he felt considerably better, though his right eye remained blind. Luke took the towel offered by Qin Kong to wipe the blood from his hands and face, then drank another vial of restorative potion before reclining once more. He removed the eye-opening device from his right eye with Qin Kong's assistance. Observing the changes, his right eye had entirely transformed into the thunder fire eye. With lightning and flames alternating within the pupil, clearly still in an unstable state, Qin Kong dripped a few drops of lubricant into his eye and stood by, awaiting developments. The entire ritual had been remarkably successful. The remaining compatibility issues could only be resolved through self-adjustment. Luke allowed his weary essence to rest, utilizing Qin Kong to handle the follow-up tasks. She periodically checked the changes in the thunder fire eye, adding a few more drops of lubricant as needed. During the waiting period, she took out several tomes of esoteric knowledge she had brought from the Yulu Academy to peruse in terms of the quantity of esoteric knowledge possessed. Luke undoubtedly held the most in this world, the vast majority of which were exclusive techniques known only to him. However, when it came to the depth of knowledge regarding these techniques, Luke, who did not consult his mobile data, might not measure up to even an apprentice of an esoteric practitioner. Some foundational knowledge could not even be found through a simple phone search. After all, players who pursued esoteric studies often tested methods through personal experience, showing little interest in foundational knowledge. Since Luke had resolved to tread the path of esoteric mastery, a necessary reserve of esoteric knowledge was indispensable. Moreover, the immense changes resulting from this invocation of esoteric language had not been mentioned in player data, yet again confirming the inherent uncertainty of esoteric practices. Esoteric knowledge in this realm was not merely a pre-programmed code as in games. It represented a genuine application of mysterious powers. One must recognize that esoterics is an academic discipline. To wield it, one must first understand it. Luke read diligently, and gradually, the thunder fire eye in his right eye stabilized. The lightning within the pupil shone a vibrant purple, while the flames blazed red, surging forth and receding rhythmically like water gushing from a spring. After a time, the sclera returned to normal. After a further interval, the alternating phenomena of lightning and fire within the pupil calmed, the colors settling into a blend of black with a hint of purple-red. The ritual concluded, the torrential rain ceased with the dawn. Qin Kong vanished, and Luke awakened from his slumber, Upon opening his eyes, his right eye regained its sight, enhanced as if through a filter, allowing him to perceive things that his other eye could not. The esoteric data described the capabilities of the Thunder Fire Eye thus. In its regular state, it grants immunity to mental attacks. This is the foundational performance of advanced eye techniques. The Fire Eye of Gold. It possesses dynamic capture abilities that accelerate the interaction between the eyes and the brain, rendering an adversary's movements as if in slow motion within his field of vision. Dim light vision. Vision remains unaffected in darkness. Activated state. Full vision. Achieves a comprehensive visual range. Pressure of might. Imposes pressure on a target, potentially causing a repelling effect. Thunderfall. Locks onto a target with thunder energy, enabling lightning strikes. Inferno. Activates fire attribute energy within a certain range, enhancing the efficacy of fire attribute attacks. Eruption state. Thunder and fire fusion. Enhances all attributes by 50%. Doubles energy supply efficiency and amplifies the potency of thunder and fire energy by 100%. Laser Eye. Releases lasers at a target. Luke gazed at the data on his phone, overwhelmed with admiration. Powerful. The Thunder Fire Eye is indeed formidable. Even amidst the era of various extraordinary eye techniques in gaming, the Thunder Fire Eye could rank among the elite, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Kong's Ice Crystal Eye. However, the authentic Thunder Fire Eye did not incinerate the Wrath Tower during the invocation of esoteric language. The one within Luke's right eye was undoubtedly distinct from the true Thunder Fire Eyes for how it differed. Without comparative examples of similar Thunder Fire Eyes, discerning the variance proved impossible. Nevertheless, Luke felt that his right eye still harbored unrecorded functions, perhaps akin to a technique not yet discovered by players at this moment. Luke turned his gaze to an empty potion vial on the table. The Thunder Fire Eye activated, intertwining purple and red light, with electric and fiery energies surging within the pupil. The vial, under Luke's scrutiny, was propelled through the air, subsequently shattered by a bolt of lightning. Within the vision granted by the Thunder Fire Eye, the surrounding fire attribute energy surged with unusual vitality, the dragon snake tattoo erupting in flames that enveloped his right hand. Eruption state. That a sudden pang of pain compelled Luke to halt his experimentation. That it was a tad reckless to attempt an eruption immediately after completing the eye transplanting ritual. He required additional time to adapt. Luke administered a few drops of potion to alleviate the swelling in his right eye, allowing the activated state of the Thunder Fire Eye to subside. That it was time to head to work. He pondered the potential ramifications of the Wrath Tower's collapse on the city of Nurtang. Luke swiftly tidied the secret chamber before retracing his steps through the hidden passage back to his dormitory at the Secret Affairs Bureau. After washing away the blood from his face and body and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he stepped outside as he settled into his office. Kyrina rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. "Detective, what happened to your eye last night?" Kyrina noticed the peculiarities in Luke's eyes. One pupil was black, while the other shimmered with a purplish-red hue. The unusual eyes significantly altered Luke's demeanor, exuding an intangible pressure that caused Kyrina's breath to quicken. "My eyes. I mentioned that my powers are gradually manifesting. There's no need for excessive astonishment." Luke removed his hat, tossing it casually onto the wall-mounted rack, then inquired of Kyrina, "What's the hurry? Is there a significant matter at hand?" "Oh." Inspector Kyrina regained her composure, diverting her gaze from Luke's eyes as she stood upright and spoke. "Last night, the spirit Qin Kong appeared in the city center park." Before Kyrina could finish her sentence, Shelley burst through the door, exclaiming, Inspector, a major incident has occurred. The spirit Qin Kong used the Book of Calamity last night in the Central Park to cast a secret spell, summoning thunder to topple the Thunder Tower. The city administration has placed a bounty on the spirit Qin Kong, raising the reward from 100 million imperial marks to 1 billion. This time, the spirit Qin Kong has truly enraged the gentlemen of the administration. What should we do? I just had a brief discussion with the editor. The current readership is quite promising, and I would like to express my gratitude to the readers supporting this book. However, to secure a place in the top 3, we need to increase the figures further. Those who frequently read on Qijian know well that the trajectory of a book that makes it to the top 3 is vastly different from one that does not. Once we reach the top 3, subsequent recommendations will follow, and the author's writing will become more engaging, captivating the readers as well. Conversely, if we fail to make it, there is a high chance of being lost in the library's depths. Therefore, I humbly implore the friends nurturing this book to boost the readership. which simply requires finishing the latest chapters daily. If we persist until next Wednesday, totaling 5 days, it amounts to merely a few minutes each day, just a trivial matter to read a few pages during meals or before sleep. Regarding the update schedule for new books, we must control the quantity. Otherwise, many valuable recommendation spots will be missed. Additionally, I am cautious in my writing, as I consider the subsequent and lateral impacts while developing the plot. The more I think, the slower the writing process becomes, but the quality is assured. However, once the book is published, additional chapters will certainly be forthcoming, so readers can rest assured on that front. Lastly, I seek your support for increased readership. Increased readership, increased readership. Whether the northern author can rebound from this low point hinges on the support of the vast readership. Thank you. Thank you. 1 billion imperial marks. Who would have thought that the usually stingy city administration would be willing to bleed so profusely? It is crucial to note that, to prevent high bounties from attracting more troublesome characters and to deter criminals from comparing notes, the official bounties are typically very conservative. Initially, the bounty for Qin Kong was merely 2 million imperial marks. A token gesture, and it was only after Luke stirred up a meeting at the administration that the bounty was raised to 100 million. Now, the reward has been increased tenfold to 1 billion imperial marks, which is a clear invitation for bounty hunters from around the world to flood into Thundertide City. Many bounty hunters are notoriously ruthless individuals. It is akin to burning bridges, disregarding the city's safety in their pursuit to capture the spirit Qin Kong. Alas, the Thunder Tower is the most significant landmark in Thundertide City. Its collapse will have a holistic impact on the city, causing losses that extend beyond the tower's mere cost. This incident has thoroughly infuriated the city's powerful figures. At this moment, Luke, seated in the office of the director of the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District, could feel the seething anger emanating from the city administration. If he could explain, Luke would genuinely want to apologize to the citizens of Thundertide City. I truly did not mean to. As Luke pondered these thoughts, Kylina, noticing the inspector's prolonged silence, assumed he was equally astonished by the incident. Inspector! Inspector! Kylina softly called out, "Oh." Luke snapped back to reality and turned to Shelley. Instructing, you take a team to the streets to inquire with the neighbors. See if you can find any leads on the spirit Qin Kong. Shelley, perplexed, asked, Inspector, how can we possibly extract such information? Luke, exasperated, retorted, do you truly wish to find Qin Kong? Is 1 billion so easily attainable? If you genuinely want to capture her, go and topple a thunder tower for me to witness that. If you manage to do that, I will not stand in your way. Understanding the inspector's intent, Shelley responded, I comprehend what to do. Inspector, I will head out immediately. Once Shelley departed, Luke turned to Kylina and inquired, what exactly transpired last night? What further information has the city administration relayed? Please elaborate. Yes, Inspector. Kylina recounted the information she had gathered. Last night, 2 officers patrolling the city center park noticed unusual phenomena at the tip of the Thunder Tower and approached to investigate. They witnessed the spirit Qin Kong unleashing her secret spell, resulting in the tower's collapse. Upon their arrival, they not only encountered Qin Kong, but also 2 other groups of unidentified individuals present at the scene. Perceiving themselves outnumbered, the 2 officers attempted to intimidate the individuals before temporarily retreating to seek reinforcements. By the time they returned, aside from 4 corpses, Qin Kong and another person had already vanished. Preliminary autopsies on the 4 bodies indicated they were all abyss mages. Inspector, the city administration is in complete disarray. This information was delivered to us this morning, and specific directives should arrive shortly. After hearing Kylina's report, Luke nodded in understanding. The directives would likely focus on intensifying the search for the spirit Qin Kong. Aside from the 4 abyss mages, there seem to be no other casualties as of now. The information I have indicates none. The Thunder Tower, situated in the Central Park, was empty during yesterday's torrential rain. With no personnel lingering within, the 4 abyss mages likely fell victim to Qin Kong during their attempt to seize the Book of Calamity. Luke casually remarked, the city's Public Safety Bureau is currently forming a capture team for the spirit Qin Kong. With the appearance of the abyss mages, the Blade Brotherhood should also be on the move, and the 1 billion imperial marks bounty will undoubtedly attract a fair number of bounty hunters. Let them handle the spirit Qin Kong. We must focus on our current responsibilities. What is the status of the potion production and the Yin-Yang Night School? Kylina, fully aware of the heavy responsibilities resting on her inspector's shoulders, refrained from elaborating further on the Thunder Tower incident. Special Prison Number 13 is currently undergoing renovations. There is a secret underground cell that we can utilize. We merely need to enclose the area and erect a wall to convert it into an underground potion factory. A portion of the purchased potion production equipment has already arrived, and once the Ralph family transports their equipment over for installation, we anticipate being able to produce potent berserk potions within 15 days. Moreover, there will also be the production of euphoric agents. The initial capacity is projected at 2,000 bottles of potent berserk potions per day. If we wish to increase production, Luke interjected, let us not consider increasing production for now. Let's stabilize first and then gradually expand. What is the current sales situation for the potent berserk potions? Some individuals keep approaching me, seeking higher quotas, Kylina replied. Currently, the Ralph family can produce 600 bottles of potent berserk potions daily. You have set the selling price at 15,000 imperial marks per bottle, providing the sales agents with a commission of 4,000 marks for each bottle sold. Our daily production of potent berserk potions sells out completely. After deducting the agent's commissions and costs, our gross profit amounts to 6 million imperial marks. 6 million imperial marks. Kylina could hardly believe the figure she had just reported. That IT is essential to realize that the entire monthly budget for the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District barely exceeds 6 million marks. Maintaining the facilities, equipment, and consumables, along with paying the agents' salaries, renders finances exceedingly tight. Accepting sponsorship from gangs is indeed a desperate measure. Now, just days after the new inspector's appointment, the Intelligence Bureau can yield a profit of 6 million a day. Even after sharing with the Ralph family, this is a feat previously thought impossible. Although all this wealth may be deemed illegal, it is undeniably gratifying. Moreover, this is sanctioned by the Crown Princess, so it should be considered compliant revenue. A few days ago, when bonuses were distributed, Kylina immediately ordered several exquisite outfits and purchased some cosmetics. Today, she transformed her usual appearance, donning a stylish dress and adorning herself beautifully. Her wand had also been replaced with a handcrafted dandelion from the Alchemists Association of Thundertide City, which she cherished for its exquisitely carved dandelion pattern on the handle. Yet, Kylina felt a tinge of disappointment, as the inspector seemed oblivious to her transformation. The inspector's mind is preoccupied with significant matters. Luke remained unaware of Kylina's thoughts as she stood respectfully before him. After concluding Kylina's report, he stated, "Let us all benefit from this wealth. The current distribution ratio is the most equitable. Please inform our sales agents to remain patient. Our supply will soon increase. Additionally, warn them that the selling price of the potions must not deviate more than 10% above or below my set price. Should I discover anyone disrupting the market, I will reduce their allocation. Now, let us move on from the potent berserk potions. What progress has been made with the Yin-Yang Night School? The surging sales of the potent berserk elixir have provided Luke with a considerable financial resource. Coupled with 2 substantial sums acquired from the administrative office, the Intelligence Bureau in Haijiao District is truly experiencing a remarkable turnaround. Currently, Luke is intent on seizing control of Haijiao District at the swiftest possible pace. Taking advantage of the distractions caused by the turmoil in Angertide City, he aims to grasp both money and manpower firmly in his hands. Consequently, Luke places immense importance on the Yin-Yang Night School. Moreover, he demands that the Yin-Yang Night School not only provide training but also ensure job placements for its graduates, with a significant increase in remuneration compared to their previous positions. The Yin-Yang Night School is set to commence its classes soon. Yet finding receiving units for the Intelligence Bureau's agents presents a considerable challenge. The initial cohort comprises 500 students, and while it may be feasible to arrange jobs for them, expanding the scale in the future poses a problem, as the local economy is unable to absorb such a large influx of graduates. Even if the Intelligence Bureau invests in industry, time is insufficient and funds are limited. Listening to Kylina's report, Luke has endeavored to project the economic conditions of Haijiao District as low as possible, only to discover he has still overestimated the situation. Aside from a port, there are no significant enterprises in Haijiao District. The entire area primarily produces sailors, laborers, and drunks, with the docks supporting a substantial portion of the population. Although there are many small workshops, they prove to be of little utility if the graduates from the night school cannot be placed in jobs. The virtuous cycle needed to foster the yin-yang faction will be hindered. In Luke's envisioned framework of a rabbit's nest, he has drawn inspiration from the strategy of surrounding cities from the countryside, launching a grassroots initiative to envelop the upper echelons. the Yin-Yang Night School aims to swiftly deliver skilled workers to the city in large numbers. Once the numbers reach a certain threshold, they will become an undeniable backbone of the city. At that point, the Empire will have to consider the costs associated with taking action against them. However, he did not anticipate that the initial step would be so fraught with difficulty. Just as Luke was contemplating solutions to the challenges facing the Yin-Yang Night School, a spy entered to report, Counselor Ibble has arrived. Calculating the days, he was indeed due to come, and his timing is impeccable. Upon receiving the news, Luke instructed to have Counselor Ibble wait in the third-floor reception room, promising to arrive shortly. Understood, Chief Investigator. Luke rose to straighten his attire, and Kylina promptly stepped behind him to smooth out the creases on his back. She then retrieved his hat from the wall and handed him the cane resting on the table. Thank you. As Luke donned the hat, he also noticed Kylina's transformation today. Her attire was splendid, and she appeared invigorated. The young lady should exude vitality and confidence. It adds to his own prestige when he presents her to the officials. Come, accompany me to meet Counselor Ibble. He must be facing troubles. Receiving Luke's praise, Kylina adjusted her posture to appear even more graceful, her smile sweet and radiating the dignified charm of a noble lady. Of course, Chief Investigator. Luke reconsidered and suggested they first inspect the work of various departments, allowing their esteemed counselor to wait a moment longer. Very well, Chief Investigator. Counselor Ibble waited alone in the reception room on the third floor of the Intelligence Bureau, his expression betraying deep anxiety. Hearing sounds from outside, he glanced to see if Chief Investigator Yushing had arrived. Nearly 9 tons of gold are missing. It was clearly lost in that maritime area. Yet after several days of searching, not even a grain of gold dust has been found. Is it a mistaken location, or has someone taken it? Such uncertainties abound. However, the owners of the gold will not show leniency towards Counselor Ibble. They will not be pacified by the mere excuse of unable to locate it. The gold was yours. How can we know whether you have indeed found it, but are feigning ignorance? The airship was attacked. Was that perhaps an orchestrated incident on your part to embezzle the gold? In short, our gold cannot simply vanish without a trace from your possession, even if Counselor Ibble had 100 mouths. He could not explain himself. Furthermore, who arranged for the woman to attack the Clover airship? How did she board the vessel? Did she conceal herself within the airship from the outset? What was her motive for forcing the airship to make an emergency landing at sea? Were the pirates appearing in that maritime area merely coincidental, or were they prepared to seize the gold from the airship? Where exactly is the gold? It is crucial to note that the informant responsible for transporting the gold has had no opportunity to relay messages to the outside world. The individual orchestrating this scheme must be one of a select few. Who could it be? Unknown. Anyone could fit the bill. Presently, Counselor Ibble's greatest concern is his own life. Death is the only outcome that would absolve him of all responsibility. Surviving the Clover airship incident is undoubtedly the most significant blunder of the informant who pilfered the gold. Thus, the Chief Investigator, who saved the Clover airship, is undeniably the least suspicious individual. Moreover, prior to his arrival in Haijiao District, no one knew he would come. Hence, the informant could not possibly conspire with an imperial high-ranking investigator, unaware of the circumstances, to rob the gold. The Chief Investigator is trustworthy, since discovering the gold's disappearance. Counselor Ibble has remained hidden in his home, fearing an unexpected demise. This morning, while the entire Angertide city was preoccupied with the collapse of the Thunder Tower, he seized the opportunity to slip out of his residence and head directly to the Haijiao District Intelligence Bureau. The only potential savior in Angertide City is likely the Chief Investigator. As Counselor Ibble anxiously awaited in the reception room, he frequently removed his hat, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. The Chief Investigator has arrived. Counselor Ibble felt this was the most reassuring sound he had heard in days. As the door to the reception room opened, he disregarded protocol and rushed forward to greet Luke, seizing his hand. Since our farewell aboard the Lucky Princess, I have missed you dearly, Chief Investigator, and I eagerly anticipated our reunion. I assumed you were preoccupied with official duties. Given your absence from my residence, since I happened to be in Haijiao District for some matters, I came to see you and inquire about any developments in the Clover airship incident. Please, have a seat, Luke replied, handing his hat and cane to Kylina before inviting Counselor Ibble to sit down. My late arrival is due to my efforts in urging the agents to expedite the investigation into the Clover airship case. However, this case proves to be exceedingly complex. Many items, having been submerged in seawater, are no longer in their original state. My team must meticulously sift through the evidence to uncover leads, and progress will require additional time. I ask for your patience, esteemed counselor. The Haijiao District Intelligence Bureau will undoubtedly provide you with an explanation. I just fear I may not live to see that day. Counselor Ibel silently lamented. The wreckage of the Clover airship and the chief investigator are his hopes for proving his innocence and identifying the informant. Chief investigator, please ensure the mastermind behind this case is uncovered promptly. If there is anything I can do to assist, do not hesitate to ask. Luke regarded Counselor Ibel, noting the absence of his usual authoritative demeanor at this moment. He resembled a freshly washed lamb lying on the butcher's block, awaiting the inevitable blow. The angle at which the blow is delivered is, for Luke, a matter of skill. Esteemed counselor, I implore you to understand our predicament. In this situation, haste will not yield results. What we require is time and a thorough examination of the wreckage of the airship. Fortunately, there were no casualties in this incident, and the imperial taxes remain intact. The loss of a single airship is the best outcome we could hope for at this juncture. Kylina brought tea for the two of them. Thank you, Luke acknowledged with a nod before continuing to Counselor Ibel. I have learned of the calamity inflicted upon Angertide City by the elven figure, Qingkong. This is a significant disaster for the city. The Haijiao District Intelligence Bureau's primary focus is on apprehending the elven Qingkong and preventing further crimes. The manpower and resources we can allocate to the Clover airship incident are limited. And I ask for your understanding, esteemed counselor. Luke's words left Counselor Ibel with no room for counterargument, nor did he dare to dispute them. In the current state of Angertide City, nothing is more pressing than the pursuit of Qingkong. Yet Counselor Ibel feels that his own life is of greater importance. He has become ensnared in a delusional cycle, increasingly convinced that there is an informant among them, ever more certain that someone is preparing to take his life. Chief Investigator, I implore you to investigate the Clover airship incident to the best of your ability. I have a personal request to entrust to you. Counselor Ibel lowered his voice. Luke also lowered his voice, inquiring, what would you like to discuss, esteemed counselor? As this is my first visit to Angertide City, there are many matters where I require your assistance, and I will do my utmost to help you as well. Counselor Ibel glanced at Kylina, and recalling her loyalty to the chief investigator as a brain-modified individual, he felt reassured and continued. I believe someone wishes to kill me. Who? At present, the specifics remain uncertain. Yet it is indisputable that the individual in question holds a position of considerable influence within the city of Nuduotang, that I find myself at a loss regarding whom I might trust in my vicinity. But I am confident in my trust towards you. I sincerely hope you will extend your protection to me. Luke responded, Your Excellency, you may be overthinking this. To my knowledge, the relationships among the prominent figures in Nuduotang are quite amicable. Furthermore, you are one of the 9 council members of the city, the head of the Municipal Finance Bureau, a lord of the empire, and a renowned entrepreneur. Even if you were to fall ill, it would undoubtedly make headlines, and who would dare to take your life? That would be tantamount to opposing not just Nuduotang, but the empire itself. Seeing that the star investigator remained skeptical, Counselor Ibu hurriedly asserted, What I say is the truth. The one who desires my demise may very well be one of the other council members. I beg your pardon for not being able to disclose the specifics. But rest assured, as long as you provide me with protection, I shall remain your staunch ally within the council. Counselor Ibu is a person of substantial authority in Nuduotang, and his words carry considerable weight. Luke displayed signs of being moved. Threatening the safety of a council member in Nuduotang is akin to threatening the security of the empire itself. Indeed, Counselor Ibu grasped the star investigator's point and continued. This is undoubtedly a matter of national security. I request the involvement of the intelligence agency of the Cape District. I accept your commission, Counselor Ibu. Luke replied with a smile. I have heard that you own numerous factories, shipyards, hotels, and fleets. Indeed, Counselor Ibu gritted his teeth, realizing it was time to make sacrifices. I can offer you. No, you misunderstand. I require nothing from you. Luke stated with integrity, I am a senior investigator with the Imperial Intelligence Agency and cannot accept any form of bribery. What I mean is that our intelligence agency in the Cape District is in the process of establishing a vocational night school to train skilled workers. The preparations for the night school have been completed, but we have yet to find suitable institutions to accept the students. I wonder if Your Excellency could assist us in this matter. A night school. What will be taught there? Counselor Ibu was momentarily taken aback at the notion of the Imperial Intelligence Agency establishing an educational institution. What could possibly be taught? Tracking, eavesdropping, interrogation, assassination. What relevance does this have to my factories? Accepting such a proposal would be akin to inviting bankruptcy. Luke sensed that Counselor Ibu had misunderstood and clarified, Your Excellency. The security issues in the Cape District have persisted as a chronic ailment, primarily due to the abundance of idle individuals. With no income or means of livelihood, they are left to rely on brute force and violence. Homicides occur daily in the Cape District. As a newly appointed investigator, I wish to tackle the security issues of the Cape District as part of my report to the Grand Princess in the future. The Vocational Night School is my attempt to teach idle individuals some skills, encouraging them to seek employment in factories. With stable income and a full day's work, they will lack the energy to stir up trouble. I assure you that the night school will provide legitimate vocational training, that I implore Your Excellency to assist me in this endeavor. Luke's words left Counselor Ibu speechless, to the extent that he momentarily forgot his original purpose for coming. This star investigator was indeed a most unconventional individual. Wholly unlike any imperial high-ranking investigator he had previously known, he was dignified, cultured, and principled, refusing to accept bribes, yet dedicating such significant effort to improving the security of the Cape District. This task should have been the responsibility of the Cape District Security Office and the City Administration Bureau, yet the star investigator took it upon himself without complaint, embodying the qualities of an exemplary public servant. Counselor Ibu felt a twinge of shame. Support is imperative. Based on the star investigator's character and capabilities, he is undoubtedly more reliable than those who occupy their positions without merit. The City Administration Bureau's ignorance regarding the establishment of the Vocational Night School by the Cape District's intelligence agency is a clear indication of the severe dereliction of duty by the relevant officials. I wholeheartedly endorse the founding of the Vocational Night School and will urge the City Administration Bureau to provide financial and policy support for the operational arrangements of the night school. Leave it entirely to me that I will ensure that all qualified workers are employed. Star Investigator, you need only focus on training the students boldly. If my factory cannot accommodate them, I will coordinate with other enterprises in Nuduotang to guarantee that for every graduate you produce, there will be a place for them. Together, we will resolve the security issues of the Cape District. It is my duty as a city councillor to do so. Thus, the operational issues of the Vocational Night School were resolved. Meanwhile, Kalina cast an admiring glance at the investigator. It seemed as though he had anticipated Counselor Ibu's visit and that he would successfully address the employment concerns of the night school graduates. The Cape District is sure to flourish under the stewardship of the star investigator. However, Luke was not content with merely this matter. He turned to Ibu and said, due to prolonged neglect of maintenance funds, Cape Port remains in disrepair, with many of its facilities outdated and significant safety hazards present at the docks. Might the City Administration Bureau assist us in conducting a comprehensive renovation of Cape Port? This, Counselor Ibu hesitated to respond immediately. The costs associated with repairing the port and arranging for the night school graduates are not comparable. With the state of Cape Port, repairs would be nearly equivalent to a complete reconstruction, likely requiring an entire fiscal quarter's budget from Nuduotang. Moreover, such a significant undertaking is not a decision that a single councillor can authorize. Investigator, I understand your eagerness to improve the Cape District, but the funding required for port renovations is immense. Furthermore, the reconstruction of Thunder Tower is of greater priority, and the Municipal Finance Bureau cannot allocate funds for the repairs of Cape Port. If it is merely a matter of repairing a few docks, I could still manage that. Luke recognized that his request exceeded Counselor Ibu's capacity. However, having finally captured a lucrative opportunity, it would be a waste not to prepare a sumptuous feast. If the goal is to rapidly enhance the economic capacity of the Cape District, establishing factories and engaging in industrial ventures is unrealistic. It requires substantial investment, yields slow returns, and carries significant risks. Given that the Cape District relies on the port for sustenance, it is prudent to seek solutions centered on the port, increasing the port's throughput, and subsequently leveraging the port for logistics and service industries. Embedding oneself as a core entity within this economic framework is the way forward. Since acquiring investment is not feasible, we shall devise an alternative approach. There must be a way to extract value. It appears I have underestimated the complexity of this issue. Indeed, renovating Cape Port entails significant financial outlay. I have a proposition. Could you, Your Excellency, assist me in analyzing its feasibility? Please, go ahead. Luke reorganized his thoughts and continued. You are likely aware that a large-scale brawl occurred in the Cape District not long ago, resulting in numerous fatalities. For these gang members, mere suppression is ineffective. They possess nothing but their lives, and they are willing to wager them that my establishment of the vocational night school aims to provide them with an alternative path, while my other undertaking involves consolidating these gang members into the Yin-Yang trade group. Upon hearing this, Counselor Ibu furrowed his brow and remarked, Investigator, the risks associated with your approach are exceedingly high. Indeed, the risks are considerable, yet it is also a form of experimentation. They operate in the shadows. We will help them transition to legitimate business if they can earn money through honest means. Most of them would rather not gamble their lives for trivial sums. The root cause of all the Cape District's troubles is poverty, not the inherent nature of its residents. To truly resolve the security issues in the Cape District, it is vital to impose severe penalties on the most vicious offenders, while also extending a lifeline to those who can be saved. Merely expelling individuals does not address the underlying problems. Counselor Ibu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the innovative perspective Luke offered on the security issues in the Cape District, which he found compelling. I admire your courage and insight. However, how does this relate to the port's repairs? The Yin-Yang Trade Group can invest in the renovation of Cape Port. Do you possess such significant funds? Of course not. However, the Imperial Royal Bank does. I hope you can assist us in applying for a loan from the Imperial Royal Bank. This funding will be strictly overseen by the bank and the City Administration Bureau and will be entirely allocated for the renovations of Cape Port. The Yin-Yang Trade Group seeks to acquire management rights for Cape Port for 30 years. Each year, we will remit 110 of this year's tax revenue from the Cape District, and the loan will be repaid in full within the 30-year management period. This arrangement is beneficial for both the City Administration Bureau and the Imperial Royal Bank. Counselor Ibu contemplated the feasibility of this proposal with his financial acumen. Would a comprehensive renovation of Cape Port result in increased profitability? Undoubtedly. Nuda Otang has reached the limits of its expansion. While international trade continues to surge, the City Administration Bureau had proposed plans for the renovation of Cape Port long ago, yet various reasons had prevented the Council from approving them. Any alterations to Cape Port would inevitably conflict with the interests of many powerful figures, representing a compromise of city interests for personal gain. Counselor Ibu was one of those who had vetoed the proposal. Investigator, I believe your plan will face significant challenges in the City Council. Luke spoke with profound significance. Should this plan come to fruition, it would greatly enhance your security. Councilman Ibel initially perceived Luke's words as a veiled threat. But upon further reflection, clarity dawned upon him. Having lost the gold, he had offended many, and there were traitors lurking in the shadows, plotting his demise. It was likely that those individuals were already devising ways to oust him from his council position. Losing the title of councilman would render him trapped in an inescapable predicament. The recent destruction of the Thunder Tower was an ominous sign, especially as no one had sought him out during his time at the Intelligence Bureau in the Cape District. He desperately needed support from a third party to bolster his influence in the City of Raging Waves. Revamping the Cape Port, while less critical than reconstructing the Thunder Tower, would undoubtedly attract a larger investment scale and benefit a broader demographic. Furthermore, although both projects involved renovations, the reconstruction of the Thunder Tower was akin to swallowing one's own teeth, while the repair of Cape Port would be a grand celebration, projecting a wholly positive image. Councilman Ibel recognized the necessity of cultivating such an image. Additionally, if he could assist Chief Investigator Meteor in obtaining management rights over Cape Port, it would equate to acquiring a substantial bargaining chip. As long as he maintained his council seat, others would have to tread carefully, and any traitors wishing for his demise would need to be discreet. It was improbable for the council to approve the project easily. Given the multitude of stakeholders involved with Cape Port, Luke chuckled, as long as the council consents to the repair of Cape Port, I can assure you that no one but the Sunfire Trade Group will be able to undertake this endeavor. Contemplating the individuals within the Sunfire Trade Group, Councilman Ibel couldn't help but laugh with relief. Indeed, I will ensure that your competitors and contractors understand that anyone attempting to work on Cape Port, aside from the Sunfire Trade Group, will meet with dire consequences. Luke was taken aback by Ibel's candor, prompting hearty laughter from both. Even if a group of gang members and intelligence agents were to secure the project, they would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Ultimately, the execution of the project would fall into his hands. All materials and equipment, cement, steel, cranes, and hoists, would be sourced from his own factories. This undertaking promised both fame and fortune. Reconstruct the Thunder Tower? I wouldn't even consider it if offered. It's humiliating. The unexpected acquisition of such a lucrative project filled Councilman Ibble with elation. Moreover, any blame would rest squarely on the shoulders of the Sunfire Trade Group, while he could focus solely on profit and accolades. Handing over Cape Port to his allies would also mean gaining control over a crucial smuggling route. With spirits lifted, Councilman Ibble's thoughts became increasingly dynamic. Chief Investigator Meteor, we must initiate a demonstration in response to the Thunder Tower's collapse. Condemning the inaction of the city administration for allowing the sprite, Clear Sky, to hide within the city, leading to this catastrophic incident that disgraced all citizens of Raging Waves. Organize a gathering at Central Park. The more participants, the better. That I will approach the newspapers. If possible, let's stage an assault on the administration building, creating as much havoc as we can. Once I make my appearance, you all should retreat and regroup elsewhere. Councilman Ibble meticulously laid out his plans, prompting Luke to wonder aloud. Are you an agent from the CIA? Come from another dimension? Upon noticing Luke's expression, Ibble understood his implication. Rest assured, Chief Investigator, you may proceed with confidence. All expenses will be covered by me. That I am fully aware of how to handle this matter. I am indeed a professional. Luke responded with confidence. I shall immediately assign my most capable agent to ensure your safety. Thank you, Chief Investigator. Luke then turned to Kylina, inquiring, does Thomas currently have any cases? Yes. Have the two sons of Madam Hilm, who went missing, been located? Kylina replied. Chief Investigator, I received Thomas's case closure report yesterday. Madam Hilm's two sons were kidnapped and sold into slavery. One has died, while the other was rescued by Thomas. I am currently verifying this case. Thomas does not have any ongoing cases at the moment. Send some money to Madam Hilm on my behalf, and convey my condolences. Inform her that this is my first case upon arriving in Cape District, and I will ensure full accountability. All criminals involved will face justice. Have Thomas prepare. He may choose any agents from the Intelligence Bureau. From the moment Councilman Ibble departs the Cape District Intelligence Bureau, his safety will be my responsibility. Understood, Chief Investigator. Kylina acknowledged the order and exited the meeting room. Luke addressed Councilman Ibble. Agent Thomas is an exceptional graduate from the Imperial Royal Intelligence Academy. His professionalism is unmatched by ordinary agents. Though he may appear young, you can entrust your safety to him without reservation. I trust you. Councilman Ibble replied hurriedly, as he needed to prepare before the demonstration commenced. He needed to contact all major newspapers in Raging Waves and draft a stirring speech. Everything was unfolding in unexpected ways. Luke had not anticipated such a turn of events. The collapse of the Thunder Tower had accelerated his control over Cape Port. When Ibble returned to the Central District with a convoy of Imperial spies, Luke proceeded to the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau's Special Operations Team. Before long, a throng of Imperial spies, having shed their uniforms for civilian attire, burst forth from the castle. A message rapidly spread throughout Cape District. 100 Imperial marks per person. Gather at Central Park beneath the Thunder Tower. Numbers are unlimited. The more, the better. Though Luke had never participated in such a demonstration, he had witnessed enough to know how to replicate the scene. With the lure of monetary incentive, many idle individuals from Cape District joined in. Soon, a procession of over 10,000 people began marching toward the Central District, with more joining from various directions along the way. Upon entering the Central District, the Imperial spies blended into the crowd, orchestrating chants demanding that city officials provide a reasonable explanation for the Thunder Tower's collapse and calling for the capture and punishment of the sprite. Clear Sky, along with the accountability of negligent officials. The momentum was overwhelming. The arriving peace officers were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The throng filled the streets, comprised of unarmed and agitated citizens rallying for justice regarding the Thunder Tower's collapse. Who would dare issue orders to suppress them? When reporters arrived on the scene, the peace officers were even more reluctant to resort to violence, opting instead to clear a path for the advancing crowd toward Central Park. Before long, many genuinely infuriated citizens from the Central District, outraged by the Thunder Tower's collapse, joined the march. As news spread to other districts. Wave after wave of groups seeking accountability from the city administration made their way toward Central Park. By the time Luke arrived in his special vehicle, the vicinity around the Thunder Tower's ruins had amassed over 100,000 citizens, and the number continued to grow rapidly. They occupied the entire Central Park and the surrounding roads. Witnessing the current state of the city's emblem, the Thunder Tower, some individuals began to lose control of their emotions. No incitement from the imperial spies was necessary. Some climbed onto the iron framework, vocally denouncing the incompetence of the city's safety departments and the dereliction of duty by city officials. Luke sat in his vehicle, observing the multitude converging on Central Park. The anger spread like wildfire. Some even dared to hurl stones at the vehicle adorned with the Intelligence Bureau's flag. Immediately, Shelley led a group of spies to shield Luke's car. She instructed Pisco to disperse the nearby crowd and, once settled back in the vehicle, remarked to Luke, "Have these people lost their minds? It's merely a fallen tower. It's not like a loved one has died." Luke, gripping the armrest of his cane, replied, "For the majority, the Thunder Tower holds little significance. They are merely seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations. In situations like this, they dare to act in ways they usually wouldn't." As the fervor escalated, Luke inquired about the arrangements at the administration building, emphasizing, "That location is different. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We must ensure a safe withdrawal if necessary." Shelley replied, "Rest assured, Inspector, those heading towards the government building are our own people, numbering approximately 3,000. Upon receiving your command, they will withdraw immediately. Councilman Ibble should also be prepared to drive to the government building." The spies were at the forefront, dispersing the crowd as vehicles slowly advanced through the throng. At this moment, in front of the government building, Councilman Virgil, responsible for city safety, looked on in a state of panic at the dense mass of people ahead, the line of officers forming a feeble barrier. Reports indicated that over 100,000 citizens had gathered in Central Park, with even more en route. Should this situation spiral out of control into a riot, even if he managed to escape with his life here, he would still face the Empire's wrath. "Citizens," Councilman Virgil shouted, but his voice was immediately drowned out by the roar of countless others. "Down with you!" The unified cry of millions surged towards Councilman Virgil, echoing off the towering government building, creating a formidable wave of sound. Virgil's feeble voice was as inconsequential as a mouse's squeak before a dragon, entirely inaudible. In the face of such momentum, Virgil's demeanor as a councilman dissipated. He had aspired to achieve something before the city's officials and elites, yet at that moment, he resembled a helpless jester. The angry crowd pressed forward bit by bit, with the front ranks comprised entirely of brawny thugs emboldened by the prospect of a hefty bounty, shoving the officers who formed the barrier as the demonstration pushed towards the government building. Virgil retreated up the steps, his view filled with a sea of heads, the officers' defensive line precariously wavering. In the chaos, Virgil tripped and fell, triggering a wave of laughter from the crowd. That a city councilman had publicly embarrassed himself, and it seemed the crowd had won a victory, pushing forward with even greater fervor, eager to see the councilman stumble again. However, two officers swiftly lifted Councilman Virgil and ushered him into the building. Observing the councilman's disheveled state, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers, standing behind the doors of the government building and watching the fervent demonstrators. Councilman Virgil felt humiliated and enraged. He ordered the surrounding officers, "These are rioters. They must be suppressed immediately. I command you to employ force against these rabble." The officers around him hesitated to carry out this order. The number of demonstrators was far too great, not only in front of the government building, but even more so in Central Park. The use of violence could trigger a chain reaction, plunging the entire city of anger tide into a genuine riot. Who would bear the responsibility for that? "Councilman Virgil, please issue us an official order." Virgil regained his composure. He had just spoken in a fit of anger. To issue a formal order, he lacked the courage. Yet, as the crowd threatened to storm the government building, as the head of the city's safety department, he felt compelled to act. But what should he do? Lacking experience in such matters, Virgil was at a loss. Any misstep on his part could lead to an irreparable situation. "Councilman Virgil, what is happening outside?" Several gentlemen expressed to me that their safety and property were under threat, as someone had intruded into their yards and taken some belongings. Councilman Ibble approached, flanked by several imperial spies, his demeanor steady and poised, though a mocking smile graced his face. The incident with the Clover's armed airship had cast the largest suspicion upon Virgil. He had arranged for the airship's protection, installing gargoyles on its upper deck and adding 4 wizards. That it was the gargoyles that had sounded the alarm for intrusions, prompting the 4 wizards to rush to the airship's upper deck. Subsequently, the airship's gas bags were damaged, forcing it to make an emergency landing. The events that transpired on the airship were solely based on the wizard's accounts, which they could manipulate as they pleased. Even the so-called female swordswoman might have been a mere fabrication. Now, Councilman Ibble regarded Virgil with growing suspicion of being an insider. Virgil detected the derision in Ibble's voice and, feeling deeply aggrieved, retorted, "Ibble, first deal with your own affairs. We are all waiting for you to recover what you lost. Otherwise, you know what fate awaits you." Was this a death threat? Ibble perceived that the figure before him bore the unmistakable visage of a traitor. "I will recover what was lost, however, as a councilman of this city. I see an incompetent individual seated in a position unbefitting him. Look at what you are doing. Are you merely waiting for the citizens outside to storm in? The dignity of the anger-tied city government building and council is swiftly being squandered by you. I am responsible here, and I will handle it, but I just heard the word suppress. Ridiculous. The Empire's army will crush us along with the rioters. How could I possibly work alongside such a foolish individual? You should resign in disgrace." With that, Ibble disregarded the reddening face of Virgil and exited the building, escorted by the Imperial spies. Virgil glared at Ibble's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, "You foolish fat pig. The people outside will devour you first." However, the uproar outside inexplicably ceased. Councilman Virgil stepped outside in confusion. There he beheld Councilman Ibble standing on the steps, a microphone positioned before him, surrounded by a throng of reporters. The crowd below, though still somewhat noisy, appeared entirely transformed from their earlier fervent state. All awaited Ibble's speech. Virgil recognized that the sudden eruption of the citywide demonstration was undoubtedly connected to Ibble. What was he planning? Or had he found so many people? Regardless, the situation had evolved to this point, and Ibble had secured a significant foothold. He had placed himself in the spotlight of the entire city, becoming the unassailable protagonist of the day that he must be orchestrating some grand scheme. This was a plan of which none of us were aware, much like that cache of gold slipping away from us. Standing behind the microphone, Councilman Ibble faced the ocean of eager listeners before him. Feeling exceptionally empowered, he was unafraid of those who might discern his involvement in the demonstration. To mobilize such a substantial protest was a testament to his own charisma and influence. Doubt it? Let someone else try. Councilman Ibble felt elated. Inspector Meteor was undoubtedly a reliable ally. Initially thinking that gathering 10,000 people would suffice, he never anticipated that Inspector Meteor would muster a crowd of 100,000 in such a short time frame. Just look at the officers and Councilman Virgil, who appeared as helpless lambs being bullied. The effect was overwhelming. After today, I would be bound to the will of these hundreds of thousands, and no one in the city would dare to look down on me. The council seat, competing for the position of council leader, was not out of the question. Ahem. Councilman Ibble cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone with fervor. "Citizens, I am Councilman Ibble from the Anger-Tide City Council. I empathize with your anger at this moment and acknowledge the severe negligence of the city's safety department, which has allowed the symbol of our city to be damaged by malicious actors." At that moment, Luke, accompanied by others, positioned himself behind Councilman Ibble, while Imperial spies from the Coastal District's intelligence agency took over the site's security from the officers. Order was restored. The Imperial spies formed a human barrier in front of the demonstrators. "Brothers, do not push. The inspector has arrived." Everyone stepped back. "Brother, I'm not pushing. It's the people behind me. When will we get paid?" The inspector said the money will be paid once the matter is resolved. "As a councilman of Anger-Tide City, my anger over the destruction of the Thunder Tower surpasses that of anyone else. This is a blatant provocation against all citizens of Anger-Tide City. Here, I assure you, I will oversee the city's safety department to exert every effort to apprehend the criminal sunshine. That I will also propose to the council the establishment of a special investigation team to rigorously examine the negligence and misconduct of the city's safety department. Anyone found guilty will be dealt with severely. I urge citizens to vacate this area. Only when the government building is operational can we swiftly address this disaster." The speech of Councilman IBL was concluded. Yet the crowd remained motionless, with some even whistling. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Councilman IBL had no choice but to raise his voice and implore, "Please trust the city council. Please trust me." Still, the crowd remained unresponsive. IBL subtly turned to his side, glancing at Luke, who whispered in his ear, "You must show sincerity." Once more, Councilman IBL declared, I sincerely promise the citizens that I will fulfill everything I have just stated. Here are the reporters from various press outlets of Angertide City, and my speech will be published verbatim in tomorrow's newspapers that I welcome the citizens to oversee my actions. The City Administration Office and the City Council also invite the public to monitor our operations. After IBL finished speaking, Luke gestured to Shelley, who stepped forward, placing her hand on the grip of her sidearm, her gaze sweeping over the audience, with an imposing presence akin to a queen commanding respect. The so-called actors from the Cape District received the signal and began to retreat from the plaza in front of the administration office. Those unidentified individuals who had come along followed suit. Leaving in a similar fashion, the reporters fervently jotted down notes, embellishing the dramatic scene with the most exquisite language they could muster. Once the crisis at the administration office was resolved, the journalists eager for exclusive reports encircled Councilman IBL. Tomorrow's newspapers would undoubtedly feature IBL as the centerpiece, and for a considerable time to come, he would shine as Angertide City's most luminary figure. In contrast, fellow Councilman Virgil stood in a corner. Ignored except for a few constables nearby. He noticed that many imperial spies clustered around IBL, including the Starfall chief from the Cape District's Intelligence Bureau, who was also there to support him. Fuming, Chief Virgil approached Luke angrily. "What are you and your people doing here? This is the Central District, not the Cape District." The dutiful Pisco stepped forward, using his imposing stature to block Virgil's advance. Luke tapped Pisco's arm with his cane, signaling him to step aside, then addressed Virgil. "The Cape District is merely the base for our Intelligence Bureau's operations as long as this remains Imperial territory. It is our duty as Imperial spies to eliminate any discovered security threats on behalf of His Majesty. You should be grateful to me, Councilman, if it weren't for my people shielding you from the rioters. They would have already breached the premises, which would have been a far graver incident than the collapse of the Thunder Tower." Shelley chimed in. "I just saw some constables nearly wetting their pants in fear. The Central District has truly bred a bunch of inept individuals. They can't even compare to the lot in the Cape District Security Office." Luke continued, "My subordinate may be blunt, but he speaks the truth. The collapse of the Thunder Tower and the recent incursion at the City Administration Office both serve as clear evidence of serious security issues in the Central District. Councilman, you ought to reflect on the caliber of individuals you employ." Virgil realized that his subordinates had indeed performed dismally. They were accustomed to a life of ease and were certainly no match for their counterparts in the Cape District who faced thugs daily. However, he approached Luke not to engage in a debate over this matter. "I will reform the security office in the Central District. You need not concern yourself with that. I ask you, what was the cause of this demonstration? I can see that these people were summoned by you." Luke replied with a sardonic smile. "Councilman, do not project your incompetence on some conspiracy. Defaming a senior Imperial agent without evidence is a serious offense. You should carefully consider how to conclude this matter. Councilman IBL has helped you resolve the situation at the administration office. The demonstration in Central Park is yours to handle. I shan't waste any more of your time. I must preside over the investigation regarding the Clover airship incident. Farewell." Luke maneuvered past Virgil and exited. Shelley and Pisco followed closely, calling out to the spies around them. Fall in, return with the chief." Surrounded by a throng of Imperial spies, Luke departed, while Councilman IBL continued to engage with the reporters. Virgil, seething, turned and strode back into the administration office, feeling compelled to alert the relevant parties about IBL's clandestine dealings with the Cape District's Intelligence Bureau. He has betrayed us. Yet Luke had no intention of returning to the Cape District just yet. He still had accounts to settle with Councilman IBL. After orchestrating such a grand spectacle today, the expenses would surely amount to 10 million. Given that this was a personal expenditure, he could offer a friendly price, perhaps charging 2 million as a token gesture, if Councilman IBL found the results satisfactory. Future engagements could yield even greater profits. As Luke sat in the carriage contemplating his potential earnings from the appearance fee, a subordinate approached the car door. "Chief, Lord Escorlin's carriage is ahead. He wishes to speak with you regarding certain matters." Escorlin? Luke peered through the windshield. The demonstrators had passed, and the shops lining the street had shuttered their doors. Now, a large contingent of Imperial spies stood guard, deterring any passers-by from approaching. The road was eerily quiet, and he could clearly see a luxurious carriage parked 30 meters ahead, its door adorned with the Escorlin family crest, a shield and dagger representing a lineage that had both founded the Golden Shield Empire alongside the Golden Shield royal family and established the Brotherhood of the Blade. They were truly the aristocrats among aristocrats. Yet they were among those feeling most out of place in this era of upheaval. It was somewhat surprising for Luke that Lord Escorlin wished to meet with an imperial spy chief. Considering the historical animosity between the Assassins' Guild and the imperial spies, marked by bloodshed and deep-seated grievances, what does he want from me? However, given Escorlin's invitation, Luke felt no trepidation. Times had changed. The imperial spies now basked in the glory of ascendant royal power, while the Brotherhood of the Blade languished in decline. Although the assassins had rebranded themselves as the Blade's Edge, it was evident that they were acutely aware of their current standing. Luke alighted from the carriage, accompanied by 2 trusted aides, and approached the side of the carriage that he knocked on the door. Lord Escorlin, I am the Starfall from the Cape District's Intelligence Bureau, here at your invitation. The door opened, revealing a maid clad in traditional imperial attire. She bowed to Luke. Thank you for your visit. Please, Chief, step inside. Luke cast a lingering glance at the youthful and striking maid before handing her his hat and cane and stepping into the carriage. The maid closed the door behind him, standing guard alongside Shelley and Pisco outside. Good day, Lord Escorlin. Luke sat opposite the nobleman, pulling the curtains closed after glancing at the exterior. Lord Escorlin smiled and remarked, Chief Starfall, you are quite cautious. It is a matter of professional habit, especially considering our respective positions. It's prudent to exercise caution. That I am curious to know the reason for your summons, my lord. Escorlin, understanding that Starfall's actions were a subtle reminder to maintain decorum, set aside his prepared dialogue and asked directly, Chief, this sudden outbreak of protests was orchestrated by you, was it not? Luke did not deny it. It was indeed a deliberate maneuver, necessitating that certain individuals grasp its underlying motivations. It was merely a matter of leveraging circumstances. Had the city administration office not proven to be utterly incompetent, allowing the elf Clear Sky to destroy the Thunder Tower, I would not have had the means to instigate such a demonstration. Has today's incident caused you any losses, my lord? If it's within my means, I am willing to offer compensation. Lord Escorlin was taken aback by the Starfall chief's straightforward admission, feeling a newfound respect for the audacity of this senior imperial agent and growing ever more eager for the outcome of their meeting. In Angertide City, I still have the means to protect myself. The primary reason for inviting you, Chief, is that I wish to provide you with some leads regarding the Clover armed airship incident. Luke chuckled. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing.